19 years ago, a portal suddenly appeared on Earth, bringing countless monsters from another dimension. Since then, humanity has awakened a power known as players. While other players quickly become wealthy by killing monsters, this young man is also a player, but in a strange way. Every day, he goes to the construction site to do manual labor to earn money. The main character's name is Choi Hui-sung, and 3 years ago, Hun-sung's father suddenly fell ill, so he had to drop out of school to work. Hun-sung thought he would spend his whole life as an ordinary person, but one day, he suddenly awakens a power in a world where the chance is extremely slim. Hun-sung discovers that his level is only 1, while other players who have just awakened are mostly at level 1. Compared to them, your stats will be much weaker. It's really unlucky. Forget about that, Hun-sung just wandered around the item shop. You bought a strength boost potion and a skill book, but after purchasing, Hun-sung was hit with a 20% player blood-sucking fee from the system. The next day, Hun-sung went to the Players Guild to register as a player, but the receptionist girl said he was too old to be an awakener. At this moment, Hun-sung looked in the mirror and was startled to find his face had turned into that of a middle-aged man. It turns out that the currency used to buy items in the system is the player's lifespan. After selling a few unnecessary items, his face returned to normal, but he still got a 20% commission cut from the system. Really painful. But what Hun-sung doesn't know is that the items he sold have been bought by people from another dimension. Somewhere else, a girl is sitting in a pavilion by the lake. The items displayed on the table are the things she just bought from Hun-sung. Among them is a smartphone, and since it's her first time seeing a phone, the girl doesn't know how to use it. But after getting used to it, she quickly learned how women take selfies. At the Dark Castle, a female demon also bought a few items from Hun-sung's sales, finding them quite interesting. At this moment, the female demon is staring intently at the game console, because it can operate without magic. After fiddling with it for a while, she learned to play and couldn't get bored of it all day. Whenever she loses in the game, she also gets angry and frustrated like a gamer, and the next day, Hun-sung suddenly received a complaint from a customer. The system warns that if complaints appear too often, the seller's rating will decrease and could lead to a suspension of business. Hun-sung notices that all the items he listed have been sold out.
At first I thought no one would buy, but luckily someone still grabbed it. This time Hun-sung decided to raise the price a bit to earn a little more.
But before I could celebrate, the customer kept complaining again. Out of the 20 items sold, 14 received complaints. As a result, Hun-sung was suspended from trading for 3 days. He discovered that the customer had reported him because the new mobile phone she bought only worked for 6 hours before breaking down. But actually the phone wasn't broken, it just ran out of battery. This kid didn't know how to charge it. In short, all the complaints were because the customer didn't know how to use it. If all of this is not resolved within a week, Hun-sung will be suspended from business for 3 months. From those complaints, Hun-sung realized that his customers are not from Earth. They must be from another planet where technology is still backward. If that's the case, selling tech and scientific gadgets would be a very promising business. Hun-sung's plan is to buy goods cheaply from e-commerce sites and then resell them at higher prices for profit. But right now he only has a few coins left in his pocket. It seems I won't be able to carry out my plan for easy, high-paying jobs. I guess I'll just spend the days being silenced and doing manual labor at the construction site to make some money. Now, no player has been as unlucky as Hun-sung. 3 days later, Hun-sung's ban was finally lifted, and he was very happy. Right now, you can continue auctioning the items on the system. Just as you were excited to bring the money home to your mother, Hun-sung received a complaint from a customer. It's just opened for business and already dealing with difficult customers. This time, all 20 items sold earlier were reported by buyers. As a result, Hun-sung was silenced again for 4 more days because, just like before, customers didn't know how to use the product and ended up complaining to the seller. So during the second 4-day mute, Hun-sung continued to work at the construction site to earn some living expenses and used his free time to study problematic orders. If a customer doesn't know how to use it, he will show them how to operate it. For items that run out of energy, he will send them a pair of rabbit batteries. By the 5th day, Hun-sung had completed the processing of 6 orders sold to customers. Today, he decided to finish the registration process to become an official player, as he hadn't done it before. To be granted a player ID, you must participate in a 3-week training course at the training center, also known as the Duelist Academy. If you don't pass the test, you won't be issued an ID card, which means not everyone can survive in the dungeon. Among the trainees, Hun-sung performed the best, and even the judges rated him highly. But a few jealous young men just thought he was trying to appear dangerous. For those who are always jealous of others, he just chuckled and ignored them. 3 weeks after the training at the Duel Academy ended, Hun-sung had obtained an ID card issued by the Korean Players Association. He just wanted to quickly earn a lot of money to pay for his father's treatment. That afternoon, Hun-sung went to buy equipment to prepare for entering the dungeon. Everything needed here is expensive. Renting a set of armor and a mid-range sword costs more than 700,000. Moreover, there is a fee of 200,000 per hour to enter the dungeon. The location Hun-sung chose is the Gaktho dungeon. This is a mid-level dungeon from level 1 to 5, so it's very suitable for beginners like you. This time, Hun-sung will try to hunt the Jiaotou alone. The dungeon manager felt that your actions were quite reckless. as usually few players go alone and hunt monsters in groups. A small mistake could cost you your life or a lifelong disability. Finding a reliable group can reduce risks and make hunting monsters more effective. Did that boy go into the dungeon alone? He must have experienced the feeling of near death to wake up. Soon after, Brother Zheng entered the giant rhino's dungeon. Right now, a group of players is fighting a giant rhino. They seem to be newcomers and are still learning how to fight and work together, and the rhino, although not high level, was extremely fierce. It took nearly 10 minutes for the group to defeat it. Hunsung felt his stats were enough to go alone, so he activated stealth mode to explore the dungeon. Inside, the members of the SU gang were also hunting the giant horned beast. The short-haired girl is named Su Hai, and the long-haired girl is named Ju. Accompanying them are a man and a woman, and they are very confident in their skills. Su Hai received the request to hunt the king beast, and she thought it was no problem since the king beast was just an ordinary monster. On the way, the group saw someone walking alone, Hunsung. Ju thinks he got separated from his teammates and is alone, but Su Hai doesn't believe it because she notices Hunsung has no scratches on him and the armor he's wearing is rented. Based on those features, Su Hee guessed that Hunsung was a new player. He came up with an easy way to hunt the Jiantho without being detected, which was using invisibility skills to sneak up from behind. Players can earn experience points and items by hunting monsters of higher levels, but if they hunt monsters less than 20 times their level, they won't receive any experience points. The ability of monsters to turn into energy stones will also decrease. After sneaking in and hunting the rabbits, Hunsung managed to obtain 5 energy stones, but he quickly realized he was still at level 1, thinking it was just because his experience points weren't enough to level up. However, 5 hours later, Hunsung had hunted many more rabbits, but his level still remained inexplicably at level 1. Until Hunsung had hunted a total of 300 rabbits, he still only received the title of Horned Rabbit Hunter, but his level remained unchanged. Hunsung didn't realize that his monster hunting method had caught X-High's attention. He killed the herd of beastly boars with just 1 strike. If he only did it once or twice, it could still be luck. But that's not all. He also managed to kill all the others with 1 more strike. Even when a bunch of monsters targeted him, I had to make him reveal his skills. Then Suhee and Ju took the initiative to approach Hunsung and introduce themselves as dungeon guards, asking if it was okay to know his level. To avoid trouble about being only level 1, he refused to answer. Suhai revealed that she and Ju are from the CU Guild. That is a great guild sponsored by CU Corporation, a major company so well known in Korea that its name is everywhere. If you show me your status window, I will actively help you join the CU Guild. If I show them, they'll suspect why a level 1 has such high stats and can use so many skills. Hunsung refused the offer and told them he had no intention of joining any guild. However, Suhee still handed Hunsung a business card. Whenever you want to change your mind, contact this phone number. Then, Hunsung took a taxi to the Blood Lake Dungeon, which, as the name suggests, is the lair of a pack of foxes with blood-red fur. He still uses the same old tactic of sneaking and stabbing to hunt the foxes. Hunsung has hunted many bloodhounds in the dungeon. Just like last time, after Hunsung hunted 300 foxes, he only received the Blood Lake Hunter title and remained at level 1. Although his level didn't change, luckily his strength increased. At the end of today's hunt, Hunsung collected a lot of energy stones. When players want to leave the dungeon, they must report their results to the manager. Please place all the items you have obtained, including mana stones, into the right bag. Hunsung has collected many stones and a rare skill book. After conversion, the total value of all the magic stones is 840,000 W. The center will contact you once the book is sold. So in less than a day, Hunsung had earned nearly 1 million W. He thought to himself that he should rent a nearby room since traveling back and forth was too time-consuming. A few days later, Hunsung had hunted a total of 5,000 Blood Lake monsters. He received the Blood Lake Assassin title at the Heavenly Legend level and is also the first player to reach that level. Hunsung's stats have increased a lot, but his level is still just level 1, which is quite unbelievable. 10 days later, Hunsung continued hunting a total of 10,000 Blood Lake and achieved the legendary Blood Lake Assassin title. His reward was an increase of all stats by 40 points. Now when hunting monsters, Hunsung no longer needs to use invisibility skills to easily defeat them. That night, Hunsung received a notification from the center that all his items had been sold. The next day, Hunsung went to the reception to collect his money and discovered that the center had taken 42% of the profit for taxes. It's true that capitalism is more bloodsucking than even the super absorbent girl. In low-level dungeons, Hun can earn about 10 million gold in 10 days by selling stones, potentially reaching 100 million in a month. If he keeps going like this, he can buy the alchemy pill sooner than expected. In the past, Hunsung's family didn't have much money, and his parents had to work hard just to earn enough to support him and his sister's education. But from now on, everything will be different, because you have become a player. Hunsung's mother works at an electronics factory and only gets home late at night after her shift. Tonight, Hunsung waited outside the factory to pick up his mother and noticed that her face had become more wrinkled and much thinner due to the hardships of life. She told Hunsung that she still couldn't go home now because she had to work extra at the restaurant. Then she handed him some money and said to go eat first and that she would cook a really good meal for him tomorrow morning. Mom hasn't had dinner either, so why don't we eat together? You can eat at the restaurant where you work, so go home first and I will go with you and help you. You must be very tired. You don't need to. Actually, I came here because I have something to tell you. I have awakened and become a player, so now I can quit my jobs at the factory and the restaurant. But your job is very dangerous, right? Don't worry, Mom. I always prioritize safety, so now you should quit your job. I can't let you do that. It's not always possible for players to make money. Plus, I heard that at the beginning, players have to spend a lot of money too. Mom, don't worry. I just won the lottery. If you don't believe it, just look. What? Is there really $1 billion in here? I found a rare item while hunting and sold it. With this money, we won't have to worry about Dad's hospital bills or debts anymore. After hearing that, she was very moved because her son had grown up enough to support the family. Thank you, my son. Then Hun Sung's mother continued working at the restaurant as usual and even brought him along to introduce him to her colleagues as her son. Here, Hun Sung helped his mother wash dishes and run errands in the kitchen. Her colleagues were very jealous of her because she had a filial and considerate son. Thank you for helping us, Hun Sung. Thanks to you, everyone was able to leave work early today. After finishing work at the restaurant, Hun Sung and his mother went home. At home, he also has an older sister who is a few years older than him. Hun Sung told his sister the truth about awakening as a player and earning a large sum of money. And now the family wouldn't have to work hard anymore because he would take care of everything, which moved his sister deeply. Hun Sung's mother still worries about him and tells her son not to focus too much on earning money, because safety is the most important thing. No matter what Hun Sung wants to do, his family is always there to support him. In the days that followed, Hun Sung became tired of hunting low-level monsters like the Horned Beast and Blood Pond. He decided to enter the dungeon where blood dripping drops from level 10 to level 15. They live in packs, are small in size, and are considered more difficult than for beginners. Without the help of a guild or high-level players, it's usually impossible to hunt monsters here. Entering the dungeon, Hun Sung discovered many blood-sucking drops on the cave ceiling. The first thing he did was activate his shield, then used his own blood to attract the blood drops. The blood scent in the cave drove the drops into a frenzy, all rushing toward him. Hun Dong, unafraid, quickly casts Fireball and throws it at the blood-sucking drops, causing a massive explosion that destroys dozens of them. Thanks to the shield, he wasn't affected by the explosion, and this Fireball skill is a bit too powerful. Hun Sung continued using this method to hunt drops. When the number reached 300, he received the rare blood-sucking drop hunter title. You also received another reward, a vampire sword that can restore the user's health and mana by draining enemies' blood. Although just a weapon, it is worth 2 skills combined. If he captures a large number of the weakest monsters, rare equipment will drop. A week later, Hun Sung had collected many magic stones from blood-sucking drops. You also received a rare level vampire cloak. Today, Hun Sung decided not to go dungeon hunting and take a day off. You told your mother you wanted to buy a house, which made her very worried. Is it okay, son, to spend such a large amount of money all at once? I still have a lot to take care of. Don't worry, Mom. I won't bring any trouble on myself. Then Hun Sung decided to buy a luxury apartment in the city center, covering more than 100 square meters, fully furnished and equipped inside. Everyone just needs to move in and they can start living right away. To celebrate the housewarming, Hun Sung's mother cooked a simple but delicious meal for the family. The next day, while exploring a dungeon to hunt monsters, Hun Sung unexpectedly met Shu Hai again. She introduced herself as the deputy team leader of Team 1 from the SU group. Can you spare some time for me to go back to a week ago? What the hell is wrong with this guy Seun Majun, the guild leader? Considering the amount of mana stones sold, it seems there are at least 10,000, and he went alone to find them. Does he have some special skill? That seems to be the most reasonable explanation. Probably a skill that can bypass the level 20 limit. We must hide this matter at all costs. I will send someone to negotiate with him. If anyone finds out about him, report it to me immediately. Yes, boss, you're not planning to reveal this to other guilds, are you? Everyone in the guild loyal to the boss doesn't know, not even DU. Currently, Hun Sung is asking Shu Hai why she knows his name and how she found this place when suddenly a man appears. Nice to meet you, Choi Hui Sung. If it's not too rude, could we go somewhere more private? Hun Sung ignored him and said he didn't want to talk, but he was told to consider it or he would regret it. Let me introduce myself. I am Goenung, the leader of the recruitment team number 1 from the SU gang. Why do you want to meet me? Of course, to recruit you. We used to be in the top 3 biggest guilds in Korea. I have no intention of joining SU, but if I do that, what will my salary be? We will evaluate based on your level, stats, and skills when you join the guild, but we will guarantee a minimum contract of 10 billion and an annual salary of 1 billion. Brother Sung felt this salary was too high for a new player, especially since you haven't demonstrated any skills in front of them. Could this be because of Na's Mana Stone? It can't be that the guild is targeting a personal Mana Stone. Hun Sung felt that Jin Sung had something suspicious about him. He also wanted to see his status board. So in the end, he decided to refuse the other person's recruitment offer. The next day, Hun Sung tried the new dungeon, where the monsters were red-maned dogs, ranging from level 15 to 20. Deep inside the dungeon, a level 71 player was hunting monsters with his friend. Unexpectedly, their opponent was a giant 3-headed dog that had already eaten his friend. The 3-headed dog is very fast. Before he could react, it bit off his arm, and now the player realizes that the 3-headed dog is an extremely dangerous monster. He wanted to escape from the dungeon, but it was too late. Elsewhere, Huin-sung was fighting a pack of red-maned dogs. He uses the vampire sword to kill them, causing them to heal and regain mana through their blood-sucking skill. Besides the fireball skill that burns, Huin-sung's opponent also gains a new skill called Magic Arrow. It can eliminate targets from a long distance with very high accuracy. After hunting 300 red-maned dogs, he earned the title of Red-maned Dog Hunter. Thanks to the vampire sword's blood-sucking skill, Huin-sung kept regaining mana and never felt tired while fighting monsters. As he ventured deeper into the dungeon, he saw a group of players battling a red-maned dog. These people work together very well, so the pack of dogs is no match for them. Unexpectedly, they were suddenly slaughtered by a giant claw descending from the sky. Seeing such a bloody scene for the first time, Huin-sung felt extremely nauseous. The monster that just killed those players was a giant three-headed dog. It is glaring at Huin-sung with a fierce look. Huin-sung quickly activates invisibility to the swallow, but somehow, when facing the three-headed dog, the invisibility skill becomes useless. The dog tore through Huin-sung's chest armor with its claws. If he hadn't dodged in time, it would have been over. Huin-sung immediately summons the fire sphere to attack the dog, but the fire sphere only temporarily blinds it and does not cause any injury. The three-headed dog was too tough, so Huin-sung decided to retreat, but the three-headed dog kept chasing after him without giving up. The dog's speed was too fast, and before long it caught up with him and struck him in the back. Luckily, Huin-sung's vampire cloak absorbed the blow, so he wasn't hurt. Then he bought a rare elixir from the shop that greatly boosted his stats. After drinking it, all his attributes increased. This time, Huin-sung's fireball managed to injure the three-headed dog, burning nearly half of one of its heads. But the three-headed dog has a powerful regeneration ability. Huin-sung's fireballs can only cause damage but not destroy it, so the person and the dog continue to chase each other through the dungeon. Huin-sung was running away while searching for items in the shop to deal with the three-headed dog. He found a rare grade fire spear capable of creating fire and piercing magic. Although it was very expensive, he still had to buy it while being chased. Huin-sung immediately summoned the fire spear and charged at the three-headed dog, causing one of its heads to explode instantly. Because the fire spear has a unique magic property, the exploded head cannot be regenerated. Soon after, Huin-sung gently requested its second head. But when the dog was down to its last head, his mana was only 4% and he couldn't use the fire spear. He didn't expect a top-tier weapon to drain so much mana. Inside the dungeon, a group of players discovered the bodies of those slaughtered by the three-headed dog. Based on the footprints on the ground, they sensed this was no ordinary monster but an extremely dangerous creature. Some said the group should retreat, while others argued they should stay to warn the other players. Their disagreement led to a heated argument. Back to the battle between Huin-sung and the three-headed dog. At this point, the magic anti-evil property of the fire spear has worn off, and it is now regenerating its heads. Huin-sung must defeat it before its heads grow back. But the three-headed dog is very clever. It knows that Huin-sung's fire spell is very powerful, so it dares not face him directly. It is trying to buy time to regenerate its body. Now both of the dog's heads are about to heal. Huin-sung has no choice but to unleash his final ultimate move. If even this move fails, you'll be doomed against the three-headed dog. Luckily, after all his efforts, Huin-sung managed to destroy the final head of the three-headed dog. You have hunted a high-level rare monster called Graydon and received the Hunter of Graydon title. After the three-headed dog's corpse vanished, Huin-sung found a book. This is a rare and unique immortal grade book. Passive healing skill, all your wounds will be restored. You will not die unless your head is destroyed. This means that as long as Huin-sung can protect his head, he will become almost invincible. He has never seen a book with such a powerful skill in the shop. Although it is only a rare level, it must be on par with a legendary tier. More importantly, its rarity is also unmatched in the world. Huin-sung learned the passive skill from the Immortal 2. All wounds on his body instantly healed. This skill uses the player's stamina to heal wounds. The hunt is over, and all of Huin-sung's stats have increased significantly. It was worth being chased by the dog all day. Somewhere in the dungeon, the player alliance appeared after receiving reports of a high-level monster slaughtering many players. This girl is the leader, so June-Rane asked all other players to leave the dungeon quickly because the number of casualties has doubled. Is there any clue that it could be a high-level monster? No, it's just the red mane dog. Wait a minute, I just found a player. Which direction are they coming from? How many of them are there? There is only one player. He is not with anyone else. The player that League of Legends is looking for is Huin-sung. They quickly found his location in the dungeon. Are you okay? Yes, I'm fine. It seems like you were very scared. You must have already encountered it, right? A high-level monster that cannot be encountered in the red mane dog dungeon. Brother Sung thought to himself that it would be best for him to keep secret about having hunted it. June quickly asked where it was and if it was nearby, then realizing his question was too abrupt, Rane handed Huin-sung a bottle of healing medicine. You realize this is a rare healing elixir with a very high price, and its effect is to accelerate the recovery of wounds. I also have something to discuss regarding the monster I encountered. I saw a giant three-headed black-furred panther. I've never seen a monster like that before. It must be as big as a house, and it ran in that direction. After Huin-sung showed them the way, the group thanked him and hurriedly left. Their speed was so fast that Hun Sung couldn't even see, confirming they were high-level players. Luckily, you managed to kill the three-headed dog, or else before the League's people arrived, the casualties would have been much higher. Inside the dungeon, in front of the League, there is a gate. Should we return after passing through the gate? It seems so, but the situation could become more serious. Once it smells blood, we won't know when it will attack again. Just report this to the guild first. I wonder if the person we met earlier managed to get out safely. I think he lost his teammates and barely survived. But the truth is, Men is very happy because he just found a jar of expensive medicine. You all can stand there. Where does the boss want to go? I just want to check on the player left alone. He makes me feel uneasy. If he's alone, he might be in trouble. Then we will wait for you here. Thank you all. Run A went back to check if Hun Sung was okay and found that he had already left the dungeon. He must be safe now. The next morning, Hun Sung was lying on the sofa enjoying a day off, not wanting to do anything anymore because he had earned quite a bit yesterday. You came home early today? What's wrong with your face? You must have exhausted yourself yesterday by using too many points. It's nothing. I just overexerted myself. I'll prepare something for you to eat right away, so just sit there and wait for a moment. Hun Sung's mother was cooking when she suddenly received news that many hunters had died in the dungeon today. So that's why he came back early. I haven't even seen it myself, so you don't need to worry, Mom. I think this is too dangerous. I'm risking my life for the family. Don't worry, Mom. I only do this because I enjoy it. You enjoy hunting monsters and becoming stronger. After the three-headed dog slaughtered players, the Red Mane Dog dungeon was temporarily closed. 2 security officers died here. They couldn't resist. There are additional signs that the monster entered this place, but no evidence that it has left. Kim Dong-soo, a player specializing in tracking monsters. So, the monster is still inside the dungeon? We've searched this place thoroughly already. I don't know what's going on either. For now, let's follow its trail. Cerberus attacked some low-level players while they were hunting here, then it moved to the other side. That's strange, isn't it? Cerberus attacked many players, but one of them was still alive. He fought back and pushed it away, and they continued the battle with magic attacks. The player fought here alone, not as a group, and I can sense remnants of fire magic. It seems this player has a high level of agility. The one who can fight is definitely a mage swordsman. Cerberus was heavily wounded and bleeding a lot around here. I think it was the Mage Knight, but it could also be a magic-oriented player with high agility. It seems that some kind of magic spell was used and the opponent has defeated the monster. There are no corpses around, indicating it has turned into a magic crystal or item. This is impossible. There are only a few magic swordmasters in this world because it's a difficult profession. Did that person really hunt all these monsters alone? From the hunting, we can be sure that this player's level is at least 24. No player can enter this dungeon without help from a group, so something must be going on. If that person managed to hunt the Barrow's car, then there's no reason for the opponent to hunt in such a low-level dungeon. Have we found any traces of the person who hunted the Barrow's car? Let me try to look for it. The traces of the player disappeared right after the battle ended. It seems we will have a tough time tracking down that player since this dungeon isn't exactly the ideal place to search for others. June wants to find the player who entered the dungeon that day because she believes the opponent is a high-level player with great strength. If such a player exists, they must immediately recruit them to the guild. The player association is managed by the government, with each group operating as an independent organization. During the initial brutal phase, the player association held significant influence. The number of players in the guild is quite high and their skills are among the best. But recently, the number of players under the guild's control has been steadily decreasing. Meanwhile, individual organizations are also beginning to grow in power, with even those useless players lacking proper knowledge about monster dungeons ranking high in the Korean Player Association. They started to influence players by giving them a small advance payment in the name of patriotism. While groups are completely different from the association, they give players a small advance payment from sponsors and businesses. And because of this change, the guild has been expanding its scale more and more. At this moment, Hun Sung is resting in a hotel near the dungeon. He currently has too many magic stones and wants to hide them to avoid attracting attention. He couldn't trust anyone in the player guild he met at the dungeon gate and had to avoid eye contact with the staff. Is the reason they check players' personal belongings to verify some kind of monster or seed? The real reason for this is to prevent players from avoiding taxes. Hun Sung thinks there must be a way to hide the number of magic stones he has collected. While checking the shop, he found an active skill book item that players can use to open a subspace. The condition is that the space cannot contain living creatures. Although this skill is very expensive, Hun Sung needs to use it, so he still has to buy it. After mastering the skill book, Hun Sung was able to open the space with his hand. When he looked inside, he saw that the interior was much larger than he had expected. It has to be as large as the study room where Hun Sung used to live. At night, Hun Sung goes back into the dungeon to hunt monsters. Strangely, this time when the dungeon manager saw that your name was Choi Hun Sung, he suddenly asked you to scan your fingerprint. You didn't think much of it, just assumed it was part of the dungeon registration process. After going inside, Hun Sung hunted more red-maned dogs, bringing the total to 1,000. He received the achievement reward of the red-maned Dog Hunter title, along with many magic stones. He collected all the magic stones into his secret space, only keeping a few to fool the dungeon guards. Is there a rookie inside the high-rise building who has caught Ma Hun's attention? That's right, but he's quite good at hiding, so it's hard to gather information. I think he's the one we need. Captain of SU Guild's second team. Well then, tell me what happened. Guild leader of SU Dongsungu. He can clear a level 15 to 20 dungeon in just 2 months and he hunts alone? That's right, but that's not the most important thing. I think the player named Choi Hyun Sung broke the level 20 rules. I'm not entirely sure, but that's probably the case. And I heard that Team 1 once tried to recruit him with a pretty huge sum. How much do they want? 100 billion is equivalent to 83 million items. With that 100 billion, we can approach any high-level player immediately. The first team wants to see Hyun Sung's status board before deciding whether to sign him. But in the end, Hyun Sung refused. Ma Di-hun's cautious nature has always been like that. It was because of that arrogant mistake that many talented newcomers were missed. This time, our Team 2 will not make the same mistake. Try to approach Hyun Sung directly and offer him 1 billion troops as soon as he signs the contract. Do we really have to pay so much? Anyway, we can recover it if he signs the contract. Once I finish this, I will be able to become the guild leader. A few days later, Hyun Sung continued hunting monsters in the dungeon. Relying on the secret space he had bypassed the dungeon manager with, they couldn't determine the exact amount of magic stones he had collected. While fighting monsters, they usually drop magic stones, but sometimes they also drop skill books. Among those skill books, Hyun Sung found one that looked pretty interesting. The wind spell at a normal level is a passive skill that increases recovery speed. This skill book is famous not only among players but also among ordinary people because they can easily learn it. Unexpectedly, when Hyun Sung tried to learn this skill, the system announced the failure. He had never heard of or encountered such a situation before. It was truly unbelievable. So it turns out Hyun Sung couldn't acquire the Wind Restoration book because the Immortal book had already absorbed it to level up its skill. But exactly how much it increased, he wouldn't know until he tried. So Hyun Sung used his sword to cut his fingertip, and in a short time, the wound healed completely and disappeared. He felt that the recovery skill of the Immortal book hadn't improved much. So the Immortal book has to absorb a lot of skill books to level up, but its price is not cheap at all. About 30 million each. After leaving the dungeon, Hyun Sung suddenly received a call from an unknown number. You decide to answer the call and ask who is on the other end. Hello, Mr. Choi Hyun Sung. I am Se Wong, commander of Team 2 of the SU Guild. I told you not to call me unless you agree to my terms, right? You're talking about paying 100 billion, aren't you? We accept. Let's meet and sign the contract now. Are you serious right now? Yes, I am very serious. Any deal involving money we will never lie about. I'm still out hunting, so it's a bit inconvenient. Can you send me the contract first? Of course, I will send it right away. Then I will contact you after I review the contract. As soon as Brother Shung turned off the phone, he received the contract sent by the CU Guild. He brought the contract to a lawyer's office to verify its authenticity. The lawyer assessed it as a very good contract with decent benefits, but there are a few clauses that could be exploited if the other side has malicious intent. If you cause the guild to gain a bad reputation, the contract can be terminated. This part is based on the judgment of the guild leaders and might be a bit unreasonable. Furthermore, the contract can also be terminated if the player has poor skills. This clause is similar. I don't know how much the deposit is, but the penalty is quite high. If you do anything against the contract or unilaterally terminate it, you'll have to pay 10 times the deposit amount. In my opinion, if you demand the penalty fee to be equal to the advance payment and ask them to remove unreasonable clauses, you won't be at a disadvantage and can proceed with signing the contract. At this point, someone from Team 1 called again, so Hyun Sung asked the lawyer for permission to step outside and take the call. Hello. Mr. Choi Hyun Sung, are you okay with the payment of 50 billion? That's still not enough. The amount I want is 100 billion, not 50 billion. I understand that, but please consider the practical reality. No matter how big the SU Guild is, agreeing to that amount is still too risky. This 50 billion is already a number I struggle to get them to agree to. I'll think about it again, but can I see the contract first? Of course, I will send it to you immediately. Then Hyun Sung handed the contract to the lawyer for review. Is this written by the same guild that sent the previous contract? Yes, it is. How do you know that? Because the basic content of both contracts is the same, only the payment section is different. It has less harmful content, but mostly it's the same. Why do you think they sent 2 different contracts from the same guild? It seems there is internal power struggle within the guild trying to recruit him. Looking at how they sent back a completely different contract, the faction conflicts are quite serious. The lawyer advised Hyun Sung to delay as long as possible to gain more from the situation. Hyun Sung went home to research all the information related to the CU Guild. Based on what you've investigated, it seems that Chairman Ma Hun and Vice Chairman Dong Sung-gu don't get along. Hyun Sung decides to exploit this to squeeze them. First, he called Team 2 to say that the amount was too little and wanted to raise it to 300 billion. Of course, Team 2 refused this unreasonable demand. But after hearing that Team 1 also wants to recruit Hyun Sung, they will pay any amount. Team 2 will unconditionally meet all of Hyun Sung's demands at a higher price than Team 1. Then, Hyun Sung continued to call Team 1 and followed the same method. In the end, he recorded both calls and sent them to both sides. After finishing everything, he threw the phone into the trash and dove right in. It's been a month since Sung sent the voice files, revealing that the guild leader and vice leader each have their own factions, causing the guild to be completely divided. The guild has accessed dungeon records to find Sung, but no matter how hard they try, they can't locate him. As a result, the factions began to overlap, and internal information sharing within the guild became difficult. The real cause of all this is that Sung has gone missing. Now, as for our main character, he's currently farming monsters in a little-known dungeon somewhere. The reason is that monsters are hard to fight, and the chance of getting good items is extremely low. The monsters in this dungeon are usually frog people that hunt in packs. Sung's stats have long outpaced these frogs, so they are no match for him. A few sword strikes and fireballs were enough for him to easily take them down. While counting the loot, Sung suddenly received a complaint from a customer who had bought a lot of your rabbit batteries. Now he's forcing you to cut the price in half or he'll keep reporting you. So this guy is trying to sabotage my business? Should I try this? On another planet, there's someone who bought all of your batteries and has been constantly sending unreasonable complaints. His name is Onya. Onya is an awakening in this world and quickly became a powerful player on the planet he lives on. To obtain exclusive skills, Onya has to spend a lot of points, but no matter how hard he tries to earn them, it's never enough. Onya had been watching Sung's shop for a long time. He believed that he was a player who had used all his points to collect special items on his planet. So he bought all of Sung's rabbit batteries and a few other cool items. Onya's plan was to keep complaining about the products until Sung's shop was suspended for 3 months. 3 months later, he will use this trick many more times to force you to sell items at low prices because new players are very afraid of being silenced. Then Onya will buy Sung's items cheaply and resell them at a higher price. In the end, he will replace Sung to become the sole holder of all these items. But little does Onya know that rabbit batteries on Earth are very cheap. Every day, Sung can buy and sell countless batteries. Onya plans to use all his savings to buy up all of Sung's stock. However, since his supply was endless, he eventually had to give up because he ran out of money. The medieval person who dared to challenge Sung from Earth then declared, "You're just a kid." Because sales of existing products keep increasing, Sung is considering selling used items as well. At this moment, the female demon is looking at Sung's store and notices that he just posted a gaming console at home, a 32-inch TV, and popular games. The female ghost decided to hit it instead of the handheld game console. And on this side, Sung suddenly received a call from his mother. "Sung, do you know the person named S. Deung from the SU Guild? He said he's the support team leader of the SU Guild. He's at our house. He's in front of this door. Should I hand the phone to him?" "No need, Mom. I'll call him myself. And please don't open the door for him. I will tell my mother about this later. It's me, Choi Sung." "Hello, Mr. Sung. I finally managed to contact you. What are you doing?" "Why are you approaching my mother? You're overreacting a bit. First, just stay calm. We care about your father's health, and this is a serious matter that you shouldn't decide alone. I only came to tell your mother the truth. I am the one who signed the contract, not my mother. You should discuss such an important decision with your family, too. You already sent me that contract and still say those things? What about the contract? What are you hesitating about? Are you really asking that because you don't know? I talked to the lawyer and found out there are dozens of issues there. It's just a clause in case you didn't know. If you have the talent we desire, you have nothing to worry about. It would be great if the contract didn't require you to reveal your status window. But I don't think the SU Club will agree to this. If that's all there is to say, I'll hang up now. I will also change my phone number after this call, so calling this number again won't do any good. If you dare come to my house to find my mother again, I won't let it go. How dare he be so rude to me? Has the team leader found out his location yet?" "I found it. What do we do now?" "Guha Inai Guild Protectors. Start acting now. Don't worry. You won't die. Choi Sung. I will only make you panic. And in the end, you'll have to beg us for help." After finishing the call with the other party, Sung continued to enter the dungeon to hunt monsters. "You have defeated a total of 1,000 frog people and earned the title of Frog Killer." When Sung left the dungeon, it was already dark. He doesn't know that in the dark corner, a group of people is watching him. Is he the target? "Yes, boss. Then let's proceed. Be careful." Sung did not return home but continued into the Demon Elf dungeon. He activated invisibility to bypass the gate guards, then used Dark Arrow and Fireball skills to attack the monsters from afar, catching them off guard. While collecting spoils, Sung notices he's being followed and asks who's there. A group of people step out and ask him, "Who are you? Who gave you the right to cause chaos in our hunting ground? Do you think you can run wild on our hunting land? I also paid to come in here like you guys, so why can you, but not me? This is where we hunt every day, so of course this is our hunting ground. Since you hunted on our land, you must surrender the spirit stones. Instead of hunting monsters, just leave your equipment behind." Brother Dung can't believe he's meeting bullies like on the internet. You are warning those guys that they are making a huge mistake, but they still ignore you and look at you with contempt. It seems you don't understand what I'm saying. In dungeons, modern weapons like guns or bombs and other electronic devices can't work. If any trouble occurs between players in the dungeon, even if it results in death, it will be considered caused by monsters and someone will always exploit that rule. They will steal items and equipment from other players, or worse, commit murder. I guess you don't understand what I'm saying, so let us show you. After saying that, they drew their weapons and charged at Huin Sung. Huin Sung is no longer a novice player. With combat skills and experience gained from hunting, he quickly outmatches his opponents, defeating them one by one. The long-haired leader, seeing his subordinates no match for Huin Sung, also wants to exchange a few basic moves with him. I think I should deal with you as soon as possible, but at least I should take one of your arms, right? During the duel with the leader, Huin Sung realized he was very strong. His strength far above those girls, and even his speed and power looked superior to Huin Sung. If you don't have a shield to block his attack, things could get very dangerous. But how come these people are targeting you? But first, I need to get out of here. Taking advantage of their distraction, Huin Sung threw a fire spear to cause an explosion and seized the opportunity to escape. The bandit leader, whose hair was burned off by the fire, was extremely furious. Damn it, you little bastard! How dare you do this to me? In his rage, he wildly chased after Huin Sung, swinging deadly sword strikes. At this moment, your situation is very dangerous. Luckily, at a critical moment, a girl appeared and defeated the gang leader with just one move. Huin Sung couldn't believe how strong this girl was. What on earth just happened? Hello, Mr. Choi? Huin Sung, I apologize for causing trouble during our last meeting. Huin Sung looked at this girl and felt very familiar, as if he had seen her somewhere before. Soon, he remembered that she was the girl who had asked him about the three-headed dog in the dungeon. She also gave you a rare level healing potion. Huin Sung bowed his head, thanking her for saving him from the bandits and for her help. On the contrary, I should be apologizing to you. The truth is, I was watching you from the very beginning. I have been watching you since you started the mission. These bastards all have criminal records. So, I guess you've been watching them all along to gather evidence of their actions. No, I just wanted to see how skilled you really are. Let me introduce myself. My name is Shin Yan. I am the Chief Inspector of the Players Association. I didn't come here to follow those people. I came here to watch you inside this goblin dungeon. What do you mean? Let's get out of this dungeon first and then talk. Alright, but you said these guys have criminal records, so they must have committed similar crimes before. Yes, although I have no proof, it has happened in several other dungeons before. They are considered the perpetrators of the disappearances, officially listed as missing persons. As for the truth, we believe those were murders. I don't think they initially targeted my life. Why do you think they are doing these things? From now on, we have to find out the reason. Then, Rune went to the leader and stabbed him with a spear. He was hurt and immediately woke up, no longer able to pretend to be unconscious. You should have woken up while I was still being kind. Why did you drag Mr. Choi Hui Sheng into this? What are you talking about? I'm just trying to protect my teammates from unreasonable violence. Is it okay for a member of the Players' Council to attack a high-level player like this? She even assaulted me while I was unconscious. I will report this to the media and the police. How do you know I'm a member of the Players Association? I thought you were still unconscious. Are you stupid? Don't you know where you are? This is a dungeon. Even if I do something to you here, there will be no evidence. Don't tell me that Mr. Choi Huin Sung, who was attacked by you, will report what I did to the authorities. If you don't want this dungeon to become your and your teammates' grave, stay silent and follow us. I will only spare you as long as you are useful to me. Are you threatening me? A member of the Players Guild threatening an ordinary player. This bastard still doesn't seem to understand what's going on, does he? Choi Huin Sung, could you let us be alone for a moment? Alright, yes, that's fine. You can take as long as you want. Make sure no one escapes while you're gone. Otherwise, it will be a big problem. Oh. Sister, I was just joking. I went the wrong way. Let me go back. What exactly are they after? Could it be that the one behind them is the SU Guild? I need to get stronger. This is a dungeon. Even the Player Association can't fully trust anyone. I thought I could handle everything once I became a player. A few minutes later, Junei finished interrogating the gang leader. I heard these bastards took money from the guild, planning to deal with you and then act like they knew nothing about it. Luckily, I caught them before they could act and also obtained evidence to prove their guilt. Now we can use this to deal with the SU Guild. That night, the criminal gang was handed over to the police. They will be held accountable under the law for the crimes they committed. The next morning, Huin Sung was invited by Rune to her office. Sorry, but why do you want to meet me? Because of the three-headed dog case. Then how do you know I am in the Goblin Dungeon? I checked the records at the dungeon entrance. Isn't that illegal? Of course not. The Players Association has the right to see those and also to intervene when necessary. However, only authorized members are allowed to conduct inspections. Since this is an unofficial investigation, I secretly followed you to the dungeon and assessed your skills. Once again, I truly apologize for not intervening immediately when the accident happened. So, you want to test my limits? Yes, I was sure after seeing your skills that you are the one who killed Saves. Would hunting and hiding Barus count as a crime? Of course not. The reason the guild is looking for you is because we want to reward you. And also, we have an offer for you. Is it the invitation to join? But I don't want to become part of any organization. I knew you'd say that. However, please hear the conditions first. Regarding the recruitment fee, we will pay you 100 billion military units like the SU Guild. You will also gain many benefits by operating under the Guild of Players. And of course, the weapon rental fee will be completely waived. One of the conditions is to publicly display my status window, right? That's not the case. We just need you to pass the test. It's a very simple test. To perform the skill, you will first be asked if you agree. Please consent to the truth contract. The true contract skill is now being activated. Please sit comfortably and answer my questions. Did you really only awaken 3 months ago? Yes. Do you know how to break the level 20 rule? No. I know you're around level 140. Why are you hunting in such low-level dungeons? Do you have a unique skill? You need to answer this question. Is there a reason why you hunt low-level monsters? Yes. Can you transfer your unique skill to other players? No. Did you use your unique skill to cheat the level system? Yes. All right, we're done. Do we have to do this again? I don't think we need to do it anymore. I have no more questions because you're only telling the truth. So you really do have a unique skill, right? Could it be that she also has a unique skill of her own? Of course I do, but I can't tell you what they are. So I'm not the only one with a unique skill. You don't need to be so disappointed. Unique skills can only be used by one person, and all players with unique skills are already at the top of the rankings. So you're also among the top players? I thought she was just a senior manager. There is some information about players avoiding the media. Even if you are a high-level player, you can't know everything. Especially the information about players with unique skills protected by national security law. Is it okay for her to tell me that? Since we're about to be in the same boat, it's not a big deal. I never said I would join the association. Then it's a bit difficult. Once you said you have a unique skill, you had no other options left. What do you mean? You don't have to act so serious. This means that the recruitment for you is not just an association. It's an exclusive contract with the National Players Guild. These conditions have never appeared in non-national level contracts, and there aren't many mandatory clauses either. The costs for urgent tasks are many times higher than average, and not only do you receive a relocation allowance in case of emergencies, but your rights to magic stones and item trading are also guaranteed. However, there's one problematic clause. Isn't the lifetime contract also called a slave contract? Not all players in the player association have to sign contracts with these conditions, right? If everyone makes such proposals, we will go bankrupt because we set these conditions due to Brother Sung's unique skills. Even when you kill low-level monsters, your skills still improve, and mana stones drop, which means you can level up at any time. This is an opportunity to recruit a player who could become the best in the world. Only a fool would save money at a time like this. So, can I revise the contract a little? Is it about the contract duration? Do you know how many people in this world have unique skills? I don't know the exact number, but according to the government, there are fewer than 80. Before Choi Hu-young appeared, I was the only one with a unique skill in Korea. I know the contract duration may not suit you, but we can't miss out on someone with such a rare unique skill in Korea. We also don't want them to fall into the hands of other organizations or guilds. That's why the contract duration lasts for a lifetime. Please share your opinion and say whatever you want. I want to change the contract period to 1 year, not a lifetime. You also know that's impossible. Then just lower the deposit. For someone in their 40s, 10 billion is a bit too much. The contract term is 2 years, which means a deposit of 20 billion. After 2 years, if there are no issues between us until the contract expires, the Gaming Association will become my top priority for consideration in the next term. If you still refuse this proposal, I will no longer sign a contract with the Gaming Association. Are you planning to find a place to stay in another country? I just don't know much about the Players Association yet, and I hate being bound by contract forever. But you can see that the contract terms offer more benefits than obligations. Paying hundreds of billions up front, it's hard to imagine such a huge sum. But I can't be blinded by that enormous amount and trade my future right now. All I need right now is a place to stay. I'm not the one making the decision. I have to report to my superiors. Can you wait a moment? Of course I can. Take your time. We agreed to your proposal, but there will be a few conditions. When receiving an invitation to join a guild or association from another country, the condition is that you must inform the Korean guild beforehand no matter what. The contract has been signed, and I look forward to working with you. Me too. First, you need to exchange the item. All of your equipment is rental gear, right? They really have everything in terms of gear and items. If I am a direct member of the guild, can I rent all these equipments? The rule is that the level of rented items depends on the player's level. But of course, you are an exception. I will explain how the guild operates when your equipment is repaired. Check which team Brother Zheng has been assigned to. You have been assigned to the inspection team. Their mission is to handle any accidents in the dungeon and resolve disputes between players. I can manage if it's a low-level dungeon, but for a medium-level one, I don't think I can. With your current level, Hui-sung, I'll still consider sending you into battle, so don't worry. Just tell me the location of the dungeon when you go hunting, and I will register the mission at the nearest office. I'll give you a separate card to cover the rent. Is this okay? Of course not. If the others in the guild find out about this, I think they will be extremely angry. So please keep this a secret. Thank you. I have to do my best so that you will sign a new contract with us again in 2 years. It seems like my work here is done. The insurance has been settled, so just treat this car as yours and drive it. All right. See you again later. After thinking it over, I still believe 2 years is really too short. It seems you're disappointed because that's not a lifetime contract. Of course I'm disappointed. I should have gotten him at all costs. You're just trying to exploit him. I don't have one. The president of the Korean Players Association. Even in your case, we only paid you a tiny salary because it was a lifetime contract. Weren't you the one who initially did that? If I hadn't spoken up, you wouldn't have even planned to increase anything in the contract. I should have just made short-term contracts like Choi Hui-sung. Your case is also the first one we have discovered. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't have known anything about those unique skills. Then, you should have treated me better. We promised a lot in this contract with Choi Hui-sung based on your reflections. If you hadn't gotten involved, we would have had him sign a lifetime contract for 100 billion. If you do that, the information will leak out and other forces will start to pay attention to him. You threatened me, and you said you would tell other associations. When did I say that? I only said there's a high chance I would do it. Honestly, if you hadn't objected, we would have signed a lifetime contract with Choi Hui-sung at all costs. You're really a scoundrel. Am I doing this for myself? This is for our country. The transfer of 1 billion to 18 billion won has been successfully completed to my mother's account. At this rate, I won't have to worry about my father's medical expenses or living costs for the next 10 years. Now, I can only afford to buy one book of each type related to recovery because I need to nurture the immortal seed to see how much it needs to eat to grow. Selling really well. The gaming console and the notebook seem to be the best sellers. Makeup items and perfumes are also sold. I didn't expect watches to sell so well too. This is the best way to show gratitude. Second-hand household goods store. Welcome, how is the camping battery pack? Everything is ready. The batteries are fully charged. Good. Will you prepare the same full quantity next time? Of course it has to be fully charged, naturally. Dear customer, please rest assured that the exchange points have been discounted through direct payment. If you need any additional products, please contact us. Use everything and keep about 3 points. All the lowest tier elixirs cost around 5 million points. Higher levels are 10 million points. To reach all stats at 200, approximately 5 billion points are needed. The remaining 5 billion points will be invested entirely in the Book of Immortality. Hello, Brother Sung. This is Sinzun A. I have obtained evidence and filed a police report against the CU Guild's executive director. They have all been arrested. Although the guild has some connections with the prosecutors, this time they won't be able to recover. The prosecutors have been very cooperative. Is it because of faction conflicts? Yes, President Ma Dihun didn't stop us and even gave me data as if he wanted me to take them away as quickly as possible. What happened to Deng Sungu? The list of those arrested has not been announced, but he won't be able to stay free for long. The charges of murder and robbery have been confirmed. Turn on the TV to see more details about this case. The murder case linked to a major guild has led to Vice President Deng Sungu being expelled from Guild 20. He is now in police and player association custody. As you can see, being arrested was unavoidable. The people on Deng Sungu's side have also turned their backs on him. If the wind blows, a storm will follow. Thank you for taking care of this. No problem. I apologize for not resolving it sooner. Next time I'll treat you to a meal as a thank you. Oh, I almost forgot I still need to find a skill book. This is the last book. I used all my contract money to buy the skill book. The rarest level immortal skill book has evolved into the ultimate level of necromancer. Oh wow, I finally leveled up. You won't die unless both your heart and your head are completely destroyed at the same time. Wounds will heal and skills can continue to develop. If it takes this much to level up to the legendary, how much more would it take to reach the mythic level the next day when Sung went to the inspection team to take on the job?
Today is your first day at work, right? Nice to meet you.
I am Tae Chun. Hello, I am Choi Hun Sung. Then just wait here. Someone will come to guide you further. If you're planning to enter a dungeon below level 100, you can go with Za. Her name is Lai Swang. She's 25 years old and is also around level 100. Just like you. You're so full of yourself, you should introduce yourself too. Why are you so rude? He looks younger than me, so just talk normally. If I accidentally offended you, I apologize. This girl seems to not like me. I'm sorry, this little girl isn't usually like that. It's okay, but I'm not younger than you. Why not call me that? Actually, you can call me brother too. I'm 27 years old this year. I see. You look much younger than your age. I often hear the same thing. Sorry, Brother Hun Sung. Oh no, it's okay. If you get called away, you can go with her. I also want to match you with someone else, but she's the only one at level 100 or below. If she's below level 100, then my stats have already surpassed those of a level 200 player. Even going alone wouldn't be a problem. This is your spot. If you don't have a mission, you can relax, read a book, or do whatever you want. I guess I slept a bit too much, maybe around 4 o'clock. On the surface, it doesn't look like much, but it seems like they put quite some effort into it. Maybe I should sign up for the night shift and just sleep here. Move out, please follow me. We received a report that a monster beyond the dungeon level has appeared, but are only the 2 of us on this mission? Just the 2 of us are enough. In the level 60 Horned Turtle dungeon, a level 70 to 80 monster appeared, and it was a wolf. We haven't had any casualties yet, but that's just for now. We usually receive reports from dungeons around level 50. Players who reach level 50 first will become security guards for lower level areas, but dungeons above level 50 usually don't have security personnel. The problem is that players have become accustomed to being protected, so if something happens and there are no security guards, they will lose the ability to handle the situation. Why do you look so happy? We'll get paid extra if we're called out. Anyway, I have to do the mission, so getting extra pay is always better. Then Brother Zheng and X-Rang went to the cursed dungeon. X-Rang begins to activate her special ability. She can transform into a beast and gain the predatory traits of a wild animal. Are you turning into a cat girl? Not a cat, but a snow leopard. Really? Sorry, I thought you were joking. If you're slow, I'll leave you behind. She's really fast, using all 4 paws. The snow leopard's sense of smell is extremely sharp. Before long, Shu Rang found the location of the wolf man. I didn't expect that with just one punch, she could easily take down the wolf. Her speed was so fast that Huin Sung couldn't even see it. Su Jiang told Huin Sung that the hunt is not over yet because she has scented more than one wolf. The one that just died seems to have called its companions. Does this kind of thing happen often? No, but sometimes it does. When this happens, the name and level of the dungeon will change. First, let's deal with this bunch and then report later.
Over here, Huin Sung has finished off the Wolf Gang, but Shu Rang's opponent is the Wolf King. She's no match for it and has been bitten on the neck.
When Huin Sung arrived, Shu Rang was already seriously injured and bleeding heavily. He quickly used a healing skill to stop her bleeding. At this moment, the Wolf King suddenly appeared from behind to ambush Huin Sung, but was cut off by his sword, severing its claws. You could have taken the upper hand from the start, but you waited for me to join the fight. You called your minions to buy time, didn't you? I'll take each of you down one by one. Then, Huin Sung used all his skills at once. All the wolves were pierced through their bodies by magic arrows except for the Wolf King because of its very fast speed. Nice dodge. You're much stronger than the others. Now let's see if you can avoid this rare skill. The Wolf King tried to escape but was trapped by Huin Sung with the Ice Wall skill. And in the end, it was defeated. Let's see what the Wolf King drops. What is this? A rare level Wolf King's heart that can transform into the Wolf King within 60 minutes. During the transformation, agility and stamina stats will increase by 30%. But after it ends, those stats will permanently decrease by 10%, which is pretty sad. First, we need to get Shu Rang back. I heard she was bitten by the Wolf King. Is she okay? All the other injuries have healed, but to be safe, I think it's better to take her to the hospital. Thank you. If it weren't for Brother Sheng being there, it would have been a disaster. I'm also a team member, so this is just what I should do. The next day, Shu Jiang's wounds had healed. Thank you, Huin Sung, for saving me. It's nothing. After all, we're colleagues. At first, I thought Hui Deng was some rich young master. Not many people hunt with rare items. Actually, I was the one doing manual labor until I awakened. It seems like your financial situation isn't very good. My father isn't feeling well, so he has to stay in the hospital all the time. My family has to do a lot of work to pay the medical bills. Actually, my superior has an unofficial order to take good care of Brother Sung. Is that true? So I thought you were a rich young master. It seems I've been mistaken for a spoiled brat since birth. It seems like Shin Yun A is paying too much attention to me. Do you know Captain Shin Yun A? That's right. She's the one who recruited me here. It seems you're the most promising rookie here. If the captain is the one who recruited you, I will go deliver the documents before going to sleep. Brother Sung, I am truly sorry. I was rude to you because of my foolish misunderstanding. I can say that I judged you incorrectly because of the person I met when we were sent out. Did something happen before? The son of a senior manager once took a risk, putting the team members in danger, but he wasn't punished while the team members had to bear the consequences. Choi Huin Sung seems hesitant to start the story. I'm afraid this might be a bit awkward for her because it's a question related to Shu Yan's skills. Contrary to his worry, Lu Yang smiled comfortably and said she was used to questions like that. She didn't hesitate to reveal that she could transform into a VIP cat. Su Yang explains that this is an activation skill that allows her to transform into a snow leopard to greatly enhance her strength, agility, and stamina. While she excitedly shares, Huin Sung quietly analyzes in his mind that with balanced offense and defense, she can effectively take on both a secondary protector and a main damage dealer role. However, her critical weakness lies in her low magic and mental strength, making her vulnerable to magical attacks. Seeing Shu Wai casually reveal all her secrets, Huin Sung couldn't help but think that she really didn't need to disclose so much important information. A week later, Huin Sung's life went by in an unusually peaceful manner. Lying on his bed, he told himself that everything was still under control and nothing had gone wrong. Although the first day featured a dramatic encounter with monsters, everything since then has been surprisingly peaceful. Despite his reputation taking a hit, his battery and electronic goods business has been thriving. With a steady income, Huin Sung started considering buying an additional hero-level skill soon. Feeling a bit bored, he stretched and stood up, deciding to go hunting for both fun and to earn more points. As soon as he stepped outside, a man in a suit approached and asked, "Hello, can I see your player ID?" Huin Sung quickly responded and started searching his pocket for the documents. Huin Sung calmly pulled out his card and handed it over. As soon as the man in the vest saw the card, his face instantly paled and sweat dripped down from his forehead in shock. The association's inspection team? His attitude suddenly changed 180 degrees and he hurriedly bowed deeply in respect. "I hope you have a great hunting trip." Huin Sung just nods briefly in response. "Yes, you've worked hard." Deep inside a dark cave, Huin Sung faces a herd of horned monsters surrounding him. Without hesitation, he raised his hand forward and activated the skill Firestorm. A massive blast of fire erupts from his hand, forming a whirlwind of flames that clears everything in sight. Standing amidst the ashes, Hui Sung looks at his shield and nods in satisfaction. Puin's gear really is different. It feels so satisfying to fight with. He realizes that combining this skill with the rare shield creates an extremely impressive effect. Even in mid-level areas, it's still a bit blurry, but in low-level zones like this, it's basically a cheat skill. Lost in thought, he was suddenly ambushed from behind. While he was still stunned by the surprise attack, a mysterious figure in a hooded cloak smiled smugly, sensing the alertness. Huin Dong, clutching his wound, turned to question, "Who are you?" "Just minding my own business when I get asked about it." The stranger still keeps a mysterious smile. "Don't you recognize my face? Or is that even possible?" He drew out his bloodstained sword and said, "Do you want to know who I am?" "Well, it's better to know who will kill you, isn't it? I am Dong Sung Yu. Until recently, I was still the vice chairman of the SCU Association. Just consider it me being a little angry. Among those who caused me to end up like this, the only person I can take revenge on is Choi Huin Sung." Huin Sung angrily shouted, "If you touch me, you won't get away with it according to the law." Dong Sung Yu coldly approached, sword in hand. "Shouting until you're a horse here is useless." Dong Sung Yu reveals he had prepared sound and sight blocking items in advance for his plan. He smugly pointed at the armor he was wearing and asked, "Do I look like a high-level player to you?" With a sinister expression, he laughed and said he looked no different from a novice, not even reaching level 50. Choi Huin Sung's sweat drops as he realizes the terrifying truth behind that disguise. Dong Sung Yu calmly admits to forging official documents, but he doesn't care because he plans to leave the country today. He hands over a passport, planning to live under a new name abroad. Dong Sung Yu coldly reveals a sinister plot, saying, "I plan to wipe out your entire family just for fun, like a bunch of overzealous bodyguards. I want you to experience the pain of losing what you cherish most, just like I did." But he seemed regretful, because your family was well protected with a strict guard detail. This crazy bastard sneered, thinking that killing your family after easily overcoming the guards would make escaping Korea more difficult, so he targeted you the moment you entered the dungeon. As long as the corpse is disposed of properly, he can hide this disappearance for a few days to buy time to escape. Seeing Huin Sung's wound closing, Dong Sung Yu quietly remarked, "Wow, the wound is healing quickly. It seems you've learned a pretty good skill." Huin Sung was caught off guard when his true intentions were seen through, and he sneered maliciously, admitting he knew he was just stalling to let his wounds heal. Dong Sung Yu retorted with contempt, "But do you really think that a fully healed wound can make you win against me?" he said coldly, brandishing his bloodstained sword. "Die already." Huin Sung was thrown back and cried out in pain. Kut watches the opponent from afar, while Dong Sung Yu still wears a smug smile. "Impressive, I didn't expect you to withstand its attack." Dong Sung Yu slightly smirked and coldly declared that, to prevent the opponent from healing the wound like that, he had already planned to completely cut off his left arm. Cornered, Choi Hui Sung knelt down amidst the mysterious black aura, immediately activating a special item shaped like a beating heart. Seeing this, Dong Sung Yu appeared quite surprised. "Wow, so there's even a fancy transformation skill?" Immediately, a giant entity begins to appear, making him look tiny under the immense pressure. Looking at the fierce wolf head growling in front of him, Dong Sung Yu calmly remarked, "Your stats must have increased significantly, huh? Still checking your stats while fighting." The beast stomps the ground fiercely and charges at the opponent at incredible speed, gathering energy into its palm to form a blazing fireball, then hurls it forcefully toward him. A massive explosion erupts, clearing a large area in the dungeon and filling the air with thick dust and smoke. But Dong Sung Yu quickly dodges, closes in, and suddenly leaps onto the beast's back. He raised his bloodstained sword, a cruel smile on his face, then asked sharply, "Do you think you can escape?" His eyes flashed with murderous intent as the sharp blade was fully under his control. Dong Sung Yu lunges forward, swings his sword to slash the monster's back, causing it pain. He flips backward, growling fiercely in wolf form, flames erupting in his palm as the beast roars loudly and hurls a fireball at his opponent. However, Dong Sung Yu remains calm as he uses his sword to block the flames, undeterred by the beast's strength. The monster charges wildly, but Dong Sung Yu easily deflects its deadly strikes. He slightly smirked with confidence, his face calm, asserting that this battle was completely under control. Whether transforming into a wolf or a dragon, it's all the same. As the wolf began to show signs of exhaustion and tension, Dong Sung Yu suddenly unleashed a series of sharp, cold sword strikes that caught the opponent off guard and pushed them back repeatedly. The beast howled in pain before being knocked into the cliff face, creating a deep crater. From afar, Dong Sung Yu sarcastically praised, "Truly impressive." He stepped closer and asked sharply, "But hey, do you know what my nickname is?" While the beast was still stunned, a blazing blue lightning began to envelop his body and sword. His eyes turned colder than ever as he confidently declared that it was the Thunder Sword, a massive surge of electric energy bursting from his hand, striking down the beast with terrifying power. The wolf howled in pain as it was overwhelmed by the electric current. As the smoke cleared, Dong Sung Yu casually slung his sword over his shoulder and looked at the defeated opponent with a hint of regret. What a waste. He sighed, looked down at his opponent, and said, "If you had obeyed me back then, you would have been highly valued." Watching the powerful creature gradually weaken, he muttered that with this strength, even spending hundreds of billions would be completely worth it. Dong Sung Yu delivered a powerful electric strike, causing the beast to roar in pain before collapsing to the ground. He stepped closer, sat down beside him, and asked with a calculating tone, "Hurry up and spit out that game hacking code." He smiled and hinted that if he didn't want to, just revealing the secret to help him become strong quickly would also be fine. Despite the wounds, the beast still growled with fierce resentment. "Stop talking nonsense!" Dong Sung-yu immediately pointed his sword straight at the opponent's eyes to threaten him. "If you agree to tell the truth, I will spare your life." The response is utter contempt. "You think I will believe your words?" He casually slung the sword over his shoulder, admitting that even he himself found it hard to believe. However, he made a terrifying offer. "I can give you a peaceful death. This is my honest word. You can trust me." His eyes grew colder. Then suddenly he swung his sword and stabbed fiercely, causing the beast to scream in unbearable pain. A series of wounds are inflicted, turning the scene into a massacre. Dong Sung-yu calmly explains, "Healing quickly just means I can keep torturing you longer." He coldly explains that the victim must fully feel the pain while the torturer faces no pressure at all, especially for someone just starting out like him. The bone-deep pain makes Choi Hoon-sung start to waver. He quietly wonders whether he should reveal the existence of his only skill to save his life. But he immediately realized that the person in front of him was just trash, and that his visit here was not simply for revenge. The beast, gathering its remaining strength, roars defiantly, "Let me go. I will never say a word." He grabs the creature's head and coldly confirms that the opponent would rather die than do anything beneficial for him. Dong Sung-yu coldly declares, "I also need time to deal with the body, so, as you said, I will send you off neatly right here." He swung his shining sword and struck the monster lying still, then calmly turned his back and walked away, muttering to himself, "I need to gather the other pieces now." Suddenly, a strange pitch-black hand pierced through Dong Sung-yu's chest from behind. He exclaimed in shock, "Huh?" Seeing the bloodied hand embedded in his chest, he couldn't believe his eyes. "What the hell is this?" Dong Sung-yu collapses to the ground, completely unable to resist the deadly surprise attack. The monster rises powerfully, its breath exuding an overwhelming dominance. Meanwhile, Dong Sung-yu was lying weakly in a pool of blood, his eyes full of hatred as he looked at his opponent. "Hey, why doesn't the script match earlier?" He gradually lost consciousness as the figure of the monster still stood tall in the distance. Dong Sung-yu finally took his last breath with a large hole in his chest, gradually returning to his human form, sitting down on the ground and letting out a relieved sigh. "I'm alive. The protagonist's glow is too dazzling. I am still in shock that my body can still move after being stabbed in the neck while in beast form." Touching the wound, Huidong ponders silently. But what should I do with Dong Sung-yu's body? He realized he absolutely could not let this get out. Reporting to the Player Association was too risky. Hoon-sung quietly analyzed that if everyone knew someone at his level could defeat a boss like Dong Sung-yu, they would surely doubt his true abilities. He stepped closer to the corpse and whispered to himself, "There's no need to reveal my secret." Hoon-sung raises his hand, activating the fireball skill. A blazing flame erupts in his palm, ready to burn away all traces at the scene. Amidst the desolation, Dong Sung-yu's armor and sword are reduced to scattered fragments on the ground. His body gradually disintegrates into dust, leaving a terrifyingly silent space. Choi Hoon-sung stands motionless, observing the wreckage, when suddenly he notices a strange blue light emanating from the debris. He was stunned and exclaimed. A shimmering skill card appeared out of nowhere, making him wonder, isn't this something only monsters can do? That is the item dropped after the enemy was defeated. Brother Sung approached and took in his hand a skill book called the Breath of Lightning. A system notification appears detailing that it is an active hero-level skill book, which creates a powerful electric shield around the user, enhances all attacks with lightning power, and paralyzes enemies without a cooldown. Seeing the reward in front of him, Hoon-sung smiled slightly with satisfaction. Oh, when faced with the system's confirmation about whether to acquire the Breath of Thunder skill, he didn't hesitate at all and confidently agreed. Free and high quality, why not take it? As soon as his finger touched the control panel, a blazing blue lightning surged and enveloped his entire body. Hoon-sung loudly shouted Breath of Thunder. To test his new power, he continued to activate it. A blazing energy sphere filled with crackling lightning appeared in his palm. As soon as it was launched, it caused a deafening explosion, destroying an entire space in blinding blue light. Hoon-sung stared in awe at his hands still crackling with sparks and exclaimed, "Isn't this just amazing?" He realized that the level of his skills had now completely changed. Curious about his own progress, he opened the status window to check. Here, Choi Hoo-young's name appears with level 1, but his strength, agility, and magic stats all exceed 200 along with his new title of the First Rebel. The system recognizes that he single-handedly defeated a player 100 levels above him and congratulates the level 1 superhuman for taking down a 200-year-old ancestor. The reward also included upgrading the title of the First Rebel to higher ranks. Brother Zheng was surprised to realize that the system also applied this rule to players. Looking at the lightning surrounding his hand, he wondered if he could beat Dong Sung-yu now. The image of that bastard with the cruel smile pushing him to the brink flashes in his mind. He once coldly declared, "I will send you off so your debts are lighter. It won't hurt at all." Brother Dung grits his teeth and tells himself he must become even stronger. But his eyes shone brightly in the electric aura, and he realized a critical weakness. In his lightning breath state, he should limit the use of long-range skills. Using too much mana forces him to be more careful in battle. A month later, in the bustling city of Sinchon, Hui Shung is relaxing in his apartment. He propped his chin and pondered. In front of him was the shop interface with two extremely attractive hero-grade passive skills, Wild Instinct and Blood Absorption Attack. Brother Ban Quan wondered which one to buy among these two. He really wanted to own both to increase his power, but in reality, it was not that simple. Rich and stylish really exists, guys. Brother Sung is sweating bullets, his face showing clear signs of tension. Not enough points, he couldn't help but feel dizzy from miscalculating. A total of 600 billion points? With heavy steps on the floor, he decided to put everything aside and just think about tomorrow before making any decisions. He turned off the TV, lay down on the bed, and tiredly looked at his phone, telling himself he needed rest since this was the only day off of the week. Hun Sung lies back on the large bed, enjoying a rare moment of relaxation beside a bag of snacks. On the TV screen, a handsome male lead is confessing his love. I like you, let's go on a date. Then followed an intense battle scene with fiery sword clashes. The male lead shouted, "Get out of the way! I have to save them now." Choi Hun Sung lay on his pillow, watching the film and attentively following the intense scene where another character intervenes. "No, Chief Gil, if you go in, everyone will die." Hun Sung reached for a potato chip, quietly realizing that this is the hit 20th anniversary TV drama about the Great Transformation. He realized the film crew had really gone all out by dressing the actors in rare equipment for the shoot. As he watched the scenes depicting the past, Hun Sung sighed softly, recalling the hardships he faced that day. On the 20th anniversary of the Great Transformation, the world was anxious and worried about whether another disaster would occur. But just like 10 years ago, nothing extraordinary happened. Maybe just a few reporters spreading false rumors about the dungeons gradually disappearing, causing the online community to stir and discuss. Let's return to the main character, who is quietly sobbing. "My love," Chief Hun Sung feels goosebumps all over. He leans in close because of the cheesy dialogue from the movie. He turned off the TV and lay down on the bed, his eyes filled with passionate thoughts. Hung Hundung rolled back and forth on the bed, still with a headache, unsure which skill point to use among the tempting options. Suddenly, a powerful shock made the room shake with a dull rumbling. He sat up alertly and asked, "What was that?" Then, a loud explosion rang out along with a woman's scream from outside. "Ah!" Hun Sung quickly jumps out of bed, wondering if an earthquake just happened. Outside the window, dust and debris from the building start falling all around. Amid the panicked crowd fleeing on the street, a terrified shout rings out. The monster is here, its sharp threatening teeth making everyone around scream in despair. Two giant creatures carrying enormous logs begin to march through the city, turning the bustling area into a chaotic battlefield. Choi Hun Sung grits his teeth in anger. "Damn it!" He immediately breaks the building's window, plunges down from above with his hand blazing with the fire of battle, as a girl screams in despair below on the street. When caught by a ferocious beast, Hun Sung immediately appeared like a god, wielding his sharp sword to cut down the monster and rescue the victim. The surrounding crowd screamed in panic and fled chaotically, creating a chaotic scene. Hun Sung's eyes turn cold. He concentrates all his strength and activates his skill. A storm of fire, a giant column of flames erupts, destroying everything on the street and leaving a pile of wreckage after the explosion. Looking at the scene, he sighs anxiously. Hitting is easy, but he's just worried about roasting the customers. The crazed mob rushes in to attack, capturing innocent civilians trying to escape. Hun Sung grits his teeth, his face full of tension. What should we do? Just as a couple is about to be killed by monsters, a warrior in a red cloak suddenly appears, wielding a sword to save them just in time. Far away, other groups of players and mage forces have also joined the battle to repel the attack. The red-hooded warrior turned to shout loudly at Hun Sung, suggesting he take the easy win and let him carry the tough one. Hun Sung quickly replied with a thank you, then received a resolute response. "It's nothing." Just then, the alarm siren began to blare loudly across the sky. On the large screens in the middle of the street, an emergency announcement is broadcast, declaring martial law has been imposed. The army with heavy weapons immediately moves into the area to control the situation. A man in a powerful suit appears on national television, confidently announcing to all players across the country that the emergency mobilization order is now in effect. And Choi Hun Sung listened silently to the announcement. He clenched his weapon tightly and fixed his gaze on the skyscraper where the monsters were pouring out, quickly answering his phone amid the blaring alarm echoing through the ruined city. "Yes, this is Choi Hun Sung. The urgent voice on the other end is Shinjun A. This is Shinjun A. Where are you?" Standing in front of the red toxic dungeon entrance near Shinchan Station with a blazing fire in your hand, calmly reporting that a portal suddenly opened, causing the monsters to pour out and attack. When asked about the current situation and the level of the enemies, Hun Sung said, luckily, they are only low level, and he's working with other players to clear the area. Seeing his capability, Jun A immediately gave an order. "I will appoint you as temporary commander. Once the cleanup is complete, lead the players to the southern area." She explained that a portal was also appearing there, and they were severely short-staffed to deal with it, and Hun Sung, after swiftly slashing down an enemy, simply responded, "I understand." The good news came unexpectedly when Jun A announced, "Everyone is safe, so just enjoy the city to the fullest." She said they have been safely evacuated to the underground bunker with the residents, helping him fully release the burden on his mind to focus on fighting. Brother Sung smiled lightly and replied, "Thank you for your concern." However, seeing the increasingly complex scale of the attack, Brother Sung realized he needed more power and could no longer delay. He whispered to himself that there was no more time to hesitate. He immediately opened the shop interface and decided to spend nearly 30 billion points to buy the hero-level passive skill book called Blood Absorption Technique. This is an extremely powerful skill that converts magic energy into the shadow attribute, increasing attack power and especially the ability to restore vitality by absorbing the blood of enemies. As soon as the system confirmed the skill was absorbed, a new wave of power began to flow through the body. Hunsung slightly smirked with confidence. Alright, I need to clean up quickly and then move on. Immediately after Choi Hunsung snaps his fingers, he activates his Wall of Fire skill. A giant column of flames erupts in the middle of the street, burning the monsters with screams of agony. Standing before the blazing fire, Hunsung calmly surveys the scene, which has been cleared, and prepares to move on. Now, let's get started. He confidently announced through the loudspeaker, I am from the Players Association. Alright, everyone gather around and listen to the leader's instructions for farming. Amid the chaos of the street, other hunters began to stop communicating to listen to the call. Watching the crowd pouring in, Hunsung pondered silently, thinking leading this bunch into battle must be a headache. He quickly assigned the task to the hunting team. We will leave a few people here. The remaining team immediately headed to the Namyang area. Since the designated zone has been mostly cleared, he only asked those staying behind to carefully watch the entrance to the portal. At that moment, an orange-haired hunter raised his hand to ask for instructions. I have a question. How many space gates have appeared so far? Zung replied frankly, the news is true. The whole country is turning into a giant dungeon. This information caused those around to feel anxious and worried. Meanwhile, in the nearby area of Jinamyan, the situation is becoming extremely dire with tall buildings heavily damaged under the dark night sky. The ferocious monsters pour out to attack civilians, filling the scene with screams of despair. Innocent people are repeatedly injured by the monster's claws, unable to resist anymore. The monster roared fiercely and charged forward. Amidst the rubble, an old hunter with a large axe was struggling in a life-and-death battle. Despite his severe injuries and exhausted breath, he still forced himself to deliver the final blow to the enemy. The warrior gasped heavily. Whew! He looked at the bloody scene and cursed bitterly. Damn it, the lizard people in the distance still have their weapons ready to kill any survivors. The two female hunters nearby can't help but tremble, one sighing in despair. Ha! When will the reinforcements finally arrive? Waiting for reinforcements like waiting for a lover? At that moment, a massive burst of fire suddenly swept across the space, causing the monsters to scream in agony as they were completely burned by the flames. A hand confidently raises and unleashes a wall of fire as a reassuring voice speaks. Are you two alright? Brother Choi Hunsung and his hunting team arrived just in time, confidently declaring, We are here to support. Seeing his presence, the exhausted players cheered in joy. Oh, reinforcements have arrived. The situation is quite serious. Since there are no dungeons nearby, the number of players participating in the battle here is very limited. Looking down at the demon hunters gathered below, Hunsung coldly gives the order. And with his teammates' agreement, he concentrates his power, unleashing a blazing energy wave that surrounds the entire group as the monsters roar and charge forward. Choi Hunsung exclaimed in surprise, Whoa, I thought it was a boss. Turns out it's just a guard. A giant monster with grayish-blue skin, wielding a spear and shield, is slowly approaching him. Sensing the threat, Hunsung silently thinks, I must deal with this quickly. He immediately summons a blazing stream of energy in his hand, forming a sword of light. The two clash fiercely, with Hunsung's blade striking directly against the opponent's shield. Taking advantage of the recoil, he quickly dodged behind to find an opening. Landing on a nearby ledge, he quietly assessed it. It's not that strong after all. To prevent the enemy from reacting, he charged down at an incredible speed, and in the blink of an eye, the head of the demon god was severed from its neck. Hunsung stood firm beside the fallen body. Suddenly, a piercing scream rings out, making him instantly alert. Hunsung turns to look at his two comrades behind him and asks, What's going on? Seeing the monsters rushing toward him, he was stunned to realize that with such a large number of ordinary soldiers, his arm would get tired. In front of him was an army of fierce and savage human demons ready for battle. Without hesitation, he activated his wide area skill Firestorm. Huge columns of fire burst forth, sweeping away everything in their path and burning the monsters with screams of agony. Observing those still standing firm, Huisung frowned, their fire resistance really high. Right behind them, a mysterious purple portal radiates dark energy as it prepares to attack. He suddenly hesitated. Hunsung recognizes a strange weapon rushing toward him, a peculiar spear. Immediately, the monster seized the opportunity to rush in, clinging tightly to him and howling fiercely. Cornered, he gritted his teeth in anger and broke free, his newly bought shirt now torn apart. Before he could escape, Huindung was stunned to see shining spears aimed directly at him. A blinding explosion erupted, completely engulfing his position in a wave of white energy. Choi Hunsung braced himself, grinding his teeth in pain as he shouted, Crack! Just regaining his balance, he was stunned to realize a huge pressure was weighing down on him. What is this? In front of him now stands Lazar Mankin with a guardian-like body, dark green skin and bulging muscles, a towering monster wielding a giant trident full of menace. Looking into its cold, sharp eyes and pointed teeth, Hun-dung quietly concluded that this must be the king of the divine humans. The shield in his hand dropped to the ground after the impact, but he remained undaunted, and Choi Hun-sung immediately drew his black sword, his eyes showing clear determination. From above, bright white spear tips begin to fall like rain. Lazar Mankin stands tall in the night sky, surrounded by deadly energy streams ready to explode. A spear of light tears through space and rushes straight at Hun-sung at terrifying speed. He quickly flips backward to dodge, but the powerful shockwave still knocks him back and causes him to fall to the ground. Immediately, the two divine subordinates seize the opportunity to attack. He shouted loudly, summoning a blazing shield of fire to create a fiery barrier to withstand the pressure from the opponent. With a cold gaze, Huin-sung leaps into the air, gathering a giant fireball in his hand, then charges straight at the head of the monster boss. Facing the direct attack, Lazar Man tilts his head back and roars a deafening, earth-shaking cry. How can there be breath from this distance? Choi Hun-sung was stunned as a huge wave of energy suddenly swept through, leaving a trail of devastating destruction on the ground. Seeing the dire situation, Yen clenched his teeth with determination. Oh no! This battle will drain the battery, but I'm going all in. Immediately, he activates his ultimate skill, the Breath of Lightning, enveloping Hun-sung in a blazing blue electric aura, his eyes flashing with powerful sparks ready for a counterattack. Below, the army of demonic humans rushes forward with savage screams. Watching the other players struggle to fend off the enemy's claws, Hun-sung silently vowed to hold on. He realized that besides himself, no other player currently had the strength to deal with even these ordinary monsters. If we don't stop it right here, everything will be completely destroyed. Instead of being afraid, he let out a faint sigh of relief. Luckily, he felt relieved because the monsters had all focused on him instead of attacking weaker players. Sparks of electricity flickered on his sharp sword as Hun-sung swiftly dodged the heavy sword strikes coming from all directions. A massive electric explosion erupts, instantly wiping out the surrounding divine beings. Amidst the blinding lightning, Hun-sung's gaze remains calm and cold as he watches the enemies turn to dust. The monsters howled in pain as they were overwhelmed by the electric current and could no longer resist. Without giving them a chance to react, he swung a powerful strike, ending all the enemies around him with absolute thunderous force. An hour later, the battlefield fell into an eerily quiet silence as the other players, exhausted and covered in sweat after the intense and prolonged battle. Choi Hun-sung walks leisurely, observing the fallen monsters, then turns to the last opponent and coldly declares, "You're the only one left now." Hun-sung is enveloped in a blazing blue electric aura, and he confidently says, "This will end quickly." The monster roared wildly and charged, but Hui-sung moved faster than lightning, delivering a deadly strike that wounded the enemy badly. Holding his fully charged sword confidently, he declared that a one-on-one fight would be over in an instant. With incredible speed, Hui-sung closed in and dodged Lizard Man King's attack by a hair's breadth. A powerful slash left the Lizard King no time to react, and the scene turned tragic as the opponent collapsed to the ground instantly. Standing amidst the rubble, Hui-sung gasps heavily after exhausting all his strength for the finishing blow. He slumps down in the ruined city streets, looks around, and silently assesses. Things aren't too bad. Even though he's exhausted, he still hopes for a worthy reward, wishing something good will come out of it. Immediately, a brilliant blue light bursts from the void, making him gasp in excitement. Another new game hacking skill is coming. A mysterious skill book appears amidst the sparkling lights right in front of him. Brother Shung picks up the book and realizes it's a rare grade. The system shows that this is the White God King's Cold Breath skill book, allowing the user to consume mana to unleash a powerful cold breath. Without hesitation, he looks deeply into the book and decides to learn it. After learning the new skill, he takes a moment to rest alongside the other survivors in the ruined neighborhood. Brother Shung feels a noticeable recovery, and a short rest helps his stamina and magic return. Suddenly, sharp black mist flew in from afar. He looked up alertly as a strange sound echoed right above his head. The machine gun still billows smoke after the fierce raid. The soldiers in makeshift uniforms quickly report via radio that the area has been cleared. The Namyang area has been cleared. His face relaxes into a gentle smile. Wow! Hun-sung stands silently, gazing at the ruined buildings. As fighter jets roared across the sky, he thought to himself that perhaps the mission had succeeded. 3 days later, the world was shrouded in a gloomy atmosphere. Due to the impact of the Second Great Transformation, the global economy has fallen into a temporary paralysis. Things that were once taken for granted like electricity, oil, gas, food, and clean water suddenly became severely scarce. In South Korea, the government has ordered residents to evacuate from small towns to major cities to establish defensive lines. This measure aims to minimize the area that needs protection and reduce casualties. However, this approach led to the complete paralysis of the logistics and distribution systems. In the face of shortages of food and drinking water, industrial production could no longer proceed normally. Defense is good, but the stomach is hungry. Standing alone in the quiet park, Hun-sung checks the system interface and realizes that customers are like a swarm of ants. Now there are no more power banks left on the table. He gazed silently at the virtual screen, his face showing clear worry. With no supplies, business cannot continue. His eyes narrowed with a calculation. At this rate, it will be very difficult to become stronger through point accumulation in the near future. The loudspeaker from the streetlight started to crackle, urging him to act and move actively. Winsung walks forward with determination, setting a goal for himself to overcome this second great transformation as quickly as possible. Bright blue currents of electricity begin to gather and envelop him, signaling a new and arduous journey ahead as a military helicopter flies over the city, shrouded in smoke and fire. Inside the cockpit, a clear announcement echoes. We've arrived at the scene. Choi Hoon-sung quietly stands by the window, observing the chaotic scene below. From above, a massive green energy blaze is burning right in the middle of the road, surrounded by monsters wielding weapons. Inside the plane, the fully equipped warriors are ready for the upcoming battle. Brother Zheng turns to ask for a final confirmation. Everyone knows their assigned area, right? The other players respond confidently in unison. Of course. Immediately after, the helicopter began to descend, the landing gear hitting the ground amidst thick dust and smoke. Standing at the open hatch, Hui-sung looked down at the battlefield and instructed, I will hand over command to the team leaders. Receiving a decisive yes from his comrades, he slightly smirked with a confident smile. Then his eyes turned cold as he looked straight at the monsters below. You guys take the stairs later. I prefer to jump directly for the thrill. Immediately, Hoon-sung lunged out of the helicopter, free-falling through the sunny sky as the wind howled past his ears and he approached the ground at a terrifying speed. As soon as he reached the target, he shouted loudly, Firewall! A huge pillar of flames erupted, burning down a busy street. The zombies screamed in agony. There, as they were burned by the flames, their fierce faces now only showed utter terror before the overwhelming power. The zombies were thrown far away by the shockwave of the explosion. Hoon-sung moved like lightning, swinging his sharp sword in powerful consecutive strikes. Behind him, other hunters also joined the fight, coordinating smoothly to repel the attack. Other groups of players are also quickly moving into position to encircle the monsters. Standing amidst the chaotic battlefield with fallen enemies, Choi Hoon-sung calmly sheaths his sword. He looked around and muttered softly, Finished cleaning up, time to go collect my reward. Wait a minute. A piercing scream echoes as the giant foot of a strange creature stomps down on the road. A fierce troll with blazing eyes roars menacingly through the dust. However, instead of attacking, the monsters all turned around and fled desperately. Choi Hoon stared in shock and exclaimed, Huh! He squints and observes the backs of the fleeing tro, noticing that something is very strange. What is this? The monster's face now shows pure terror, sweat pouring down as if it's fleeing from something even more terrifying than death. Standing in the middle of the street, Hoon-sung watched the monsters and muttered, What is this? He couldn't help but wonder as the normally aggressive tro chose to flee immediately after being attacked. These fierce tro are running away again after being attacked? Despite many doubts, he quickly decided he couldn't let them escape. Hoon-sung immediately activates his skill, the Breath of Lightning, with brilliant blue sparks enveloping his body in an instant. Not stopping there, he continues to wield the fire spear with a confident smile. Hoon-sung casually remarks, This makes it even easier. He stomps hard on the ground and charges forward at incredible speed. Hoon-sung closes in on the target, delivering a powerful strike that causes a deafening explosion right on the giant tro's back. He continued to glide through the battlefield, sparks crackling on his fingertips as a blazing fireball shot out from his hand, piercing through enemies and forming a towering column of fire that consumed everything around him. The dust and sparks gradually fade away into the blue sky as Brother Shung calmly raises his hand and mutters to count the enemies he has defeated. Are there any more of you? I look around at the ruined battlefield and wonder. Is this the last one? In front of you, the lower body of a monster still smokes and is charred from electric shocks. Choi Hoon-sung gazed ahead with a cold, sharp look and muttered in confusion. What is that? A deep, guttural growl echoes. Then suddenly, a dark blue arm with tough scales and sharp claws appeared out of nowhere. Bang Huang looked at the creature before him and wondered why that thing was here. A pair of fierce yellow eyes flickered past. It is a creature with a minimum level of 350 and can surpass level 400. It rears its head and roars thunderously, shaking the entire surrounding space. A giant monster with bulging muscles appears right in the bustling city, ready to devour everything in its path. Hoon-sung broke out in a cold sweat, his eyes showing clear amazement. That is the highest level monster currently. In front of him is the hero-class monster called Blue Drake. Standing before this towering creature, Choi Hui-sung appears tiny and goo-doo. Meanwhile, at the command center, a female staff member was diligently typing with a worried expression, hoping everything would end at this level. She quietly analyzed that among the approximately 100,000 players in Korea, only about 5,000 high-level players have completed their 4th class change, while other staff members are also tense as they monitor multiple surveillance screens. They concluded that although the Army's firepower could cover areas where low to mid-level monsters appeared, a bigger problem was emerging. As the number of space gates decreased, high-level monsters appeared more frequently, causing a severe shortage of high-level players. Suddenly, a piercing warning signal blared through the system. A staff member from Hot High reported an emergency. A new portal just opened in the Ji-seun area. The female manager immediately asked what kind of monster it was. The staff hurriedly replied, "We are verifying now." Images of winged creatures soaring in the sky immediately appeared on the screen. The staff member shouted loudly, "A swarm of W has escaped!" The female manager, exhausted, held her head, wondering if all the normal gear was gone, or if everything was just hero equipment. Another staff member quickly asked, "Jiseun area is managed by the Doctor Society, right?" As soon as he received the confirmation, he reported that the scholars urgently requested reinforcements immediately. Since the main forces of the scholars are mainly tanks and melee warriors, they are having a lot of difficulty destroying the W swarm flying overhead. The staff at the center could only anxiously watch as the situation spiraled out of control. At the command center, the female captain urgently asked if it was possible to deploy another nearby guild to Gisun. A staff member quickly reports that the Due guild with main mages is returning in the Gongsan area. Without hesitation, she grips her weapon and orders the Due guild to deploy immediately. At that moment, alarms blared repeatedly, signaling a new portal opening at Dunsan Dongdaedong with the happy swarm pouring out. The situation worsened as OGRES began emerging from the space portal in Busan, spawned by the brain monsters. Another staff member hurriedly approached the female captain and reported that Blue Drake had appeared at the city gate in Osan, Gangji province. Hearing this, she turned pale and wondered if that was the area where Choi Hun-sung was carrying out his mission. The staff confirmed that the first person to report the appearance of Blue Drake was Choi Hun-sung, and he was still continuously sending rescue requests to the center. The female captain's eyes turn cold and determined as she looks at the report in her hand. Standing at the command center, she suddenly makes a decisive decision. "This deal is too rotten. Let's withdraw to ensure our safety." She orders her subordinates to notify all players to immediately retreat from the scene. After receiving confirmation from her staff, the female captain quietly observes the situation with a contemplative expression. Choi Hun-sung pushes himself to the limit to escape, his rapid breathing mixed with anxiety. When will the rescue arrive? Waiting for backup, but getting bombed instead. His eyes tense and sweat streaming down his face as a cold announcement sounded from the communication device. "From this moment on, all ongoing operations in Oan City are cancelled," Hun-sung exclaimed in shock. "Huh?" At that moment, a giant building suddenly was thrown into the air like a toy. Amid the chaos of the streets, an urgent evacuation order was issued, instructing everyone to leave the scene as quickly as possible. Hun-sung was running and shouting into the radio in anger. "No, but the situation is not something we can retreat from easily." Behind him, a skyscraper collapses, creating a cloud of dust and debris as a deep growl echoes, revealing Blue Drake's fierce face with blazing yellow eyes. Hun-sung knelt down on the asphalt, a faint smirk on his face showing his unwavering resolve despite the dire situation as the massive blue dragon's foot stomped down just beside him, shattering the ground into 1,000 pieces. Hun-sung quietly stepped inside a building and stood still, looking through the glass door. In front of him now is a huge dark green hide covering the entire sky. He sighed with a look of frustration. Being too handsome is also a curse. It doesn't spare him either. As he was lost in thought, his breath suddenly caught when he sensed something unusual. Just outside the window, Blue Drake's massive head appears, glaring inside with a murderous gaze. Hun-sung can only helplessly smile bitterly. "Ha ha, damn it!" The massive monster right against the glass signals an unavoidable confrontation. Above, giant structures continue to fall. A huge building crashes to the ground with terrifying force, crushing the yellow taxi and turning the neighborhood into a ruined wasteland. The monster Blue Drake roars menacingly. Immediately, Choi Hun unleashes a firestorm skill. A massive explosion of fire engulfs the opponent, standing amidst the smoke and dust. Yen clenches his teeth, determined to strike one more time. The fierce flames engulf the blue dragon, but it still stands tall. Brother Sung quickly flips and retreats from the tall building. Sweat drips down his tense face as he swallows nervously. As soon as he hit the ground, Blue Drake closed in from behind, making him gasp in horror. Too close. He was about to gather mana when giant blocks of ice suddenly sprouted from the ground, destroying the surrounding structures. Brother Sung stared in amazement at the scene before him, huffing. A heavy attack descends, forcing him to dodge at the last moment. Brother Sung collapses to the ground, watching the relentless monster chasing him with curiosity. "Why do you keep tailing me?" His eyes hardened with deadly intent, silently determined. "It's only fighting now, isn't it?" Immediately, he activates the breath of lightning. A blazing blue electric aura envelops his body, as Blue Drake Hun-sung clenches his sword and boldly declares a challenge. Seizing the moment, he dashes forward like a lightning bolt, leaving Blue Drake stunned. However, a strange phenomenon occurred that left him stunned. What is this? Before he could regain his composure, a powerful impact knocked Hun-sung far away. He groaned in pain as he was flung into the middle section. As he was falling freely, his eyes widened in shock. A powerful tail swipe from the blue dragon sent him flying at a terrifying speed. Surprised by the attack, Choi Hun-sung gritted his teeth and cursed. "Damn it! The cold stare of the blue drake is watching every move I make among the wreckage." Shards of debris scatter across the street after the powerful collision. Hun-sung realizes the opponent's defenses are too strong. Its scales are too hard. He stands still in front of the guardian body of the monster, quietly calculating that the only possible weak point is its eyes. Hun-sung's gaze flashes with a sharp, determined look. He takes a run-up and then rushes like a lightning bolt toward the giant blue dragon right in the middle of the road. Hui-sung rushes forward and leaps onto the creature to find an opening. He aims directly at the predetermined target and strikes into its belly. With all his strength, he swung his weapon forcefully at the lower part of the monster within the dazzling electric aura. His face showed intense focus as he carried out the daring close-range attack. Blue! Drake swung its giant tail across the road, forcing Huisheng to jump back to dodge the attack. He landed steadily amidst crackling sparks surrounding his body, staring at the fresh scratch on his thickened skin, and exclaimed in amazement, "What kind of scales are thicker than my ex's face?" The monster growled threateningly, making him break out in a cold sweat with tension. Instantly, it swung its guardian arm to deliver a 1,000 Jin slap directly at him. Huisheng quickly leaps into the air to dodge and mutters to himself, "Wow, so fast." He's midair and suddenly freezes in amazement. Huh! A sudden surge of charged energy erupts violently from the monster. Faced with overwhelming pressure and blinding light, Huisheng clenched his eyes shut and grit his teeth as the tremors radiated outwards. The blue dragon still stood tall amidst the city streets, while consecutive explosions tore apart the ground beneath its feet. Choi Hunsung lies collapsed on the rooftop, his body exhausted as death looms near. Seeing the giant shadow of Blue Drake enveloping him, he can only grit his teeth and bitterly utter, "Damn it!" The monster shows no hesitation. It opens its blood-red mouth wide and swallows him into the dark abyss. He wakes up in a cramped, blood-filled space and realizes he's lying in the monster's throat, with the image of his old father on the hospital bed and loved ones waiting at home flashing through his mind in his last moments. I told myself I can't die like this. What will happen to everyone if I do? With his remaining strength, he clung on tightly to his weapon, determined that if he was going to be swallowed by the dragon's stomach, there would be no way back. Brother Shung summoned all his strength, stabbing his sword deep into the creature's soft flesh to hold his position. In the midst of despair, Brother Sung suddenly froze in amazement. What is this? I realized something strange while immersing myself in the blood of the blue dragon. This dragon blood is even more potent than Hero's elixir. Wounds are healing miraculously. His eyes shine with hope as he realizes this is the chance to turn the tide. Despite the disgust, Hun Sung rushes in to bite and tear, wildly stabbing his weapon into the soft flesh. Meanwhile, at the command center, an atmosphere of shock pervades as the news is received. The female manager, stunned, asks again to confirm if Choi Hun-sung-si has died. The staff member standing opposite silently replied with a heavy expression that they suspected it was so. She angrily questioned how this could happen when she had clearly ordered all players to immediately withdraw from the scene. Another female staff member explained that because Hun Sung was in charge of sealing the space gate, he was the closest person to the Blue Drake. Although he tried to move immediately after hearing the retreat order, the sudden appearance of the hero-class monster probably didn't give him enough time to escape. Damn it! She asked nervously if his family knew about what happened. The staff reported that although the association hadn't officially announced his death since the list of players from the battle was publicly available online, his relatives probably already knew the situation. The female manager sighed helplessly, raising her hand to her forehead to hide her exhaustion and regret. At that moment, inside the monster's body, a sharp attack was launched once again. After a struggle, he was pushed back and rolled around in the tight space of the stomach. Sitting exhausted in his torn clothes, Hun Sung stared in shock at his body, his eyes suddenly flashing as he realized a significant change. He stood up suddenly, a look of excitement on his face. "All right," Hun Sung quietly cheered as he saw the status bar start to stabilize. "Binu is moving now. I even accept the dragon furnace." Seeing the blood flowing all around, he realizes this is an endless resource to sustain life. Because there is so much blood here. Without hesitation, he continued to slash the wall of flesh repeatedly to activate the absorption skill. Feeling the power gradually returning, he softly smiles in satisfaction. Well done. Suddenly, a huge shock caused the surrounding space to shake violently. Huyen Sung stared in surprise and exclaimed, "Oh, look, the dragon has a stomach ache and is rushing around." His whole body was thrown back and slammed into the slippery flesh walls as the monster moved violently. He clenched his teeth in pain and cursed. Damn it! In the face of danger, Hot used all his strength, stabbing his weapon into the flesh wall to keep himself from being thrown off. He hangs suspended inside the monster's belly, his breath short and exhausted. Brother Sung Dam ponders deeply, what on earth is going on here? His eyes show signs of exhaustion but remain alert to the relentless shocks. Meanwhile, outside, the blue drake rampages wildly, crushing the ground beneath its enormous feet. What is this? The hunter accompanying him could only respond in shock. That's right. Lai Su-ai stood still, watching the blue drake exhibit strange behavior. She wondered, is the blue dragon having a sudden stomach ache? The monster roared thunderously and frantically thrashed, causing the surrounding skyscrapers to collapse into a cloud of dust and debris. Duang exclaimed in shock. Wow! Witnessing the scene suddenly turn into a ruined wasteland inside the monster's body, Choi Huin-sung is slipping between the dark flesh walls. He softly exclaims with excitement, "I found it!" Upon discovering the vital target and seeing the numerous scars before him, he confirms that the blood vessels are definitely here. Immediately, Huin Dung activates his fire sword skill and swings the blazing blade to cut through the flesh wall from within. The bone-deep pain made the blue drake scream painfully. Huin Sung held his ground firmly and silently thought, "Good. I can see that the wounds on my body are healing quickly thanks to the abundant blood flowing around." With a triumphant smile, he continued to gather power into his weapon, creating blazing energy circles to prepare for the decisive attack. His steps splash through the thick crimson liquid. In front of Hui Sung now is a massive lump of flesh pulsating with each heartbeat. Without hesitation, he swings his sword and strikes directly into the center of the most vital organ. He tore through the soft flesh of the giant internal organ. Suddenly, all movement stopped, leaving him stunned and exclaiming, "What is this?" Immediately, a series of system windows and notification sounds blared one after another. The passive skill Immortal Book officially upgraded to the hero rank, while the active skill Thunder Breath was also greatly enhanced to hero level. The system notification continues to appear. The Breath of Set has reached the hero level and has been renamed as the Breath of Loi Long. Hun Sung was stunned and couldn't believe his eyes. The new name sounds impressive. From now on, call me Loi Long. I was stunned to receive a series of unbelievable achievements for single-handedly defeating Blue Drake Jettos, a legendary monster with a level over 300 higher than mine. Looking at the wreckage around him, he muttered softly, "I knew it wasn't an ordinary foe after all." Hun Sung looked around as the space gradually grew silent and wondered, is it over now? The system continued to announce that the rare item Bloodthirsty Sword had been successfully restored. Brother Sung exclaimed in surprise, Immediately, this sword has been upgraded to the unique hero rank with a new name, Blood Dragon Sword." Holding the new weapon with a fierce aura, he gently smiles, then suddenly gasps as his eyes widen in amazement when he sees a glowing blue magic book floating in midair. Hun Sung approaches and takes the book called Scale of the Thunder Dragon, a hero rank. This is a passive skill book that enhances physical defense, skill resistance, and electrical attack resistance. He nods in satisfaction. Not bad. With armor this good, who can compete? Standing in front of the system's prompt asking if he wants to learn this skill, Brother Shung confidently smiles and affirms, "Of course I want to learn it." The book immediately glowed brightly and merged into his body. Footsteps echoed on the gravelly asphalt. What on earth happened here? In front of them lies the motionless body of the giant blue drake, and even the accompanying hunter can't help but wonder. Yes, he said that earlier the monster was thrashing wildly on its own, but then its movements gradually slowed down before suddenly collapsing and dying instantly. The hunter stroked his chin, speculating maybe it got sick. A heroic dragon mistaken for a farm chicken. The girl immediately dismissed it, saying she had never heard of a drake dying from illness before. Suddenly, he squinted and looked at the wreckage, then said, "Oh, there's someone." The girl asked in confusion, "What do you mean?" Right where the blue drake just fell, a lone figure gradually appears through the thick dust and smoke, leaving both of them frozen in place with suspicious looks on their faces. In the sky, a military helicopter is gliding through the clouds. Inside the cabin, the hunters are hurriedly adjusting their gear. A member breathes a sigh of relief. "It's done. Let's go home and get some rest, guys." My teammate next to me also agrees that they've never been through such a hectic period before. Sinjun-A firmly holds his weapon, silently believing he is not someone who would die easily. During an emergency meeting, Shinjun-A angrily shouted, "How could they demand compensation for breach of contract from Choi Hun Shunko?" She stood up angrily in front of the high-ranking officials. The man wearing glasses sitting opposite remained cold and indifferent. "Calm down, Captain Shin, trembling," he said coldly and sarcastically. "After all, he's already dead." Sinjun-A clenched her teeth in fury as she heard those callous words, while the official continued to explain that in the current situation of severe losses, cutting costs to the minimum was absolutely necessary. He narrowed his eyes at her and retorted, "Aren't we supposed to minimize expenses as much as possible?" Shinjun-A looked at the official with contempt and asked sharply, "Are you planning to cheat my friend out of his money? Do you want to get punched instead of eating rice?" Facing her fury, he turned pale and stammered, claiming she was overreacting. However, the pressure from Jun-A's deadly aura made the official tremble, sweat pouring down in fear. She glared and questioned whether this was how they handled their work and if, when she was the one lying down, they would act as ruthlessly. Faced with the terrifying threat, the official hurriedly bowed and begged, "Please calm down. I will immediately revoke that decision now." Returning to reality. Jun-A still couldn't believe that a strong player like Hun Sung had fallen in battle against the Blue Dragon. Suddenly, a junior crew member rushes over to report urgent news. The staff member wearing a headset tremblingly announces that Blue Drake has been defeated. This news shocked everyone around. A blonde hunter asked in amazement if it was the work of some janker team. However, everyone agrees that no team currently has the ability to do that. The staff member then reveals a shocking truth. The player who was swallowed by Blue Drake is actually still alive. He attacked from inside and defeated it. The staff member confirmed that he was a member of the association named Choi Huai Sung. Hearing this name, she slightly smirked with a knowing smile. At the same time, in the bustling district, Choi Hun Sung was tiredly pouring water over himself to wash away the dirt. Looking at his reflection, he sighed softly as he saw how truly miserable he looked right now. Choi Hun Sung moved slightly, realizing that the wounds on his body seemed to have completely disappeared. A nearby male hunter approached and handed him a green cloak, saying, "Take this." Almost reviewed the nudity system. Brother Shung accepted it gratefully. "Thanks, I appreciate it. Do you mind if I borrow your phone for a moment? I really want to call my family right now." A female hunter standing nearby quickly took out her phone and handed it to him. "Of course, feel free to borrow it for as long as you need." Hun Sung took the phone, moved to a quiet corner, and started dialing. "Hello? While the two hunters continued to watch silently from afar, Huin-sung choked up as he spoke into the phone. "Mom, it's me, Huin-sung." The other end of the line asked back in surprise. "Is it really you? Are you truly my son, Choi Huin-sung?" "Yes, I am your son." Huin-sung explains that there must have been some kind of misunderstanding because he is still alive and very healthy, but for some reason, his name was listed among the dead. He continues to ask, "Are you still well?" Even his father. All he gets in response is the mother's sobs and choking tears. Huin-sung nervously reassures her, "Don't cry, I just fought a dragon and I'm very healthy, Mom. Your mother still can't believe the truth." She asked again to be sure her son was truly safe and sound. Huin-sung nodded affirmatively, saying yes, that was indeed the case. "You've been eating and sleeping well all this time." Hearing this, his mother choked up and said, "Thank you, my son." Mom is truly grateful that you are still alive, but suddenly reveals a piece of information that makes Huin-sung's eyes widen in shock. "Actually, yesterday the members of the Players Association came to our house. She said they not only paid the full compensation for the fallen, but also the representative led the group to kneel and apologize to the family with deep remorse." Choi Huin-sung's mother tearfully said on the phone, "You don't need to hide anything from me anymore." Behind your sister, she was sitting with her head bowed, trembling and covering her face with emotion. "Go home, son. Money doesn't matter at this point, and I truly thank you for coming back alive." Huin-sung stood silently in the night street, softly ending the call, his face showing deep contemplation after the emotional conversation. He quickly put on a blue cloak and silently walked through the wreckage. Finding a hidden corner to rest, he sat down heavily and let out a long breath. He immediately drew out the new sword to check. First, let's see how the blood absorption sword has changed. A system window appears with information about the Blood Dragon sword, the only hero rank. Looking at the bound item status, he wonders, bound item? High quality items are always locked by the system. But I was quickly drawn to the third option about growth potential if I keep absorbing dragon blood. Brother Shung smiles contentedly. Now he no longer needs to worry about his weapons. Next, he opens the skill information panel for Thunder Dragon's Breath, the only hero rank. Noticing there was only one new option, he lightly shrugged, wondering why there was only one addition. But then, he reassured himself that it could still level up anyway. Brother Sun continued checking the titles earned after the life and death battle. The Limit Breaker title has been upgraded from rare to hero rank, increasing all stats by 20 points. He nodded to himself as expected. Another notification appeared, indicating that the Lone Ganker title defeated Blue Drake Jettos, granting him 4 more magic points. Suddenly, a strange title appeared, leaving him puzzled. What is this? The Shadow Warrior. This warrior is missing his clothes. Huin-sung could only chuckle at the system's humor. Well, consider it an extra reward. He gazed into the void in silence, then suddenly realized the irony of his situation. When will they bring me clothes? Huin-sung sat with his knees drawn up, watching Li Shuyang from afar, silently wishing he could go home. Suddenly, he sensed a presence rushing toward him at great speed. Huin-sung stared in confusion. A figure rushing desperately toward him through the quiet streets. Recognizing a familiar face, he exclaimed in surprise, "June, oh please!" The girl ran up and threw herself into his arms, crying and choking with emotion. "If you die, I'll hold the entire doctoral society responsible. Please, June-A, bury your head in his shoulder and sob. I'm really lucky." Huin-sung froze in confusion, only able to look at her with a shy expression. "Oh." At this moment, Run-A suddenly realizes something's wrong. She steps back and stammers, "Where are your clothes?" She blushes furiously when she sees he's only wearing a cloak to cover himself. Huin-jung scratched his head, sweating profusely from the awkwardness, and with a bitter smile, he explained that all of it had melted away due to the monster's stomach acid. A soldier approached and handed Choi Huin-sung a red outfit, saying, "Please wear this for now." Huin-sung politely accepted and replied, "Yes, thank you." June-A stood nearby, looking at him with a confused expression. She blushed slightly and shyly looked away. Suddenly, she noticed something strange and exclaimed, A blue-haired man in silver armor approaches proudly, smiling brightly, and says, "Wow, what an emotional reunion." He turns to Rune with a joyful expression. "Hey, Runa, I was really genuinely surprised." "What kind of surprise is that?" the blue-haired guy teased casually. "Your type is a pilot who just defeated a dragon, right, Run-A? And this is the boyfriend you've been hiding all along, Huin-sung, who is standing clueless behind you." June-A immediately straightened up with a serious look and said, "Don't joke around too much." Seeing that the other person seemed tense, the blue-haired guy quickly raised his hand in greeting and replied, "Yes, I understand. But why are you here?" He explained that since the mission was canceled, everyone could go home to rest. And he had mentioned this earlier. Suddenly, the sharp sound of iron heels echoed on the pavement as Li Shuyang in a purple cloak appeared unexpectedly and retorted, "Seeing that scene, how could I possibly go back?" She approached with a curious look in her eyes. "I just came to see out of curiosity." Chu Wai stared intently at Huin-sung and didn't hesitate to say, "Oh my god, he's totally my type." She stepped closer, touched Huin-sung's body, and boldly asked, "Hi, I'm your future girlfriend." Immediately, June-A rushed over, grabbing Chu Wai's wrist to stop him. He's the one who just escaped death. She snapped angrily, "Please stop joking around." Chu Wai still maintains a calm smile and responds, "I'm not joking." She stared into Jun-A's eyes and asked sharply, "But why is Jun-A so furious all of a sudden?" Xu subtly raises the corner of her mouth with a hint of meaning. Could it be that she doesn't let the other person finish speaking? Jun-A immediately interrupted and firmly stated that Brother Sheng needs to rest right now. She looked at him with concern and continued, "We also need to go to the hospital to check if there's anything unusual." Sin Jun-A's gaze hardened as she looked at the crowd surrounding them, and she coldly said, "It seems everyone here is just curious about how Huin Sung defeated Blue Drake. But this action is truly a great disrespect." Turning to look at Huin Sung with concern, she first suggested that they go to the hospital. He nodded slightly in agreement. "I understand now." Jun-A firmly announced to the other players that the helicopter they just arrived in will be used to take Huin Sung for urgent medical treatment. Without giving anyone a chance to react, she firmly took his hand and they left the scene together. Witnessing this, Li Shuyang could only click his tongue in frustration. "Well, I'll let her have him this time. Next time I'll hunt him more carefully." From behind, the green-haired hunter silently watched their figures. "But I'm really curious, how did he manage to hunt the Blue Drake alone?" The companion who was with him also said that seeing how Junon approached him, he's definitely not an ordinary player. He smiled knowingly and thought to himself, "Well, I'll just ask about it later." Although the second great upheaval caused quite a lot of damage to Korea, compared to other countries, the losses here are still considered relatively light. Choi Huin-sung walks through the streets, witnessing the country gradually recovering. After successfully preventing the disaster, the damaged infrastructure is quickly repaired and rebuilt. At research institutes, experts have also begun analyzing the monster remains and new mana stones collected to support technological development projects. Although the social atmosphere still remains somewhat unstable, everything has started to return to its normal course. Choi Huin-sung, in a stylish suit wearing a mask and sunglasses to hide his identity, approaches a large warehouse. Seeing the towering stacks of goods, he quietly remarks, "There's quite a lot of merchandise here." The store manager, with a bright and joyful face, reports that luckily their shop was not damaged after the incident, and excitedly shares that as soon as the power grid was restored, their top priority was to fully charge all the backup batteries in the warehouse. Carefully inspecting the equipment through his sunglasses, Choi Huin-sung decisively makes his decision. "I will buy all of this stock." The manager was extremely surprised and happy, quickly bowing respectfully to thank his major customer. Standing before the system interface in the bustling city, Choi Huyung was plotting his new business plan. Noticing that the supply of large-capacity camping batteries from Company 20 was still extremely scarce, he decided to raise the price to nearly 60 million points per product. As soon as he pressed the register button, a chime sounded and a successful sale notification appeared, leaving him stunned. I still think this price is a bargain, yet people are still rushing to buy?" Unable to believe his eyes, Huin-sung tried to raise the price even higher, but the result remained the same. The stock was sold out in the blink of an eye. He slightly smirked with a sinister smile. "In this case, I can raise the price even higher." A few days later, Huin-sung went to the dealership to buy more stock in response to his large order request. The manager broke out in a cold sweat, nervously explaining, "I only ordered the usual amount you buy, so there's no more stock left now." Huin-sung remained expressionless in his black suit and full-face mask. "Just place the order immediately, and I will contact other branches to gather the stock for you." Alone, he manages the entire supply chain. As Huin-sung prepares to leave, he urgently pleads, "If you leave your phone number, I will inform you immediately when the goods arrive. However, to keep my identity secret, I politely decline. No need, I will come back myself tomorrow." Walking down the street, Huin-sung quietly calculated that it would be great if he could deal directly with the factory. He recalled that before the second major upheaval, he had tried to contact the factory, but was harshly rejected because they only worked with legal entities. Although he promised to place a large order, the partner firm still firmly insisted they only accept orders from legal entities or officially licensed businesses. Standing among the crowd, Huin-dung pondered deeply. Should I just register a business and buy a warehouse? But then a bolder idea came to mind, making his eyes turn cold and full of determination. No, maybe I should open an electronics store right away. A few days later, in front of Choi Huin-sung stands a magnificent skyscraper. Congratulations! Flowers are neatly arranged at the entrance, marking a new promising beginning. Watching the busy crowd, he quietly remarked that even on a regular day, people are still so many. Suddenly, a woman with long brown hair cheerfully called out, "Huin-sung!" Seeing her, he thought to himself, "I was right to entrust her with this. Leave the business to me. Just go kill the dragon and bring back the money." She continued to update on the goods situation, saying, "I just moved a few sets of batteries into the warehouse. The goods should have arrived by now." Brother Sung waves goodbye. "Oh, then I'll go check right now." When she asked if we needed to order anything else, he hesitated a bit before replying, "That depends on the timing." Seeing him about to leave, she gently held his hand back affectionately. "By the way, stay and have a meal before you go. Your mother will be here soon too." Huin-sung happily agrees. "Today, bring out the most expensive dish on the menu for my mother and sister." The manager happily agrees. At his private warehouse, Huin-dung stands alone observing the system interface. Looking at the sales list, he sighs softly. It seems it's about to end as well. The rate of goods consumption in the virtual market has slowed down, almost coming to a complete stop. but he quickly regains his composure. It's only natural since the sales have been incredibly strong all week long. The electronic items have earned him a huge amount of points, enough to carry out bigger plans. He walks over to the sofa, sinks down and thinks to himself, what's the point of having so much money? To upgrade himself, of course. Hunsung immerses himself in the list of rare items and skills, lost in thought about what to buy now. He began to list his current strengths. So far, he possessed a total of 5 hero-level skills. Looking at the detailed list of his only hero rank skill, he realizes the limitations in his skill set. The only active skill he has is just the Breath of the Thunder Dragon. He suddenly realized that he currently only possessed one attack-type skill, and more notably, it was a damage over time skill with a long-lasting effect. Recalling the fierce battles with monsters, he realizes he desperately needs an active skill that can be activated freely at any time, or at least a space teleportation skill to escape from dangerous situations. Sitting alone in the warehouse, Huidong stared at the system screen to find the best option. He decided to buy both skills without checking the price, just like a true boss. Anyway, compared to passive skills, active skills are still relatively more affordable. His finger quickly scrolls through the list of items from the Elf Warrior's sword to the DF Clan's hammer. Hunsung hesitated when he saw that the prices for space teleportation skills were not cheap at all, with some reaching nearly 700 million points. He sighed, recalling that even items related to otherworldly space had always been that expensive. He realizes that only when the skill reaches hero rank can it teleport living beings, though it comes with numerous strict restrictions. The system's ability to display previous reviews made Huisheng feel very convenient. After careful consideration, he settled on the skill book called Heroic Speed Burst. This skill allows the user to teleport to any location within sight, with the magic power consumed increasing proportionally to the distance and unable to be used in areas with unstable mana flow. Hunsung thought to himself, if it's expensive, just swipe the card. Even at the huge price of 40 billion points, he hesitated not at all. A system notification sounds, asking him to confirm the purchase of the hero level skill book and warning that the item will not be refundable. As soon as he agrees, a mysterious blue light suddenly erupts and envelops his entire body. Hunsung stands up, feeling the new surge of power blending into his body. He walks through the silent warehouse, testing it out a bit. Choi Hunsung decides to test the new skill he just acquired. He softly shouts, "Blink." Immediately, his body teleports instantly to another location in the blink of an eye, and Hunsung appears extremely excited. Oh, this works. He quietly decides to save the teleportation test for a longer distance for another time, and then leisurely walks away. Back in his room, he continued browsing the system menu to find more power. Although he had looked through numerous skills from the fire, ice, and lightning systems, he still hadn't found anything truly satisfying. Just as he was about to give up, his eyes suddenly lit up when he saw the heroic level skill book called Black Thunder. This is a powerful dark type attack skill that consumes both stamina and magic to unleash devastating strikes. Even though the price is nearly 30 billion points, Hunsung still feels very excited. Seems okay, right? After carefully reviewing the assessment that this skill is 3 times stronger than normal, but easy to cause exhaustion, he is confident that his abundant stamina can compensate for the weakness in mana. Without hesitation, he decisively makes the decision to buy it. The tycoon of the system likes to move quickly. As soon as the transaction was confirmed, Hunsung immediately began absorbing the new skill. But suddenly, a failure message appeared, causing him to whisper in surprise, as expected. However, the unexpected happened when the hero's unique Thunder Dragon Breath skill suddenly absorbed Dark Lightning and leveled up dramatically. Hunsung breathed a sigh of relief when he realized that although it belongs to the darkness element, it could still perfectly merge with his existing power. Now, the protective shield that usually activates automatically and consumes too much mana can be adjusted at will. He walks forward confidently and tells himself, "Shall we try a little dungeon exploration?" As we go deeper into the dark forest, the demon flock begins to flap wildly across the night sky. He opens his sharp-toothed mouth wide and roars fiercely, then raises his hand forward to activate his skill. The glowing magic circles appear right above the monsters ready to attack, and the fiery purple energy in Hyunsung's cold eyes makes the monsters scream in agony. Standing amidst the smoke and purple lightning filling the space, he slightly smirks in satisfaction. Not bad at all. He told himself that this new power truly justifies the huge amount of points he spent. Spending all his points to buy this was definitely worth it. After spending money, life suddenly feels better. 5 hours have passed, and all that's left at the scene are smoldering embers and scattered monster corpses. A sudden system notification appeared, acknowledging an incredible hero achievement. Hunsung single-handedly eliminated 5,000 high-level demon drops and earned the title of Demon Slayer. Sweat drips down his tired face as he gasps for breath and says, "I'm really exhausted. I think I'll rest here for today." Hunsung quietly leaves the dungeon as the lights from the city hall start to shine brightly through the night. "Sister, you still haven't gone home yet? You look exhausted. Did you go hunting until this late? You've worked hard. Your battery has been stored in the warehouse. Go check it out." He softly replied, "Thank you, sis." 30 minutes later, when he came back out, Hunsung still saw his sister waiting in the lobby. "Are you planning to work overtime for free, or wait for my paycheck?" He smiled brightly and suggested, "Let's go home together, sis." Unlike Hunsung's excitement, her sister's face suddenly became very serious. Sit here for a moment. I have something important to tell you. Seeing the unusual atmosphere, he hesitated and asked, "Are you waiting for me just to talk about this?" After her nod of confirmation, Dong started to feel tense. "What's so serious, sister?" She looked straight into his eyes and spoke slowly. "That's about what happened during the time you were declared dead." Choi Sung sat across from his sister with a steaming cup of coffee. My sister recounted in a low voice the darkest days of the family. Mom fainted immediately upon hearing the news of my death, and after regaining consciousness, she cried for several days. Sung bowed his head, looking guilty, but she emphasized that the real problem started afterward. On the table was a stack of pressured documents, including the damage compensation invoice for leased equipment and the contract violation penalty invoice. Seeing those unreasonable figures, Sung exclaimed in shock, "I was out slaying dragons, not going bankrupt?" Cheon continued with an expression of helplessness. Even though she complained dozens of times, the only response she received was that there was no legal issue. Those people coldly forced his family. They only responded with one sentence: "Just file to give up your inheritance rights." Even when seeking professional help, there was no way forward. She consulted a lawyer, but they said there was no other option but to give up the inheritance rights. The cruelty didn't stop there, as the rented house in his name was also demanded to be returned immediately. Sung clenched his teeth and gripped his fist tightly when he heard about their greed. They even considered the money for living expenses that I had sent for so long as illegal gifts and demanded it back. They even sent a formal request to return the forced inheritance. His eyes burned with anger, but his sister quickly calmed him down. Of course, everything was resolved smoothly afterward. Sung was stunned when he learned the truth. A person named Shin Jun-ae personally went to the location to kneel and apologize, saying there was a mistake in handling the matter. However, your sister still couldn't shake her suspicion, and she thought it was more than just a random mistake. Although my mother told me not to reveal anything, seeing that my younger brother is doing well, I decided to tell him everything because I think he needs to know the truth about what happened. Sung looked at me gratefully, thanking me for telling him. Then he cast a cold glance at the guild building standing tall against the blue sky. The guild is preparing to shine brightest tonight. Approaching the reception desk of the association, Choi Sung proactively asked, "Do I have an appointment with Captain Shin Jun?" The receptionist was a bit surprised by the response. "Oh, you're a bit early? Captain Shin Jun hasn't returned yet." Huynh gently smiles and explains, "I also contacted her in advance and she told me to just wait in her office." The receptionist quickly changes her attitude. "Oh, I see. Let me take you there." As she walked, she kindly asked, "Do you prefer tea or coffee so I can flatter you more, sir?" Sung stood in the luxurious office, politely refusing. "No need, thank you." Standing alone in the room, he whispered, "Let's begin." Sung's eyes suddenly shone with a mysterious blue glow as he activated his spirit vision skill. He focused intensely and ordered the system to search for Choi Sung's code. Immediately, magical circles and virtual information panels appeared around him. He reaches out to the data stream to uncover the hidden truth. In his subconscious, a cold official reports that the suspect appears to have died at the scene. Jun-ah appears with a sorrowful and exhausted expression as Sung delves deeper into the memories. You see Jun-ae angrily questioning someone on the phone. What exactly is going on? Why are you treating Choi Sung's family like that? The other side calmly replied with a blank tone. I told you that's the rule. He coldly confirmed. I am just doing my job according to the regulations. Their standard of conduct is that of thugs. Jun-ae grits his teeth in furious anger. She snapped into the phone, demanding that the other side immediately withdraw that cruel order. But the person on the other end calmly replied that it was his mission and Jun-ae had no right to intervene. She shouted, "Do you treat someone who sacrificed for the country like this?" He still coldly used regulations as an excuse to cover up. Furious, Jun-ae slammed his hand on the table and growled, "If I sacrifice myself, are you planning to deal with it this way too? If the order isn't canceled, I will also leave the association." The official on the other end of the line subtly smirked, sneering that it was a breach of contract. Jun-ae firmly retorted whether such an extraordinary slave contract could be recognized internationally. "Are you planning to fight a stone with an egg? I am the law. I am the sky." The old man sighed, thinking she was overreacting, then coldly hung up. Looking at her phone screen after ending the call with Minister Lai Honggu, Jun-ae can only sit dazed at her desk with a tired expression. Witnessing everything through her spiritual skills, Choi Sung grits his teeth in anger at those scum. Seeing Jun-ae's back, he silently appreciated that she stood up to protect her family. She truly is someone worth being grateful for. He muttered to himself that he already knew who was behind everything. Sung took out his phone to check information about Lai Honggu, Minister of the Spacegate Management. His eyes turn cold and filled with murderous intent as he stares fiercely at the old man's file. He grits his teeth and declares, "You old man, you're dead for sure." The heavy footsteps echoed as he entered the room, apologetically asking, "Have you been waiting long?" He quickly eased his hostility, smiled brightly, and replied that he had just arrived. Jun-ae wondered what could have caused him to come suddenly without warning, and Sung's gaze suddenly became very serious. He stood up and looked her straight in the eyes, declaring firmly, "I think we should cancel this contract." The sudden statement left Jun-ae stunned, sweat streaming down her face as she didn't understand what was happening. Choi Hoon-sung looked Shin Jun-ae straight in the eyes and confirmed, "I already know everything Minister Lee Hang-gu planned to do." Hearing that, Shin Jun-ae bowed her head in confusion. "That, I apologize to you on his behalf." But Hoon-sung quickly waved his hand and said, "No, you don't need to apologize to Jun-ae. In any case, everything was resolved thanks to her afterward." He smiled warmly. Surprising Jun-ae, Hoon-sung continued, "I should be the one to thank you." Seeing his attitude soften, Run begged earnestly, "Please calm down and let me go back and tell my family's leaders." Hoon-sung nodded in agreement. "I suppose that's the right thing to do, but I have a request." Jun-ae anxiously clasped his hands to his chest. "Please go ahead." "No matter what," Hoon-sung confidently declared, "I want to meet directly and receive an apology from Minister Lee Hang-gu." The statement left Jun-ae stunned. "Yes." At the same time, in the minister's office, a loud bang on the table echoed. Lee Hang-gu roared in anger. "How dare that arrogant brat think he's so impressive just because he claims exclusive skills?" The crazy old man questioned his subordinates. "What did I do wrong? Is that right? This old man is missing a mirror to reflect on himself." A henchman hurriedly followed suit. "It seems he's still young and hasn't quite understood how the world works yet." The other guy also added, "The minister is just performing his duties according to proper legal procedures. We must file an immediate appeal." Lee Hang-gu loosens her tie, grits her teeth, and shouts, "Damn it, it has to be like that. I'm just trying to do my duty according to the law. So why should I have to apologize to some kid like him?" He slammed his hand down on the table in anger. "In the end, I didn't really do anything to him." "Yes, that's right. The minister has been so forgiving and generous, yet he doesn't show gratitude and dares to act arrogantly. He must learn a lesson he won't forget." Lee Hang-gu sneers maliciously. "It should be like that, but how can we teach him a lesson?" While Thuckcap was still confused, the old man showed clear signs of worry. "This has reached the VIPs. What should we do now?" A silence filled the room, driving him mad. These useless ones have no solution and just stand there rambling. The two henchmen only know how to bow their heads in fear. "We apologize, Minister." Suddenly, Lee Hang-gu ordered that guy to be quiet and come here to see me. In front of my subordinates' confusion, I roared, "Do I really have to humiliate myself by going all the way to that bastard's house to apologize? I'm very busy. If he wants an apology, tell him to drag his own body here." "Yes, I will deliver the message immediately." Lee Hang-gu sat alone, her eyes filled with hatred as she clenched her fists. "I absolutely cannot humiliate myself by going to see that bastard." Choi Hoon-sung stands in front of the government building, thinking to himself that he told someone to come but now has to wait like this. He strides through the empty corridor, realizing he's arrived later than planned, but tells himself it's not a big deal. Looking around the scene, he quietly assessed that this place is a nest of corruption, where major gangs and prison officials collude. Noticing that the staff here are all ordinary people, Hoon-sung slightly smirked, thinking this might actually be better. The sound of long, echoing footsteps resounds on the corridor floor as a female secretary in a black suit approaches and gestures. "Please follow me." She briefly informed me that the minister was looking for me. Hoon-sung stretched and stood up casually, replying, "I understand." He quietly followed the secretary into the office, preparing for a direct confrontation with the head of the management team. As soon as he appeared, Minister Lee Hang-gu spoke in a superior tone. "So you're the kid selling batteries? You look pretty average." The old man looked him up and down, commenting that he was probably only about his grandson's age, and then made a prejudiced remark about today's youth, not giving him a chance to dominate. The brother coldly interrupted with a straightforward question. "Get to the point. Where is his apology?" Immediately, he quietly activated his spiritual eye ability to see through his true intentions. Lee Hang-gu cleared his throat and reluctantly apologized. I apologize for that." The old man began to justify himself, claiming he was just carrying out his duties and had no other choice at the time, and that a minister must never let personal feelings interfere with official matters. Through his special skill, Hoon-sung saw through the true nature of this old man, realizing he was colluding with all the involved parties. He silently curses, "What a filthy bastard." Lee Hang-gu continues to play his part with a righteous face, a hero hiding behind the law. "Hak-teen is good at this." Hoon-sung raised an eyebrow, sneering as he retorted, "Is that according to the law?" He openly criticized that the old man's reasoning was too arrogant and full of inconsistencies. Hoon-sung directly questions the demand for compensation for damaged equipment, even though it is clear that these incidents occurred during the execution of official duties. It hit right at the core. Lee Hang-gu's face changed color, eyes wide as she growled. "What?" Choi Hoon-sung sharply questioned the unreasonable penalty fee imposed by the association. He emphasized that he was confirmed to have died in action while carrying out the mission assigned by him personally. "I was treated as dead while fulfilling the contract terms. I was killed in action while doing the job you ordered. How can you hear this?" Hoon-sung shouted loudly in the old man's face. "What's really in your head that you can come up with such reckless arguments, huh? You're truly a brainless pig." Lee Hang-gu slammed the table and stood up, her face contorted with anger as she growled, "How dare you speak to me like that without knowing who I am?" Brother Shung calmly replied, "Isn't it the minister himself who was the rude one from the start?" He muttered disdainfully, "How could there be someone so ignorant?" The statement drove Lee Hang-gu crazy. The old man widened his eyes and shouted, "You bastard! What did you just say?" The crazy old man boasted about his ministerial position and being a former congressman to suppress and insult him as a young punk who doesn't know his place and dares to speak arrogantly like those about to be out of power. Hunsung simply casually twitched his ear, making the old man even more furious, secretly cursing him as an uneducated trash who, only by luck of awakening, dared to insult his noble status. But when Hunsung turned back with a cold, deadly gaze, the old man suddenly froze. Hundung calmly asks a deadly question. Be obedient and live, or if you're empty, I'll send you to meet Blue Drake right away. Seeing the true aura of someone who has stepped out of death's door, Lai Honggu was so terrified that sweat streamed down his face and his legs trembled uncontrollably. Hunsung calmly approached, leaned close to the terrified old man, and warned him, from now on, try to live a little more intelligently and please, before spouting any words, use your brain to think first. He lightly taps the old man's chin in mockery. This isn't just for show. He tapped the minister's forehead like ringing a bell. In front of the terrified subordinates, Huidong raised his phone and coldly announced, all of the insults just now have been recorded. I will officially file a complaint about this, and I can also report defamation. See you again in court, Choi Hunsung coldly said, and then calmly walked away. Behind him, the helpless roar of the old minister echoed through the corridor. Hunsung smiled faintly, secretly assessing that this skill might be more useful than he thought. He realized that for ordinary people, the anger induction skill was truly a cheat, as it could easily make opponents lose control and attack blindly. A few days later, the media storm erupted fiercely. News about the Black Fund scandal and illegal transactions involving Minister Lai Honggu flooded online media. The embezzled records were widely circulated on the internet, sparking an unprecedented wave of outrage. At first, it was just individual players, but then small and medium-sized groups also started protesting, and even going on strike to demand justice. While the world was in chaos, Choi Hunsung was peacefully resting in his apartment. He carefully reviews the hero-level spiritual skill information board he just used. This is an incredible ability that allows him to read past information from objects in the form of holographic images and sounds. Hunsung secretly feels pleased. With this hidden 4K camera, he knows everything happening around him. Just then, his phone rings, displaying an incoming call from Shin Rune-A. Hunsung is a bit surprised, huffs and answers, yes, Miss Rune-A. Hearing her ask if they can meet right now, he responds happily, yes, any time is fine. But when June-A suggested coming straight to my place, Hunsung immediately stood up in a panic. Wait a moment, are you worried about revealing the hideout or the pajamas? He hurriedly searched on his phone and quickly suggested a different location. I think you should go to the small cafe near Sangdo Station. After receiving her approval and hearing that she would arrive in 30 minutes, Hunsung quickly put on his coat and left the house. I understand. At small cafe. I will ask directly if the scandal involving Minister Lai Honggu that just happened was caused by you. Hunsung calmly takes a sip of coffee and asks back, why do you think that? She firmly asserts that only he is capable of causing such shocking events, and warns that government officials are reacting very sensitively. Since Hunsung is suspected to be behind the incident, she advises him to act carefully. Hunsung ponders then hypothesizes, what would happen if it turns out I was the one responsible? The woman coldly states that you could be arrested for illegal entry and theft. Hunsung realizes that, according to the special laws for players, he will definitely face harsher punishment than usual. She emphasized that if that scenario really happened, he must find a way to leverage public opinion to gain an advantage. Hunsung nodded in agreement and then, with a knowing smile, insisted, I'm innocent, sister. I'm just a battery salesman passing by. Nevertheless, the woman still reminded him to be extremely cautious and revealed a harsh truth that those in absolute power do not want players to have real authority. However, she also admitted that this incident was definitely a strong enough warning to the authorities. She continued to analyze that after this event, Huyong had certainly made himself many enemies and the government's suspicion towards him would increase exponentially. So she advised him to stay silent and avoid attracting attention for now. Hunsung chuckled and replied, well, even though it's none of my business, things are pretty chaotic right now, so staying quiet might be the best option. He confirmed that he also didn't want to get involved in any more baseless suspicions. The woman was pleased with his sharpness and concluded, you're right, it's best to avoid pointless suspicions. The two sit facing each other in the quiet atmosphere of the cafe, silently confirming an agreement to stay cautious amid the upcoming upheavals. A missile tears through the peaceful sky, causing a deafening explosion in the middle of the city. Standing before the blazing scene, North Korean soldiers nervously ask each other, is it finally defeated? But the response they got was full of despair. The missile was just a toy to this giant worm. From the wreckage, an ancient creature with tough scales begins to emerge, revealing sharp, threatening teeth. The giant monster emoji lifts its head. A soldier nearby is stunned as he sees strange droplets falling on his face. Then he screams in pain as his body begins to melt and deform, crying out in agony. The entire city is engulfed in chaos with continuous explosions, and even modern fighter jets are heavily damaged amidst the smoky skies. Under the wreckage of the high-rise buildings, the monster emoji stands tall as a symbol of destruction. Returning to the present, the peaceful atmosphere suddenly vanishes as the girl looks at her phone with a tense expression and quickly stands up. I have to go now. Seeing the urgent alert about the general mobilization order for high-level players from the Korean Players Association displayed on the screen, Choi Hoon-sung also immediately stood up. I'll go with you, either to protect her or to fight the monster. Sitting inside the speeding car, the woman anxiously announced that the Geno TG1 alert had been issued. She quickly put the phone to her ear and said, "Let me contact headquarters first." The news on Never News is shocking with headlines in red. Pyongyang has disappeared. North Korean authorities have completely collapsed. The woman driving the car hands Choi Hui the phone and reports that new news has been posted. Hoon-sung reads each line carefully. Bin Yuang has disappeared. The government has collapsed. The emoji monster with an unmeasurable level is moving south. Sweat is streaming down its face. He pondered quietly. If this one sells batteries, it must be worth several trillion points. At the Players Association headquarters, a confident official announced to the entire hall, "As you saw in the news, the current situation is even more severe. Seoul has been completely destroyed and North Korea's leadership has collapsed." He explained that because the high-level players from North Korea had all fallen in battle against Emoji, the space gates there are exploding with waves of monsters flooding out. Louis Yang and his colleagues listened silently as the spokesperson continued. While refugees and defeated soldiers pour southward, the monsters are following behind them, flooding down as well. This concludes the explanation of the situation. He looked down at the top hunters and announced, "The reason I urgently summoned the guilds and high-level players here, I will explain. Your mission is to prepare to face Aimuji at the front line and stop the monsters pouring in from the north." Brother Sungbang Huang is wondering about the front line. 10 days later, in Paju, Gyeonggi province, a pack of fierce vultures is cawing loudly as the invading army continues to fight endlessly. "When will I finally get to go home and eat my mom's cooking?" A hunter spoke with a look of boredom. His teammate replied reluctantly, "I don't know either. The current losses are already too great." From a distance, Choi Hun muttered in awe. "It's terrifying. Li Shuang has transformed into a beast and is frantically fighting to defeat enemies alongside other warriors amid the chaos of the battlefield." At a warehouse, Hun-sung pondered quietly, "How much longer do I have to stay here?" The big battery seller goes to work as a spy. Thanks to his sister, he can restock supplies here, but he still feels a bit embarrassed to do it secretly. At the same time, in the Aplu River area in Dandong, China, a fierce battle is raging, as savage beasts charge across the large bridge amidst deafening explosions. Heavy machine guns keep firing, sweeping away the monsters and turning the scene into a massacre. A giant foot stomps down hard, shaking the entire area. From beneath the water, a towering red dragon emerges with a menacing appearance. A fireball suddenly shoots out, exploding right on the creature. The beast roars angrily, watching from afar as the silver-haired warrior coldly dismisses it with disdain. So troublesome. Behind her, the mages and warriors are already forming a formation, ready to unleash a full-scale attack. A series of explosions rain down, causing the dragon beast to roar in pain. Standing before the giant creature, the silver-haired female warrior remained terrifyingly calm, her cold eyes focused intently on her target. Without hesitation, she leapt into the air and hurled a powerful spear that tore through the creature's tough scales. Whether the dragon trembles or not, it will still be struck by her spear. Lai Su-yang quietly steps forward into the tense atmosphere, her cold eyes noticing a soldier rushing over to report. She calmly asked, "What's going on?" The soldier stammered in response. "Yes, they said the serpent is moving this way very quickly." Hearing the news, Shu Wai just slightly furrowed her brow. "Really?" Her mind started to race with thoughts about the monster whose level could not be measured. Something that flattened all of Pyongyang in an instant. She clenched her weapon tightly as she listened to the soldier continue reporting the latest news. Even though the dispatched experts failed to determine Emoji's level, they succeeded in classifying its rank. Shu Wai, so what level does it actually belong to? The whole area fell silent in response to the shocking answer. This level means if you can't fight, just reincarnate immediately. Contrary to the horror of those around her, Shu Wai slightly curves her lips into a challenging smile. In the sky, fighter jets roar through the air, tearing apart space with the thunder of anti-aircraft fire. XUY quietly moved forward, secretly calculating that if this hunt succeeded, a first achievement would surely appear. Such achievements always bring a huge amount of additional stats, and she was determined to seize this opportunity at any cost. A total of 181 rankers and about 3,000 high-level players have completed their 4th class change and been dispatched to the border region, forming a formidable army ready to face the ancient creature that has now appeared. Kanamuji roars thunderously, signaling the start of a life and death battle. Shuai shouts loudly, "Let's go, brothers! Take down this eel and celebrate!" Immediately, the mages activated a series of support skills such as victory, speed, and fiery willpower to boost the entire army's strength to the utmost. The great battle erupted with countless magical attacks raining down on the giant serpent's guardian body. Emoji growled furiously before suddenly throwing back its head and unleashing a deafening scream. The system immediately displayed an emergency alert. Everyone was hit by the terrifying psychic skill that left their bodies completely paralyzed for 10 seconds, and a player exclaimed in despair, "What? Take advantage of the moment when the opponent is standing still and immobile." The giant snake swung its massive tail, sweeping everything away. The other players could only grit their teeth and curse as they watched their teammates being knocked back and seriously injured. The emoji beast roars wildly, gathering a blazing purple energy before unleashing a destructive breath that scorches the entire battlefield. Somewhere else, Choi Hoon-sung looked at his phone and exclaimed in horror. The shocking news about the disaster at the Chinese border reported that thousands of fortresses and tens of thousands of soldiers had been killed in the emoji hunt. Most of them died without a chance to resist because they were hit by status attacks. Jung muttered to himself that if he didn't buy spiritual antivirus software, he would probably be doomed too. He immediately opened the shop and changed his mind. I was going to buy the Wild Instinct skill, but now I have to switch to the Mental Resistance skill. Hoon-sung is determined not to give up on his first achievement. He scrolls through and stops at a hero-level passive skill. This is the best one. The skill book called Unyielding Spirit greatly enhances resistance to mental attacks. Even though the price is nearly 30 billion points, Hoon-sung still hesitates. Despite being labeled as a hero rank with only 2 attributes, the buyer's review is extremely positive. Read the review carefully before confirming the 30 billion purchase. As soon as he presses confirm, a beam of light envelops his body to complete the absorption of the power. Feeling the change, Hwai-dong muttered softly, "It doesn't seem like much has changed, right? Just register for the test and confirm." He gracefully walks away to prepare for the extermination team's test. At the gathering spot among the tall buildings, the atmosphere is becoming extremely tense. Choi Hoon-sung quietly walks into the testing area, drawing the attention of those around him. Looking around the waiting room, he realizes that the number of registrants is much higher than he expected. He quietly judged that most of them had very simple goals, just to be present and claim their first achievement. But he also noticed that among the crowd there were those driven by completely different reasons. Hoon-sung sat on this bench, observing the other contestants and realizing that the pass rate for this test was surprisingly low. As soon as the staff called his name, Choi Hui-sung responded quickly and approached the registration desk. After successfully verifying his identity, the female staff smiled, handed back the card, and guided him inside to begin the official test. Walking down the quiet corridor, Hoon-sung silently compared the room ahead to a typical interrogation room seen in movies. He stands alone in the empty room, facing a large glass panel and hearing a confirmation from the other side. A cold voice echoes. "Then, let's begin the test." Hoon-sung focused intensely. Gongmin prepared to face the upcoming challenge. Immediately, a series of system notifications appeared. "You have acquired the imposing mental pressure skill of the Queen." The system warns that he will enter a state of chaos within 10 seconds. But the indomitable mental passive skill he just equipped immediately takes effect. Thanks to that, Hoon-sung completely resisted the mental attack perfectly without any trouble. He calmly turned to the glass and asked, "Hey, have you guys done anything to me just now?" A voice from the other side responds with confirmation, "Yes, you have passed the test." Choi Hoon-sung gently bows his head. "I will take my leave now." The association staff also politely responded, "You've worked hard." Watching his figure gradually disappear down the corridor, the woman in charge of the test placed her hand on her chin, lost in thought, softly muttering that Hoon-sung was truly an incredibly perplexing man. Immediately after, she quickly regained her focus and asked for the next participant to enter the room. A few days later, near the border area of Dingqian, tanks began to roar and move across the ground. After intense discussions among the international community, the South Korean government officially ordered the troops to advance northward. Fighter jets have completed entering the target airspace and are reporting back to the command center. Receiving the order to continue the mission, the warships offshore immediately launched long-range missiles directly at the enemy. An earth-shaking explosion struck the giant dragon monster, causing it to roar in pain before collapsing to the ground. Don't celebrate too soon. If it lifts its head, it'll be exhausting. Brother Choi Hoon-sung observes the crackling purple electricity on his hand and comments that everything is going very smoothly. He silently marvels at the incredible teamwork between the mechs and modern weapons, something he would struggle with if fighting alone. A week later, in Beijing, China, a high-level meeting was convened in tense atmosphere. An official insisted that this monster must be dealt with by their own forces. The continuous explosions ravaged the mountain ranges where ancient creatures were hiding, creating a terrifying scene. Some suggested mobilizing all the strongest mechs in Beijing to eliminate the target.
But it was immediately countered. Send all troops to hunt eels. What if another worm crawls into the house then?
They worry that if all forces are divided, another legendary-level monster like Emoji could suddenly appear and attack the capital at any moment. The elite troops with guns ready are still on high alert for unpredictable developments. Is it hard work? He insisted that if the best talents from each region were gathered instead of mediocre ones, this plan could succeed. But in reality, the battlefield was much more brutal. The emoji serpent roared menacingly, radiating an overwhelming pressure. Just its breath could wipe out the little ones. Immediately after, chaos erupts as wounded hunters fall under the savage attack of the ancient beast, causing explosions that shake the entire land. Amidst the chaos, healers are desperately restoring their teammates' vitality with green magic. The emoji serpent relentlessly swings its tail with great force, unleashing deadly purple lightning from its massive body, while a shield-bearing warrior braces himself to protect his comrades from the fierce assault. Seizing the moment when the monster reveals its weakness, a resolute shout rings out. At this very moment, a barrage of magical attacks from fire, ice, and energy rain down on the beast. A bewildered hunter mutters, "Huh!" Seeing something unusual, the monster becomes enraged, rears back, and roars a deafening cry that tears through the night sky. The agonized scream echoes across the battlefield. The survivors are exhausted, and the scene is filled with traces of a devastating and tragic battle. A green-haired hunter collapses to the ground, breathing heavily, painfully checking his strength. The remaining survivors look around at their fallen comrades, bitterly realizing almost everyone has fallen. With only 10 slots left to reach the finals, his eyes turn cold and his teeth grit with determination. Activate Plan B. Shields are discarded on the ground as the hunters switch to full-scale attack mode, while the remaining warriors gather their blazing firepower, preparing for the decisive strike. The MUE screams in agony as it is hit by a barrage of energy arrows and exploding magic bullets on its tough scales. Amidst the thick smoke and fire, the blue-haired commander shouts loudly to inform the team of the monster's movement direction. It is moving south towards Korea, delivering a legendary boss to the area. The emergency news alert on the phone shows the headline, "Emoji is moving into mainland China." Choi Hyun-sung was just sipping his coffee and staring at the screen, quietly regretting, was he really going to let his title slip away to another country? Around him, the atmosphere of the other players also seemed full of disappointment. Everyone looked quite disheartened. Suddenly, the ground trembled violently, causing Hyun-sung to pale. The other players were also stunned and exclaimed in shock. "What? Is there an earthquake?" Another hunter was also confused. "What's going on? Is it an earthquake?" An emergency alert sounds, breaking the silence. Emoji is heading back to our camp at full speed. The female commander immediately orders, "All frontline units prepare for battle." The soldiers below couldn't help but be stunned. What? Why did it suddenly turn back this way? Despite the worry, a few people seem excited. "So we can defeat it then? It seems so." "That's right. You're truly a guest of honor, bringing gifts right to my bed." But the female commander looked at him with a worried expression. This is not something to be happy about. She reveals a harsh truth. The Chinese camps have failed once again. Images of severely injured players helping each other escape appear. She grits her teeth and says, "Some Chinese players are fleeing, leading Emoji and heading straight for our camp." A deafening explosion erupts as the attack strikes the monster's leg, and an enraged hunter screams out, "These madmen." A warrior grits his teeth in fury. "Those bastards tried to hunt alone, but failed, and now they're blaming us? It's bitter to have to clean up their mess." The other players also couldn't hide their anger at this cowardly act. No matter what they say, isn't this a crime? They are tricking monsters into crossing to another country. Another hunter curses, "You trash," as the crowd loses control. The long-haired, brown-haired female commander calmly reassures everyone to stay calm. She looks straight ahead and orders everyone to get ready for battle. Choi Hyun-sung and his comrades grip their weapons tightly, their eyes fixed firmly on the approaching enemy. The Imuji serpent hunt officially begins, as a hunter runs with all his might through the blazing battlefield to report. "The goods have arrived, guys. It's about to approach." Immediately, the giant Iuji appears towering. It opens its sharp-toothed mouth and prepares to swallow the player standing right in front of it. The serpent with tough scales and cold eyes makes anyone who looks at it shiver. The giant Iuji rises powerfully from the water, its guardian body looming into view. Immediately, the system displays multiple warnings that the player has been hit by the fear skill and is completely paralyzed for 10 seconds. However, Choi Hoo-young's passive skill, Unyielding Spirit, automatically activated, helping him completely resist Emoji's mental attack perfectly. Brother Zheng calmly remarked, 30 billion points make a difference, standing still while the beast roars freely. Meanwhile, shield-bearing warriors are struggling to withstand the 1,000-pound impacts from their opponents. Seizing the opportunity, other hunters immediately leap into the air, launching sharp sword strikes directly at the beast's body. A series of magic attacks exploded on the monster's scales, causing blinding explosions. A warning shout rang out. "Be careful with the storm surrounding your body." Emoji screams in pain as it is bombarded by relentless firepower. Amid the chaos, Choi Hui-sung stands firm with a blazing purple lightning in his hand. He smiles confidently. "Your muscles are impressive." Behind you, the pink-haired mage is still focused, continuously casting bright supportive magic to boost the entire army's strength. On the battlefield of fire and smoke, the melee fighters and tanks are rushing at incredible speeds, creating a scene as if they are flying through the air. Witnessing their bravery, Choi Hui-sung can only stand and watch from afar, silently admiring. The melee and tank fighters seem to be flying across the battlefield. He sighed softly with regret, feeling unable to join the front lines because he was classified as a ranged attacker. Suddenly, a powerful collision causes the ground to shake violently. A heavily armored warrior is knocked back, clutching his chest in pain as he cries out, "Stop!" Immediately, Sister Thuong's mages rush over to heal and anxiously ask Han if he's okay. Watching from afar, Hyun-sung concluded that directly confronting it now was impossible. If he couldn't fight, he would wait for it to bleed and then absorb some stats. So he came up with a bold plan to wait for the right moment to absorb the drops of blood spilled on the ground to increase his power. Meanwhile, the monster of Dai Lung Luong appears with an overwhelming pressure, forcing Hyun-sung to admit that its level is completely different from anything he has faced before. The creature's speed is so fast that the naked eye can hardly keep up, He thought to himself that the only way to close the gap now was to relentlessly farm achievements. Hunsung opened his personal status board, which showed he was still at level 1 but had already earned 142 different titles. His immediate goal is to accumulate 1,000 billion points to increase his stats without using expensive divine items, while items like the Dragon Slayer remain locked. About 30 minutes later, the battle entered its most intense phase with relentless attacks that severely wounded the monster. Jung began to feel more confident, realizing it wasn't as difficult as he had thought. As soon as it roared, the attack came immediately. He stood beside a teammate, his hand gathering a blazing purple energy sphere, ready to strike. But suddenly he paused, alert. Close-up of the snake's sharp teeth appearing menacingly. Noticing something unusual, dodge quickly. Everyone, it's about to breathe fire and roast us all. Immediately after, the emoji rears its head and roars with a deafening cry. It opens its crimson mouth wide and begins gathering a terrifying stream of fire. A breath of destruction is unleashed, sweeping away everything in its path and repelling the warriors trying to get close. Faced with the monster's brutal power, the female mage grits her teeth in tension, hurriedly gathering a glowing blue magic circle on her hand to find a way to defend herself, and bitterly mutters, "Damn it!" The massive energy surge causes the hexagonal shield to crack violently. A hunter shouted loudly. Only one layer has been broken. He urgently urged his teammates, "Please keep up the skill." Below, the mages focus intensely to activate the magic circle on the ground. While the bloodthirsty army with large shields advances, a hunter hiding behind a shield notices the change and shouts that the attack has stopped. The monster roars loudly, but is immediately hit by a barrage of colorful magic beams. A fierce explosion erupts right on the massive body of the ancient creature. Watching the scene, Choi Hyun-sung gathered a purple electric current in his hand and calmly remarked, "It should be almost over." Amidst the thick smoke, the creature's glowing red eyes flickered with murderous intent. It roars with a deafening cry that shakes the entire space, and a terrified hunter realizes it has gone mad. Choi Hyun-sung watched the crackling electricity on his fingertips and silently analyzed, he's dropping armor to focus on damage. If he doesn't act fast, he'll be turned to ash. Huge footsteps stomped heavily on the ground, causing tremors with each step. A blonde warrior roared fiercely to boost his teammates' fighting spirit. However, the atmosphere suddenly turned strange as a green-haired hunter looked blankly at the system notification panel that just appeared. Immediately after, all the players around also froze in shock as they received the strange notification. What is this? The hunter's face darkened as he saw the message about skill activation failure, and he exclaimed in shock, "Why did it fail? The system reports an error, the player is dead." The blonde female warrior swings her sword to attack but then has to stop in shock. She realizes that something very strange is happening to her body. While everyone is still confused, a female hunter shouts a warning. "Everyone, get back quickly!" Choi Hyun-sung was startled as he felt the destructive energy erupting. A deafening explosion with a blinding white light engulfed the entire battlefield, swallowing everything around in an instant. Witnessing the horrific scene, another warrior roared in fury. "This bastard is wildly swinging his sword, seemingly aware of the enemy's sinister plan. He's ignoring our attacks and only targeting the mages and healers." The overwhelming pressure forces the hunters back, losing all control. Amidst the rubble, Choi Hyun-sung desperately flees from the relentless pursuit of the giant Yuji. He grits his teeth and swears in helplessness, "Damn it!" In a life-or-death situation, Hui Sheng planned to use teleportation to escape instantly, but suddenly a cold system notification appeared. "You have been hit by Amuji's demon eye, and you are stunned as you exclaim, 'What is this?' Red warning signals keep flashing, indicating you've been in a state of fear for 20 seconds. Immediately, his unyielding spirit passive skill was activated, reducing the control duration to just 1 second, but the worst happened when his blink skill was officially cancelled, leaving Hyun-sung stunned. Amuji tilts its head back and roars thunderously before swinging its massive tail at him. The powerful impact sends Hyun-sung flying, crashing hard to the ground and crying out in pain. He struggled to get up, his hand gripping the cold ground amidst the chaos. Looking at the ancient creature towering before him, he quietly assessed with a tense expression, massive yet lightning fast. Can anyone handle this kind of challenge? Damn it! Refusing to surrender to fate, he quickly reached out and activated the illusionary space, extending his hand into his own dimension to draw his weapon. He charged forward with a sharp sword and a sturdy shield in hand, ready for a life-or-death battle. Amidst the wreckage, Choi Hyun-sung grits his teeth in pain and exclaims, "It knocked down everything in its path and caused an explosion that shook the entire mountain area." Lying exhausted on the ground, Hyun-sung slowly got up, letting out a relieved sigh. That was a close call, almost turned into a fleeing hunter. Looking back at the battle, he was secretly amazed to realize that the opponent possessed other spiritual skills besides fear. Lost in thought, a piercing scream suddenly echoes, startling him and making him turn alert. In the distance, the emoji is still frenziedly attacking other hunters, causing chaos at the scene. You shake your head and mutter, "This is truly a mess." Suddenly, you notice something unusual and exclaim, Seeing his empty hands, he was stunned to realize that his most important weapon had disappeared. "Hey, my signature sword is gone. I'm rushing to find it and get it back immediately." But a sudden system notification appeared. The Blood Dragon Sword, the only rank of hero he had grown into, was still fighting fiercely against the relentless attacks of the warriors. Hun-sung was stunned, unable to believe his eyes, wondering, could it be that Imuji is still resisting desperately against the continuous assaults? Looking at the tail of the monster, he suddenly realizes his sword is deeply embedded in its tough scales, probably stuck there when he blocked an attack from its tail. Seeing the sword continuously absorb power and level up right on the opponent, maybe there's no need to summon it back just yet. He began to move to prepare for the next step of the plan. The battle with the giant Imuji serpent entered a fierce stage as a barrage of arrows and magic rained down on its massive body. Observing the situation, a female warrior concluded that the outcome of this confrontation seemed to have been decided. Amid the chaos, Choi Hun-sung suddenly paused as a system notification appeared. He exclaimed in confusion, "Huh? The notification says that the legendary hero ranked Azure Dragonblood Sword has officially leveled up." Watching the screen flicker constantly, he muttered in admiration, "The notifications keep popping up frequently. People would love it, but he finds it annoying." Brother X-Dung wondered if absorbing the bloodline of a legendary level monster was the reason his sword was growing so quickly. At this moment, the sword is still embedded deep in the scales, frantically absorbing the essence blood, causing the monster to roar in pain, but it is quickly surrounded by a group of elite hunters. The demon beast rears its head and roars thunderously, its glowing red eyes full of deadly intent. It let out a piercing scream, frantically thrashing to shake off those clinging to it, as a series of magical explosions rained down, engulfing the Imuji's body in smoke and fire. The pounding footsteps of the hunters echo across the battlefield as they continue their sweep. "Brothers, the boss is almost out of health. Unleash all your ultimate skills now." It releases energy arrows and fireballs that cause earth-shattering explosions right on the back of the ancient creature. Imuji is now exhausted. It could only whimper in pain with heavy breaths amid the wreckage. From beneath the water, the giant serpent Uji rose majestically. Amid the chaos, a small figure desperately clings to the head of the ancient creature, a sharp sword piercing deep into its tough scales. A system notification appears acknowledging that you have achieved the Legendary Hero achievement. The system congratulates Brother Sung for participating in a legendary monster hunt for the first time, with the reward being the title of the first contributor to hunt a legendary monster. The cheers echo across the battlefield. "We did it." The hunters all jump up in joy and shout loudly. "We finally took it down." Their faces lit up with smiles as they shared the victorious moment after the deadly battle, while the massive serpent began to collapse onto the ground amidst thick dust and smoke. The crowd of hunters parted in shock as they watched the final remnants of the ancient creature. Suddenly, a blazing red object detached from the monster's body and plummeted downward at terrifying speed. The sharp sword is driven deep into the ground, standing firm amidst the desolate battlefield like a symbol of absolute power. Choi Hun-sung stands silently in the blazing sunset, clutching the newly awakened sword as the system bell rings rapidly, announcing a series of unbelievable achievements. A series of blue notification panels appeared, confirming that he was the first to achieve hero rank accomplishments thanks to his legendary weapon and skills. Overwhelmed by these unexpected rewards, Hun-sung could only exclaim in amazement, "Oh, I wonder how much it has changed already. This weapon must be a game hack." Hun-sung reached out to the virtual screen to check the detailed information. The Azure Dragonblood Sword has now reached the unique legendary level, capable of absorbing blood to restore stamina and magic while dramatically increasing attack power. Hun-sung nodded slightly. As expected, the next skill is the legendary Blood Dragon Claw, a powerful active move. He nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, the legend level is different. Now he's the server boss selling batteries. Hun-sung began to piece everything together. It turns out this is the reason why the first three achievements appeared simultaneously. He quietly realizes that he had no idea there were exclusive achievements for this unique rank and understands an important truth. There must be other players besides himself who also possess unique skills or items. Feeling satisfied with what he had just received, Hun-sung stretched and stood up, telling himself, well, it's fine anyway. He silently thought that with such a reward, all efforts were worthwhile. Just as he was about to leave, the system bell rang again, catching him off guard. Huh? Another hero ranking board appears, listing him as the top contributor in the legendary monster hunt, with a reward of 10 extra points to all stats. I can't believe my eyes, and I say, am I number one? My gaze is fixed on the sword emitting blazing red beams of power. Hun-sung gently stroked the sword and expressed his gratitude. You're good at blood-sucking, little brother. Tonight, I'll take you to the spa, but I quickly return to reality and worry about how to split the loot. I wonder how they will divide the loot. Looking at the other players gathered in the distance, he knew that usually they would convert their contributions into cash for payment. But after some consideration, Hui-sheng decided to keep this secret. Revealing the contribution level now would only bring harm. He understood that exposing too much power would only cause unnecessary trouble. His eyes show a determined look as he silently reminds himself there's no need to appear too greedy. He quietly turns his back and walks alone toward the distant horizon, leaving the still astonished group of players behind, looking cool as in an American action movie. The whole world is now focusing on Korea after the shocking news that humanity has successfully conquered the legendary level monster IMJ. However, all detailed information from the list of participating players, the hunting process, the items and skill books dropped are kept absolutely secret. The South Korean government has decided not to disclose any data to prevent the risk of sensitive information leaking abroad. Nevertheless, the excitement around the event remained high as offers to buy the legendary items kept pouring in, and some foreign rankers, driven by their desire for power and the ambition to be the first to achieve something, didn't hesitate to book flights straight to Korea. A few days later, at Haem's warehouse, Choi Hoon-sung sat deep in thought on the sofa. He looked at his phone and muttered to himself, buying the item will probably be difficult. Although, as a Special Forces member, he has the right to participate in the auction of items dropped from IMUE, the reality is much harsher. The phone screen shows he just received a 300 million world reward for the hunt, but that amount is nothing compared to its true value. Hoon-sung sighed because since it was a legendary item, even if it was terrible, the starting price had to be at least hundreds of billions. He flopped onto the sofa, trying to push away his regret and comfort himself, but deep down he was eager for the auction. At that moment, his phone kept ringing non-stop. Hoon-sung answered. Hello? A familiar voice sounds from the other end. This is Shin-Run-A. Please respond quickly. Oh, I see. You're Run, the prince asked curiously. But what is it that made you call me like this? Run-A gently reproached. You always get straight to the point, huh? She continued with a teasing tone. Can't I call you without any reason? Hoon-dung replied, a bit embarrassed. Well, that's not exactly it. But you insist that if I call, there must be something to talk about. Huh? I really shouldn't have said anything. You're right. All right, I can't beat you. I have a sweet deal here. Do you want to hear it? Hoon-sung focused and listened. What's going on? Shin-Jun-A asked with a smile over the phone. Are you interested in legendary items? Choi Hoon-sung was stunned and sweating, then replied straightforwardly, of course. Who wouldn't care about legendary items? Immediately, she made an enticing offer. I can help you buy one of the newly appeared legendary items. Realizing that a tasty treat never comes for free, Sung-sung cautiously asked, legendary items given for free are just a dream, so make your conditions clear. Of course. What is it? Could it be a lifetime contract? Jun-A's eyes sharpened. She revealed that the government is mobilizing all resources to collect items from the IMJ Serpent. She asked confidently, do you think any player has the financial power to surpass that of the government? When Sung wondered. But isn't the right to participate in the auction exclusive to members of the Special Forces team? Jun-A smiled smugly and explained that's why she contacted him because currently only she and Hoon-sung are players affiliated with the guild. Hoon-sung skeptically asked, so isn't it just that she can monopolize everything? Jun-A burst out laughing happily on the phone. She admitted that at first she had planned the same, but one skill was completely incompatible with her attribute. She confidently said that maybe it would suit him better than me. Standing in the warehouse, Hoon-sung asked if I could check the item I intended to buy first. Jun-A casually replied, of course I can, but I can't do it right now while walking in high heels. She explained that the decision to publicly share information about the items with the Special Forces team was made just one day before the auction started. Jun-A fairly stated that he would also learn the information at that time. Hoon-sung slightly furrowed his brow and quietly remarked that such a short time might be risky. If the information is leaked too early, members could be swayed by other countries. Choi Hoon-sung replied calmly, you just started the investigation? I see they've all finished digging the walls. In response to your statement, she said the government is currently investigating this matter. Standing in the warehouse, Hoon-sung decisively said, I will check the item first and then decide. Let's do it that way, but you definitely won't regret it. A few days later, at the Player Association headquarters, Hoon-sung was stunned when he held the information about the new item in his hands. Wow, I was amazed to find out that although it grants great power, it doesn't come with any severe penalties. That's the legendary active skill book called Black Dragon's Punishment. This skill converts magic power into shadow attribute, greatly increasing attack power but reducing recovery ability, and it allows summoning dark lightning at will without a cooldown. Hoon-dung swallowed hard, thinking that it could be used freely as he wished, and there was no cooldown time. However, he still wondered if a hero class skill could absorb this legendary class skill. Jun-A looked at him and asked, are you really not going to learn it? Hoon-sung hesitated before explaining, I originally possessed divine magic, and most of my main skills are aligned with this element. She calmly sat on the desk and continued, well, if Hoon-sung refuses, it might belong to another ranged attacker. The sister is using psychological manipulation, smiling slyly as she reveals that the government has a figure trying to lure him and plans to use this skill book as bait. Time is running out, so he needs to decide quickly. Her sharp eyes looked directly at Hui-sung. Under that pressure, sweat streamed down his face. Hoon-dung gritted his teeth and made a proposal. If you agree to one condition, I will do it. When asked what the condition was, he confidently declared, if I return the money equal to the deposit in the future, let me end the contract for life. Hoon-dung resolutely replied, if that's not possible, I will definitely give up. She pondered silently, then proposed a new plan. Hung, let's do this. Rather than the deposit amount, the interest will be calculated from today until the contract ends, applying the standard legal interest rate. Hoon-sung wondered about the interest rate and was told it was 5% per year. When he asked if it was simple interest, she looked at him shrewdly and confirmed, of course it was compound interest. This is already a major concession. With this kind of concession, you'll lose the interest. After some consideration, Hundung nodded and said, I will do that. She smiled contentedly. All right, the contract has been signed. I will go report to my superior. Hunsung gently bowed his head, thanking her for her concern. She simply smiled in response. I haven't done anything at all. Well, I'm leaving now. Hundung quietly watched her figure walk away, then quickly took out his phone to make a new call. The auctioneer stands on the podium, looks around the hall, and loudly asks, Is there anyone else who wants to join the auction? Seeing the silence from the guests, he begins a 5-second countdown for the tycoons to decide who is the richest in this room. Choi Hunsung and the other players held their breath, waiting in the tense atmosphere. The confident auctioneer announced the end of the bidding round. The Dark Dragon Spear has officially gone to player Shin Jun-A, with the record bid surpassing 1,100 billion. Choi Hunsung clapped in congratulations while secretly assessing that this battle was more intense than his own. He realizes that this price far exceeds the financial capacity of individuals and must be backed by major corporations behind the scenes. Just for a skill book and a weapon, the total spend on these two items has reached nearly 2,000 billion. And now, the final item of the auction is about to be revealed. The auctioneer continues to draw everyone's attention. Choi Hunsung watches intently as the staff pushes the most valuable item onto the stage. It is the legendary skill book of the Black Dragon's Punishment. The book with ancient and intricate carvings was finally revealed to the astonishment of those present, as Choi Hunsung sat silently in the empty auction hall, clutching the document in his hand and uttering words of helplessness. His eyes show shock as he looks at the actual numbers displayed before him. The debt he has to bear has skyrocketed to thousands of billions. With a 5% compound interest rate per year, he began to feel anxious, wondering if he was truly bound for life to the gaming society, standing dazed in the corridor, clutching his spear with a bewildered expression. She couldn't believe her eyes and wondered what was going on. What troubled her the most was that the first achievement notification simply did not appear. The first achievement notification didn't appear at all, and she felt that something extremely strange was happening. Something was very odd. Looking at the stats, she was stunned to realize she was only in second place for contribution, while the first place hero achievement title remained silent. The strangest thing is that among all the members participating, not a single one admits to being the top ranker. Jun-A recalls the previous battles. When she first defeated a hero-ranked monster, she was sure she would take the top spot and earn her first 5 rare tier achievements. Although she missed out on the title for equipment and accessories at that time, the rewards for weapons and skills were still incredibly valuable. I used to be so proud, but now someone has completely taken over me. Returning to the present, Run's face shows clear signs of inner turmoil. I thought it would be the same this time. She realizes a shocking truth. This wouldn't be possible without someone who hunted legendary monsters alone. Standing in front of the reward board for heroic level monster hunts, she could only stand there in daze, wondering what on earth was going on. To unlock the first 2 achievements at once, everything seemed to have gone far beyond her initial calculations. She clenched her spear tightly, softly scolding herself for being so foolish, and secretly regretted not honestly sharing everything with Hunsung from the beginning. At this moment, Choi Hunsung stepped forward from behind and congratulated her, saying congratulations on spending $1 trillion to buy that rank 2 title. Choi Hunsung said goodbye and left. May I go ahead now? The girl standing behind watched his back with a thoughtful expression and suddenly asked to confirm, Have you already learned that skill? Hunsung hesitated for a moment, then nodded in confirmation. Yes. Seeing that, she smiled softly and said, Be careful on your way. As Hunsung turned to walk away, he suddenly felt that something was strange. What could it be? The sound of hurried footsteps from behind chasing after him, the girl runs up with an apologetic and confused look on her face. I'm sorry. Seeing Huisung's confused look, she began to explain how the items were arranged during the recent auction. She confessed the truth behind the item distribution. In fact, the government deliberately prioritized the items I chose, so I could monopolize the first achievements. That's why Hunsung's item was pushed all the way to the bottom of the auction list. Hunsung quietly watches her, his mind starting to piece everything together. First achievements? Remembering the notifications about legendary weapons and skills I had obtained, I quietly realized the true reason. Oh, so that's why. The system isn't wrong, the government is. Hunsung calmly analyzed that it was understandable for the government to favor someone like her who already had those initial achievements to strengthen her position. He silently thought that perhaps they believed she still held those titles. Seeing the girl still bowing her head in shame, Hunsung calmly replied, Well, that can happen too, he said with a relaxed smile, scratching his head to reassure her. I fully understand the position of the government as well as yours, so there's no need to feel guilty or apologize to me. Hunsung's compassionate words surprised Yan-A greatly, her eyes wide with emotion, cheeks slightly flushed by the kindness of the man before her. Choi Hunsung nodded gently. Goodbye, Jun-A. I will take my leave now. Watching his figure quietly leave the room, Jun-A stood dazed in the silent space. She silently admired in her heart such a person who is both strong and not greedy for fame or fortune. Truly amazing. Feeling guilty for unintentionally letting her superior pressure an honest person like him, she couldn't help but torment herself. Jun-A stood silently, watching the doorway, silently reaffirming her resolve. From now on, never act like that again. Back at the residence, Hunsung takes off his coat. He silently thought about the words the girl just said. She truly is an honest person. Thinking that Juna felt so guilty he had to chase after to apologize for thinking he had stolen his first achievement, Hunsung couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and guilt. He thought to himself that she didn't really need to explain everything and could just let it go. His face briefly showed confusion as he realized that he was the one who had secretly taken the most valuable rewards from the emoji snake, while she was agonizing over worrying about him. Hunsung sits cross-legged on the bed, activating the virtual space and pulling out the legendary rank skill book glowing with a brilliant golden light. Looking at the precious item in his hand, he eagerly wonders, should I try learning it? His eyes sparkled with curiosity as he hypothesized about the interaction between the skills. Will they merge with his current power or remain as separate abilities? As soon as he pressed the command to absorb the Black Dragon's punishment book, a system notification suddenly appeared saying the direct absorption had failed. Hunsung was stunned to realize a strange phenomenon was occurring. The unique hero-level Thunder Dragon Breath skill and the legendary Black Dragon punishment are merging. In an instant, a new powerful entity is born called the Breath of the Black Thunder Dragon. Legendary unique class Hunsung was stunned to realize that the process was not simply absorption, but a level fusion. Moreover, a hero rank achievement notification continued to appear, recognizing him as the first player in the world to acquire a legendary unique skill. Seeing the new powerful status board, Hunsung slightly smirked with a proud smile. As expected, just as he predicted, he's extremely famous for being so strong. Choi Hun secretly thinks that participating in the Sun Emoji expedition was the wisest choice ever. Just the additional stats from the new titles earned amount to 450 points. Standing before the terrifying one-eyed monster growling, he calmly reassessed his strength. With his current skills, this is truly a significant leap forward. The notification displays detailed information about the Black Thunder Dragon's Breath skill, a legendary rank activation skill that converts magic power into darkness attribute, greatly increasing attack power but reducing recovery ability. It grants the power of lightning to every action and can paralyze enemies instantly. This skill has no cooldown and can be further upgraded by absorbing other lightning-type items. Hunsung slightly smirked confidently. Let's try a little test first. A stream of purple electricity begins to gather and crackle on his hand. Then a giant pillar of black lightning descends from the void, swallowing the monsters in an instant as thunderclaps turn them to dust. The brutal power of the lightning causes the terrifying creature's body to melt and deform completely. Witnessing this astonishing force, Hunsung could only gasp in amazement. Standing amidst the desolate battlefield, Hunsung gazes at his hands still crackling with purple lightning, his eyes shining with determination. He lightly sighed and commented that these monsters disappeared too quickly, so he hadn't fully felt their true power. When the monster's taunts echoed again as a horde of grayish-green creatures charged wildly to surround him, he looked around and wondered if there was really a suitable place. As time passed, a new suggestion suddenly appeared on his phone screen at 8:05 in the morning. An urgent message from Sune appears saying, "I need to discuss something. As soon as you see this message, contact me immediately. The beautiful sister is calling again, and the wallet is running low." Hunsung looked puzzled, wondering what important matter was happening. He was walking down the night street, focused on his phone. The phone rings. "Hello, it seems you've already left the dungeon?" Choi Hunsung replied briefly. "Yes," she continued to suggest. "Hunsung, are you planning to go hunting in the northern dungeon area?" In response to your curiosity, she explained that the low-level dungeons in the northern region are currently short of manpower. Seeing the fierce Snake King wielding weapons, with many monsters and hunters all gone, she offers an attractive reward twice the amount of an emergency direct attack. Hunsung quietly analyzed, understanding that other players usually get nothing when hunting lower-level monsters, so they wouldn't be interested. With a confident smile, he decisively agreed, "Of course, I have to help. Aren't I the one who signed a lifetime contract with the Player Association?" The female manager happily replied, "Thank you. I'll prepare the helicopter so you can leave immediately." Seeing her urgency, Hunsung thought that the situation must be very urgent. She hurriedly explained that the number of dungeons was increasing too rapidly, although it hadn't reached the point of issuing an emergency summons for players yet. But if it continued, that could definitely happen. Hunsung nodded firmly and said, "I will do my best." 2 weeks later in North Korea, a military helicopter glided over the forested mountains of Cheongdiep. Suddenly, a blue system notification appeared in front of Choi Huyung, stating that the total accumulated points had exceeded 300 billion. "Now you can use the mercenary system." Hunsung looked confused and exclaimed, "Oh, this game even has a management mode for personnel." He stares in amazement at the newly unlocked interface, standing in the gray space, looking at the monsters wielding weapons in the distance. Hunsung frowns thoughtfully, then suddenly unleashes a blazing purple energy surrounding his body. He raises his hand, purple lightning crackles powerfully from his fingertips as he begins to manipulate the virtual screen. Hunsung opens the personal status panel to check his impressive strength stats, but quickly realizes there's nothing particularly special about them. He curiously swiped through other options and suddenly exclaimed, "Oh!" A new interface called Mercenary Hiring immediately appeared with a long list of warriors from hero rank to rare rank. Hunsung quietly assessed that he might be able to hire even hero-level players. Curious, he selected the information of a hero-ranked warrior named Volseviki. A detailed information panel about Volcevic, a tank and melee assassin with extremely strong defense and attack capabilities, appears, but upon seeing the price, Huisung is left stunned. 600 billion points for only 2 hours? Who would pay that price? His face clearly showed his helplessness at this outrageous price. He decided to change direction and first try scrolling down to check the rare ranks. But even among the rare ranks, a tens of billions of points per rental still makes him sigh. Is the rare rank this expensive too? Lost in browsing the list, Huisung's eyes suddenly stop in surprise. He discovered a rare class warrior named Lucia, who is much cheaper than the others. Among the rares, she's definitely the cheapest. Cheap is often worthless, but after reading the warning description that says not to trust her because she is a deserter and a failure, Huidong began to hesitate. But this line really does make you worry. He squinted, trying to analyze the true meaning behind those warnings. What does this actually mean? Could it be that she often cancels contracts on her own? Choi Hoon-sung carefully observed the mercenary interface displayed in front of him, silently thinking that gathering information was the top priority. Money was paper, and points were fleeting. To test this new system, he decided to select a name from the list. A blue notification window immediately appeared, informing you that you have hired the rare mercenary Lucia. The remaining rental time is 180 minutes. A sudden flash of white light erupted behind Hoon-sung. From within the glow, a woman's figure gradually becomes clear. She bows her head slightly in respect. Thank you for hiring me, my lord. That is Lucia, a female warrior with long silver hair and a dark cloak. Lucia stood tall, her eyes showing determination as she declared, I will fight with all my strength. Surprised by her serious attitude, Huidong couldn't help but be amazed. There are currently no enemies. Lucia was stunned for a moment, lowering her sword with a look of surprise. Huidong quickly explained, I just have a few questions for you. Master, is this your first time using the mercenary system? Hunsung sighed bitterly, rubbing his head because it had just been activated. Realizing the situation, Lucia sat down quietly and softly said, I understand. So go ahead and ask whatever you want. I will answer everything within my knowledge. Looking at the sword and shield neatly placed beside him, Hunsung got straight to the point. So what is the true identity of a mercenary? Lucia calmly replied, I am also a player just like you, sir. A player like me? Yes, to be precise, I am a player with a unique skill just like you, sir. Choi Hunsung stood frozen in place, his face showing shock as he realized he was not the only one possessing this special power. Lucia explained that she was talking about buying and selling. Choi Hunsung asked curiously if the world Lucia lives in is also under attack by monsters and why the space gates appeared. Lucia admitted that her world also suffered a similar calamity, but she herself does not know the cause of their emergence. She said that if he wanted to learn more about the secrets of the space gates, he would have to hire mercenaries of at least legendary level. This system is more draining than Koch. She revealed that even the legendary mercenaries she had met before didn't know the answer. Hearing that, Hunsung fell into deep thought. I see. He shared that his world has gone through 20 years since the appearance of the space gates. Although 2 major upheavals have occurred, the situation is somewhat stable now. With a worried expression, he asks if she knows when the next upheaval will happen. Lucia affirms that as far as she knows, the 2 apocalyptic events are over. Hunsung gasps in surprise and asks, is that really true? Lucia explains that perhaps there will be no more major upheavals in the next 20 years, but she cannot guarantee anything beyond that. When Hunsung asks why, Lucia with a sad look reveals a harsh truth that the world she once knew was completely overrun and destroyed by monsters 40 years after the first upheaval. Lucia quietly looked down and softly said, in my description, you've probably seen the words traitor and failure, haven't you? Do you know why those words are used? Faced with his scrutinizing gaze and silence, Lucia bitterly admits that she is not a failure because of weakness, but because she chose to run away to survive. The memories of a glorious yet painful time flood her mind, a peaceful village with wooden houses and the slow rhythm of its people. But then the blue sky suddenly tore open to reveal a dark, deadly crack. A giant portal appeared, shining with blinding light and unleashing ferocious monsters onto the world. The grotesque creatures with large nose rings roared savagely, beginning a bloody slaughter. The people screamed in despair, fleeing from the claws of the monsters. Amid the chaos, the leader who once rode a horse to slay monsters like in an action film appeared. However, a giant creature with long horns and bulging muscles appeared, blocking her path. Despite her best efforts, the strength of this heavy monster far exceeded her imagination. Lucia was knocked to the ground. She braced herself with her sword against the crushing blow from her opponent's spiked hammer in helplessness. When death was imminent and resistance futile, a strange blue energy enveloped her body, pulling her away from the collapsing world. Back in reality, Choi Huynh quietly commented that this was the reason she became a one-star player. Lucia nodded softly, confirming this ironic truth. She explained how she had to sell all her savings to restart her studies, and now she is the poorest hunter in the guild, standing silently in the gray space, continuing to tell Hunsung about her humiliating journey. Her head bowed slightly, eyes filled with sadness. But I soon regretted it. She recounted that from that moment on, she had to hunt frantically to accumulate points, carefully selling skill books and magic stones to survive. After 16 years of relentless suffering, just as a glimmer of hope appeared, the second great upheaval suddenly struck. Choi Hoon-sung listened quietly as Lucia revealed that at that time, no one had enough strength to stop the rise of the increasingly numerous legendary monsters. A giant stone monster with glowing blue crystals roars fiercely, shaking the entire space. Lucia, in her warrior armor, grips her sword and shield with clenched teeth, feeling helpless. Damn it! She explains that a powerful magnetic field was deployed, rendering all skills and items that teleport through space useless. Before the enemy's brutal attack, Lucia had no choice but to use the emergency escape item she always carried with her to find a chance to survive. Lucia took out a glowing blue cube and activated it. I used a space-time teleportation item, knowing full well that the chance of becoming lost between dimensions was very high. It was the only choice she had in her desperate situation. The cube spins in this void, emanating a mysterious energy that envelops her. However, cruel fate caused Lucia to fail in reaching another dimension, as planned. She bitterly admits that I have become a lost soul among the dimensions. Lucia is trapped in an endless void between the cracks of the universe. Her eyes show clear exhaustion from wandering alone in a dark space where no life or light exists. Amid the terrifying silence of the void, only the dripping of water echoes in the emptiness where nothing seems to truly exist. Lucia recalls that in her darkest moment, she was incredibly lucky to discover the mercenary support system. She guides Huai-sheng to go to the skills menu and select the trading section, where a support window will appear. The minimum rental period is 1 hour with a fee of 1 million points. Hoon-sung quickly interacts with his virtual screen and presses the mercenary support button. With 1 million points, you can buy a loyalty card. Guys. On Hui-sheng's screen, his own registration details with the same minimum price also appeared. He couldn't help but be surprised and exclaimed, "Oh!" Lucia continued quietly, saying she had registered in that system and waited patiently. But no one ever came. There was even a time she agreed to lower the fee to the minimum and begged a master to let her live in that world. But in the end, she only received cold rejection. Brother Shung looked at the calculation table and silently calculated that for a rare mercenary, the minimum rental fee is 1 million points per hour. He realizes this price is truly too expensive. 24 million a day, which adds up to over 700 million a month. Lucia continued that one day, someone made an extremely cruel demand. He smiled maliciously and said, "Be my disciple. Follow me from Biso Best disciple. Pay 24 million points every day and I'll handle everything else." Hoon-sung was stunned and interrupted. "Can points be transferred to others?" Lucia explained that transferring points to regular players or civilians is impossible. However, among those who share the same type of skill, the rules are completely different. She stepped closer and asserted that exchanging points between them was entirely possible. Both of them stood facing each other in the silent space before Lucia voluntarily extended her hand to seal the deal with a handshake. An instant transaction notification appears showing over 10 billion points available for exchange. Choi Hui-sung looks at the system screen and exclaims with interest, "It's incredible." Curious, he asked if it was possible to exploit the trading between players to increase the total accumulated points. However, Lucia immediately shut down that idea with a firm statement. That's impossible. She explained that when players trade points with each other, the accumulated points are also deducted accordingly, and this rule applies similarly to the mercenary system. Brother Sung suddenly realized the issue and asked if that was why she accepted the previous offer, but Lucia responded firmly, "I refused. You are very calm and beautiful." She also explained that just like selling items, the mercenary system charges a commission of up to 20% of the contract value. Hui-sung softly exclaimed in surprise when he realized the disadvantage in points. Lucia quietly recounted her harsh past as the situation worsened, and that person once again sent a request to hire her for nearly 300 million points. Looking at the confirmation screen, Heian Dung thought to herself, "How tough you look, so I'll help you get back on the team." She began recounting her frantic days of hunting monsters to accumulate points, only to grit her teeth and hand over all 24 million points in rental fees to that unscrupulous owner, working day and night but still losing money. Truly a slave hunter's life. To fill that void, Lucia had to cut back on sleep and meals to immerse herself in bloody battles. Although she later managed to earn 5 million points a day, her former master's greed drove Lucia to break the contract. The red-haired man roared in anger after losing his powerful point-earning tool, and from then on, she struggled to survive alone across different dimensions until Hoon-sung summoned her. Lucia's face shows clear exhaustion. She admits that she wouldn't be able to hold on for more than 3 months if things continued like this. With a determined look, she gazed directly at Hoon-sung and made a proposal. "I want to suggest something to you." Lucia committed to paying back at least 24 million points of rental fee every day and was ready to fight in any fierce battlefield you requested. She looked at him with a serious, pleading gaze. "So could you allow me to continue existing in this world?" Hoon-sung looked at Lucia and said, "Can you give me some time to think?" Lucia smiled and agreed. Of course. She reminded him that the rental time was almost up and it was time for her to return. Immediately after, Lucia disappeared in a beam of light, leaving Hoon-sung standing silently alone. Sitting alone in the dark cave, he thought to himself that he was truly lucky. But now what should he do? Using the mercenary system seems reasonable. Having made his decision, Hun Shung touched the system screen to summon Lucia back. As she appeared, she immediately concluded that his decision to hire me again showed he had made a wise choice. Hun Sung calmly replied, "Yes, but I have something I want to confirm first." Lucia guessed his intention. It seems he is curious about my strength. "Can you show me your status board?" Hun silently thought that for a level 1 player like him, level doesn't mean anything. After all, everyone has their own secrets. Good job. Then he realized she only meant to show him the stats. Both of them started walking. Lucia softly called out, "The status board." A stat screen appeared, astonishing Hunung. "It's too high, with a total score exceeding 3,500. To reach this number, an ordinary player would need to be at level 700. Still, he remained confident despite being about 700 points behind her total score, believing he could catch up. Looking at Lucia, Hunung judged that she still possessed many legendary or hero-level skills. I wonder how strong the monsters out there are that even such powerful beings have to work as mercenaries. Lucia interrupts his thoughts. "Are you satisfied now?" Hai Unan suggested, "I want us to sign a temporary contract for now." Lucia was also a bit surprised since it's just a short-term arrangement. "Temporary hire? I will summon you when we enter the dungeon. When the hunt is over, the contract will also end. I will provide food for free." Lucia confirms again. "So you only call me to this world when you need to hunt, right?" Hai Unang nodded. "Yes, that's right." Lucia smiled. "All right, for me this is a proposal with no disadvantages at all." She vanished into the sky, leaving Hun Shung alone. In the darkness, a brilliant blue light burst forth from the forest. He started running quickly towards them. Lucia's sharp eyes, she charged straight into the herd of horned rabbit monsters with a deafening scream. Amidst the dense encirclement, she calmly raises her shield, activating a vibrant blue protective barrier. Lucia channels her energy into the shield, creating a shockwave that repels the monsters, while Hun Shung watches from behind with a satisfied smile and says, "That's pretty convenient." His hands also began to burn with a powerful purple energy, ready to strike at the monsters, while the creatures were swiftly cut down by Lucia's sharp sword. Watching her brave fighting style, Ha Unan quietly thought she had a completely different style from himself. He seemed pleased, thinking this combination might work well. Immediately, he unleashed a powerful sweep attack with purple energy, forming a death circle that left the monsters no time to react. Standing before the defeated monsters, Lucia announced that it seemed like they had finished cleaning up. She was pleased to say that this was a great hunting ground because in the world of the previous owners, she had faced many difficulties. Lucia explained that there are too many players there, and the good hunting areas are all occupied by lords, requiring an extremely expensive usage fee to access. Her eyes showed curiosity as she looked at He Hun Shung. "Master, could it be that you are one of the rulers of this world?" Hai Ung chuckled and replied, "No, I just happen to be handling this place a little." After a few consecutive battles, he was worried about her health. Is she still able to fight? Receiving a confident answer from Lucia, he looked at the control panel and said, "I'll call again later." Lucia respectfully replied, "I will wait for you," and then disappeared in an instant. A week later, in the deserted forest, a burst of brilliant green energy erupted. Hai Unenshung marveled at his astonishing rate of progress. He calculated that if he used to hunt all day and only earned 10 million points, now that number has tripled. Even in just 1 week, Lucia has brought him 300 million points. Hai Hun-sung smiled to himself, feeling truly lucky, thinking that with just 3 million points in profit in a week, he was already so happy. Hai Hun-sung scratched his head awkwardly, feeling a bit guilty for being able to earn hundreds of millions of points each day just with electronic devices. Just then, Lucia stepped closer and softly called, "Hey, Hai Hun-sung." He turned back and asked, "What's going on?" "If you don't mind, I have a question." Once given permission, she directly addressed the matter. "Today I saw you fighting monsters up close. Besides ranged combat, do you plan to continue using melee fighting?" "Of course, I want to combine both ranged and melee to use in each battle." Lucia paused for a moment, then asked, "You've never studied swordsmanship properly before, right?" Hun admitted that he only possessed knowledge and skills in swordsmanship. "In that case, I suggest you hire a swordsmanship master to learn properly." Hun Shung wondered, "Is there any particular reason for that?" Lucia looked at him seriously and explained, "Your swordsmanship is too monotonous. You may not see any inconvenience now, but from the level of hero class monsters onward, your attacks will no longer be effective." Hun Sung hesitated and asked, "Do the differences really matter that much?" Lucia immediately suggested, "Would you like to try sparring with me without activating your skills?" Hearing the word sparring match, Hun Shung was a bit surprised, not expecting her to be so eager to help him. Lucia explained that only through direct experience could he truly understand what she wanted to convey. Hun Sung's eyes hardened, and he decisively replied, "All right, then draw your weapon and get ready." Both kept their distance, and the atmosphere grew tense before they officially entered the swordsmanship duel. Hun Sung actively charges forward with incredible speed, swinging his weapon directly at his opponent, but Lucia quickly raises her shield to block. Lucia both defended and attacked, skillfully neutralizing all of Hun Shung's sword moves. Observing her opponent carefully, Hun Shung silently concluded that she still hadn't used all her strength. He stomps his foot to gain momentum, leaps into the air to perform a powerful dive attack. Lucia remains calm, raises her shield to block the strike, then immediately swings her sword to counter. Both of them continue to clash in a dramatic exchange of moves, with Hai Hun-shung feeling annoyed as he saw all his attacks being blocked. Contrary to his tension, Lucia remains calm with a confident smile on her face. 3 minutes pass, and Hai Hun begins to pant, sweat pouring down as he still grips his weapon tightly. He was amazed and wondered why the difference was so huge. Lucia calmly approached, her face completely composed. Realizing the huge gap, he bowed his head and admitted, "I lost." Lucia sheathed her sword and calmly remarked, "I had some idea, but your proficiency is really quite low." Hai Han-sung wondered again. "Proficiency? You have learned the moves with your sword, but mastery is something you haven't considered yet." Lucia explains that although it doesn't show on the status screen, in some aspects, proficiency is even more important than stats or skills. She emphasized that for players, whether passive or active skills are gained suddenly, so knowing how to use them doesn't mean you've reached the limit. Hyun wondered, but wouldn't the operation method automatically be recorded? Lucia insists that that's not enough. She uses riding skills as an example. When you learn the skill, you can run, stop, and change direction freely while riding. But that doesn't mean you have mastered the riding skill. She explained that depending on your level of proficiency, your combat strength can be worlds apart. Not everyone who learns the same skill can unleash its full power. Han soon gasped in surprise as he realized the problem. Lucia saw that his expression seemed to understand her meaning, so she continued. This isn't just an issue with passive skills like swordsmanship knowledge. Even with lightning-based skills that Hunung relies on as his main attack, the difference in damage dealt to enemies, based on proficiency, can be significant. Hun Shung pondered, thinking about gaming. Even when controlling a character with the same stats, the way he used it and how a professional gamer executes it are worlds apart in terms of proficiency. He thought to himself that even though it wasn't recorded in the status, this was definitely a skill with a huge impact in actual combat. Hyun Shung looked at Lucia cautiously and asked if she could help him improve his proficiency. Lucia smiled brightly and replied, "If you want, I will help you anytime." I didn't expect this girl to be so eager to offer guidance. A few months later, thanks to the active efforts of high-level hunters in the northern region, the threat of monster waves gradually stabilized. However, contrary to this peace, the discontent among these hunters was rising more than ever. The hunters from the major guilds sent to assist are starting to become lazy. Whenever they receive orders to enter low-level dungeons, they often go on strike or express their desire to return to the south. This situation caused the burden of clearing low-level dungeons to fall on the hunters affiliated with the guild. And after a while, even the guild members couldn't stand it and started complaining. Even with double combat allowance, the losses they suffered were still too great. They couldn't gain experience to level up or collect valuable items or magic stones. Life here is also very harsh, with a lack of proper accommodation forcing them to sleep in tents and sustain themselves with quick meals or rations day by day. But instead of joining the strike, one hunter was more eager than ever to go hunting. While everyone was resting, Hyunung quietly packed his bag and set out with a cheerful spirit. After a strenuous training session, Hai Unung and Lucia sit down together to rest and have a meal. As they eat, Lucia marvels that this world truly has an astonishingly advanced civilization. She started to feel more familiar with and fond of this place. Hun Shung explained that even ordinary people here need an ID to participate in economic activities. Hearing that, Lucia nodded in understanding, which is why Hun Shung didn't call me outside the dungeon. Hyun looked at her calmly and continued speaking. Lucia is a top-level player. For players like her, countries have very strict checks. Seeing Lucia look a bit stunned, he smiled reassuringly and said, "For now, until my current work is finished, I will find a way for Lucia to live in Korea." Getting the ID card and registering as a player are very important. Lucia smiled gently and replied, "You can take your time because I am very satisfied with my current life." She hesitated before mentioning that if the ID card had her portrait on it, she would look at Hun with anticipation. If either way you get it, then having a youthful appearance would be better, right? This feminine question surprised Hun Shung a little. Every girl likes to look good, right everyone? He chuckled happily in agreement. It's true that being granted youthfulness and good looks would be better. The two continue chatting happily in the silent dungeon, Lucia's eyes showing relief and trust as she looks toward her master. "I think it's better if you take it back now." Hun Shung turned to smile and replied, "Just consider it tuition. You've taught me a lot. Then I will teach you even more strictly." Hai Unung calmly accepts at any moment. The scene shifts to a cold, snowy mountain at night where a helicopter has just landed and a group of hunters is gathered below. "Hi, I'm in a warm outfit, carrying a backpack as I pass by a man busy on his phone. He hurriedly says into the device, 'Wait a moment.' 'Hello? Yes, I am currently on a business trip.' Standing nearby, a mysterious boss with sharp eyes silently thought. Finally, he seized the opportunity. This time, he seemed very excited. He began to emit a dangerous aura of black energy, while Hun Shung continued to walk forward silently. As he advanced deeper into the rocky area, Hun Shung suddenly paused, alert. Huh? His eyes narrowed as he sensed an invisible threat looming all around. He suddenly realizes his primal instincts have been triggered. Who could it be? Behind him, a mysterious black smoke is gradually approaching. Han Shung steps deeper into the dark cave, sensing the danger nearby. Are they enemies? He swallowed nervously, telling himself to just go with it for now. The half-human, half-beast monsters begin to reveal themselves, growling menacingly. Faced with these massive creatures, Hai Unung takes a deep breath and then smiles excitedly. Let's try it out and see how it goes. It's the first time since Luia taught me sword training that I've fought directly. He quickly drew the sharp weapon from his backpack and stood in front of the monsters charging at him, gripping his weapon tightly with an aura of power shining through the dazzling purple light. After clearing the target, he picked up the sparkling blue magic stone and carefully stored it in his backpack. He opened a water bottle and took a long drink to regain his strength before checking his status screen. Although still at level 1 and without a profession, owning 164 titles makes him clearly proud, a remarkable achievement for someone of his low rank. Tired but determined, Hyun-sung told himself to keep going. Immediately, he sensed a surge of deadly aura and realized the enemy was right nearby. A giant monster roared and charged, but Hyun-sung swiftly swung his sword and finished it off in an instant. His eyes hardened as he realized the real threat was approaching. Here it comes, a mysterious shadow swiftly passing right behind him. Without hesitation, Hai Unung gathered a blazing purple energy in his palm and launched a direct attack at the stranger. Carefully observing the opponent, Hai Hun-sung deduces they are a killer type who will only stop once he's dead. He prepares to fight, gripping his weapon glowing with energy, ready to face the assassin gradually revealing himself beneath the black cloak. Both of them collided in midair in a fiery clash. After landing, Hai Unung was stunned to see the opponent move like a swirling cloud of black smoke. He quickly muttered to himself in surprise, then immediately turned around alert as the black shadow disappeared into the mist again. The assassin gritted his teeth in amazement. How did he find out? I can't believe my movements were exposed so easily. Although holding the advantage in strength, Hai Hun-sung quietly assessed that he was clearly stronger, but the opponent was too fast. Suddenly, the assassin appeared right behind him, startling Hai Unung, who also had the ability to move quickly. Before he could react, a thick green smoke from the enemy smoke bomb engulfed him. Not only that, he also has biological weapons. The system keeps warning that you have been poisoned and your body functions will be paralyzed in 10 seconds. But at the critical moment, the passive skill Immortality automatically activates, instantly neutralizing the poison. Above, the enemy continued to charge down, forcing him to quickly gather energy to counterattack. A brilliant purple explosion erupted, but the assassin swiftly slipped away like a shadow to evade. Watching the elusive figure of the opponent, Hai Unung began to feel the pressure. He's fast, unable to land a hit, his skills miss, and he's exhausting too much energy. If this prolonged battle continues, he will soon find himself at a disadvantage. Hai Hun-sung pondered deeply, took a deep breath, and fixed his gaze on the sharp sword in his hand, reminding himself that this was a once-in-a-lifetime chance, and he had only one shot to succeed, so he must not make any mistakes. After a relentless exchange with the assassin, gasping for breath and drenched in sweat, he realized the situation had spiraled beyond control. Hai Unung is unharmed and thinks he must escape immediately because this mission is a total failure. He can't help but be terrified, wondering what kind of person his opponent really is. He couldn't believe that someone who had only awakened less than a year ago possessed such overwhelming strength. Even as he poured all his effort into escaping, Hun-sung was right behind him, like his shadow. The assassin silently cursed in horror. Truly a monster. Hun-sung's sword strikes kept coming, forcing him to struggle desperately to defend himself. Hun-sung's eyes turned cold as he asked coldly, "Are you trying to run away?" Even as the assassin tried every move to escape, Hai Unung easily kept up with his every move. Hai Unung softly reads, "Bing!" He instantly teleported behind the opponent and delivered a fatal blow, causing the enemy to suffer severe injuries. The assassin collapsed in pain, completely unable to resist. Standing over the defeated enemy, Hai Unung sheathes his sword and coldly looks down at the struggling assassin. Hai Hun-sung grits his teeth and mutters, "Bastard!" The assassin lunged with terrifying speed, and he barely managed to shout out, "Too fast!" as the sharp blade sliced across Ho-sung's neck, leaving a bloody cut in an instant. Without giving the opponent a chance, a fierce explosion of purple energy erupted violently. The assassin screams desperately amidst the destructive power. As the light faded, the attacker's body had completely vanished into the void, leaving only flickering sparks in the darkness. Hui-sung looked on in astonishment. From the spot where the assassin just vanished, a strange skill book gradually appears. That is a hero-grade item called the Darkness Veil, capable of completely hiding the user's appearance, sound, and magic. Picking up the killer's leftover loot, he smiles contentedly. Not bad. Right next to it, a sword and a shimmering chain also begin to appear. This guy is carrying quite a lot of items. First is the Black Star Spirit King's sword set with terrifying abilities to cause poison, bleeding, and curses. Next is the Blessing Gear from the Guardian that greatly increases the holder's skill resistance, especially the passive shield skill that reduces up to 50% of damage from deadly attacks. Hun-sung nodded to himself, so it's because of this skill, but his eyes suddenly sharpened with a big question. Why did he target me? Hun-sung squinted as he examined the items he had obtained, then activated his skill, Psychology. Immediately, a system message appeared stating that the active skill activation failed because it could not access the past information of the cursed items. Hun-sung sighed and admitted that indeed it was a failure. He suddenly remembered something and thought to himself, first I should discuss this with Lucia. Just been summoned, Lucia commented. You called me a little later than usual. Hunsung was a bit confused. Oh, actually, that was just the two of us sitting down to discuss what just happened. After hearing that, Lucia pondered and wondered if in this world it was common for players to attack each other. Hunsung's explanation is quite rare. Except in hidden places, players don't usually clash openly. But he still can't help but wonder, but why are they targeting me? Lucia thinks that perhaps a rival has been secretly forming without him knowing, or maybe they suspect that his rapid power growth is suspicious and want to uncover his secret. Hunsung nervously asked if this would happen again. Lucia's gaze turned serious. If the one earlier belonged to an organization, Lucia believes there is a high chance he was targeted. She analyzes that according to the rules of this world, if they cannot strike in public, they will definitely choose the moment he is in the dungeon. So now he can leave openly and naturally. Therefore, she reminds Hunsung to be extremely careful when hunting. Lucia kindly advised, if you encounter a tough enemy, call me immediately. If you have enough points, you can also hire additional mercenaries. Hunsung smiled and replied, I understand. As night falls over the cold, snowy mountains, the helicopter departs, leaving Hunsung alone with his backpack, venturing deeper into the treacherous area. From afar, a mysterious girl in a black cloak quietly watches his back. She is stunned and wonders, what is this? Could it be they didn't carry out the plan? Her face clearly showed confusion as she saw the unusual developments. She begins to follow, quietly reading, her hunter's eyes activating a special skill to track. She tries to understand what just happened, but he keeps walking forward. Her eyes glow with a sinister red, revealing the remaining traces of magic on the ground. Warning symbols appear, leading deep into the dark cave. She quietly follows the streaks of light into the dark and cold space, suddenly stopping an alert when she senses an unusual presence right ahead. The mysterious girl stops at the spot where the red energy still lingers, bends down to touch the ground, and whispers to herself, this is enough. Immediately, she activates her earth memory skill. Ghostly gray shadows rise from the ground, replaying the entire aftermath of the recent battle. She quietly observes the shadowy figures reenacting Hunsung's moves and the assassins. Suddenly, her eyes narrow in surprise. Huh? In front of her, the reanimated image shows the assassin desperately trying to escape. She gasped and asked herself, is he running away? Why would he have to run away? But her shock quickly turned to horror as she saw Hunsung in her memory catch up and deliver the final blow, causing the opponent to vanish completely. The girl's eyes widened in disbelief as she witnessed that brutal scene. She trembled as she uttered the name Takashi, struggling to swallow her saliva, her face blank with shock as she had to accept the truth. He's dead. In Tokyo, Japan, inside a luxurious high-rise building, the man with a mustache is deep in thought. It's very likely that Dong Sung-yu's words are true. Yes, according to the report sent by Kaneko, brother Choi Hui-shung has killed Takashi. The man continued to speculate that Dong Sung-yu was also very likely killed by Choi Hui-shung. The subordinate confirmed, I believe that's almost certain. His face grew tense. A new player who has only been awakened for over a year, ignoring the level 20 rule, and defeating a top-tier ranker. How is that possible? And twice more, your army suffered painful defeats against unknown opponents. That being Tanaka, the Minister of Japan's Spacegate Management Department. Tanaka muttered thoughtfully, breaking the level 20 rule is not the end. The subordinate continued, we estimate there's over a 99% chance he possesses a unique skill. Tanaka nodded. No wonder the Korean Players Association is so eager to sign him. He lightly tapped his finger on the table, his eyes revealing a sinister look. What kind of unique skill does he possess to be able to advance so quickly? In that case, it would be better to take it by force. The subordinate asked back in confusion. Yes, Tanaka replied calmly. It's nothing. He immediately changes the subject. Instead, how many secret agents can we deploy now? Receiving the answer that there are 5, Tanaka decisively gave the order. Send all personnel to North Korea. Seeing his subordinate still in shock, he gritted his teeth and said, Did you not hear what I said? No, I will carry it out immediately. The subordinate nervously asked again, So the goal remains the same as before? Tanaka calmly states that it remains the same, but adds one more thing. If he judges that the mission cannot succeed, he must order the killing of Choi Hunsung at all costs. If he tries to persuade him and fails, should we eliminate everyone? The subordinate bowed respectfully. I understand. Then, he quickly left the room, leaving only himself in the luxurious office. Tanaka contemptuously muttered, Choi Hunsung doesn't trust the Korean government, fools. He straightened his tie with a triumphant and calculating look, while, in a quiet area, Hui was fully focused on practicing his new skill. He softly recites the magic incantation. A brilliant green energy begins to gather between his palms. Lucia stood beside him, quietly watching his every move. Suddenly, the energy burst out and then vanished, causing Hunsung to regretfully exclaim, Just need to focus a little more and you'll succeed. Seeing that, Lucia gently smiled to comfort him. You don't have to be too regretful because we still have plenty of time. Hunsung nodded slightly and replied, I understand Lucia announced that it was time to start the training session, and the two quickly drew their weapons to prepare for the next exercise. Hunsung tightly grips his weapon, his eyes showing clear determination. Lucia is also ready, with sword and shield in hand. Hun Sung proactively spoke, "I will go first." Lucia nodded slightly in agreement. Immediately, Hun Sung charged with powerful sword strikes, but Lucia remained calm, using her sturdy shield to withstand every attack. The continuous clashes pushed Hun Sung to his limit, but he still couldn't break through the opponent's defenses. Countered, he stepped back, gritting his teeth, quickly bracing his hands on the ground to keep his balance before returning to a defensive stance. His eyes fixated on Lucia, trying to find even the tiniest opening, while she stood tall and commanding, unshaken by the tension. Lucia's blue eyes carefully watch every move of her opponent as Hun Sung charges again, but all his sword swings are easily deflected by her shield. He sighs in frustration, realizing he is still completely at a loss against Lucia's superb defensive skills. Still not willing to stop, Hun Sung stomped his foot and charged straight at Lucia with his sword in hand. Lucia calmly raised her shield to block, her sharp eyes watching every move of her opponent. Despite his efforts to attack with all his might, Lucia remained steady like an unbreakable wall, making him grit his teeth in tense frustration. After this fiery exchange of blows, Hun Sung voluntarily retreated to maintain the distance. "We should stop here. It's time for us to move on to the next dungeon." Hun Sung is still panting, his face showing exhaustion and doubt as he wonders, "Hey, have I really improved? I haven't won against any move yet, boss." Seeing the master's disappointment, Lucia smiled encouragingly. "Your timing to attack his weakness has become much sharper than before." Lucia notes that the unnecessary movements when dodging Hun Sung's attacks have greatly diminished. "I honestly didn't expect you to mature so quickly." However, Lucia immediately stated that it doesn't suit Brother Shung at all and explained that patience is the most important factor when using shield techniques as the main strategy. But isn't it true that Hun Sung always rushes to attack as soon as he sees an opportunity? At that moment, the shield would only be a hindrance. Hun X-Dung scratched his head awkwardly and chuckled. "Haha, I also tried to hold back, but it doesn't seem to be going very smoothly." Lucia smiled brightly and confirmed that it was his innate talent. She honestly assessed that, compared to Hun Sung, wielding both sword and shield, Hun Sung holding only a sword would be much harder to deal with. Lucia continued explaining and provided evidence that he only uses the sword. His current left defense only needs the metal shield he is wearing. Hun Sung nodded in understanding and said, "I see." Lucia bowed and said, "Then I will take my leave." Hun Sung cheerfully waved his hand and said, "See you later, teacher." This made Lucia feel a little flustered. She shyly replied, "I am not a teacher." Then she disappeared into the light, leaving me alone. Hun Sung yawned tiredly as he walked, thinking to himself, time to move on to the next dungeon. As he was walking, he had suddenly stopped when he sensed an unusual heartbeat ahead. His eyes narrowed in suspicion. Deep inside the dark cave, the glowing red eyes of monsters are glaring at him. He senses the presence of an outsider, but his unease tells him there's more than one. From the shadows, a man with fiery red hair steps out, confidently and smugly speaking his words. "Has he been watching you for a long time?" You immediately question him. "Are you from Japan?" The red-haired man calmly admitted. "That's right." He smirked arrogantly before making a threatening proposal. "It's best if you give up resisting and obediently come with me." Brother Shung remains calm. I ask back, "Why do you want to take me?" The stranger coldly replies, "I have no obligation to tell you that." He forces him to make an immediate choice, to decide whether to resist or surrender. Facing overwhelming pressure, Hun Sung quietly analyzes the situation. Is he an accomplice of the assassin from before? He realizes that if the enemy attacks from two sides at once, it will be very difficult for him to handle alone. In Hun Sung's mind, he briefly wondered if he could handle it alone and whether he needed to call for backup. Should I call Lucia? But then he quickly dismissed the idea. No, not yet. Keep a firm grip on the sword hilt. Let's see how it goes. Brother Shung draws his weapon, ready for the upcoming confrontation. The red-haired guy slightly smirks. Does that mean he's planning to resist? I told you I was acting in good faith. To prevent the enemy from having more time, Hun Sung immediately gathers his strength and rushes forward. He activates the Black Dragon's Breath skill, unleashing a massive burst of purple energy fiercely towards the opponent. Hun Sung's eyes sparkled with lightning as he vigilantly looked around, suddenly realizing that the red-haired enemy had shifted behind him from nowhere. After circling each other for a while, Hun Sung sighed in frustration, muttering that he must conserve his stamina and magic for this long battle. The enemy closed in right in front of him, forcing him into a direct confrontation. Hun Sung gathers magic energy in his palm, swiftly dodges the sharp sword coming down, and his eyes widen as he focuses intensely on every move of his opponent. The red-haired guy swung a powerful curved sword attack, but he narrowly dodged by ducking down just in time. He chuckled with amusement. Well, your reaction speed is impressive. Hun Sung lands in a defensive stance. The red-haired man smirks and comments, "Your items seem pretty good too, but how long can you hold out?" He immediately charged with terrifying speed, swinging his sword in rapid succession. Hun Sung gritted his teeth as he struggled to defend, gasping in difficulty. Wow, this really is a tough opponent for me. The collision causes a cloud of dust explosion in the cave, and both quickly separate to observe each other. The red-haired man's eyes show amusement while Hun Sung remains intensely focused, and they immediately clash again, sparks flying, as Hun Sung struggles to block his opponent's deadly strikes. Realizing the disadvantage, Huin Sung gathered a blazing purple energy in his palm and launched a powerful sweeping attack, creating a fierce magical explosion to push back the enemy. But he suddenly froze in shock. What? The red-haired guy disappeared from sight and suddenly appeared right behind him, with his katana ready to strike down. Without a moment's hesitation, Huin Sung spun around, a surge of purple energy erupting from his hand once again to face his opponent directly. A dazzling magical explosion erupted right between the two of them. Seeing this extraordinary reflex, those secretly watching from afar began to comment. Does he have a wild instinct type skill? Has that kid really only awakened just a year ago? Maybe I heard wrong about his background. That guy was still in first grade just a year ago. What exactly did he do? Another man in the group replied calmly, I don't know. We came here to find out about that. Hopefully, that method can also be applied to other players. Looking at the ongoing battle, he assesses that he's still not at ranker level. Just look at him struggling against Sasaki. The girl accompanying her wondered why Takahai lost to someone like that. The man explained, It's just because of attribute differences. If it were you, you'd probably have a hard time too, she snapped. What are you talking about? If I had stepped in, that guy wouldn't be standing there alive. The man saw the girl get angry and hurriedly tried to calm her down. Let's just observe for now. Anyway, Sasaki said he would handle it himself, but the swords continued to clash fiercely, creating powerful shockwaves inside the cave. Brother Shung tried to strike but was still countered by the opponent. Sasaki's sword grazed his arm, drawing blood. He gritted his teeth and thought to himself, I'm still far behind. I should have trained harder. Looking at the opponent's back, Sasaki silently assessed that he's truly a madman, his fighting style too dangerous, and he decided not to prolong the fight any further. This attack will end everything. Sasaki leapt into the air, swinging his sword in a powerful dive straight at Huin Sung's position. He smiled triumphantly. It's over. Huin Sung's eyes widened in horror as the sword was close to him, and he could only stand frozen in place because his opponent's speed was too fast to dodge. This is too dangerous. I will die. At the very moment of life and death, a system notification suddenly appeared. Passive skill, heroic level survival instinct activated. A flash of sword light appeared and Sasaki's head fell to the ground. He gasped for breath as he looked at the fallen enemy and thought it was over. But from the mysterious black smoke, a voice suddenly rang out in shock. Huh? I didn't expect Sasaki to die. A woman with cold, sharp eyes gradually reveals herself. She looks down on everything with contempt, truly ridiculous. Huin Sung was stunned to realize that the enemy was not alone. Soon after, a silver-haired man appeared beside him and remarked that this proved the kid's strength was formidable. He continues to note that Huin Sung also has secret tricks up his sleeve. Behind them, three mysterious figures wearing wide-brimmed hats silently approached to encircle him. Huin Sung swallowed nervously, secretly worried that they knew his skill activation time was very short. Could it be that if he fought back, they would bring out the whole gang? The strangers stare at him with threatening eyes, and faced with the dense encirclement, Hoi Dung unexpectedly smiles with a mysterious expression. He quickly taps the system screen to perform a secret move. Immediately, many more powerful mercenaries appear, ready for a fierce confrontation. Hoi Dung walks away silently, coldly commanding to capture the enemies alive. But if it's too difficult to control, kill them on the spot. Lucia replied confidently, Yes, and the fool also smiled with full confidence. Understood. According to your orders, we are no longer outnumbered on our side. The battle erupted instantly with a powerful clash that shattered the boulder. An enemy female assassin was thrown back, severely wounded and coughing up blood. Lucia quietly approaches the defeated enemy with a cold gaze. The female assassin trembles, unable to believe what is happening. What is really going on here? She gasps for breath. Their faces show pure horror as they realize the overwhelming power of Huin Sung's mercenaries. Faced with the terrifying strength of the enemy, the attackers can only cry out in despair. You're too strong! They gasped, completely panicked, with no fighting spirit left as they saw their comrades fall one after another. The burly mercenary leaps into the air, swinging his massive mace and shouting, If you're going to die, it's going to be trouble, so dodge carefully. A thunderous strike crashes into the ground, causing a shockwave that leaves enemies no time to react. He casually drags the unconscious guy by the collar and comments, This one is out cold. Looking at another unconscious enemy, he clicked his tongue. Is this one already dead? The thug slung his hammer over his shoulder, showing a nonchalant expression. Anyway, the boss had told us that if it got too hard to control, we could just kill them. In another corner, the enemy assassin was completely restrained by energy chains. She could only whimper in despair as the sharp sword swung repeatedly, her eyes wide with horror before she screamed in pain. Haha, now she has no chance to show off in front of her allies like before. Lucia quietly stands beside the defeated opponent, her gaze still calm and cold, as if taking down these enemies is nothing to her. The silver-haired enemy just gasped for breath and forced a smile, admitting it. Haha, you really are terrifying. Facing him, Huin Sung's masked assassin only scoffed dismissively, truly laughable. He silently watched the badly wounded defeated opponent by the cliff, observing the overwhelming situation, and Huin Sung couldn't help but be surprised, thinking that everything was happening even faster than he had expected. Huin Sung smiled contentedly as he watched the arranged situation, and the masked assassin respectfully approached to report. The mission is complete, my lord. Is there anything else you want us to do? Hun Sung's eyes narrowed, and he coldly ordered, "Watch them until the minimum rental time ends." The mercenary replied firmly, "I understand." Facing those who just lost, Hun Sung gets straight to the point. "Why target me? You need to clarify why this group, being foreigners, has any intentions toward me." But all they do in response to my question is stubborn silence, sweat pouring down but not a word uttered. Hun Sung smirked and remarked, "It seems he has no intention of answering." Immediately, the head-shaving mercenary roared in fury. "Why aren't you answering quickly?" the boss is asking, so I'm forcing myself to swing this huge hammer down, making the ground shake. The powerful impact made the hat-wearing thug scream in agony, while the other two turned pale and trembled with fear. The scar-faced man smiled menacingly, quietly approaching with his hammer and asking, "Aren't you going to answer either?" He leaned in close, demanding with a threatening look. That's right. Under the overwhelming pressure and the brutality of the enemy, the girl, overwhelmed by fear, was forced to confess that they were ordered to kidnap Choi Hun Sung and bring him back to Japan. The Straw Hat guy quickly added that their goal was to find a way to break the level 20 rule and understand why you suddenly became so strong. After hearing this, Hun Sung simply replied with a cryptic "good job," but immediately afterward, suspicion appeared clearly on his face. "What?" Hun Sung squinted and thought, "Let me check again." He ordered the giant mercenary to gather all the enemy's items and bring them here. Upon receiving confirmation, he began to check the control panel to compare the information. Watching the defeated enemies sweating profusely, Hui Deng continued to observe the system panel. The silver-haired man forced a strained smile beside the masked mercenary to calm nerves and hide his anxiety. But Hui Sheng saw through everything through the stats and coldly asked, "Why are you lying?" The unexpected question made the silver-haired man startle in shock. That was so quick he didn't even have time to defend himself. The giant mercenary swung his heavy hammer in a thunderous blow. The blood-stained hammer lay still on the ground after the brutal strike. Hun Sung was stunned to learn another shocking truth, that there were still allies outside the dungeon. The female assassin bowed her head in admission. "Yes, your strength isn't particularly outstanding. I estimate you're around the early 200s level," Hun Sung coldly questioned. The exact location is where she tremblingly pointed out. If Hun Sung goes outside the prison to look at the person gasping at his feet, he narrows his eyes thoughtfully. His face hardened as he turned to instruct the mercenaries, "I will go out for a while and come back." Lucia and the others listened carefully as he continued speaking. Meanwhile, to prevent them from escaping, keep a close watch on them. "I want to catch them all and let none escape." The burly mercenary, carrying an axe on his shoulder, respectfully replied, "Be careful, my lord." Stepping out of the dungeon, he raised his hand to shield his eyes, softly muttering, After determining the direction, he whispered to himself and immediately activated his vanish skill in an instant. In the deserted forest, Hun Sung suddenly appears right behind his lookout partner. The man with the conical hat is startled and stammers, only able to shout out before Hun Sung's sharp sword swings in, delivering a fatal blow that instantly takes down the enemy. "I am returning to the dungeon now." The mercenary leader approached and softly said, "Master, we kindly ask to return now." They completed their mission well during his absence. He pressed further, asking, "Do you intend to extend the contract?" Hun Sung calmly replied, "Just go back. This is fine." "Thank you very much for today, guys." The chubby guy chuckled. "Haha, it's nothing. Just call us next time you need anything. This is the first time I've gotten such an easy mission. I'm always ready for easy missions like this one. Next time, make sure to call me again." "So, what should I do now?" Seeing Lucia standing firm with her sturdy shield, he begins to plan his next move as a blazing flame rushes past Hun Sung while he is intensely focused. Lucia reacted very quickly, immediately raising her shield to defend her master against any surprise attack. The gray-haired man gritted his teeth in shock when he saw Hun Sung still fighting, and he and his team hurriedly turned around and fled. Hun Sung observes carefully and silently wonders, has he already recovered during this time? He concentrates intensely, a blazing purple lightning flickering on his clenched hand. Immediately, a huge explosion of purple energy erupted, swallowing the two fleeing figures. Unwilling to surrender, the gray-haired man and the female assassin unleashed their fiery attacks. A column of fire erupts from the ground in a fierce counterattack. However, Lucia quickly rushes forward, raising her giant shield to activate a sturdy blue protective barrier that fully shields Hun Sung. Lucia's eyes filled with murderous intent, she swung her sword in a decisive strike, leaving no chance to escape again. Meanwhile, Hui Sheng suddenly heard hurried footsteps and cautiously turned to look deeper into the dark cave. He immediately moved closer and continued activating his skill. As darkness shrouded the scene, the two strangers shouted in terror when they suddenly saw their opponent vanish. A powerful purple energy explosion erupts fiercely at the spot where the two masked figures are standing as they scream desperately amidst the crackling high-voltage currents. After the devastating attack, Hun Sung quietly walks through the smoke and dust. He silently concludes that only he and Lucia are left. Hun Sung stands majestically among the floating magical light orbs, his gaze cold and commanding. He quietly questions sarcastically those who just lost. "Do you really think you can escape?" After dealing with those mysterious tailing figures, Hun Sung looked around the battlefield, quietly assessing that he not only broke even but made a hefty profit. He gathered the spoils and thought to himself that there was no need to report to anyone. As he walks with Lucia, he contemplates that they are just Japanese criminals organized to tail them. Next time, they will come after him again. Once the skill books are recovered, he affirms that from now on, the safety of his family is the most important. Sitting in silence, Hun Sung realizes the real danger. With opponents this powerful, the guild's guards can't stop them. He immediately opened the system shop and stopped in front of the item called Hero Guard Ring, a piece of equipment that can absorb damage for the wearer until it reaches its limit and disappears. Seeing the huge price on the screen, Hun Sung sighed as he saw the number reaching 10 billion. What a pity. However, for the safety of his loved ones, he didn't hesitate and decided to buy only 3. He continued scrolling through the list of items to look for more support tools. His gaze suddenly paused with curiosity. A rare communication bracelet appears, allowing the wearer to sense each other's emotional states through color. Blue means calm, purple is chaos, and black indicates the feeling of death. Brother Zheng nodded in satisfaction. This one is also good. I'll definitely buy this one along with the other 3. Soon after, he found a long-distance teleportation scroll suitable for a hero and quietly thought to himself, this is also good. Of course I have to buy it. Immediately afterward, he appeared at a large shopping mall with protective gear he had just purchased. A teleportation scroll, a ring, and a bracelet on the table. The older sister looked at him with concern and asked, "Are you doing anything dangerous?" Seeing her worry, Hun Sung chuckled and waved his hand to reassure her. "No, I just brought you along as a precaution." The two sit and chat for a while in the quiet atmosphere of the coffee shop. His next destination is a high-rise apartment complex in the late afternoon. He enters the house and sees his mother's face filled with sadness and worry. Hun Sung gently approaches and touches her shoulder to comfort her. Night has fallen. Hun Sung arrives at the city hospital and quietly pushes open the door to the single patient room where his father lies unconscious on the bed surrounded by medical equipment. Standing quietly and watching for a long time, he gently took his father's thin hand and put on the protective ring he just bought on his finger. Hun Sung's eyes showed determination mixed with sorrow as he looked at his ailing father. The bracelet on his father's wrist suddenly glows with a red warning light. He whispers softly, "Don't worry, Dad. I will definitely cure your illness." The light on the bracelet gradually turned to a steady purple. After comforting his father and encouraging him to rest and recover, Hun Sung took one last look at his father with a determined expression before quietly leaving the hospital room. A week later, in a luxurious skyscraper in Japan, the atmosphere grew extremely tense. Tanaka sat in deep thought with a calculating expression. "It's been a week since the report was interrupted. What's going on?" The subordinate standing opposite is sweating profusely and nervously, reporting that the operation seems to have failed. Tanaka shouted angrily, "Do you think that's reasonable?" He suspiciously asked, "What if they betray us?" The subordinate lowered his head cautiously, but there was indeed someone else. Tanaka pressed for information about whether any secret agents could still be mobilized, but only received a disappointed reply. "There is no one left now." At that moment, the door to the room suddenly burst open in a rush. "What's going on?" The new subordinate hurriedly reported in a panic. "Something major has happened. We failed to respond properly to the space gate in Fukuoka City." A series of disasters struck, leaving Tanaka stunned and unable to believe his ears. How could the Yamato Society's defense area have failed? The subordinate confirmed confidently. "Yes, that's correct. The leader of the Yamato Society has died, and all members involved in the operation have been completely eliminated." Tanaka, stunned, asked again, "Is that true?" The level of the monsters that appeared has been confirmed as hero rank according to the urgent report from the subordinate. They are humanoid monsters called birdfolk, and their exact level has not yet been determined. This is a completely new type of monster, appearing for the first time with a fierce and terrifying appearance. They have large wings on their backs, making them highly mobile, capable of freely flying and dominating the skies. Faced with a life or death situation, Tanaka gritted his teeth and ordered everyone to mobilize the nearby players immediately. The subordinates responded in unison and quickly carried out their mission. In Fukuoka City, Japan, the scene became extremely tragic with many injured people lying scattered across the streets. The heavily armed soldiers quickly moved into the central area to assist, and witnessing the horrific scene, a soldier shouted in anger through the radio, "Those damn bastards." The monsters gather in large numbers, growling menacingly on the tall buildings. With no hesitation, the commander orders an attack, and a barrage of bullets is fired toward the sky. The flying demons dart through the air to avoid the rain of bullets, ready to strike back at the soldiers below. A female mage concentrates her power into her palm and shouts loudly, at this moment, aiming precisely to throw a series of blazing fireballs, creating a chain of explosions among the monsters in the sky. The flying monsters swirled wildly to avoid the attack, but one of them was pierced by a stream of purple energy. Below, dust and smoke billowed on the street as 7 monsters descended like a black tornado. A fierce birdman snarls threateningly, standing in the middle of the avenue. The soldiers tighten their grip on their guns, staring at the enemy with tense expressions. A young soldier, sweating profusely, softly swallows his saliva in utter fear as thousands of harpy creatures gather into a thick black cloud in the sky, blocking out the sun and covering the entire city. The soldiers kept firing into the sky, but the birdmen showed no fear, their roars growing more ferocious as they charged downward, while behind the mages concentrated their magic, gathering power for the attack. A commander shouted loudly to hold the formation. Just then, a massive explosion lit up the sky, and he continued to encourage, "If we can hold on like this, We will win. The close combat rages fiercely through the city, smoke and flames billowing from the tall buildings, as the bird monsters growl and snarl, gathering in groups armed and ready to sweep everything in their path. What's happening? Seeing the monsters all flapping their wings and flying away, the teammate beside him was also stunned and asked, "Are they fleeing?" But upon closer inspection of their trajectory, the hunter's face turned pale as he recognized it, and his eyes showed horror as he shouted a warning. They are moving towards the neighboring city, blocking the way, as the birdmen rush past the buildings heading straight for the nearby residential area, ignoring the panicked soldiers behind. The invasion of the birdmen tribe has entered its most catastrophic phase. From the helicopter, machine guns fire non-stop as the monsters rush forward in a frenzy. The birdmen scream in terror, attacking head-on with their sharp claws. Immediately, a helicopter explodes in midair after a brutal attack by the swarm of monsters. Smoke and fire engulf the streets as the crazed bird-like monsters rampage, and witnessing the chaos, a hunter is stunned. What is that? The teammate beside him grits his teeth and orders the others around. Get back quickly. On the tall buildings, the monsters stand close together, weapons in hand, threatening. They attack anyone they see. Suddenly, a burst of green energy erupts fiercely in the street, causing the birdmen to scream in pain as they are thrown back. A furious, red-haired hunter shouts loudly, "You accursed bastards! Your eyes burn with murderous intent! You roar with determination! I will wipe all of you out!" Immediately, a massive column of fire erupts fiercely from the ground, engulfing everything around. Amidst the thick smoke and flames, the hunter stands tall with shield and sword in hand, ready to join the battle. He leaps into the air, gliding through the blazing flames to reach the enemy. Below, the monsters begin to panic under the overwhelming power. At the same time, another hunter charged into the fight, wielding swift, sharp swords that caught the enemies off guard and wounded them immediately. The brown-haired hunter laughed arrogantly. Haha. He swings his sword at the monsters and declares, "I will make you regret this reckless act. Just attack and stop wasting time threatening, right?" His cold gaze follows the figure of a birdman soaring through the city sky. From above, the monster with icy blue eyes silently observes its prey. Suddenly, it swooped down at terrifying speed, attacking and seriously injuring the female hunter. She could only cry out in pain as she watched her teammate fall. The angry brown-haired hunter roared, "You bastard!" and was immediately surrounded by a pack of fierce birdmen. The continuous attacks from multiple directions force him to struggle to raise his shield for defense. Despite his efforts to counterattack, the overwhelming number of enemies gradually puts him at a disadvantage and he begins to tire. A massive birdman surrounded by an electric aura appears with authority. This is probably one of the commanders. It unleashed a devastating energy explosion that swallowed the entire hunter group in blinding light, as a clear voice rang out from a nearby skyscraper upon receiving the battle report. What? Completely wiped out? Tanaka, clutching his head in tension, couldn't believe the report he just received. How could this be possible? He shouted in anger when thinking about how many Johan Corps and high-level players had been mobilized for this campaign. His trembling subordinate explained that the birdmen had used tricks. They pretended to retreat to lure the army into a trap. Tanaka still cannot accept the truth. He pressed him to explain how such a formidable force could have been completely wiped out. Tanaka's eyes were filled with disappointment. Could it be that the players from Japan are this weak? The subordinate nervously explained that their supposed leader moved too quickly and intelligently. Tanaka snapped, insisting that no matter what, they were just hero-level monsters and couldn't possibly be so invincible. To prove how serious it was, the subordinate hurriedly placed the tablet on the table. I brought the video recording of what happened then. He respectfully invites Tanaka. "Please watch directly." Tanaka takes the device and observes intently with a very serious expression. His eyes narrowed in shock as he watched the horrific scenes in the video. While in the helicopter waiting room, Brother Shung sipped his coffee and chatted with another hunter.
You said a new type of monster has just appeared in Japan? The hunter confirmed that it is a legendary bird race and the situation is currently extremely chaotic.
He continued to reveal shocking information that all the high-level players and guilds involved in the Japanese raid had been completely wiped out. Hunsung was stunned. Could that really be possible? The hunter explained that these monsters are very intelligent and strategic in their movements, and in the end, the Japanese government had to publicly request international assistance. When Dung wondered if there was any wealthy country that could help but received the answer no, he silently thought that they probably no longer had the mind to play tricks on him anymore. You can also rest a bit since they don't have time to cause trouble for you and your family. Returning to the dungeon, Hunsung summoned Lucia and spoke up. "Lucia, I have something to ask before we fight." Lucia respectfully replied, "Go ahead." When hearing Hunsung mention the name of the bird race, her face immediately changed expression. Lucia asked sharply, "Has the bird race already appeared in this world?" Receiving a nod of confirmation from her master, her eyes showed clear concern. Lucia warned in a low voice, "There was once a kingdom in my world that was destroyed by 7 birdmen." She emphasized how dangerous this race is, asserting that if left unchecked, an entire nation could disappear. Brother Zheng listened silently, his face becoming contemplative as he realized the seriousness of the situation. "The damage will be significant. They are highly intelligent and operate with great efficiency. Moreover, they live in packs and usually move together. If you think they are just ordinary monsters and deal with them accordingly, you'll suffer heavy losses." Sitting back in the dungeon, Lucia continued to recount the cruelty of the bird people. If their leader is that intelligent, it won't be easy. If possible, the countries around the world should unite their strength to deal with it. Looking at the scenes of the burning cities from the past, Brother Shung sighed. Well, other countries aren't exactly well off either. Lucia continued seriously, but if we leave it too long, it could become a problem because the birdmen are monsters capable of reaching legendary levels. Hun Sung exclaimed in shock. Really? Lucia explained further. Although there are limits based on each race, monsters are like players. They grow through hunting. If they achieve such a great victory, their level has probably increased quite a bit. The image of a skill book left on the street appears, and she continues. They will also absorb a large amount of magic stones and skill books. Hun Sung broke out in a sweat and asked, So they also absorb magic stones? I didn't expect them to be so formidable. Lucia looked at him with determination and explained, Monsters hunting other monsters, or players, is to gain experience in magic stones, especially in the case of magic stones, which help them surpass their racial limits. Hearing this, Hun Sung suddenly had an idea. He asked curiously, Do players also absorb magic stones to grow? Lucia confirmed. As far as I know, that's not possible. She explained that many empires and kingdoms had invested huge sums into experiments, but all ended in failure. Hun Sung pondered silently, while Lucia continued to share that even in her world, using magic stones to help players grow had never succeeded. Suddenly, Lucia seemed to remember something. Hun Dong spoke up, and it seems that in the near future we won't need to worry about being attacked. Lucia wondered why. He smiled and replied, Maybe right now they are so busy they have no time for those birdmen. They won't have the strength to pay attention to me anymore. Lucia smiled contentedly and remarked, They had to face punishment for their greed. Brother Shung nodded in agreement. That's right, causing trouble out of boredom now has a job, but I wonder if they can handle it. 3 months have passed, and the Japanese government is still completely powerless to deal with the bird monsters, whose sharp claws cling tightly to the edges of building walls. They gradually expanded their range of activity, spreading through every corner of Fukuoka City. In the end, the entire area was officially completely occupied by the bird monsters. While Japan was desperately waiting for support from the international community, South Korea had already completed the recovery from the second great disaster. The restoration work in North Korea was also quickly and smoothly handled. Immediately after, the South Korean government became the first country to open the northern region to hunters. The players were extremely excited, all heading towards the new land ready to conquer. Hun Sung silently thought that despite his efforts to go everywhere, he still couldn't clear all the dungeons in the north. Facing the increasing influx of players, he finally decided to return south, back to his beloved home. Standing in front of the familiar apartment, he softly said, I'm back. His sister, seeing him, immediately complained, It's really hard to meet up with you. Hui Hui-sung asks, Where is Mom? And she replies that she's in the kitchen. Then he quietly walks in. Seeing her son suddenly appear, she was surprised. Are you back, Hun-sung? I just got back. His mother smiled kindly and said, Yes, go inside quickly. On the stove, a hot pot of tofu soup is boiling vigorously, filling the room with a fragrant aroma. Mom gently asks Han, Have you had dinner yet? You must be very hungry, right? Hoi Dung scratched his head and smiled, saying, I wanted to eat with everyone, so I skipped lunch and came straight here. Haha. Some time later, near the guild headquarters, Hui Dung appeared with a thoughtful expression. He quietly stepped into a crowded alley to prepare for his next plan. Stopping at a hidden corner, Hui Sung softly whispered, All right. He extends his hand forward and begins to focus his magic to summon. A sudden burst of bright white light erupts, illuminating the dark alley. Amidst that powerful energy, Lucia's figure gradually appears. Hun Sung greets her with a bright smile. Welcome, Lucia. Lucia gazed in amazement at the bustling city streets, marveling at the scene. Is this the world where Hun Sung lives? The two of them walked together on the sidewalk amid the bustling crowd and passing vehicles. Hun Sung smiled and said, Let's go get your ID card first. I'll guide you carefully. Just follow my instructions and everything will be fine. Lucia looked very excited. Yes, I understand. Being officially allowed to stay here, she couldn't hide her happiness. Seeing her determined face, Hun Sung silently thought that she would manage fine on her own, though a hint of worry still lingered on his face. Both of them entered the Players Association headquarters. For someone like Lucia, who has no trace of existence in this world, the only way to obtain an official identity is through the association. Currently, South Korea and many other countries around the world are offering numerous incentives to attract and retain players, including the granting of citizenship. In an era where the number of players determines a nation's strength, governments are always looking for ways to attract them as citizens. Even illegal residents or those who entered unlawfully can obtain citizenship simply by awakening their power. However, to achieve that, there are still some mandatory conditions. According to the regulations, new registrants are not allowed to join foreign associations and are prohibited from leaving the country for 5 years. Sitting in the association's waiting room, Hui Shung pondered his plan. He was confident everything would go smoothly because he had disguised Lucia as an undocumented refugee. In fact, since the first great catastrophe, many countries have been completely wiped out because they couldn't stop the widespread space portals, so this reason is the safest for her. Lucia quietly followed the association staff to complete the final procedures. Huynh Sung looked at his phone, which now read 8:05 p.m. Hearing a call, he looked up to see Lucia approaching. He hurriedly asked, "How did everything go?" Lucia smiled brightly, holding up her brand new ID card to show off. "I have received my ID card now." Huynh Sung chuckled softly in relief. Luckily, he advised her to stay in the association's accommodation area for now. Lucia looked at him with trust and replied, "I understand." Huynh Sung looked her in the eyes and then continued, "I have a proposal I want to discuss with Lucia." She asked curiously, "What is it about?" Huynh Sung's eyes were calculating but sincere, and he smiled as he said, "I want us to make a deal that benefits both sides, you see, helping someone a little then asking for a reward." Heh. At the coffee shop, the staff quickly brought out the drinks. The 2 glasses the customer ordered are ready. "How is it? Does it suit your taste?" Lucia takes a sip of the cool coffee, her face showing clear satisfaction, and then replies, "It's very refreshing and delicious." Huynh Sung happily adds, "I'm glad it suits your taste." Walking down the street, Lucia suddenly called out softly, "About the deal you mentioned earlier, are you planning to use your special skills to sell more items?" Huynh Sung confidently stated, "Yes, and I will give you 10% commission on sales." Lucia widened her eyes in amazement at the generous offer. "I think that's a very good deal for me." Huynh Sung looked at her sincerely as he explained, "It's also good for me. Don't refuse the kindness of your student." He quietly recalls the time that has passed. It's been half a year since we've been together. His eyes grew deep as he looked at Lucia. "Until I find a way to send her back to her old world, I want us to stay together forever. And if possible, I also want to help her chase away the monsters from Lucia's world." Hearing those heartfelt words, Lucia's eyes suddenly welled up with tears of deep emotion. Seeing her suddenly silent and covering her face with her hand, Huynh Sung asked worriedly, "Lucia, are you okay?" Lucia choked back tears and replied, "I truly believe you have given me a gift too great for me to bear." Amidst the busy streets, Lucia's emotional expression makes those around her whisper in curiosity. Huynh Sung gasps, "Huh?" Amidst the busy streets, Lucia suddenly kneels and declares with conviction, "I will serve you, Choi Huynh Sung, as my master with unwavering loyalty. My sword will be the blade that cuts down your enemies, and my body will be the shield that protects you." Lucia emphasizes that this is a knight's vow of honor that even death cannot sever. Immediately, the system screen keeps displaying notifications that he has received the sincere loyalty oath of the knight. Unexpectedly, Lucia's oath helped him activate the system quest. Huynh Sung looked on in confusion as the promotion mission titled Official Ruler Status began. The only requirement is to accept the knight's oath of loyalty that you just heard. A notification appears asking if you want to accept Lucia the Immortal Knight's oath. Huynh Sung was very confused because he believed that career advancement was only possible when reaching level 50. Seeing everyone around start whispering and pointing, he quickly bent down to help her up. "Lucia, get up." But Lucia remained resolute. "I will not stand up until you accept my vow." In this ironic situation, Huynh Sung reluctantly agreed. "I will accept, so please get up quickly." Then he took her hand firmly in his. As soon as he made his vow, the system kept issuing shocking notifications. Huynh Sung has completed the mission and officially advanced to the legendary rank of Monarch. Not only did all his stats increase by 20 points, but he also gained specialized skills and achieved the world's first legendary accomplishment. With the title of the first Monarch, Huynh Sung silently looked at his status board, amazed at the great turning point he had just achieved. It was all thanks to this girl, given to him by pure chance. Sitting across from Lucia in the quiet room, Huynh Sung wondered what this was all about. Lucia respectfully replied, "To repay the kindness, even if it's just a tiny part of what the Lord has given me." Huynh Sung silently thought that although he didn't know what Lucia's world was like, in his country there was no longer a class system. Sensing his thoughts, Lucia affirmed that the standards of this world didn't matter to her. She said clearly, "I am a knight, and I only swear loyalty to a lord with virtue and strength worthy of serving." Huynh Sung briefly hesitated and wondered, "Am I like that?" Lucia smiled at him and then continued, "And isn't it true that my lord has also accepted my oath of loyalty?" Huynh Sung was silent for a moment and then said that he had become a ruler right after accepting Lucia's oath. But does she know why that is happening? Lucia calmly explains that it is just a natural process, because only the monarch can receive the knight's oath of loyalty. Huynh Sung asked curiously if Lucia also had a profession. She insists that she possesses the hero class of the Immortal Knight, which surprises Huynh Sung because he wonders how she can do that without reaching level 50. Lucia explains that level is an important factor but not an absolute one, and she recounts her past battles and achievements on countless battlefields. All those skills come from real combat. Lucia achieved the knight profession early on. She believes that a profession is likely determined by each person's life journey and combat experience. Moreover, if certain special conditions are met, additional class change missions will continue to be generated. Huynh Sung nodded in understanding. Lucia bowed her head in apology for not telling him sooner. She admits that initially showing him her level and stats was just to hide her true profession. Lucia then continues to explain her true strength. "The reason my strength, stamina, and mental stats are high is because they increase through the profession transfer reward." Huynh Sung nodded in understanding. "I see." He chuckled softly to himself. "I thought I would never get a profession in this lifetime." Lucia gently smiled, encouraging him. Maybe, even without me, the commander would still succeed in obtaining his profession. Hunsung asked curiously how long it took after awakening to obtain the profession. Lucia calmly replied, I think it took about 15 years. The answer left Huisheng stunned, his eyes wide with amazement, a pretty staggering number considering she's still young but has already fought for 15 years. Lucia confirms, yes, first you should check the specialized skills of the profession because you need to get familiar with them first in order to use them proficiently. Hunsung nodded in agreement and reached out to open the status board. A screen appeared with detailed information showing the main profession as a monarch along with over 217 other titles. All the basic stats are surpassing the threshold, especially the specialized skill for the profession called Commander, which has reached 3,192 points. Looking at the new skill list, Huidong quietly assessed that he already had specialized skills for the profession. Lucia added, if you keep changing your profession, your skills will increase even more. Hunsung wondered, will I be able to change my profession again in the future? Lucia confirmed that for a monarch, if the number of subordinates increases, he can continue to change to higher ranks. Hunsung chuckled. I wonder if that's even possible. He looked at the status board and wondered. But what exactly is the profession-specific stat it says is the commander? Lucia explains, the leadership stat is determined by the total of all other stats. Hui frowns as he carefully examines the numbers displayed, noticing something unusual, but 60 points are missing. Lucia immediately explained, that's because I am under your command, so you still need to recruit more people to avoid negative points. She added that the dominance score would increase or decrease depending on the number and skill level of the players he recruits. For regular players who haven't changed jobs, it's about 10 points. And I know it increases by 10 points after each job change. Hunsung gasped in surprise. I see, so Lucia? Yes, I am a player who has completed my 5th class change. A system notification sounds and the status display showing the current strength appears, with the title of ruler belonging to Choi Hui and the knight being Lucia. Hunsung gazes in amazement at the screen before him. When he touched it, Lucia's detailed status suddenly appeared. Seeing her level 1 but possessing the main profession of an immortal hero knight along with extremely high stats, Huisung couldn't help but be stunned. Lucia's status screen has now appeared. I didn't expect her status to also appear in my system. Lucia calmly explained. That's just the basic ability of a ruler, because you need to know the strength of your subordinates to assign them to the right positions. Hunsung silently scrolled through other skills. A new notification appeared about the Monarch's Banner skill, which increases stats based on the number of subordinates, but currently with only one person. The boost remains at 0%. He thought to himself, this really isn't useful at the moment. Next is the recruitment skill used to enlist subordinates, costing leadership points, and the dismissal skill to break the oath of loyalty. However, the leadership points spent will not be refunded upon use. Hunsung comments that dismissing someone indeed carries a heavy penalty. Lucia nods in confirmation. That's right. But on the other hand, the punishment that the dismissed subordinate must bear isn't small either. Hunsung asked curiously, what kind of punishment will they have to endure? Lucia explained that first, during a period corresponding to their service under a lord, they would be unable to join the service of any other ruler. Hunsung was a bit confused and wondered to himself, is that really called a punishment? Could this sometimes be more about setting people free than punishing them? She added. Additionally, levels, stats, and skills will all be decreased, Huindong exclaimed in shock. Reduced? Lucia reassured him that this is not a permanent measure. That person can completely restore it by leveling up or relearning skill books. Hunsung looked at her anxiously and then asked if she knew exactly how much it would decrease. Lucia continued to explain that the levels, stats, and skills gained by subordinates after serving the ruler would be completely erased and revert to their original state if dismissed. Huindong exclaimed in surprise. Oh, you're just curious. So, can subordinates request to withdraw voluntarily beforehand? Lucia confirms that it is possible, and the punishment for them will be the same. Hunsung ponders then asks how many people are needed for the Monarch's Banner skill to become effective. According to what I know, the minimum number must be 10 people. Hearing that, Brother Sung sighed. It will probably take a very long time to be able to use it. Maybe it's not even possible in a lifetime. When it comes to convincing others, he seems very confident. He forced a stiff smile at the harsh reality, but Lucia looked at him with full trust and affirmed, you are not just for 10 people, you are someone worthy to lead hundreds and thousands of knights. Hoisung remained silent, his eyes showing deep emotion at Lucia's great expectations. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a horde of monsters was raging fiercely. A monstrous bird-like creature roars in horror, revealing sharp, threatening teeth. They carry long wings and soar across the city sky. Under the ground, the blue monsters also start spilling out onto the streets. From above, thousands of monsters have surrounded the skyscrapers, turning the once bustling city into a terrifying hell on Earth. The lucky survivors dare not step outside, as a live broadcast shows the scene of the birdmen covering the sky. Tanaka asked quietly, still no news on the UN negotiations? The subordinate hurriedly reports that everything is in the final stages, stating that from the US and EU to Asian countries, all are united in the goal of eliminating the first Birdman race. He firmly stated that if nothing changes, Fukuoka will be chosen as the top priority for elimination. Tanaka nodded in satisfaction. Of course it has to be that way. How much money have we spent all this time? His eyes revealed a calculating look as he asked about the monster situation. The subordinate confirmed. Yes, it seems they have established their own ecosystem. Tanaka thought to himself, just a little more patience and his plan would be complete. He coldly ordered that even if they expand their territory, they should not conflict and should retreat. Not exterminating the birdmen is truly a betrayal that gives them a chance to survive. The subordinate bows his head and obeys. I will give the instructions accordingly. Tanaka's eyes hardened as he secretly gloated. It's almost over. Meanwhile, on the streets of Fukuoka, a goblin monster is frantically fleeing in terror. Suddenly, a birdman swoops down from above and lands right on the goblin's head, rendering it unable to resist. The fierce-looking bird monster stares intently at its helpless prey. Suddenly, a massive explosion erupts violently in the boulevard, billowing smoke and dust that engulf the entire area. The sound of swallowing echoes as the leader of the birdman, with yellow skin and cold blue eyes, sits casually atop the building. He raises his hand to his chin with a calculating look. Behind him, soldiers with spears stand guard, overlooking the entire city of Fukuoka, which has now become their territory. The demons soar through the silent streets, proud of their easy conquest of this territory. They roar fiercely before spreading their wings and flying along deserted avenues, turning this place into a true wasteland. In another street corner, the crystal storage sign was knocked over on the ground with the notice indicating a temporary halt in operations. A brilliant blue light burst forth into the silent night. Huynh Sung stood silently with his backpack on his shoulder, his face showing clear signs of fatigue as he muttered to himself. Today's performance wasn't great either, huh? Seeing that, Lucia smiled gently to comfort him and said, "You don't need to regret too much, Commander." She looked at him with trust and continued, "Just take your time to get stronger." Huynh Sung nodded in agreement with Lucia. "That's right, I'm on my way." He suddenly paused. Wait a moment. Lucia's phone in his pocket rang, showing a call from Shin Yan. "Hey, worried something's wrong." He quickly answers the phone. "Yes, Yune." The person on the other end asks for confirmation. "Huynh Sung, have you just come out of the dungeon?" Brother Chung replied briefly, "Yes." Yune gets straight to the point. "Do you plan to go to Japan?" "I honestly express my opinion. If it's not an obligation, I don't really want to go," Yoon calmly explained. "Oh, it's not mandatory. I just thought it was a good opportunity, so I reached out." Huynh politely declines. "Thank you for your concern, but for now, I plan to rest in the southern region." Yuna understood and replied, "I know you've been busy lately, Huynh Sung." She continued her conversation as she walked through the office. "Are you going to Japan, Yuna?" She confirmed, "Yes, that's right. The Japanese government has set quite generous conditions." Yune continued, "I actually contacted Huynh Sung because there are many conditions that would be a shame to miss out on." Huynh Sung and Lucia walked towards the waiting car. He gently advises, "Be careful and always prioritize safety." Yuna replied, "Yes, I know." But then she suddenly asked, "So Huynh Sung, when are you going to invite me to dinner?" The unexpected and off-topic question left him stunned. "Yes." Yuna reminds him, "You said you'd treat me to a meal to thank me, don't tell me you've forgotten." Huynh suddenly remembered the time he promised to treat her in return. Seeing his silence, Yuna pressed further. "Are you serious?" Given your hesitant attitude, her voice turned dangerous. "Don't tell me you're just talking empty words." Huynh Sung broke out in a cold sweat and hurriedly confirmed, "Oh, it's not like that. When you return from your business trip to Japan, I will wait to treat you to a really sumptuous meal." Yuna replied satisfied. "All right, I will wait then." "See you later then." The call ends with a long beep. Huynh Sung sighs in relief. Lucia asks curiously, "Is it the Players Association?" "Yes, that's correct. They asked if I intended to go to Japan." Lucia guessed you must have declined. Huynh Sung replied calmly that there was no need for him to go into the tiger's den himself. But Lucia thought that if safety was assured, it wouldn't be so bad. "Maybe you also want to go and meet the bird people, huh?" Huynh Sung was slightly surprised. "Is that so?" Lucia smiled and explained. "You can only catch a cub by entering the tiger's den. If safety is guaranteed, you should go to Japan and take the opportunity to eliminate those targeting the commander." "I think it's not a bad idea." Huynh sighed. "That's not easy at all," Lucia reassured him. "The commander doesn't need to act directly. If you use me, you can easily eliminate enemies." Huynh wondered, "Do you mean through the mercenary system?" Receiving a nod from Lucia, he pondered and said, "I don't think we should do that. There's no urgent reason to eliminate them right now. Don't rush into it." Seeing the master's determination, Lucia also agreed. That's true. According to the Lord, it might not be necessary to eliminate them right now. Honestly, if they keep sending assassins, it only benefits the commander. He will just kill them to take the spoils of war." The car glided through the bustling city streets. A few days later, at the entrance of the Horned Turtle Shell dungeon with a recommended level of 60, Zhang stood with his arms crossed, thinking to himself, if it weren't for that matter, he would have cleared this place long ago. Since this is a rare dungeon, not even in the northern region does it exist. Huynh Sung fought fiercely among the ferocious monsters, telling himself that only a little more remains. After finishing the hunt, he quietly stepped out of the light, still wondering if Lucia was attending a proper class. Huynh Sung in his new combat outfit, wielding a shining sword, easily finishes off another horned turtle monster in an instant. Standing in the silent cave, he casually remarks that finding these creatures takes even longer than the hunt itself. They're hiding very well. As he was walking, Hun-sung suddenly stopped in shock. Hey, in front of him, a young man is being tightly wrapped and brutally attacked by enormous tentacles. From afar, Hun-sung squints and observes the unfamiliar group struggling within the monster's encirclement. He wondered what they were doing without any protective gear, and he judged that this group was definitely not skilled enough to be here. Over there, a hunter with a spear nervously asked, "How much longer until the healing is done?" The girl in the cloak hurriedly replied, "About 3 more minutes." The injured boy moans in despair, but what can he do now? The female mage, tending his wounds and worried, reports that her magic power is already halved. Hearing that, the brown-haired leader sighed with exasperation. Damn this useless guy. He angrily wondered why that stinky guy wouldn't just add some stat points. Another member of this group sneered, "He's an idiot. We just have to sympathize." Still, another person reminded everyone that at least this guy had changed jobs, or else the whole team wouldn't be able to hunt here. After arguing among themselves, they reassured each other that they should consider themselves lucky to be in this situation. The team leader's face hardened as he insisted that no matter what, this was already beyond the limit. He decided that in the next dungeon, he would definitely find a new Tonko to replace him. Suddenly, the Tonko stood up firmly and declared, "I will go hunting too." The team leader looked at him coldly, reminding him to be grateful for everyone who had come this far, and firmly stating that they couldn't go any further. Ignoring the rejection, the Tonko still repeated his request. "I will also go hunting with you." The team leader yelled in frustration, "I told you can't do it. Idiot, if you want to go hunting together, just add the stat points." But the slime still stubbornly insisted, "I will go hunting too," which made the team leader furious and shout, "So please just add the stat points." He pointed at the opponent's face and shouted, "You still have unallocated points in your status board. Use those to boost your stamina and spirit." The only response to all attempts at persuasion was the unwavering words of the muscular guy, "I will go hunting too." Seeing that scene, another member of the group sighed in frustration, scolding himself for being stupid to argue with this guy. The others also sighed regretfully, thinking that if he had agreed to add points, the whole team could have taken advantage of him a bit longer. The team leader stood frozen, still unable to understand why that muscular Tonko refused to accept the point boost, insisting stubbornly, "I will go hunting too." The team leader reluctantly agreed. "Fine, let's go." From a distance, Hun-sung squints and realizes that the beastman isn't even wearing protective gear. He silently judges with irony. They stripped him of his clothes because they didn't want to spend money repairing his gear. Seeing how cruelly they treat their comrades, he sneered and called them trash. Immediately after, Hun-sung quietly approached the group and gently read, lifting the darkness that concealed them. The battle with the horned turtle monster was extremely chaotic. While the hunting team struggled to fend off the deadly charges, the leader stared in shock and muttered, "Huh." Realizing a powerful external intervention, Hun-sung's eyes turn cold as he clenches his fist to unleash a burst of energy. A massive purple explosion descends, instantly ending the monster's life in shock of the entire group. The leader was panicked. "What's going on?" He looked around angrily and shouted, "Who dares to steal our monster?" Amidst the dust and smoke, Hun-sung's calm footsteps approach, making the muscular thug sweat profusely as he feels the overwhelming pressure. The team leader loses control and screams, "Hey, you crazy bastard! How dare you steal our monster?" Hun-sung turned to look at him with a cold glare and asked sharply, "What the hell, you crazy bastard?" Your overwhelming aura leaves the opponent speechless. He coldly ordered, "Try saying that again." Cornered, the leader stammered, his voice trembling with fear. "So obviously you stole the monster we were hunting, huh? You're just a bandwagon hero jumping on when others are overwhelmed." Suddenly, a skill book falls out of the defeated monster's body. The gray-haired female hunter exclaims in amazement, "Oh, a skill book!" The whole hunting team quickly gathered around, unable to hide their amazement at this great find. Wow, it's a rare level. Hun-dung quietly observes and quietly thinks to himself that the remaining magic power must have condensed into it, but when he deliberately looked for it, he couldn't find it anywhere. The team leader quickly stepped forward, confidently asserting ownership. "Since this skill book dropped from the monster our team was hunting, it belongs to us." He secretly watched Hun-sung's reaction, then reassured his teammates, "We have nothing to fear. Unless he's crazy, he wouldn't attack us first." Ignoring those greedy words, Hun-sung approached the naked corpse and kindly asked, "Are you still okay?" Seeing the wounds on the opponent's body, he wondered why he went hunting without armor or a shield. Were those people forcing him to do this? He saw him being pushed aside by the other members, unable to bear the compassion. Brother Dung continued questioning to clarify the situation. After the hunt, did he receive full payment? How much was the payment? Can you tell me? Faced with the relentless questions, the slime creature quietly bowed its head and shook its face in resignation. Seeing the team's secret about to be exposed, the leader charged forward aggressively. "Hey, isn't it enough that monster suddenly appeared? Why are you asking about other teams' money?" Hun-sung calmly replied, "I only asked because your team seemed unusual." The team leader gritted his teeth and looked at Hun-sung with a cold glare. "What does that have to do with you?" He swung his weapon directly at him and issued a threat. "Stop meddling in others' affairs and focus on hunting, or you'll bring trouble on yourself." the team members started whispering among themselves. They believe that based on the dropped items, Hun Sung's level is only about 10 levels higher at most. The leader smirked confidently. He believes that no matter how strong he is, facing 9 people alone is impossible. No matter what, they are sure to win. But Hun Sung still remained calm, quietly took out his ID card, and declared firmly, "I am a member of the Player Association's surveillance team. Now I will interfere in your team's affairs." The leader's face changed color, and sweat began to run down as he closely examined the surveillance agency's ID card. He grimaced and said sharply to himself, "Damn it, it's screwed up. Forget about the greed-driven panic." Hun Sung then turned to ask the fat man, "How much do you usually earn from hunting?" He received a brief but confident answer, and Hun Sung narrowed his eyes in suspicion at that statement. Seeing the resigned look on the Tonko guy, I silently judged that even if I keep asking, he won't reveal the truth. Meanwhile, the team leader standing beside him is trembling, clutching his weapon tightly in worry. Without wasting any more time, Brother Shung immediately activates his psychological skill. He is determined to get to the bottom of this and cannot ignore it. A flashback appears. Tonko roars fiercely and charges forward to knock down the giant monster. Watching from behind, the other team members casually comment, "You did better than I expected." Another guy sneers. Even though he's a fool, he seems to be useful after all. After the battle, Tonko wipes his sweat and gives a naive smile at the fake compliment. "You've worked hard, so please stop." The team leader points at Yuen and shouts, "Hey, you idiot, is that all you can endure?" He was annoyed at having to repeat the same thing so many times. Yu Sin just stood silently, sweat streaming down his tired and resigned face. The team leader kept scolding, "Don't you understand what I'm saying?" Then turned to talk with his teammates that the payment for Yuen was too much for a Tanchiko, and he didn't even know how to add the stat points. He coldly declared, "Since all of this happened because of you, you have to take responsibility. You agree too, right?" Yuen bowed his head in silence, unable to resist the oppression of his teammates, who fought bravely but took all the credit. Immediately after, a horde of blazing red monsters charged in for a relentless attack. Yu grit his teeth and held up his shield to block the deadly strike from the enemy. Amid the chaos, a scream of alarm sounded, revealing a breach at the 6 o'clock position. While Yu Shin struggled to hold his own against the ferocious monsters, the other members calmly watched from behind. Seeing Tonko's equipment damaged, the leader coldly ordered, "Hey, take that guy's armor off. The repair costs will be expensive." In the end, the shield and helmet were thrown to the ground in the dark dungeon after being fully exploited. Night falls over the quiet neighborhood. Yu Sinin returns home exhausted, gently touching the wound on his face to soothe himself. In Yuen's painful memories, his sister worriedly advised him not to overexert himself, saying she had started working weekends to help cover their mother's medical expenses. "If even you are sick, then it's really not okay." Sitting in front of my sister with a weary face, Yuan just replied softly, "I know. So it turns out that you're suffering from your teammates is just because you need money to treat mom. Hey bitch Yuan, don't tell others how much money you received from the settlement, and you can't talk about removing your armor in Danyon either. Otherwise, you won't be able to go hunting with us anymore." Back in the present, Hun Sung looked straight at the leader with a sharp gaze and a stern voice. "Do you guys know what mistake you've made? Surely you do." The team leader's face turned pale, sweating profusely, but he still shouted, "Don't talk nonsense. What did we do wrong?" "That's right, we're taking care of that guy." Not only do they stubbornly deny everything, but the team leader also points at Yuan and forces him to speak up. "Say it yourself, we treated you well, right? We've never mistreated you or dodged the settlement payment before." The team leader smugly looked at Hun Sung and then turned to his teammates. "See, the person involved says it's fine, so you should mind your own business." Hun Doon coldly replied, "If I can't do it, then what?" His words drove him into a rage, shouting loudly, "If you can't do it, what do you plan to do?" Hun Sung remains calm and authoritative as he issues his command. "Everyone get out immediately for questioning. If you're so confident, meeting the investigators for an interrogation should be no problem, right?" Seeing some members start to waver, the team leader grew even more aggressive. "Who do you think you are to order an investigation or not? You think the surveillance team of the association is all that impressive? Even if he has a surveillance badge, they still keep pushing because they rely on their numbers." Hun Sung quietly places his hand on his weapon. "It's best to listen when I speak softly." His piercing gaze seems to cut through the opponent, and if you don't want to see a nasty scene, the hunters behind start whispering in fear. The gang leader grits his teeth in hatred, a crazy idea forming in his mind. If this guy disappears, no one will know. He turns to rally his teammates, saying, "Hey, are you just going to let this happen? So what does this mean?" The team leader grins wickedly. "Why are you only scared now?" The whole team draws their weapons and surrounds him with murderous looks. One of them sneered triumphantly, "This is your own fault. Your gear looks pretty impressive." He declared he would use Hun Sung's equipment well and then turned to mock Yuan. "Do you think that idiot will help you?" Seeing Yuan's resigned expression, Hun Sung quietly spoke. Beach Chin gently advised, "Close your eyes and wait a moment." Hun Sung added sincerely, "Then I will be able to heal my mother." Sinin was stunned to hear her deepest secrets spoken aloud, and Hun Sung added that he could also buy a new school bag for her sister. The crazy leader shouted angrily and charged forward, a sinister smile on his face as he ordered his men to attack. But in the blink of an eye, his sword-wielding arm was severed and flew into the air. Hun Sung's speed was so fast that the enemy didn't even realize his hand had been cut off. Then, his subordinates' hands were also crippled by Hun Sung amid screams of agony. My hands have witnessed the brutal scene. The remaining team members turn pale and stand frozen in fear of the overwhelming strength of the opponent. Oh. Hun Sung calmly approached the leader and coldly asked, "Why don't you rush forward?" Overwhelmed by the suffocating pressure, he dropped his weapon and hurriedly knelt down to beg. "I will accept the investigation." The flashing police lights flickered in the night as the greedy hunter leader, now battered with a face wound, was escorted away by authorities along with his accomplices. From afar, Hun Sung and Busin quietly observed everything before heading to the city hospital, where Ewan's mother was still receiving treatment, and her younger sister was by her side caring for her. Standing in the hallway, Ewan sincerely said, "Thank you, I will definitely repay this kindness." Hun Sung smiled and replied, "No need to do that," but Ewan was still determined. "No, I will definitely pay it back." Hearing that, Hun Sung pondered, then asked, "Can I see your status screen?" Ewan nodded slightly in agreement. A status window appeared showing Busin, level 64 class, ordinary shield soldier. But Hun Sung was stunned to see 340 unallocated stat points. He exclaimed in amazement, "Wow," standing nearby observing. Lucia also exclaimed, "Truly impressive, a remarkable number for the young man." Lucia looked at Uin and confirmed that he has the qualities to become a knight. She turned to propose to Hun Sung. "If you entrust him to me, I will train him to become an outstanding knight, not just an ordinary soldier," Yuan said in surprise, recalling the knight. Lucia continued analyzing, noting that his initial stats were impressive, and his specialized skills were excellent, especially the Indomitable technique, which was so powerful it could be considered equivalent to a hero-level skill. Lucia looked at Uin and affirmed that if properly nurtured, he could definitely join the ranks of the rankers. Hearing the word ranker, Yuan's eyes lit up with amazement and excitement. He never dared to think he could become a janker. However, she also reminded that without adding attribute points, becoming stronger is impossible. Lucia suddenly asked directly, "Do you want to become a mechanic?" Yuan decisively replied, "Yes." Lucia smiled and then made a proposal, then become the Lord's person. This statement made Hun Sung blush slightly and feel embarrassed. Why did the story take such a turn? Lucia calmly explains that this is beneficial for both sides. Ewan can continue to grow as a player, and for the Lord, he will gain a trustworthy ally without risking the secret being exposed. Seeing the hopeful expression on the other person's face, Hun Sung thought to himself, "Let's see how it goes." Ewan looked at him with a determined gaze. "I want to become a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for this poor boy." Hun Sung officially extended the invitation, saying, "Will you become mine?" As soon as he finished, the system screen immediately displayed a message saying you have proposed to recruit player Busin. With a resolute yes, Ewan, the system continues to confirm that the Busin player has accepted the recruitment offer. Another notification sounds, indicating that this process has cost Hun Sung 20 leadership points. Ewan stands tall before Hun Sung, officially becoming his first subordinate in this world. Hun Sung decides to invest heavily in his new subordinate. "Let's first improve our basic stats. Here, take this red elixir and I'll give you some instructions. You just need to put it in his mouth." Ewan gratefully accepts, thanks you, and immediately swallows it. Feeling a powerful wave of energy spreading throughout his body, Uin couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. Not stopping there, Hun Sung continued to hand him 2 thick skill books and said, "Learn these too." It's true that he spoiled his first disciple a bit too much. Looking at Ewan's status board with 340 unallocated potential points, Hun Sung mentally calculates the level of investment. By now, you've accumulated around 7 billion points. You begin discussing leveling up strategies. Instead of hunting in a team, maybe solo hunting would be better, right? Ewan firmly agrees. "Yes, I think that would be better." Lucia also offers professional advice. Since your current level is still low, you can easily achieve a few accomplishments. Brother Shung nodded in agreement and advised him that since he had to achieve them anyway, it would be best to focus on increasing his stamina stats. Before officially starting, Lucia smiled with a knowing look. "Before taking you to the hunting area, I need to assess your skills." She wants to train this disciple further. The group moves to the blood-draining dungeon, recommended for levels 10 to 15, where Lucia immediately launches an attack to test Yusin's energy. The fierce clashes between sword and shield generated powerful shockwaves, forcing Yusin to brace himself against the strikes from the female knight. Lucia quickly pointed out the opponent's technical weaknesses. "Your stance is off." Ewan, sweating profusely, tries to focus and keep up with her speed. Lucia, while defending, sternly instructs, "Carefully observe my foot position and try attacking again." Realizing her mistake, Uin adjusts his stance, gripping his shield tightly, and responds. "Ah, I see now. The training match takes place in a tense atmosphere within the dark dungeon. 2 hours have passed, weapons and shields are scattered on the ground. Ushin is panting from exhaustion while Lucia looks very satisfied. Excellent. Teaching you really is quite enjoyable. Haha, so how is it? Lucia firmly states that just a little more training and he will be ready for real combat. She continues analyzing the situation, and the second-class change won't be long now. I will train him so he can become a knight instead of a soldier. Seeing Huin's rank could increase so quickly, Huin-sung hesitated and asked, "Is that really possible?" Lucia explained that since the profession changes based on the existing combat pattern, with proper training, it is entirely feasible. She turned to call Buzin. Lucia smiled brightly and urged him on. "You've rested enough, your strength should be partly recovered. Let's get up." Huin, exhausted, responds. "Yeah, I understand, though his face still shows signs of fatigue." At the same time in Japan, amid the ruins of the city, a mysterious figure in a white cloak walks silently, footsteps echoing through the darkened space as he approaches his waiting comrades. A bird-like monster is ruthlessly devouring its prey. From behind, a warrior in silver armor quietly observes with a deadly glare. He suddenly rushes forward, swinging his sword straight at the enemy. The monster screams in terror, a confident smile appearing on the hunter's face. The monster roars in pain, and immediately a series of devastating explosions erupt, blowing away the monsters in midair. A report confirms the attack was a resounding success. From atop the building, other hunters quietly observe the blazing battlefield below. According to recorded data, out of 1,500 birdmen, the hunters have already eliminated about 400 during the first assault. Suddenly, a birdman with shimmering gold skin and glowing blue eyes appeared, exuding an overwhelming pressure. It soared into the sky, gathering a powerful electric energy before unleashing a deafening cry that tore through the sky. As predicted by the authorities, the monster horde began to frenzy and gather around the metallic-skinned individual, with the injured birdmen soldiers, spears in hand, ready for a large-scale counterattack. At the command center, all the events are broadcast live on dozens of surveillance screens under the watch of senior officers. The military commander, with a stern and commanding presence, stares intently at the screens with a look of unwavering determination. He coldly ordered to proceed according to plan. Heavy missiles were launched one after another from the sky, causing earth-shattering explosions that flattened the skyscrapers. Amidst the wreckage and ruins, the birdmen roared fiercely, wielding spears and ready to face the human rain of bombs and bullets, each hit fueling their bloodlust. The hunters also did not hesitate, channeling their magic into their staffs to unleash powerful ranged attacks. The monsters howled in pain as magical explosions wiped them out in midair, leaving fiery streaks across the sky. But suddenly, a giant hand with sharp claws emerged from the ground. The birdman leader with yellow skin and cold blue eyes snarled and bared his teeth. Immediately, thousands of monsters spread their wings and took to the sky, forming a thick black cloud covering the city sky. Even as the army continued to unleash a barrage of missiles, the leader remained eerily calm. His eyes flashed with sinister lightning, rendering all the missiles useless and causing them to explode midair before reaching their target. What is this? The missiles are useless too? These birdmen are really powerful. At the command center, the atmosphere became more chaotic than ever before. An anxious staff member reported that this was not the level of defense a hero-class monster could display. The rank of Gold Eagle must be upgraded to Legendary immediately. The failure notification blares repeatedly, demanding all troops to retreat instantly as the operation has failed. The commander gritted his teeth, sweat streaming down his tense face, unable to believe how easily the monster was able to withstand the missile's destructive power. He slammed his hand down on the table in pain and admitted defeat, issuing a decisive order that Unleague would withdraw entirely from now on. 3 weeks have passed quickly since that shocking event, and Hui Sheng was driving while thinking to himself. His eyes showed relief. Now he could walk proudly without sneaking into the prison anymore. Huin Sung stepped forward, recalling the tumultuous year and a half that had passed. At that moment, a stranger was following Lucia, trying to persuade her. "Just join our club. I promise I'll support you with all my heart." Lucia, without hesitation, coldly replies, "I refuse." The recruiter still refuses to give up, he shouts. "Oh, such a great opportunity, and you refuse? You will regret this someday." Lucia turned back, her sharp eyes staring directly at the other person. "Even if she regrets it, it's me who regrets, not you, right?" She firmly demanded, "Please get out of the way." Seeing Hyun Sung approach to ask what's going on, Lucia immediately softened her expression. She calmly replied, "It's nothing, let's go," and they both left together. The red-haired man in the suit clenched Lucia's hand and gritted his teeth, saying, "Hey, does my voice sound inhuman? He's still clinging on like a leech, you won't let go." Immediately, Hyun Sung intervened, grabbing his wrist and demanding, "What are you doing?" "They already said they don't like it." That guy glared angrily. "Who are you to interfere?" Without a word, Hyun Sung forcefully twisted his wrist, causing him to scream in pain. Ignoring the suffering person, he turned to ask Lucia. "Lucia, who is this person?" She calmly replied. "He said he's a recruiter for the Jin Han Society." Hun pondered silently and asked softly, "Do you do anything notable?" Lucia affirmed that she was maintaining an average performance normally, which made Hyun Sung wonder why he wanted to recruit her. Seeing himself ignored, the red-haired man, furious, threatened, "Do you want to die?" "Do you know who I am and why I'm acting like this?" Hyun Sung replied with a sarcastic smile. "So, do you know who I am and why I'm acting like this?" The guy smugly declared, "I'm from the Jin Han Guild. Which guild are you from?" Hyun Sung still kept a cheerful expression and calmly replied, "I am part of the Players Guild supervision team." "Are you really a scout for the Jin Han Guild?" Hearing the opponent's name, the red-haired guy turned pale and stammered in confirmation. That's right. Hun Sung's eyes hardened as he coldly warned, "Don't bother those who don't want to be disturbed anymore. Get lost." Then he and Lucia quietly turned their backs and walked away, leaving the recruitment officer standing there stiffly. He watched their figures, grinding his teeth and shouting in bitter hatred, "You will definitely regret this." Huin Dung ignored the threat from the scout and calmly said, "What is there to regret? Let's go." Yes, then the two of them left together. He leaves behind the furious red-haired man who was grinding his teeth in frustration, sweating profusely and muttering curses in helplessness. He was extremely worried because his superior had ordered that she must be brought to the guild at all costs. But now everything was falling apart, and he blamed Hun Sung because he had intervened. Time passes and Hun Sung appears in his new majestic battle armor. He looks up at the sky and whispers to himself, now the real beginning has finally started. His eyes hardened, focusing intensely on the target ahead, which was the sign announcing the crocodile dungeon for heroes. With a very high recommended level from 280 to 320, Lucia, in her new outfit with fur around her neck, softly reminded, "Let's go in." Standing at the entrance of the dungeon, Hun Sung couldn't help but worry and asked, "Will Beach Wind be okay?" Lucia calmly reassured him, "Master, I trained him very rigorously, so going solo definitely won't be a problem." She confirmed that she could sense immediately if he was in danger, so Hun Sung didn't need to worry too much. Hun Sung laughed, realizing that she also knew very well how harsh her training had been. He also got beaten so badly by her training before. Lucia smiled and admitted, "Of course I knew." She seriously explained that a drop of sweat on the training ground is as valuable as a drop of blood on the battlefield, and according to Lucia, the more brutal the training, the higher Yuan's survival rate in actual combat. Brother Sheng chuckled and replied, "I don't think he's worried about survival when hunting." As he ventured deeper into the dark swamp surrounded by ancient trees, he wondered if Basim could add points to his stats on his own. Lucia believes that right now it's difficult, but in the future it will definitely be possible. Her footsteps splashing through the stagnant water in the ancient forest. She explained that the mental attribute is not just about skills, and in fact UIN has already started to show positive changes after using the divine herb you provided. Hun Sung nodded slightly in acknowledgement, and that was indeed the case. Hun Sung wondered curiously what would happen if he invested all his unallocated attribute points into stamina and spirit. Lucia smiled confidently, saying he would probably become the toughest tank in the world. Becoming the toughest tank is indeed a great achievement for the kid. Suddenly, Hun Sung's eyes sharpened with suspicion. He quietly warned that enemies were ahead, and both of them stopped in the foggy, dark forest as spears suddenly shot out and plunged into the ground. So, Hun Sung swiftly dodges dangerous attacks, as bubbles start to surge violently beneath the swampy water. Signaling that the enemy is gradually revealing itself, Hun Sung leaps into the air to dodge the relentless attacks. He grits his teeth, enduring the pressure. A fierce explosion of purple energy erupts violently beneath the water. Hun Sung lands safely, just as Lucia rushes forward, holding a sturdy shield to protect her master. Hun Sung lowers his center of gravity and lands in a fighting stance, his cold eyes revealing his irritation and frustration. The blazing purple lightning crackles on his hands as he grips his weapon, ready to deliver a punishing blow to force the monsters to reveal their true form. Hun Sung rushes forward, grabbing his weapon, and says, "Got you!" He decisively swung his weapon and plunged it into the water. The monster howled in pain, and Hun Sung's eyes hardened as he saw the crocodiles emerging from the swamp. "I guess this is for the best." Immediately, Hun Sung dived into the water, his eyes blazing with a powerful purple lightning. An enormous energy explosion erupted, sweeping away everything around in a blinding light. Seeing the crocodile people defeated, Hun Sung let out a relieved sigh. Lucia approached and asked, "How do you feel?" "Are you okay?" he said calmly. Among the hero-class monsters, these are definitely the weakest. Hun Sung recalled the massive high-level blue dragon monster from before and admitted that the previous enemy was extremely powerful, so facing it was really no easy task. Seeing that the master still seemed haunted by the past, Lucia smiled encouragingly. "This is only the beginning, my lord, because you will become even stronger, much faster." She explained that although the crocodile dungeon was a bit troublesome, it was the best place to train passive skills, like wild instinct. Hun Sung listened silently with a determined expression. Hun Sung said with satisfaction, "Well done, let's keep going." Lucia respectfully replied, "Yes, master." Then the two of them proceed deeper into the dungeon. The scene shifts to the Jin Han Guild's office. The guild leader is furious upon hearing the failure report. Even recruiting a new soldier so easily, and you still mess it up? What have you actually accomplished? If you keep working like that, get out of my sight. I was scolded and threatened with dismissal by my superior, and I stammered to explain that it was because the guild's surveillance team suddenly intervened. The guild leader was stunned and repeated the name of the guild's surveillance team, then snapped back. How can those guys, under what pretense, dare to block our recruitment activities? The subordinate bowed his head to report. It seems they have a close relationship with the target, and most importantly, the target seems completely unwilling to join any gang. Hearing that, the club president slammed the table and shouted, "So you have to propose recruitment conditions first?" The subordinate softly replied, "I've said it many times before." Seeing the boss seemed to be easing up, he continued to explain and reaffirm, but still firmly refused. The guild leader asked in surprise after hearing the condition and still refused. Upon receiving a firm answer, he began to ponder deeply. Could it be that some sponsor has already set their sights on him? Maybe that guy is not short of money. Seeing the tense situation, the subordinate cautiously suggested, "Sir President, perhaps we should just let it go." The chairman's eyes hardened with calculation. What if he is a member of the association's surveillance team? Chairman Jin Han gritted his teeth in anger, shouting because he couldn't believe his subordinate would so easily give up such a lucrative deal. He held up Lucia's photo and said in a stern voice, "The investor himself personally ordered that girl to be brought here. He's also under pressure from above to make it happen." Refusing to accept defeat, he ordered his subordinate to immediately investigate the background of the person claiming to be from the association. The pink-haired man bowed his head and acknowledged the order. Alone in the room, the club president gazed intently at Lucia's photo, feeling that something was off since the partner insisted on such a new player. He suspected the person in charge on the other side was hiding some unusual intentions. As night falls, Hoon Sung meets Beach Ween after the hunt, smiling and asking if there were any problems during the hunt, but Owen, feeling his concern, responds enthusiastically without hesitation. He proudly held up the bag full of magic stones and skill books to show off. "I've earned this much." Owen was about to give all the loot to Hoon Sung, but he quickly waved his hand to refuse. "You don't have to give it to me. This is your stuff." This statement left Ewan feeling surprised. Standing beside him, Lucia quietly observed the generosity of the Lord Commander towards his subordinates. Lucia softly said, "Follow me." The three of them left the dungeon together and returned to the city. At an office building, Hoon Sung handed Ewan a thick envelope and explained, "This is money from selling demon stones." Seeing Ewan still look confused, he added, "The money from selling skill books will only be available after the auction ends." Uin looked down at the money in his hand, his eyes shining with amazement. "Wow! You truly believe I will repay this, right?" Hoon Sung saw that the boy looked guilty. He smiled reassuringly and said, "From now on, you can pay me back gradually. For now, leave some for your mother and sister. Thank you for your sincere concern. I appreciate it." Hoon Sung asks about your new place. "How is the new house?" "Since we're in the same apartment complex, it's convenient, right?" Yu replied enthusiastically. "That's great. Yu Hai loves it so much." Lucia, standing beside, also smiles in agreement. "That is a wise choice, sir. Staying in the same area will make it easier for us to respond if enemies attack." Brother Sung pondered. "We must always be prepared because we don't know how long those Japanese people will stay silent." Hoon Sung encouraged, looking at Yuin. "Just do as well tomorrow as you did today," Yu Sinin replied firmly. "Yes." At nightfall at the Jin Han headquarters, a hunter is reviewing Hoon Sung and Miyamai's files. He's just a rookie who awakened only a year and a half ago. And on top of that, he's dragging along a fool. Well, keep talking big and mocking others if you want. The pink-haired Tuin Troc stands nearby, suggesting we could wipe them all out in one go. The gang leader sitting behind his desk flipping through documents looked down on him dismissively. Apart from Mac Truck from the Players Association, this guy has nothing. Based on the fact that the mission location keeps changing, it seems his strength isn't impressive either. He smugly continued, and he doesn't have any close colleagues. Seeing the opportunity was ripe, the society leader grinned maliciously and gave the order. "All right, then let's start the operation tomorrow." At the apartment complex, Hoon Sung, Lucia, and Usin were about to leave when he suddenly paused, glancing toward the distant black van. Sensing something unusual, Hoon Sung narrowed his eyes and wondered, "What is that?" The whole group got in the car and left, but Hoon Sung's suspicion was quickly confirmed. The black van continued to follow closely behind throughout the journey. Sitting in the driver's seat, Lucia warned, "There's someone following us." Hoon Sung glanced in the rearview mirror and asked, "Are you talking about that black van?" "Yes. Based on the aura I sense, both of them feel that the group is about to encounter some trouble. There seem to be some players inside." Hoon Sung pondered quietly, wondering if they might be Japanese, while Lucia thought that compared to them, their tailing skills were a bit clumsy, but we can't rule out that possibility. Hoon Sung decisively said, "Let's first go to the dungeon where Boozin is hunting." Lucia respectfully replied, "I understand. Let's move further inside." "Yes, sir." The three of them quietly moved into the dark area. Lucia quietly remarks, "They approached later than I expected." When the prey was already here, Hoon Sung calmly suggests, "Shall we start now?" In the darkness, sharp eyes are watching their every move, as a group of strangers in cloaks gradually reveals themselves with calculating smiles. Hoon Sung softly exclaims, "What?" You observe the opponents and commented that their gear looks a bit weak, right? Lucia also agrees. It seems most of them are just using ordinary equipment. "Hey, who are you guys?" The leader of the opposing group sneered sarcastically. "Huh, this guy really has guts as high as the sky. Don't you realize how serious the current situation is?" Hoon Sung paused for a moment, then thought to himself, "Oh, so they're not the Japanese after all." Seeing his indifferent attitude, the other guy yelled in rage, "Are you mocking me, you bastard?" When he was mistaken for being Japanese, the rival leader snapped angrily. "What makes you think I look like a Japanese?" Hoon Sung asked calmly. "So why are you doing this?" The question drove him crazy, veins bulging on his forehead. He gritted his teeth and declared that he had intended to take Yu away peacefully. But it seems that's no longer possible. He decisively drew his sword from its sheath and loudly called his companions. The two underlings immediately drew their swords in response. "Yes, boss, teach that bastard a lesson and shut his mouth for me." The gang members responded in unison and immediately charged forward. Facing the approaching enemy, Lucia quickly raised her sturdy shield to defend her master. Brother Shung still couldn't help but wonder why they were targeting him, but suddenly froze in surprise when he saw a huge figure suddenly blocking right in front of him. That is Ben with a face full of murderous intent, ready to face the enemy. When he's in danger, two people rush out to protect him. Yuan gathers his strength and swings his round shield directly into the attacker's face, injuring him badly and knocking him back. Seeing his subordinate's unleashed power, Lucia calmly comments, "It seems you don't need to worry about Bak Huin's safety." Hun Sung quietly observes Yuan's impressive display as another enemy charges forward. Lucia wonders if she didn't explain enough earlier in the carriage, causing Basine to still not understand. She thinks he seems to be solely preoccupied with the idea of protecting her and the commander. Watching. Fighting desperately amidst the encirclement, Lucia smiled and thought this would be a very good live training session. Just let him fight and improve his skills on his own. Hun Sung sighed in relief, glad that the enemy's level was low. If it had been higher, the situation would have been truly dangerous. Lucia immediately took responsibility and affirmed that a knight who does not understand the commands of their lord cannot fully unleash their strength. She sternly demanded that Yuan must strictly obey the orders of the commander in all combat situations from now on. Seeing Lucia's determination as she declares she will train her subordinates more strictly, Hun Sung feels a bit confused, wondering if he has said too much. The henchmen begin to waver in the face of the opponent's strength. Seeing his subordinates just stand there watching, the leader angrily scolded the useless ones and urged them not to hesitate any longer. A hunter was stunned, unable to understand why Yuan possessed such overwhelming power. Seeing the situation was dire, the leader gritted his teeth, silently deciding there was no other way and quietly drawing his weapon to act directly. He planned that capturing the top two targets would end everything. He didn't fight Yuan, but targeted someone else. The leader's eyes revealed a sinister look as he decided to capture the most valuable girl first. He suddenly charged from behind Lucia with a fierce expression and swung his sword for a surprise attack. But before he could do anything, she used her shield to smash him straight in the face, knocking him out cold. He collapsed to the ground, clutching his bleeding wound with a miserable expression. Watching the defeated opponent, Lucia coldly remarked, if he had just stayed still, he would have made a good target. The leader could only sob in pain. This fool deserves to die for attacking without knowing the strength of the opponent. Seeing this scene, the henchmen shouted in panic, "What?" The boss has been defeated, and they rush in wildly, hoping to turn the tide. But Hun Sung remains eerily calm. The desperate screams continue to echo through the dark cave as Yu unleashes all his power, causing enemies to suffer severe injuries and become completely unable to resist. In the midst of the tragic scene, Hun Sung quietly approaches and coldly questions why they are targeting us. The surviving hunters trembled in utter fear, one of them asking aloud, "What on earth is going on? Could that monster really be a rookie who just graduated from the academy and is a player?" He doubts reality itself, unable to believe that he's at level 220, while his subordinates are around level 180, but are easily overwhelmed. Lucia narrowed her eyes with deadly intent and said sharply, "Do you not hear the commander's words?" Under the suffocating pressure, the hunter bowed his head and admitted, "We were just following the leader's orders." The hunter tremblingly confirmed, "Yes, the chairman ordered the attack, so we did it." Hun Sung quietly checked the information on the system screen, his eyes narrowing when he saw the human trafficking message. He exclaimed in anger, how could he use spatial skills on such a terrible matter? Looking at the person kneeling with a cold expression, Hun Dung declares, "If you've committed a crime, you must be punished." The criminal's eyes widen in horror. He has paid the price for following the wrong person into illegal activities. In a luxurious office, the man with a mustache tie sits pensively and tensely. Not much time left in this position. He stands up quietly and walks away with a calculating expression. "Before leaving, I have to finish that matter first." On the desk is a photo of Hun Sung and Lucia. He made up his mind. As long as he had Choi Hun Sung in his hands, he was sure he could rise to the top. The new target has been added. This person is believed to be an ally of the first target. Looking at Lucia's photo, one of the team members quietly praised him. "That beauty, right? With a nickname added, and she's Western too." He continued to introduce, determined to capture both targets at all costs. But there are a few strange points. According to the records, just a month ago she was still a rookie who had just graduated from the Human Academy. His eyes sharpened as he revealed this, but now we have confirmed that she frequently enters and exits hero-level dungeons with Choi Hui Sung. The crowd started to get noisy. Is that even possible? If she just entered the academy, then she must have only just awakened her abilities, right? He added that going in and out of hero-level dungeons doesn't necessarily mean she was directly involved in the fighting. Looking at Hun Sung's picture, he analyzes that if the first target's ability is to disable the level 20 limit for normal activities, then this is not impossible. One person wonders if they can share experience without being affected by the level. He confirmed that our assessment of that possibility is very high. He continued analyzing, stating that when hunting high-level monsters, experience is usually shared based on contribution, which is basic knowledge. He still sat in deep thought, proposing unproven theories like sending a newly awakened rookie into a hero-level dungeon. There must be some hidden reason behind it. Even though he admitted his prediction could be wrong, he still emphasized that by normal standards, this is clearly an irrational action and we must not let our guard down. His eyes burned with a threatening glare as he asked, "Do you still remember that the team sent ahead of us has completely gone missing?" One of the hunters in the group spoke with suspicion. Could it be that they have already escaped? The person facing him replied in silence. That possibility can't be ruled out, but the chances are extremely low, and those around him murmured in agreement. Yes, if they really ran away, then they are truly fools. The firm sound of footsteps echoed as the leader began to move, coldly commanding, "Let's proceed based on the worst-case scenario." A curious hunter asked again, "What is the worst-case scenario?" The leader's eyes hardened as he explained, "It is the assumption that the team sent ahead was completely eliminated at the first target." Does that even make sense physically? The subordinates keep hearing and find it more and more illogical. You know that's not possible either, right? Even a single assassin couldn't take out an entire team on their own. He couldn't believe that someone who had only awakened for over a year could do such an extraordinary thing. The leader remained resolute, looking straight at his subordinates and asserting that the target's rate of growth was unpredictable. So we must prepare for the worst-case scenario. He calmly ordered the entire team to always be ready to deploy at any moment. As soon as we receive communication from the information unit, we will act immediately. Meanwhile, in his apartment, Huin Sung lay with his hand on his forehead, deep in thought. He quietly looked up at the ceiling, a hint of worry on his face as he assessed the current situation. Sure that his progress had slowed down, Huin Sung lies stretched out on the bed, deep in thought about hunting and his achievements. He needs to find a way to increase his speed. Even selling batteries brings him significant profit. Looking at the system display showing an enormous accumulated score of over 700 billion points, he thought to himself that just 300 billion more points would raise his shopping level, and then he could fully own Alicia. However, Hui Sung also realized that selling electronic devices was gradually reaching its limit. He pressed his face into the pillow, lost in thought. Maybe I should release new content. Huin Sung tossed and turned on the bed, reminding himself not to rush. He noticed that the current game content was still selling very well, so he needed to find a solution from a different perspective. Lost in thought, his mother's voice called from outside. "Huin Sung, come eat dinner." Hearing the call, he excitedly ran to the table and cheered. "Wow, that's kimchi soup." Your mother smiled kindly. "That's your favorite dish. Eat a lot, okay? Usually you say you eat kimbap or hamburgers in the dungeon to fill your stomach." Seeing you keep looking at the blonde girl sitting next to you, she gently asks, "Why are you looking at Lucia like that?" Mom kept urging him to eat faster. Seeing her persistent encouragement, he looked at the steaming, colorful bowl of soup and happily picked up his spoon, saying, "I will eat really well." He ate voraciously, praising the food as the best, and his mother happily replied, "Yes, eat a lot." While eating, Huin Sung glanced at the screen and realized his mother and Lucia were watching an American movie together. He curiously asked, "Do you think it's good?" My mom enthusiastically confirmed, "Of course, it's really great." Huin Sung, while eating, reminded his mother, but she just kept eating and watching. She smiled and said, "I will do that." Then he turned to her and said, "Lucia, eat your rice." She softly replied, "I am eating now." Watching the two engrossed in the screen, Huin Sung quietly wondered if movies and shows were really that interesting, especially since Lucia comes from a completely different dimension. He wondered if she watched American TV shows and asked aloud whether Lucia found them interesting. She smiled brightly. "Watching movies and TV shows is my only hobby." He was a bit surprised to realize her world wasn't that different from his. Seeing that, his mother spoke with admiration. She was truly very jealous of Lucia. She can buy foreign TV shows or movies online and watch them immediately, while her mother has to wait until Korean subtitles are available. She continued to marvel at the abilities of the players, who could understand foreign languages like natives without even studying them. My mother's words flashed like a lightning bolt through Hyun Sung's mind. He exclaimed, "It's her." Right after the meal, he went to Lucia's room. Seeing her suddenly appear, she asked curiously, "What's going on?" Hyun Sung gets straight to the point. "I have a question. Are you asking if TV shows or movies are that interesting? There must be many things Lucia can't understand from her perspective, right?" Lucia affirmed, "It's very interesting. Even though there are occasional parts I don't understand, I can grasp everything just by watching the movies. On the contrary, learning about a completely new culture can also bring joy. As a girl, movies or spy stories are simply a passion." "I see, is that so?" Lucia wondered why he asked that, and Huin Sung's eyes sparkled as he revealed, "I was planning to try selling video content." Lucia asked in surprise, "So, are you talking about selling TV shows or movies?" "Yes, that's right. What do you think?" After some consideration, Lucia agreed, "I think it's a good idea. Even if it fails, I don't see it as a big problem." Huin Sung smiled gratefully and said, "It's all thanks to Lucia." Seeing her modestly reply, "I haven't done anything," he immediately grabbed her hand and cheered, because she had become completely immersed in television and cinema. The surprise action and the owner's praise made Lucia blush with embarrassment. In a magnificent palace, the system suddenly announced that Choi Hui's new item had been successfully registered. A noble woman with long silver hair looked on curiously. What is this guy posting now? She browsed through the TV and DVD player being sold for a record price of nearly 400 million points. She wondered to herself, hoping it wasn't just another useless item. That price was enough to make anyone pause in a moment of doubt. The woman sitting cross-legged begins to activate the device to watch the content inside. Seeing the truck transform magically in the city, she gasped, "Oh!" When the giant robots appear with such majesty, she can't hide her amazement. Her eyes are fixed on the screen, watching the earth-shaking explosions and the intense battles of the robots. She was completely captivated by the vivid images and wondered how they managed to recruit these robot actors. Looking at the powerful war machines, she concluded that Choi Hoon-sung's world possesses an incredibly formidable military strength. Meanwhile, in a warehouse area, the system keeps announcing that items are sold out. A man stares blankly at the screen and then exclaims. Truly impressive after a long period of silence, he secretly appreciates Hoon-sung for continuing to bestow these wonderful blessings on them. The customers' reactions are really very good. Hoon-sung scrolls through the comments, noticing many requests to buy transforming robots like in the movies. He ponders silently. Bumblebee can't be sold, but cars definitely can be. Hearing this, you know something big is about to happen. He realized that selling cars without insurance was feasible, even though operating them would result in heavy penalties. Since he wouldn't be the one driving, he didn't really care. At that moment, Lucia approached and announced, "Commander, the sales have ended." Hoon-sung then turned and asked, "Lucia, do you have any way for us to sell the cars?" He explained that there are many requests to buy the robots appearing in the film, and although he can't sell real robots, selling cars is still possible. Lucia wondered why they had to sell cars. "Huh? Well, I think this could also earn us quite a lot of points." Lucia suddenly made an unexpected suggestion. "Why don't we sell transforming models instead? The idea is both practical and profitable, like hitting a gold mine waiting to be exploited." Lucia's words suddenly woke Hoon-sung up. Hoon-sung excitedly grabbed her shoulder. "Lucia, thank you so much." A few days later, in his space, a loud system bell rang repeatedly. His total accumulated points officially surpassed 1 trillion points. Immediately, a ranking up notification appeared, indicating you have reached hero level and can now purchase legendary items. The shopping catalog and sales window have expanded to 1,000 items, and Brother Sung is smiling brightly with excitement. Now I can buy Alicia. I quickly scroll through the system screen to find the item I've been waiting for. A status window appears. The legendary Alicia has the ability to completely heal all wounds and diseases, both physical and spiritual. Looking at the listed price, Brother Shung narrowed his eyes and calculated hundreds of millions, billions, tens of billions, nearly 100 billion points. The enormous number briefly sparked his excitement, but the long-held goal was finally right in front of him. Without hesitation, Huindung presses the confirm button to purchase the legendary Alicia consumable item. A brilliant blue light erupts, and an intricately patterned elixir appears gradually in midair. He carefully held the precious item in his hands, his face showing clear emotion. Lucia stood beside him with a respectful smile, saying, "Congratulations, sir." "Commander," Hoon-sung gently replied, "Thank you. I owe everything to Lucia. I have to leave right now." Hoon-sung carefully tilts the potion bottle to let the divine water flow into his father's unconscious body, then places the empty bottle back on the table after completing its task. Standing by the bed, Hui-shung quietly watches his father sleeping peacefully. He wonders, is Dad fully recovered now? After taking care of his loved ones, he quietly left the hospital in the silent night. Returning to the warehouse, Hoon-sung sat down heavily on a chair. He opens the system panel and wonders if anything has changed. Even though the person just ran out of battery, his mind is still working at full capacity. Hoon-sung stared intently at the system screen where the divine thunder skill of legendary rank just appeared, softly exclaiming in amazement. He examined the displayed stats with a hint of doubt. How can it be so simple? I wonder how long it would take to acquire an item of this legendary level. He quickly swiped his hand across the screen to check the upgrade requirements, and immediately a notification appeared stating that the total accumulated points after awakening must exceed 1,000 billion points to reach the legendary level. Seeing his score surpassing 1,000 billion points, Hui-dung exclaimed in amazement, "Is this 1,000 times more?" Even though the number seems unbelievable, I tell myself I will definitely reach it someday. But looking at the huge gap ahead, he couldn't help but marvel. Still, how incredible is this? Hoon-sung switched to check the legendary high-tier power-boosting elixir, a potion that increases strength by 1 point for players with stats below 400. Looking at the listed price, he pondered silently. As expected, Hui-dung's careful calculations revealed that to increase just 1 point of his stats, he would need to spend about 300 million points. Despite the extremely high price, he was determined to get it and couldn't back down. Brother Zheng immediately pressed the confirm button to buy the legendary high-grade power-boosting elixir. The system keeps showing confirmation messages of successful transactions. The price is high, but if I want to get stronger, I have to pay up. At BG General Hospital, a woman anxiously asked the doctor about her condition. Has it really improved significantly? The doctor wearing glasses calmly confirms, yes, that's right. Surprisingly, the dying cells are starting to come back to life. Hearing the good news, the patient's family members burst with happiness, repeatedly bowing their heads in gratitude and thanking the doctor. Thank you very much, truly. But the doctor simply looked on pensively, thinking that they didn't need to thank him. Honestly, I myself don't really understand what's going on anymore. I'm puzzled because I clearly only injected the usual amount of suppressant as always. Still, he advised the family that as long as the patient recovers well through rehabilitation, they could live a normal life. As the family embraced each other in relief, the scene suddenly shifted to a dark, gloomy cellar. A man growing impatient shouted loudly, "How much longer do we have to wait?" And the red-haired leader coldly explained that the target's schedule for entering and leaving the dungeon had suddenly become unpredictable. He ordered the team to keep waiting patiently and continue the ambush until his schedule stabilizes again. A subordinate behind him asked why they didn't strike as soon as the target entered the dungeon, but the red-haired man dismissed it, saying, "I told you we have to act prepared for the worst-case scenario. So I don't accept any variables, not even the smallest ones." This extreme meticulousness makes my subordinates whisper that maybe it's because he comes from the militia that he's so strict. They continue to talk about the legendary past of the leader, from his days in the military to becoming a famous player. He was once praised as a hero of Osaka for his impressive monster-slaying achievements. His henchmen couldn't understand why such a great person would work with them and were curious about the crimes he had committed. One of the group members whispered the truth that he had been accused of child abuse. A heavily armored hand slammed down on the ground, unleashing a devastating purple magic explosion. Amidst the dust and smoke, Lucia, with her blazing blonde hair, sword and shield in hand, charges forward fiercely. Choi Hyun-sung looks at her gear and comments, "A legendary equipment really is impressive." Lucia smiled and replied, "I am also very satisfied with this new equipment, master." Seeing that, Hyun-dung suggested, "Why not let Lucia also buy some legendary gear?" She gently shook her head in refusal. "That's impossible, my lord, because I've already purchased a legendary grade stamina potion, so I no longer have enough points." Suddenly, Hyun-sung froze with suspicion. "Huh, what's going on, sir?" He replied in a low voice, "We are surrounded." Hyun-sung's face showed clear tension as he secretly wondered if it was those Japanese people. Looking at the dark cave entrance, he assessed that the probability was very high when he saw a series of bright red spots shining in the darkness. The number of enemies was quite large. Lucia quickly asked if he could hire more mercenaries, but Hyun-sung firmly said no. He quickly gave an order. "Before the encirclement is complete, let's eliminate some of the enemies already here. Go straight ahead for about 100 meters to the right. There will definitely be enemies there." In the distance, a group of unfamiliar hunters is approaching with weapons in hand. "Keep giving orders, then move to the left and eliminate them all for me." Lucia smiled confidently and replied clearly, "Yes, sir." Hyun-sung stands face to face with the enemy in the dark cave. He concentrates intensely, his eyes shining as he activates his skill, teleporting. Immediately, he disappears and reappears behind the enemy like a shadow. The subordinate in the green cloak hadn't recovered from the shock when a blazing red sword cut across him. On the other side, the hooded sorcerer cursed in panic. "Damn it!" The wizard hurriedly swings his staff to summon a snowstorm, unleashing a powerful blast of cold air, but Hyun-sung swiftly dodges past the sharp ice chunks with incredible speed. Wizard Bang Huang watched as the opponent closed in. Hyun-sung swung a brutal downward strike, and the subordinate in the green cloak cried out in pain. He raised his golden shield to defend and roared in fury. "That bastard." However, Lucia quickly appeared with a cold gaze. Without hesitation, she swung her sword and pierced through his chest. At that moment, a man in a blue cloak with reddish-brown hair appeared and loudly ordered. Everyone gathered together. Behind him, a formidable army of warriors and knights in shining silver armor advanced into the area, fully equipped soldiers with determined eyes ready for a large-scale battle. The red-haired leader grits his teeth in tension, sweat pouring down as he feels an overwhelming pressure closing in. Behind him, Choi Hyun-sung quietly advances with the blazing purple lightning swirling wildly around his hands. The enemy turns around in shock as Hyun's eyes blaze with deadly intent amid the black lightning covering the entire area. It's clear this is not going to end well. A massive explosion of purple energy suddenly erupts, throwing the silver knights far away. A heartbreaking scream echoes through the air. The henchmen are completely covered in dark electricity, their bodies trembling in pain and despair. From the sky, Lucia descends like a war goddess, causing the knights to gasp in shock. What is this? The blonde warrior appears majestic with her shining golden shield and cold blue eyes fixed directly on the enemy troops. A knight struggles in vain to defend himself and curses. "Damn it!" Lucia swooped down from above with a powerful magic strike, creating a blazing green energy circle that crushed all resistance below. She delivered a brutal slash that tore through the armor, injuring the enemy severely and causing him to fall. Witnessing the tragic scene before him, the red-brown-haired leader panicked and shouted, canceling the mission immediately. Staying here would mean certain defeat. He frantically ordered the remnants to escape, scatter, and run away. The others were swallowed by Huyen Ishung's dark lightning, screaming in despair. Haha. The leader just ran for his life, stunned, realizing everything had gone completely wrong from what he had planned. He trembled as he looked back in horror, unable to believe he was facing such terrifying beings. But in the end, he couldn't escape. He clenched his fists as a surge of dark purple aura burst from his gloves, forcing the assassin in the blue cloak to scream in agony. After the enemy was completely subdued, Hyun-sung sighed softly. realizing he needed to train himself to control this power more delicately. After the fight, he still feels something is missing. This match was too easy. Lucia quietly approaches and reports professionally. Master, I have gathered the survivors. Huin Sung nodded and ordered, help me collect all their belongings. Receiving her response, I understood and began inspecting the scattered items on the ground, tidying up as if nothing had happened. Seeing the red passport, watch, and compass, Huin Sung slightly smirked with contempt. Huin, as expected, they are the Japanese. In front of him, 3 assassins are kneeling in pain with no strength left to resist. Huin Sung calmly approached, his powerful hand reaching out to the trembling leader, and coldly declared, if you want to live, you'd better agree. His eyes burned with deadly red as he activated his skill. The contract of truth. Choi Huin Sung stands before the defeated enemies, coldly questioning how many agents are still remaining. The red-haired leader knelt on the ground, trembling as he replied that he didn't know exactly, but he estimated there were still about 20 to 30 others hiding. Another agent tried to resist and shouted loudly, this Dan guy. Immediately, a powerful shield strike to the face sent him tumbling to the ground. Lucia stood tall and commanding beside the helpless prisoner. Huin Sung pressed on, asking, how many people know about my existence? The leader admitted that currently, only Spacegate Minister Tanaka and his trusted subordinates are aware of the information. You want to live that badly? It's because of your daughter, huh? The orange watch falls to the ground, opening to reveal a photo of a small girl. The leader is stunned, sweat pouring down his face as he can't understand how his biggest secret was exposed. How did you find out? Hun Dung calmly checks the information on the virtual screen. As the image of the little girl smiling in the hospital bed flashes in the defeated person's mind, fully exposed and with no way out, tell me your story as brief as possible. The story takes us back 5 years to Osaka, where military helicopters thundered through the night sky. On the ground, armed soldiers quickly deployed their combat formations along the streets. The scene shifts to a sense that something big is about to happen. Amidst the tense atmosphere, a soldier suddenly freezes in shock as a bright blue system notification appears right before his eyes. You have awakened. In a quiet traditional room, a powerful man in a luxurious suit speaks. I hear you possess a hero-level skill. He looks at the young soldier with deep insight and affirms that he has high expectations for your abilities. The young man bowed respectfully and replied, I will do my best. They shared a meal in a formal setting to mark a new beginning. 5 years ago in Osaka, the scene was littered with the corpses of defeated grayish-green monsters that could no longer resist. Amidst the ruined city, the green armored warriors appeared boldly with shields and sharp spears in hand. The young man in the green cloak charges into the intense battle, thrusting his sword group fiercely into the fierce monster's body. He moves swiftly, his cold, focused gaze fixed entirely on the opponent before him. To prevent the enemy from catching their breath, he continued to unleash deadly sword strikes with utmost determination. The other green armored warriors also prepared their weapons, ready to wipe out any remaining threats in the city. With cheers of victory, they finally defeated it. The bespectacled doctor gazed thoughtfully at the documents with a look full of contemplation. In the hospital room, the doctor delivers the news to the father that his daughter has been affected by an invasive curse. He solemnly continued, the mortality rate is 100% and currently there are no suitable treatments or suppressants available. The only option now is supportive care while waiting for new medication. That is the only way for the girl to keep fighting. Seeing her happily eating ice cream, the father couldn't help but feel heartbroken. The girl looked up and asked, Dad, aren't you having ice cream? He tried to hide his pain and gently replied, I don't need to eat it. It's okay. You're still carefree. But for adults, it's like a knife in the heart. The father closed his eyes tightly, and she forced a strained smile. I will buy you ice cream often. The girl naively replied yes, but in reality, it was incredibly cruel as his phone kept receiving debt collection notices and overdue warnings from the bank. In the midst of despair, a powerful man appears and says, I've heard your story. Are you burdened with a large debt because of free money? He looked at the father dressed in a warrior's cloak and expressed his sympathy. I am truly sorry about your daughter's situation. He lowered his head and declared, I will do my best. Standing and observing the entire situation, Choi Huin Sung quietly calculated in his mind, thinking he might be able to take advantage of this. He quietly pondered the strange magical invasion disease, then checked the system store and secretly cheered with excitement when he found the item he needed. It's done! He was stunned to find the neutralizing potion for only 10 million points. Hey, you there? Yes. Huin Sung's eyes turned cold as he issued a deadly request. The assassins in the Japan Gate Management Department know about me. Can you eliminate them all? It could happen, or it might not. Huin Sung slightly smirked and ordered the status window to be opened for me. Looking at the blazing blue holographic screen, he couldn't help but be surprised by the opponent's true abilities. Just the agility stat alone is over 1,000. He silently judged that this is a typical assassin style, seemingly normal at first glance, but actually a top hidden expert. Cornered, the assassin knelt and begged desperately. I will do anything you command. Please spare my life. Huin Sung casually points at the screen and replies, all right, I will let you live. As long as you accept the terms I propose, you must immediately search for the hero-level soul contract in the shop, an item worth nearly 10 billion points. Huin Sung silently sighed, realizing this contract was even more expensive than a healing potion. Hun Sung places the paper and pen on the ground and orders, "Come on, sign your name." Looking at the content inside, the assassin exclaimed in shock, "Treating the invasion of demonic energy eggs?" He tremblingly asked again to confirm his last hope. "Can you really cure it?" Hun Sung looked down coldly and replied, "You can also see the effectiveness of the item." He warned in a stern voice that if the contract was not fulfilled properly, both would face death. Without hesitation, the assassin shouted loudly, "I will sign immediately." He frantically signs the paper, causing a burst of brilliant purple energy to flare up, officially completing the powerful soul contract. The radiant purple spiritual energy erupts, and the magical contracts begin to appear before Choi Hun Sung and the survivors. Seeing the overwhelming power, the man in the red cloak hurriedly exclaimed, "I will sign too," and another with a scarred face also shouted desperately, "Me too, please give me the contract." But Hun Sung simply looked down coldly and refused. "You are not allowed." A desperate cry for help echoes out, "Please save us." Hun Sung calmly explains that this kind of contract only takes effect when there is no coercion or force involved. His eyes shine brightly as he sees through the true nature of those before him. And most importantly, you guys, their guilty memories flash back like a horrifying film. Hun Dung clenched the sword tightly in his hand, his eyes merciless. He gritted his teeth and declared, "Just a bunch of trash." As soon as the words finished, he swung his sword to end the lives of the two scum. Hun Dung handed the assassin a small bottle and coldly said, "Take this. It looks like vitamin C, but its effect is to reset your life. Drink it and your fate will automatically change." As soon as he received the vial, a series of system notifications appeared, confirming that the conditions of the soul contract had been officially fulfilled and activation had begun. Hun Sung started giving orders, first to report that the plan had failed and then to return to Japan. He warned harshly that if anyone knew about me, they should be eliminated completely. The assassin bowed and obeyed. "Yes, I understand." After a moment of contemplation, Hun Sung looked at the opponent and then made a comment. "Hung, with your current strength, the chances of failure are very high. I've decided to support you a bit more to ensure the plan goes smoothly." Hun Sung gestured, and an invitation to join under his command immediately appeared in front of the assassin, Inakuso. Seeing the other still stunned, he urged him to accept it first, and they could explain later. The assassin looked at the system panel with a confused and suspicious expression, just added to the group chat, hasn't read the rules yet, and was assigned a KPI, and that night, he silently walked through the streets and reported via phone that the mission had failed. The person on the other end of the line asked in surprise why, and he calmly explained that the Korean Players Association had suddenly intervened, and he affirmed he would return to the base immediately. When asked about the combat abilities of the two targets, he confirmed he was fully aware and would provide a detailed report as soon as he arrived. Standing in the quiet square, he confidently announced that he would hand over all the information once he returned home. Having received confirmation, he continued to ask, "Have you erased all traces at the scene?" The subordinate nodded firmly, assuring that all evidence had been thoroughly handled with no gaps left. Inakuso narrowed his eyes with calculation, thinking that now all he needed to do was return to his base. Without hesitation, Inakuso swung his sword and ruthlessly slaughtered all his subordinates. Shrill screams echoed, "Aha!" A female agent trembles in terror, unable to believe her eyes, and screams, "Why? Why is the captain doing this?" The henchman shouted in panic. The captain has gone insane. Inakuso's face remains cold and emotionless to an almost terrifying degree. Finally, Inakuso cornered the last agent, pointing his sharp sword directly at his opponent's neck, as the agent, battered, bloodied, and tearful, begged for mercy. "Please spare my life, Captain." Facing his subordinate, Inakuso simply coldly uttered a merciless sentence. "Sorry. All traces of those who knew Choi Hu-young's secret have now been completely erased as planned." A few days later, a shocking news story broke across international headlines. The phone screen displayed the headline, "The Japanese Minister of Spacegate Management and his close aides have committed suicide." Reading this news, Choi Hun Sung slightly smirked, quite satisfying. Walking down the street with a beautiful blonde girl, he received a curious question. "How do you plan to use him?" Hun Sung pondered for a moment before softly saying, He calmly analyzes that leaving him there to secretly gather information is also a very good option. Or maybe building your own power base from that isn't such a bad idea after all. Hun Sung gently smiled at his blonde companion and suggested, "How about we go on a hunt first?" But just as he was about to leave, his phone suddenly started ringing repeatedly. Seeing that it was a call from his mother, he immediately changed direction and headed to the hospital where his father was being treated. As soon as she entered the room, her mother's tearful voice called out, her voice trembling with emotion, as she tightly grasped her husband's hand on the hospital bed. The whole family and her blonde-haired friend gathered around Hun Sung's hospital bed as he regained consciousness. Hun Sung approached gently and asked, "Can you hear what I'm saying, Dad?" Seeing his father's face gradually returning to normal, everyone felt relieved to hear the good news. The doctor said your father's illness has fully recovered. Now all Dad needs to do is focus on recovering his health. But suddenly he burst into tears, moving everyone deeply. Dad's worried call of Dad echoes as he tries to move, his hands trembling before slowly pointing a finger at Hun Sung with rapid breathing. Seeing that scene, the sister gently smiled and said maybe Dad wants to thank you. Are you still confused about your father's sudden action? However, Hunsung's eyes suddenly hardened as he realized something was wrong. Magic power? A mysterious green energy begins to emanate and envelop the finger pointing at him from the father. Hunsung couldn't help but be stunned in wonder. The doctor clearly said he was fully recovered. Seeing his strange behavior, the women in the house worriedly asked, "What are you talking about? Isn't he completely healed already?" In the stunned atmosphere, the blonde girl suddenly proposed a shocking hypothesis. Could it be that he has awakened to become a player? Could this be something we don't know? She looked at her father and gently said, "Sir, I suggest you try to openly share your status with Hunshung." Immediately, a bright blue notification panel appeared in front of Choi Hunshung, leaving him stunned. It was his father Choi Hyung-goo's status board, who had just awakened at level 1 but possessed a mana stat of 22 and a rare active skill called Flame Wound. Unung was stunned and thought, he really has awakened. His mother, wiping away tears, smiled happily. "It seems that your father's sudden recovery is thanks to his awakening." The younger sister standing nearby happily added that even the doctors couldn't find the cause. "Now everything is clear. The doctor is out of options, but the system is fine. I can still win this bet." However, Hai Hunshung still couldn't shake his suspicion. Why did this happen? Was it just a random coincidence? A picture of the miracle pill starts to form in his mind as he questions himself. Could the elixir of immortality really have the power to turn an ordinary person into a player? A week later, in room 301 of his grandfather's hospital, Hai Unung pushed the door open. "I'm here." Seeing his son resting peacefully in bed, the father affectionately said, "Hai Unung, you're here? You've had a busy day today too." "It's nothing, really." Hai Sung cheerfully comments, "You look even healthier than yesterday." The father stretches and moves, excitedly sharing that he feels a surge of strength flowing through his body each day. Seeing her son arrive, the mother quickly took the opportunity to say, "Since you're here, I need to go home for a little while." Hunshung quickly urged her to rest well at home, while he would stay behind to watch over their father during the night. Seeing Hai return exhausted from hunting, his father kindly said, "You're tired too." He assured her that this special room is very comfortable, so he encouraged his wife. "Go home and rest. I will stay here tonight to talk privately with my son." His mother smiled gently in agreement.
Then I will go home to sleep and bring more things tomorrow. My father nodded in agreement.
"Just let her do that," Hai Hunshung asked worriedly. "Let me take her home." But she firmly refused. "Stay in the hospital room. No need to see me off." The door closes, and the father looks at his son before softly calling him. "Hai Unung? Yes, I am here." "Yes, father." He looked at him with a heartfelt and sincere gaze and said, "Thank you. Dad could recover like this. It's all thanks to you." Hunshung modestly scratches his head and says, "I didn't do anything. It's all thanks to you for awakening." But the father still firmly insists, "I know everything is because of you." He looked deeply into his eyes and revealed the truth. The reason he recovered was because of the medicine his son gave him. "Don't worry. I don't plan to dig into the story of that medicine." The father looked at Choi Hyun-sung with affection and reassured his son. He understands that if the secret about this cure for a terminal illness is revealed, it will surely lead to many unnecessary problems. He knows this well, but he truly just wants to thank you. Faced with his father's sincerity, Hyun-sung gently asked about his future plans. With a bright look, his father confidently affirmed that he still had the energy and vitality, and that style is temporary, but true class lasts forever. However, his next statement shocked Hyun-sung. His father was planning to enter the dungeon. Feeling worried about his father's health, he hurriedly tried to stop him. "I just want you to stay home. Isn't it true that I'm earning a lot of money now?" Despite the advice, the father calmly takes a sip of coffee and affirms that at 57, he still has the energy to contribute. Hyun-sung still firmly opposed because the prison is an extremely dangerous place where no one can predict unexpected disasters. Seeing through his son's worry, the father quietly remarked, "It seems you've been through a lot of hardships." With a steely gaze, he firmly declared that he had no intention of sitting idly and enjoying the money his child had risked everything to earn, even going so far as to ask that from now on, his child never enter the dungeon again. The father believes that with the money accumulated, Hyun-sung doesn't need to keep risking his life. Faced with his father's unwavering stance, he asks one last time, "Are you really going into the dungeon?" Receiving a firm confirmation that everything has been decided, Hyun-sung reluctantly takes out his last weapon to intervene. His mother definitely won't let this go. Summoning the final boss of the family makes everyone fear mother, but the father only slightly smirks with confidence and crushes his hope. "Father has already received permission, so you don't need to worry," Choi Hyun-sung Bong Hwang exclaimed in amazement. "Is your mother going too? I can't believe my ears when I hear that even she plans to take on this dangerous path." A few days later, at VL Coffee Shop, Hwai-sung sat deep in thought with a worried expression, sighing softly. My head hurts." Facing him, Lucia speaks up to break the tense atmosphere. "Do you really hate that so much?" Hyun-sung replied firmly. "Of course I do. I think this is not something you should oppose blindly like that." Seeing that Brother Shung was still stunned, she continued to explain that in these chaotic times, awakening to become a player is actually a great blessing. If a monster wave suddenly hits, ordinary people have no choice but to wait for death. But players are completely different, Lucia firmly asserted as images of brave warriors fighting fiercely appeared. Still, Haidong remained hesitant, but she believed the chances of that happening were still quite low. Lucia immediately countered, insisting that the probability would definitely increase over time. She warned that the space gates would keep opening, bringing forth high-level monsters like ancient dragons, making the world never safe again. He looked directly at Lucia and asked, "So you mean I just have to watch my father venture into the dungeon?" He emphasized tensely that the dungeon is extremely dangerous, and she also knows that well. Lucia calmly suggested that with the master's strength, wouldn't he be able to ensure his father's safety? She looked at the shining elixir and reminded him that his father already knew about the existence and miraculous effects of this divine medicine. The secret is no longer a secret, and now there's only the choice to use it to the end. Choi Hun quietly calculated that even if the secret of the elixir was exposed further, nothing serious would happen. In fact, if his father became stronger, the burden of being a ruler like him would be somewhat alleviated. At the hospital, Mr. Choi Hyun-gu remained resolutely determined. No matter what you say, he will go. Seeing his father's resolute face, Hun-sung sighed softly and said, "I understand I am not here to stop you, so don't worry," but then he immediately made a condition. "From now on, you must follow what I say, because as a player, you are your father's senior." Faced with this convincing argument, Hyun-gu nodded in agreement. "That's right, father will do that." Hun-dung gestures seriously with his finger. "First accept my proposal." Immediately, a bright green system notification appeared before the father, announcing that Lord Choi Hun-sung had proposed recruiting a player for Hyun-gu. "Do you agree?" Mr. Hyun-gu stared in shock at the virtual screen and exclaimed, "What is this?" Hun-sung urged, "Just accept it for now." After his father agrees, the system notifies that the burial ritual was successful. Hun-sung smiles faintly with a mysterious expression. "Mom and sister may not know, but I am a rather special player." Seeing the swirling mana, Mr. Hyun-gu also has to admit that it seems to be true. Hun-sung looked his father straight in the eyes and carefully warned him about what was to come, telling him to keep it secret from both mother and sister. He raised his hand and pinched a sparkling green magic stone between his fingers. Choi Hyun-gu looked at the blue stone in his son's hand in confusion and asked, "What is this?" Hun-sung calmly replied, "Dad, try eating it. Even though still doubtful, can you really make me eat this?" But he still picked up the stone, examined it carefully, and then put it in his mouth. Immediately, the father exclaimed in amazement as the status window appeared showing his magic power increased by 1 point. He stammered, "Did the stat go up?" Hun-sung explains, "This is a type of medicine that increases stats." Seeing his son holding a handful of sparkling blue stones, the father couldn't help but be amazed. "Isn't this an extremely valuable item?" Hun-sung calmly confirms. "Yes, it's very valuable because only I can find it in this world." "Cho nên cha rằng anh không cần phải lo lắng vì rồi với anh. Rộng dạ sang này cũng chẳng phải thứ gì quá quý giá. Người cha sung sờ hỏi lại, chỉ có mình con kiếm được thời sao? Hun-sung nodded and said, "Yes, that's why I kept it secret from both my mother and sister. If the existence of this medicine were to be revealed, it would surely cause a great chaos." The father pondered for a moment and then asked, "Is it true that the medicine that cured my illness was also obtained this way?" Hun-sung confirmed, "Yes, but I can't reveal more details. I will keep the secret to the end. Knowing enough is enough. Knowing too much is dangerous. Seeing how costly my son is to me." The father hesitates to refuse. "I don't have to eat it anyway." Hun-sung immediately urged, "Hurry and eat before someone comes. Once bought, it can't be returned." He looked straight into his father's eyes and added, "You should eat that quickly and help me too." Faced with his son's determination, the father had no choice but to accept. If that's the case, there's no other way. "You should get used to this, Dad." Looking at the skill book on the table, Mr. Choi Hyun-gu picks up a book and asks, "So you mean I should only support from a distance?" Choi Hun-sung nodded softly, reminding that his father's original role was that of a ranged damage dealer. As the book emitted a mysterious blue glow and dissolved into his body, the father gently smiled in agreement. "All right, I will do that." Hun-sung also advised that when entering the dungeon, Dad should only go with the person I designated. Mr. Hyun-gu asked curiously, "Are you talking about Xia?" Hun-sung shook his head and revealed there is still a very strong trump card to protect father. He sat down opposite and seriously suggested that his father go with that person, and Mr. Hyun-gilu quickly agreed. "But this kind of secret medicine, can ordinary people take it?" He chuckled softly to ease the tense atmosphere, and the father reasoned that if ordinary people could learn skill books, perhaps they could also use this secret medicine. Seeing his father staring intently at the pile of enchanted stones, Hun-sung asked directly, "Do you want to give it to Mom?" Hyun-gu clenched his fist, feeling the surge of power and marveling that after using the secret potion, he felt as if he had become 30 years younger. Looking at the pile of gems on the table, he sincerely said, "I think it would be great if Mom could also use it." However, Hun-sung immediately refused and explained that if Dad didn't participate in the dungeon, he wouldn't have revealed the existence of the secret medicine to him in the first place. He confirmed that if his father had no intention of becoming a player, this secret would remain hidden forever. The father pondered silently before nodding in agreement, realizing that having too many people know about this power was truly not a good thing. Eager to start the new journey, he asked when father could enter the dungeon. "Maybe we should go tomorrow. You just finished training and want to test your strength right away. If you have good gear, you should use it right away." Brother Zheng calmly advised his father to first go through the discharge procedures tomorrow, then the most important thing is to complete the course at the Player Academy. Realizing he had been too hasty, the father scratched his head awkwardly, having forgotten this important rule. At the Japanese Prime Minister's residence, a heavy atmosphere hung over the scene as the death of Minister Tanaka was confirmed to have been caused by a player with an elite stealth skill. Prime Minister Akinob asked in a deep voice about the identity of the culprit, but the subordinate could only bow and report that the investigation had not yet revealed anything. The old man frowned and questioned how many people in Japan possess a hero-level stealth skill. The subordinate explained that because players often hide their skills, the exact number cannot be known. Akunob's face showed clear anger. Those low-level players, how dare they kill a high-ranking government official? Immediately, he ordered a threefold increase in security to ensure safety. Akunob began to suspect that this might be an attack from the opposition or a scheme by a different faction within the party. Although he doesn't know who is behind it, he clenched his fists in anger and silently vowed not to let them get away. Akunob turned to ask the female assistant who was in charge of the secret agents. The girl reports that since all the superiors have died, the current situation has changed. The team leader has disappeared, and now whoever is alive will be promoted. She said that Inakuso is currently holding that position. Prime Minister Akonob was slightly surprised and asked, "Do you mean the hero of Osaka?" After receiving confirmation, the old master ordered, "Secretly summon him here. I have something to entrust." The female assistant bowed slightly in obedience. The phone on the bed kept ringing with the name Inukuso displayed, and as Choi Hoon-sung stepped out of the bathroom with a towel on his head, he softly exclaimed, "Humph!" He quickly picked up the phone. "This is Inukuso speaking, sir," Hoon-sung calmly asked. "What's going on?" Inukuso seriously revealed, "I have met Prime Minister Akinob." Hoon-sung narrowed his eyes and asked sharply, "What for?" He stood silently in front of the bookshelf, quickly connecting the dots in his mind before making a judgment. "Is it to fabricate evidence of embezzlement by the opposition and traitorous members within the party?" Inukuso immediately confirmed. "Yes, that's right." He revealed a cruel plot, with the final plan to fabricate suicides to completely eliminate them. Hearing that, Hoon-sung quietly remarked, "It seems like you're gaining quite a lot of trust. Inukuso, please give your instructions. What should I do now?" Hoon-sung coldly ordered to follow the Prime Minister's instructions for now to strengthen trust and added that, if possible, try to expand influence towards the Player Association or the Spacegate Management Department. "I understand, my lord." Hoon-sung suddenly remembered and inquired, "And what about the trip to America? Is everything okay?" "I have returned safely, thank you for the medicine you provided. My daughter has received the diagnosis that she is completely cured." Hoon-sung sat on the bed and asked, "Do you plan to take her back to Japan?" Inakuso firmly denied. "No. He plans to let his daughter continue living with her mother in the United States to ensure her safety." Hoon-sung nodded in agreement, but didn't forget to warn him that it would be best to hide the fact that his daughter has fully recovered. He emphasized that this was absolutely necessary to avoid suspicion from the enemy, and added firmly, "From now on, unless it's a major event affecting me or Korea, there's no need to contact me." Brother Jung emphasized their right to decide for themselves, and to act based on their own judgment. Inukuso respectfully confirmed, "I will do so." The scene shifts to a bustling troll station area, where a man with spiky gray hair carrying a massive sword on his back walks silently. His target is the Ore Dungeon, suitable for levels 45 to 50. He showed the registration card with the name Park Jin Y to the staff. After checking, the man in the vest nodded. "You can go in now," Jin Y replied briefly. "Yes, you've worked hard. Proceed deeper into the dark cave." A group of savage ogres armed with battle axes are ready for battle, weapons at the ready, waiting for the intruder. Seeing the monsters before him, Jin Yang silently wished he could work here. A sudden burst of fire erupted, wrapping around his arm and heavy sword. Faced with the growling, threatening monsters, Jin Yang tightly grips his fiery sword and calmly challenges them. A hunter in silver armor swiftly dodges an attack from the green orc's large log, then immediately spins around and unleashes a blazing slash that creates a giant pillar of fire, instantly destroying the target. Standing among the wreckage, he breathes a sigh of relief. Whoosh! Seeing the corpses of the monsters scattered around, he lowered his sword to the ground and muttered, "If only they had let me do both security work and hunting like this, it would have been perfect, protecting people and fighting monsters at the same time." But just as he was feeling briefly happy, he suddenly sensed something unusual. Two more fierce beasts stride out confidently from the shadows. Watching the purple portal continuously releasing monsters, he slightly smirked. Oh, he's taking a fighting stance, ready for the next wave, just in time to revive. However, a sudden spear thrust tears through space towards him, leaving him stunned. Oh, he looks down in shock at the fatal wound. What is this? A giant brain has pierced through him, causing him to collapse and lose the ability to fight back. What is this? Is he dead? A nonchalant voice sneered. What stupid thing did he do to get himself killed like that? Meanwhile, the young hunter standing nearby with his spear just froze, his eyes showing clear shock at the tragic scene. The security officer from the guild could only gasp in shock before collapsing with a fatal wound. Standing amidst the wreckage was a tall, brainy man with long hair and heavy armor. The brainless leader growled menacingly as his followers gathered in increasing numbers, and the terrifying pressure intensified when the red-eyed leader with the giant axe appeared, standing tall like a god of destruction. The aura is so heavy that you're already half defeated before the fight begins. Witnessing the terrifying scene, a hunter exclaimed in shock, "What the hell is that orc?" But before he could regain his composure, a huge grayish hand crushed the head of another player. The brainless leader silently watched the massacre with a cold, emotionless gaze, as desperate screams and frantic shouts echoed through the space. The crazed monsters are hunting relentlessly, and a female warrior only manages to scream as the deadly blade of the madman strikes right behind her. The scene shifts to a calm blue sky, but a sudden powerful shock shakes the bustling city. The people on the street stopped in confusion as the ground began to crack open. A girl wearing a golden headset looked around as the explosions and crashing sounds spread rapidly. From above, a player's body falls right into the middle of the street, causing a woman to scream in horror. Ah! A desperate cry rings out. The wave of monsters right in the city center. A mighty army suddenly pours out from the portal. A soul-wrenching scream echoes everywhere as the scene turns into a bloody massacre on the street, with innocent civilians desperately crying out for help. Amid the chaos, the formidable leader stands tall, eyes blazing with deadly intent. In the city sky, a mysterious portal suddenly opens, emitting an eerie blue light. Choi Hoon-sung was walking with Lucia when he suddenly stopped in confusion. What is this? Looking at his phone, he saw a missed call from the association. Hoon-sung immediately pressed to answer, but only an automated message indicating voicemail played, leaving him surprised. Lucia approaches and calls out to the owner. She looks at her phone and reports seriously that a monster wave has occurred. The emergency news broadcast shows a shocking headline about the monster wave that just erupted in Gintron. Hoon-sung narrows his eyes, checks the information, and asks, "Still not under control?" Lucia believes that this time it's not just ordinary creatures, but a true army of monsters that has overwhelmed us. Hoon-sung asked quietly what she meant by that. Lucia reminded him that she had said before that the monsters are constantly evolving to become stronger. She explained that these monsters are proof of that terrifying growth. Lucia said that the OCs are the monsters that look most like humans. While the OCS classified as combat units are only at the normal level, those at the warrior level are considered rare monsters. Hoon-sung asked curiously if there are even higher levels. Lucia firmly states that it definitely exists. She says that those at the level of warrior commanders or clan leaders are all considered heroes. Lucia reveals a shocking truth that although extremely rare, those who reach the level of clan chief possess the power of legends. The official suite begins on the scale of a true monster wave. The army also responded fiercely, deploying numerous tanks and elite soldiers to positions across the roads, ready to confront. The monsters with strange tattoos on their bodies glared threateningly at the opponents. Immediately, the military commander issued a stern order over the radio to suppress them. A series of deafening explosions erupted, scattering the monsters and inflicting heavy injuries. Amidst the barrage of gunfire, the commanding voice rings out clearly, urging the attack. Infantry and tanks advance together to seize the battlefield, leaving no time for the enemy to breathe. A wizard in elegant ceremonial attire strides forward, arrogantly, dismissively thinking how strong those fools really are. And with full confidence, he and his allies shout in unison, "Sweep them all away in one strike." Sharp blue ice blocks rain down from the sky like a storm, crushing the screaming monsters below without giving them any chance to fight back. One after another, the remaining enemies are shot down, leaving the battlefield filled with those unable to resist. Amid the chaos, Choi Hoon-sung's eyes burn with deadly intent as he focuses entirely on his target. The battle in the heart of the city is raging fiercely as knights and soldiers coordinate smoothly to eliminate the monsters. Choi Hoon-sung quietly walks past the tanks and the troops clearing the scene. He looked around thoughtfully and softly said, "Hung." Seeing the rapid suppression by the army, he wondered if he had worried too much. But just as a group of hunters prepared to face the remaining creature, a deafening explosion erupted, throwing everything into chaos and causing screams of pain to tear through the air. Amidst the thick dust and smoke, a colossal creature with blazing red eyes and bulging muscles emerges. A panicked hunter loudly shouts to reform the team immediately. Choi Hoon-sung was stunned as he looked at the creature that just appeared. Bewildered, did the beast with terrifying fangs subtly curl its lips into a cruel smile? It threw back its head and roared a deafening cry, this entity wearing heavy armor, wielding a giant weapon, and emanating a fierce red aura full of pressure. The pressure from the roar forces the hunters back, only able to let out a helpless groan. Immediately, a series of system notifications appeared before Hoon-sung, warning him that he had been hit by the intimidating battlecry mental pressure skill and would be paralyzed for 10 seconds. However, the resilient spirit passive skill activated in time, helping him completely resist the opponent's mental attack. Brother Sung gritted his teeth, his face full of tension. Things got worse as the surrounding hunters froze in terror while the towering monster appeared like a giant ghost, continuing to scream wildly to threaten the entire battlefield, turning the scene into a massacre as the elite soldiers were ruthlessly slaughtered. Screams of despair echoed through the space as a young girl with long black hair stood trembling, her eyes filled with horror at the sight of her fallen comrades. Right behind her, the towering leader with bulging muscles and heavy golden armor appears. Faced with imminent death, she can only cry and beg. "Please, save me." Witnessing the scene, a black-haired warrior grits his teeth in anger. This bastard going all out decides to charge in even knowing it's pointless. Without hesitation, he rushes straight at the enemy to save the day. But the brutal giant stomped on a player, turning the scene into a tragic mess. He swung his massive axe fiercely, his face showing a fierce and savage expression with sharp teeth. The pounding footsteps grow louder as the black-haired warrior tries to close in on the leader. The two clash fiercely, causing massive tremors throughout the city. Overwhelmed by the monster's strength, he grits his teeth and endures. Just as the situation was hanging by a thread, a figure suddenly descended from above, surrounded by blazing purple lightning. Choi Hoon-sung appeared with great power, ready to deliver a punishing blow to the giant-headed foe. He sneers maliciously, revealing his terrifying fangs, making the atmosphere tense. Overwhelmed by the pressure, a black-armored hunter grits his teeth and swears in helplessness. Damn it! Another warrior also couldn't help but be stunned by the huge gap in strength. Why are those idiots so strong? He silently assessed that the situation was extremely dangerous and he might lose his life here. Suddenly, a catastrophic explosion of purple energy erupts, witnessing the opponent's absolute power. Hoon-sung grits his teeth in tense frustration. I step back into the wreckage, my eyes suddenly flashing with a wary glare. Seeing the danger looming over his comrades behind him, Hoon-sung immediately gathered a blazing purple lightning aura around his hands, preparing for a full counterattack as the crazed monsters howled wildly, creating immense psychological pressure. A shield-bearing warrior in front shouted loudly to boost his teammates' morale and hold the line. But the leader remained unmoved like an unchanging mountain, silently watching the massacre with a cold, emotionless gaze. Facing stiff resistance, the enemy hasn't even gone all out, yet our side is already on the brink of exhaustion. Seeing the encirclement closing in, a shield-bearing knight hurriedly urged, "You must retreat immediately." Choi Hoon-sung quickly responded, "I understand," and immediately activated his teleportation skill. However, a cold system notification suddenly appeared warning that this area had unstable mana flow. Immediately, his blink skill was cancelled, and Hoon-sung was shocked to realize the harsh truth. Are they ready for everything already? Sweat drips down Hoon-sung's tense face as he senses a new aura of death from above. The danger isn't just on the ground. There's a bomb above too. Surprised yet? Looking up at the rooftop of a nearby building, a terrifying entity is silently watching the battlefield. It is an old wizard with a long white beard, dressed in a dark cloak. He raises his wooden staff, frantically gathering a blazing firepower to prepare a destructive strike on the entire area below. Amidst the chaos of the battlefield, a soldier in silver armor shouts desperately, "Everyone, run now!" An emergency alert announces the terrifying appearance of a legendary-level monster right in the heart of the bustling city. Facing the tragic scene, Choi Hui-sung remains strangely calm. He silently wonders if he should try fighting the way Lucia trained him. Brother Sung closed his eyes gently, and in his mind, only one thought appeared: death. The fierce face of the clan chief is clearly visible with terrifying fangs. Hoon-sung thinks that if he doesn't dodge this attack in time, he will definitely die or be severely injured. The giant monster leapt into the air, swinging its massive axe down at him. In that split second, a system notification suddenly appeared and the passive skill, Survival Instinct, was activated. A powerful explosion erupts, tearing apart the asphalt right where Hoon-sung just stood. If only I had reacted half a beat slower, it would have been a beautiful memory. Hoon-sung moved like a lightning bolt, leaping high and closing in on the target from behind. The clan leader, stunned, turned back, but it was already too late. The monster's face contorted in fury as it bore a deep wound on its guardian's body, and with a cold, determined gaze, it charged forward at a terrifying speed. The clan leader screams in despair as he is relentlessly subjected to brutal attacks. Hoon-sung moves like a shadow, unleashing countless sharp swords to encircle the monster, turning the scene into a tragic battlefield. Seeing the dangerous situation, Choi Hoon-sung shouted loudly to warn his teammates. "Run quickly!" He urgently urged everyone to leave the danger zone because his support skills couldn't last long. This is a buff skill, so it won't last long. Hoon-sung swings his sword to attack directly at the opponent's tough skin, his eyes showing intense focus. The blue-headed monster grits its teeth in fury. Damn it, standing amidst the ruined city. Hoon-sung faces off against the heavily injured guardian creature. At that moment, a system notification appears indicating that the passive skill, Survival Instinct, has ended. Looking at the imposing opponent in front of him, he quietly assessed that he was indeed strong. Seeing that the situation was no longer favorable, Hoon-sung decided to stop here today. Hoon-sung quickly turned around and ran away, his feet stomping hard on the ground to increase his speed. In the distance, the soldier in the red cloak shouted with relief upon seeing the reinforcements. "Are you guys here already?" Hoon-sung kept running with a face covered in sweat. A giant magic circle suddenly appears in the sky above the city, drawing the attention of all the hunters present. Seeing the danger from above, Choi Hoon-sung shouts loudly to warn everyone, "Get away quickly." Immediately, a giant pillar of fire descended from the void, engulfing the ground in a deafening explosion. The battle of the second monster wave was raging fiercely. In the temporary hideout near Shintron Station, the space is immersed in a somber sunset glow amid ruined buildings, as survivors from the battle are bandaged in a heavy atmosphere. Choi Hoon-sung sat quietly on the wooden bench, clutching a bottle of water with a contemplative expression, and quietly thought to himself that he still had a lot to improve. Amidst the crowd of hunters discussing the recent battle, the sound of heavy steel heels clacking rhythmically on the pavement echoed decisively. A girl with short silver hair approached slowly. Her eyes sparkled with curiosity as she looked at him and softly called out. Winsung, seeing you look up from the bench, she smiled and asked, "Do you remember me?" That is Kang In-hai, the beautiful female warrior standing tall before him. Her turtle insignia stands out among the crowd. It's hard not to notice. Winsung was momentarily stunned, his face slightly blushing as he recalled their bold encounter earlier when she had confidently pressed close and asked, "Oh my, you really are my type. Have you got a girlfriend yet?" Turning back to reality, Winsung calmly replied, "Yes, I still remember." He looked at her and confirmed if she was Kang In-hai. Hearing her name called out correctly, Kang In-hai exclaimed with delight, "Oh my god, you really still remember my name?" Windung smiled softly, but deep down she thought, how could he not know? He clearly knows that she is a very famous con artist with impressive skills. Not only is she a unique professional in her field, but she also frequently appears on TV shows and big screens around the city, becoming a familiar name even to ordinary people. Suddenly, Kang In-hai stepped forward, holding his hand tightly and sincerely saying, "Thank you so much for your help." She looked at him with grateful eyes. If it weren't for Winsung's support, something serious would have happened for sure. Faced with the sudden affectionate gesture, Winsung blushed furiously and could only stammer in response. Oh yes, at that moment, another group of hunters also approached, and one of them spoke to break the awkward atmosphere. "We used to be on the same extermination team as you before." A black-haired warrior smiles brightly and greets enthusiastically. I don't know if he still remembers, but it's been a long time since we last met. Facing the boss without trembling and standing in front of a pretty girl is the ultimate move. The crowd around can't stop whispering and gossiping as they see Choi Hoon-sung's figure pass by, his fame skyrocketing after the battle. Someone asked in amazement if he was the one who survived from inside Conrac's belly, and rumors began to spread. They suspected whether he was a member of some unofficial assassin squad or not. Amidst the scrutinizing gazes of warriors and armored knights, a pair of shiny black dress shoes stopped right in front of Hoon-sung. A warm voice spoke out. "It's the first time meeting Mr. Choi Hui-sung. That is Kang Shong-yang, the president of the Korean Players Association, appearing with commanding presence, his fiery red hair and signature red cloak." They exchange a formal handshake. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Chairman. Would you mind giving me a moment of your time?" Winsung readily agreed. Whatever the amount is fine. The two of them headed to the Players Association headquarters as night fell. As I led the way, Chairman Kang openly shared, "I have received many reports about Winsung, so perhaps that's why, even though this is our first face-to-face meeting, I don't feel unfamiliar at all." Contrary to that friendly attitude, Huyen-dung still kept a rather cold expression and thought to herself that maybe because I didn't know much about the chairman, I still felt a bit distant. Sensing the other's caution, Chairman Kang chuckled heartily. "Actually, since it's our first meeting, feeling a bit unfamiliar is natural. Can't we start building a relationship from now on?" Then the two of them sat down together at a tea table in a quiet space to begin their formal conversation. Winsung raised his teacup, his sharp eyes directly meeting his opponent's, and got straight to the point. "But what could be the reason you came to me?" He revealed shocking information. "The clan leader and the mage have been confirmed to be at the legendary level." Choi Winsung slightly furrowed his brow in confusion. "Why me?" The calm association president explained that it was because Winsung had spent time alone facing the great clan leader. He got straight to the point and asked him to reveal information about the enhancement system skill he used in that battle to serve the overall plan. Chairman Kang nodded in agreement, believing that was already more than enough. However, Winsung remained suspicious and asked bluntly why he was so curious about his strength. Taking a sip of tea, Chairman Kang honestly admitted that even with the support from Kim Hana's enhancement skill, he still didn't feel confident enough to defeat the Orc clan leader within the time limit. To prepare thoroughly for the upcoming battle, he decided to give Winsung a special consumable item. A small dark red item is handed to him with a message. Try checking it out. That is the legendary hero-grade Ogre Blood Core. The item allows the user to borrow a portion of the Ogre's energy to increase strength, agility, and stamina stats by 40% for 30 minutes, but with a permanent 10% reduction in those stats if fully depleted. Sung was stunned to realize this was the perfect upgraded version of the Wolf King's heart he had known, with the same exchange mechanism but a much higher scale. He looked directly at the opponent and asked, "So you want me to use this to take down the O Clan leader?" Chairman Kang confirmed that if he combined his skills with this item and support from other lawn creatures, they could completely defeat the monster even if it activated its berserk ability. The president of the association looked directly at Choi Winsung and firmly stated that we would win 100%. He then made a weighty offer. "If Choi Winsung agrees, I will wipe out all the debt you owe for buying the legendary skill book. Not only that, he also promises, and among the spoils from the raid, I will give you any item you desire for free." Given these tempting conditions, Huaidong slightly smirked, contemplating. Not bad. My mind started shifting into an optimal benefit mode. He quietly analyzed that a 10% reduction in risk could be fully offset with around 36 billion omit accumulated, but the chairman of the association didn't know that. "Look me in the eye and make a new demand." Don't give me just one of the two items I want, but both. At the same time, Huin Sung added another condition. I also want to receive a settlement payment from selling the spoils that reflects my level of contribution. The president of the association was momentarily surprised by the young man's boldness, but then nodded in agreement. They both shook hands officially to seal this dramatic deal. Chairman Kang Song-yang sincerely expressed his hope to cooperate with you. He looked at Huin Sung with a grateful gaze and continued, I truly thank you for making such a difficult decision. Seeing that the atmosphere seemed favorable, Huin Sung suddenly spoke up. Oh right, I have one more thing to ask of you. Just after finishing that, he added even more. The association president responded enthusiastically. Go ahead and say it. I am confident that if it's within my authority, I am ready to meet all your demands. Huin Sung looked directly into the president's eyes and clearly made his final proposal. I want you to upgrade your rank within the association to team leader, and I want you to establish a completely new team, with me at the center. After some thought, Chairman Kang nodded decisively. All right, let's do it that way. Huin Sung gently smiles with satisfaction and responds briefly. Thank you, sir. Choi Huin Sung scratched his head, admitting he was very worried and unsure what to do if the other party refused the proposal. The chairman looked at him with full confidence and affirmed that with his current abilities and character, Huin Sung was fully qualified to take on the role of team leader. He chuckled at the compliment. Ha ha, you're too kind. Then he calmly enjoyed the delicious pastries brought out by the secretary, while Chairman Kang pondered the somewhat difficult conditions for activating the skill. Huin Sung took a sip of tea and declared firmly, I will face him alone. Surprised, the opponent watched as he calmly explained that fighting solo would significantly increase the chances of activating his skill, choosing to go solo not out of recklessness but to optimize the battle conditions. Despite warnings about the danger, Huaidong remained firm, accepting that some risk is inevitable. Seeing the young man's attitude, Chairman Kang secretly admits he was wrong to think he was a selfish person only interested in his own gain. He nods in agreement. I understand and promise to prepare everything as you requested. The atmosphere suddenly turned grim as a shocking announcement rang out. The brain eradication team has failed. News of their disastrous defeat spreads quickly, leaving the people in shock as they watch on screens. The cause was identified as the appearance of two legendary-level brains with destructive power beyond control. The entire country fell into utter panic. People from the Seon and Gyeonggi areas began leaving their homes to evacuate southward. Faced with a life-and-death situation, the South Korean government was forced to summon all hackers and players abroad to return and help save the situation. At the same time, the government has requested support from the United Nations Army Command. News of the upcoming second extermination campaign is being broadcast widely on television, attracting global attention. Behind the door of the secret meeting room, the atmosphere is becoming extremely tense. United Nations leader Jia-sun quietly asks if there is any way to prevent the mental attack skill used by the clan chief. He emphasized that if the failure rate of the upcoming extermination mission cannot be reduced, it would be very high. Jia-sun asked everyone to consider Imuji, the first legendary level monster, as a stern warning about how dangerous this target is. A red-haired man immediately retorted, Didn't the extermination team already drag the legendary level monster to the edge to deal with it? Jia-sun coldly asked whether it was possible to hunt a legendary level monster in such a short time. He worries that during the battle, just one burst of mental attack skill could cause extremely terrible casualties. Just hearing about it, you know Red Freak is huge, no joke. These words caused the entire meeting room to start murmuring anxiously. The red-haired man shouted angrily, insisting that such danger was something they had to accept, and questioned whether Jia-sun intended to just let those fools go. Jia-sun remains resolute, saying that until we have a way to counter the mental attack skill, we cannot act. The red-haired man stands up in anger, questioning if they are not the reinforcement troops. And if we keep avoiding battle because of the danger, nothing will ever be solved. Jia-san replied firmly, if it's for sacrifice to win, we can accept any amount. But we have no intention of taking part in such an incomplete plan and then dying uselessly. Sitting in the corner observing the heated argument, Choi Huin crossed his arms and silently thought, this is just a mess. Without bothering to argue further, Jia-sun and Don Tui-tung quietly left the meeting room. The door slammed shut in the shock of those left behind. The red-haired man gritted his teeth in anger, calling Niak Jia-sun a supremacist who looked down on those not part of the United Nations coalition. In the meeting room, the purple-haired man crossed his arms with annoyance and a stern voice. They're just trying to stall. He recalls the bitter past when he believed that such actions in previous discussions had caused a surge in civilian casualties. Choi Huin-sung quietly listens, his face contemplative and silent. A female hunter nervously asked about her ability to hunt alone, but immediately received a decisive answer. That's impossible. When the situation becomes deadlocked because no one dares to guarantee that the fools will stay still. Chairman Kang had to speak to end the meeting. For now, we will continue the discussion tomorrow. Everyone has worked hard today. Rest well tonight. Everyone begins to disperse to find a place to rest. Choi Huin-sung quietly walks down the empty corridor when suddenly a voice calls out from behind. Brother Huin-sung, he turned around and recognized it was Shin Jun. Huin-sung gently smiles and greets. It's been a while, Jun. Sun nervously stands facing him, her face showing hesitation. Just a little. She looked into his eyes and earnestly asked if he could spare some time for her. Jun pressed the coffee button gently and asked, Do you want some coffee? Yes. Holding the hot coffee cup in his trembling hands, he said pensively, I've heard about it. She looked at him and commented, You played a major role in the first conquest, didn't you? Huin-sung could only awkwardly smile in reply. Jun-A continued analyzing even during the second great catastrophe. His growth rate was astonishing, but it still seemed like that wasn't everything. She narrowed her eyes in suspicion, so he was still hiding his cards then. No, if that were true, I wouldn't have been swallowed whole by the blue dragon. So you're saying I grew at an unimaginable rate? Huin-sung broke out in a cold sweat at her sharpness. Jun-A warned in a deep voice, I've heard you're going to take a big hit this time. Despite her worries, Huin-sung just scratched his head and chuckled. It's nothing. It also benefits me. But Run-A couldn't stop worrying. She insisted that no matter how big the reward, having the stats permanently reduced was something irreparable. Her eyes clearly showed admiration. I can only be grateful for your iron resolve. Seeing the tense atmosphere, she half-jokingly, half-seriously said, If you change your mind, just say so. She is ready to take over his position. In response to her concern, Huin-sung smiles with unwavering determination. I've made my decision. Brother Shung secretly feels pleased. With 2 legendary weapons and a huge debt of hundreds of billions taken care of by someone else, he told himself that being poor lasts long, but getting rich happens in no time. Seeing you deep in thought, run. A hesitated before interrupting. Brother Sung, I know this might be a bit rude, but may I ask you a few questions? Huin-sung turned around curiously. What's going on? Jun-A gets straight to the point. I want to know about your contribution during the Yogi Dungeon run. The question made Huin-sung flinch. Why did she ask that? I also have a contribution ranking in that, Jun-A explained seriously. To find out who was truly at the top, she went to ask everyone present at the scene about their rankings. But the result was a complete 0 because no one claimed to be number 1. So you think I am the top contributor after all? Faced with Jun-A's tense silence, Huin-sung knew he couldn't deny any longer. He scratched his head and admitted, Yes, it was me. Jun-A takes a deep breath and smiles. Thank you for being honest. Jun-A believes the association made a serious mistake by giving the smallest reward to the person who contributed the most. She is sure that the chairman will come to for her for this matter. Huin-sung cheerfully replied, If your side is willing, I certainly won't refuse. Jun-A could only shake her head with a reluctant smile, admitting she still couldn't fully understand this person even though she thought she had him figured out long ago. Her eyes grew deeper as she asked a question full of implication. There's still something you're hiding from me, isn't there? Promise me one thing. After hearing his response, she earnestly begged him to continue fulfilling his duty as a member of the recruitment guild. Of course I will do that. The next morning, Huin-sung attended a major conference but couldn't hide his fatigue, yawning repeatedly. The red-haired chairman on the stage was speaking clearly, while the silver-haired official beside him looked very serious. Feeling the atmosphere was too suffocating, Huyen-dun kept tapping her fingers on the table in frustration. He sighed to himself, Today will probably be all about attending meetings. Suddenly, a frantic subordinate ran in to report, causing the chairman to ask sharply, What's going on? The shocking news was immediately announced. One of the 7 mines is heading straight for the embankment. Immediately, the leader orders everyone to gather, plunging the meeting room into a state of emergency. The chairman asked if the British alliance would support in this battle. After receiving a nod and a thank you from the silver-haired official, he placed his hand over his chest in a formal gesture. Immediately afterward, the combat plan was quickly put into action. The assassin team of the chieftain's child would move together with player Choi Huin-sung, while the assassin team of the mage will go with Shin Juna. The entire team with full gear quickly heads to the helicopter landing pad to prepare for departure. A female priestess is focusing on blessing the warriors. She asked Shin to get on the helicopter after it received the BAP. Seeing the blazing energy flow enveloping the armor, Huai-sung smiled slightly, satisfied. This buff is pretty good. However, I wonder why I haven't received any buff skills when I look at this unfamiliar system interface I've never seen before. While everyone was gradually boarding the plane, Hui silently thought it would be great if he had a few more skills like survival instinct. Looking at the long list of consumable items, he sighed softly because the risk of loss was too high. I guess this will definitely be another loss for me, but I reassure myself that I probably won't need to use it anyway unless I fight a legendary level monster alone. At this moment, an aide reports that everyone has boarded the helicopter, and you decisively give the order. Alright, let's move. As he gazed through the window at the scene of soldiers and planes surrounding the buildings, he whispered in awe, This is truly madness. Looking at the savage beasts below, the protagonist realizes that at this level, their survival instincts will activate immediately as soon as we land. Not keeping my teammates waiting, I step forward decisively and declare, I will land first. Huin-sung strides toward the wide-open helicopter door, then leaps out. Have you been playing for more than 180 minutes? Looking at the hands emitting powerful purple lightning, he thought to himself, maybe I should start with this approach. Huin-sung decides to unleash all his strength from the very first strike to overpower his opponent. A massive column of purple energy descends from above like a meteorite, engulfing the entire battlefield in a deafening explosion. Amid the desolate scene and thick smoke, Hui Dung calmly lands on the ground, strolling over the lifeless bodies that can no longer resist. But suddenly, a deafening roar echoes out as a giant gray-skinned monster with a large frame and holding a great spear glares at him with intense hatred. Facing the new enemy, Huai Sheng confidently rushes forward but suddenly hesitates. The brain leader roars thunderously, revealing sharp teeth. Huin Sung swiftly moves through the monsters with incredible speed, a blazing purple energy surrounding him, and it's clear from the start that this fight is unwinnable. He lands a blow that leaves the monsters no time to react, sending one flying right into the dark city street. From the opposite side, the giant head of the crazy tribe with heavy armor swung his massive axe, roaring thunderously. Huin Sung swiftly flipped through the air, dodging the enemy's deadly strikes. His eyes narrowed with intense focus as he carefully watched for the tiniest opening, and the madly furious chief of the orc tribe roared and charged straight at him with overwhelming strength. Immediately, the system screen displays a notification. Passive skill, survival instinct activated. Huin Sung grits his teeth and mutters to himself. Now is the moment. The fierce purple lightning burns intensely along his sword, gathering destructive power. A massive energy explosion erupts, engulfing the entire neighborhood in blinding purple light as the mad clan leader screams desperately amidst the overwhelming power, struggling to resist but still being thrown back by the aftershock. Amidst the wreckage, Huin Sung stands silently observing the situation with a calm expression. His eyes shine with confidence as he half smiles arrogantly. This smile shows he's ready to bear the burden. I quietly think that if I do well, I might be able to end him myself. In front of him, the giant clan leader with a face full of wounds glared at him with hatred. Not giving the opponent a moment to breathe, he leapt into the air and swung his enormous axe straight at Huin Sung's head from behind. Feeling the approaching killing intent, Huai Dung tightly grips the sword hilt, ready for a decisive counterattack. The mighty clan leader roars thunderously, swinging his enormous hammer in a lightning strike aimed directly at Huin Sung. I brace myself to dodge Duchan, secretly acknowledging that the opponent is truly very strong. Huin Sung thinks to himself, if I fight alone, even risking my life, I still can't defeat this monster. A blazing purple lightning surged in his hands as Hui Dung began gathering his magic power for the next strike. At that moment, a barrage of long-range missiles from the support forces soared in, causing devastating explosions that swallowed the mighty clan leader. Amidst the thick smoke and dust, other elite hunters also appeared just in time, weapons in hand, ready to coordinate in battle. Behind them, the mages focused intensely, casting powerful spells that radiantly enveloped the entire army. Huin Sung smiled confidently and said, "Very well." He declared the start of the second phase. Then together with the hunters, they charged at the enemy, unleashing a brutal stage as columns of fire and lightning rained down from the sky, causing the chieftain to scream in pain amidst the electric energy encirclement. Seizing the opportunity, Huin Sung firmly grips his blazing sword and charges forward like a lightning bolt straight at his opponent. He puts all his strength into delivering a heavy blow, determined to end the enemy immediately. The mighty clan leader roared fiercely as he faced Huin Sung directly, swinging his enormous axe with overwhelming strength towards him, while Huin Sung swiftly dodged, his eyes sharply focused on every move of his opponent. The crazed monster roars wildly, creating suffocating pressure in the deadly battle. Seizing the moment, the blazing sword plunges energy into the enemy's body, causing him to scream in pain. After the critical hit, Huin Sung glided past coldly, leaving the clan leader staggering from his severe injuries. The crazy-headed clan leader roars loudly, and immediately, the savage beast charged forward like a deadly green tornado. In the dire situation, a hunter in shining silver armor orders clearly, "Separate them from us." He immediately steadied himself, activating consecutive skills of faith in the sturdy wall, creating a solid protective barrier to stop the monster's advance. The continuous clashes unfold as Seven Minds struggles to break through the sturdy defenses, while above, a military helicopter roars overhead, supporting the hunters below. The mages focus intensely, performing hand signs together to cast powerful spells that envelop the entire army, as the chief of the tribe grits his teeth and roars. He concentrates his power into his arm, preparing for a devastating blow. Next, a powerful blue shockwave collided head-on with the helicopter in midair. Inside the cabin, a wounded warrior coughed up blood, and the helicopter's shell cracked severely under the devastating impact. The clan leader quietly observes the wreckage and the struggling hunters falling from above. A hunter shouts into the communication device, and at that moment, the warriors all launch a relentless assault. Huin Sung's eyes narrowed with intense focus, and immediately, the system notification screen for passive skills and survival instincts disappeared. His eyes, blazing with furious red, roared once more with earth-shaking rage, releasing an overwhelming pressure that made the space tremble violently. The monster rushes forward, tearing through the wind, sweeping everything in its path. A hunter urgently warns, aiming at the vital points. Those holding shields quickly focus all their strength on defense. Be careful! Brother Zhang calmly stands in the boulevard, ready to face the back of the monster. The chief of the tribe turns around and swings a lightning-fast strike directly at him. The clan leader roared thunderously and swung his giant axe directly at the target. Brother Sung swiftly dodged, causing the attack to miss and sparks to fly across the ground. The other hunters are also working together to surround the enemy. Seizing the opportunity, he swung his sword to cut off one of the monster's arms. Even with blood seeping from his wounded side, he still suppressed the pain and softly muttered, "Without giving the enemy a chance to fight back, He gathers all his remaining strength and delivers the final blow, completely defeating the savage clan leader. At that moment, a blazing purple energy begins to gather and envelop Hunsung's hand with great power. The corpse of the brutal clan leader lies motionless on the ground. Hunsung collapses onto the debris-strewn street, breathing heavily after the deadly battle. Amid the chaos, screams echo loudly. Fall back! Retreat now! A red-haired knight hurriedly orders his comrades. Make sure to take care of the injured too. The rescue helicopters are quickly descending to pick them up. The hunters hurriedly carried their severely injured comrades, racing against time to reach the helicopter. As everyone hurriedly moved, a wizard with a skull necklace suddenly roared wildly. He gathered his firepower and unleashed a blazing magic attack on the retreating formation. A green armored hunter couldn't dodge in time and was hit, crying out in pain. Thought we were pulling out smoothly, but ended up with a bitter blow that brought tears to the eyes. Under the ground, the brain monsters quietly watch the helicopters gradually leave the battlefield. A berserk orc with an axe screams fiercely toward the sky, his eyes burning with a fiery yellow-orange hatred and bloodlust. A hunter turns pale in horror as he faces the brutality of the monsters. The screams echo through the neighborhood as those remaining are brutally attacked. The hunter on the helicopter door looks down with a look of remorse and sorrow before stepping fully inside. A stoic soldier announced that all the survivors had boarded the plane, while the commander stood silently, his face filled with sorrow. The helicopter glides through the sky, leaving behind a scene of devastation. Sitting in the cockpit, Huindung gazes into the distance with a pensive expression, feeling emptiness envelop his mind. He wonders if Xin Yun-A succeeded in his mission. Unable to contain his worry, Huindung stood up and approached the head of the information department, asking, "Hey, head of information, was the wizard raid successful?" The girl hesitated and replied, "Yes, sir, Captain," but her attitude was strange. Huindung urged him to speak quickly. "The psychic wizard raid has failed." Hunsung exclaims in shock, "Why did we fail?" "You suspect and press, did he use a space teleportation skill to escape?" The female officer looks at the tablet, her face showing clear sorrow. "It's not just a failure. Over 90% of the assault team members have died. We have been completely defeated." Hearing these numbers, I froze stiff. Hunsung's face hardened from the shock as he hurriedly asked, "How is Yoon?" The female officer reassured him. The surveillance team leader is still alive, but due to her severe injuries, she has been taken back to the rear for treatment. Upon hearing the news, the other hunters in the cabin also began to panic. One worriedly asked about Lin Cook from the Doctors Guild, while another hurriedly inquired about the whereabouts of guild leader D.A.E. Wong Marin Wong. The atmosphere inside the helicopter grew tense after the devastating casualties were announced, as the staff handed Hunsung a tablet and informed him that it contained the list of survivors. Hunsung quietly observes his teammates drowning in despair, and immediately afterward, an emergency meeting is convened at the Players Association headquarters to reassess the entire situation. The large screen replayed that terrifying night scene, where amidst the smoke and flames, the hunters fought desperately before a terrifying entity suddenly appeared. That is the wizard with the staff and a threatening stream of purple magic. He begins to tense up, his body burning and swelling abnormally. The witnesses couldn't help but be stunned. The giant transformation signaled that everyone understood this battle was about to become exponentially more difficult. The fiery punch of the monster descended, crushing buildings in an instant. The giant mad wizard roars wildly amidst the sea of fire, exuding suffocating pressure that leaves the hunters below helplessly watching in horror as he sweeps everything in his path, turning the city into a ruined wasteland. Hunsung contemplatively watches the footage before quietly guessing that he definitely has a skill similar to Wild Instinct. The decisive sound of footsteps echoes as a red-haired hunter with a facial wound approaches Hunsung and asks, "Are you feeling better?" Hunsung calmly replied, "Yes, at least the external wounds have healed now." But the hunter still warned seriously that he must be careful because internal injuries cannot be fully healed with first aid skills. His face grew extremely serious as he emphasized that wounds caused by a full-force magical attack would be very difficult to heal. After hearing this, I could only remain silent because there was no hope for a quick resolution in this situation. The lingering purple lightning still hovered on his arm, and the chairman of the association explained that residual magic energy was obstructing normal circulation within Hunsung's body. Although minor wounds can heal quickly, residual magic power from serious injuries can linger for a long time. Hunsung, not caring much for himself, anxiously asked, "That is exact. And Yuna?" The chairman sighed and replied, "Her external wounds have healed, but her internal injuries are very serious. She will probably need to rest for another week." Hunsung continued to inquire about the current state of the battle. The chairman said that the battle was still fierce, but thanks to Hunsung and the assassination team killing the clan leader, the momentum of the Wolfpack has significantly diminished. With the cheering war cry gone, mobilizing troops to deal with them became much easier. Hearing this, Hunsung decisively offered, "I will also help." The chairman hurriedly tried to stop him, saying, "You just barely escaped death. You should rest now." But Hunsung remained determined. "I'm fine, and if I have your support, wouldn't that reduce the sacrifices of our comrades?" Watching Hunsung walk away silently, the chairman silently lamented that he had completely misunderstood him. Although he was probably very heartbroken over the permanent loss of stats, he showed no sign of it and immediately headed to the battlefield. Hun Sung's spirit has ignited the others. A hunter stands up and declares, "I am going too. My magic has recovered somewhat. I must avenge my fallen comrades, one who dared to lead with reckless courage, and the team who followed." From the young girl to seasoned warriors, everyone is ready to venture into danger once again. Seeing their unity, Hun Sung softly calls out, "Chairman!" The association president looked at the hunters with a proud and determined expression. "Let's all go together. I will lead the way myself." The helicopter roars across the night sky, heading straight for the battlefield filled with smoke and fire. Without hesitation, Hun Sung leapt directly down from the helicopter into the howling wind. He concentrates all his magic into his palm, creating a blazing purple energy stream full of power. A massive explosion erupts right among the monsters, causing them to scream in agony. The destructive force engulfs everything, wiping out the enemies in an instant. Amid the wreckage and chaos, the corpses of monsters lie scattered after his fierce attack. Looking at the shattered armor pieces beneath his feet, Hun Dung quietly thinks that hunting brains like a hero is much better. His arms still blazed with a fierce red energy ready for the next attack. On the other side of the battlefield, the commanding officer sharply ordered, "Clear and firm to wipe them all out." Sharp sword slashes tear through space, instantly ending the savage monsters. Another hunter in a fancy suit roars with fierce determination. "Show them what you're capable of." He gathers the blazing firepower in his hand, emanating an oppressive pressure that engulfs the entire area. The ferocious monsters growl and charge, but they are immediately faced with a catastrophe from the sky. A giant fireball crashes down like a meteor, causing a devastating explosion that flattens the ground. The monsters scream in despair as their bodies are completely consumed by the flames. The fire mage with fiery red hair continuously casts magic, creating fierce columns of flames that sweep through the streets. The overwhelming heat and destructive power leave the monsters with no ability to resist. They were thrown back and destroyed amidst the blazing wreckage. Witnessing this scene, Hui Sung couldn't help but be amazed, thinking to himself, "It's incredible." He quietly observes the strength of that hunter and assesses his destructive power to be enough to overpower even the fire magic system. The red-haired fire mage still maintains a very serious expression, clutching his fist with determination amidst the rain of embers. But from the darkness, threatening growls began to echo again, revealing a gray-skinned, ferocious-faced beast ready for an even more brutal confrontation. The orcs suddenly panic under human pressure, and upon witnessing the unexpected scene, they gasp in horror. "What is this?" Immediately, the pack of monsters started frantically turning around and fleeing through the streets. Seeing the opportunity, the red-haired commander decisively ordered, "The crazy monsters are fleeing. Chase after them now." He roared with determination. "Chase them down and make sure not a single one survives." The crazed monsters are fleeing wildly to find a way to survive. Watching their backs, Huyen Dung coldly muttered, "These bastards," her eyes cold as she looked at the wreckage around them. "You caused this chaos, so where do you think you're running? If we don't finish the job now, it'll be a waste of a gift from heaven. We can't let them escape." Immediately, Hui Sheng teleported and appeared right above the monsters at an astonishing speed, causing the evil creatures to panic as they saw the enemy right behind them. Hun Sung concentrates all his magic power, his face showing a cold and decisive expression. He gently reads the breath of Black Thunder Dragon. A fierce explosion of purple energy erupts, swallowing the enemy in an instant. Standing amidst the smoky battlefield, Hui Sung looks at his energy-burning gloves and mutters to himself. The current situation seems better than before. Suddenly, another devastating explosion erupts violently, causing the ground to shake. Hun Sung grits his teeth in frustration. Damn it! He quickly stepped back to keep his distance, his eyes fixed on the real threat emerging from the smoke, an old-looking but powerful sorcerer exuding an overwhelming aura. Hun Sung is determined to catch that guy, but the wizard has already begun gathering bright glowing orbs around his body, ready for a devastating counterattack aimed straight at him. Others may not know, but I absolutely will not let you go back. Hun Sungdam's legs powerfully propel him forward, slicing through the dark city streets at lightning speed. Without hesitation, he unleashes fierce purple energy blasts, causing a massive explosion that flattens the ground. Standing amidst the smoke and dust, Hun Sung crossed his arms with authority, his sharp eyes watching every move of his opponent. The UN coalition commander silently observes the battle from afar through binoculars. He assesses the situation and then orders his subordinates, as the gigantification skill is a fixed ability, so do not approach. I understand clearly. Yes, I got it. He continued to observe as Hun Sung's sword began to blaze with a powerful purple lightning, ready for a life and death confrontation with the giant monster. The giant fire eagle, like a 1,000-pound punch, slammed into the ground, causing a devastating missile explosion. Hun Sung quickly retreated, dodging, landing in a defensive stance with his energy-burning purple sword in hand. He grits his teeth, enduring the heat. Hoo! A confident hunter orders the attack from behind. The entire team of hunters rushes forward with deafening shouts. Avenger your comrades. Swords and icy magic rain down repeatedly on the guardian beast's body. The team of hunters coordinated smoothly, determined to corner the enemy. Huyen Dung silently watched the battle. A hunter happily realized the flames were weakening. Almost there. Just as hope flickered, the point of control suddenly arrived without warning. Out of nowhere, the giant's eyes shone with a threatening purple light, and a fierce blast of fire erupted, knocking everyone nearby away. Immediately, Huan Sung leaps into the air, gathering a powerful purple energy in his palm. A deadly strike from above aims straight at the monster's head, Saham. At the same time, the mages focus intensely, performing hand seals to cast dazzling spells. The power converges in that moment as teamwork activates, and the giant owl screams desperately amid continuous explosions. His hand still crackling with purple lightning, he steels himself. This is the final blow. A massive icy dragon-shaped energy blast rushes forward, swallowing the monster. A commanding voice rings out clearly. It is at this moment, amidst the smoke and dust, that the old-looking wizard appears on the blazing magic circle, growling with a threatening glare. Huh! A giant column of fire suddenly erupts violently from the ground. Huan Dung stomped fiercely, rushing forward with wind-cutting speed, his eyes blazing with hatred as he saw the opponent closing in. Amidst the barrage of missiles, Huan Sung roared with earth-shaking fury. He unleashed all his strength, delivering a fatal strike that pierced through the enemy's chest, completely defeating the ferocious mage. The mad wizard screamed in pain, his ferocious face contorting before collapsing to the ground. The ending was swift and decisive, leaving no chance for the opponent to turn around. Huan Sung stands silently within the energy circle, still clutching his blood-stained weapon, his breath heavy after the deadly battle. He lets out a tired sigh and quietly looks down at the monster he just defeated. The other hunters couldn't hide their joy, Dong Thon shouted loudly, victory bursting out like a festival, everyone releasing the pressure after the intense battle. Amidst the joyful atmosphere, the red-haired commander quietly observed the entire situation with a contemplative expression. From afar, on a tall building, a mysterious man is carefully watching every move of Huan Sung through binoculars. He murmurs in admiration, impressive. He continued observing Huan Sung through the lens and assessed that he seemed to be a demon swordmaster. The man clenched his jaw and decisively ordered his subordinates to bring that person in at all costs. The assistant standing nearby bows his head and acknowledges the command. Yes, I understand. The leader muttered in amazement as he looked at Huan Sung. I didn't expect that besides Shin Yun in Korea, there would be such a powerful expert. The second purge officially concludes with humanity's overwhelming victory. However, the army still cannot completely eliminate the monsters, because some of them managed to escape back to the old world through the space portal. The South Korean government immediately announced this resounding victory. After the success of the first legendary level monster raid against Yogi, they continued to widely promote their success in defeating the third and fourth legendary level monsters. Although they always appeared strong and confident on the outside, inside they were filled with pain and anguish. The death of many high-level rankers and players in this battle is an irreparable loss, and there is a growing sense of unease among the leaders as no one knows when other terrifying legendary monsters might suddenly appear. At Minguk Hospital's medical center, Shin Yuna quietly sits on the bed with a sorrowful expression. Hearing the knock on the door, she softly responds, "Come in." The door opens and Huan Sung calmly steps in. Seeing him, Yuna can't help but be surprised. Huan Sung gently placed the gift box on the table and asked kindly, "How do you feel now?" June softly replied, "Thank you. All my external wounds have healed." She explained further, as long as she doesn't intentionally use magic, her internal injuries will heal within a few days. Seeing the sadness still lingering in her eyes, Huan Dung comforted her. "Don't blame yourself too much. No one wishes for such things to happen." June lowered her head, her voice choked with emotion. "I was wrong. I need to be stronger." She clenched her fists, her eyes showing determination to never go through that terrible pain again. Juna firmly declared, "I will definitely settle the debt for my comrades if I meet that crazy wizard again next time." Seeing her determination, Huan Dung silently thought, maybe I don't need to worry about her anymore. He thought to himself that June was not someone who would easily give up or be defeated. June looked at him with gratitude. "Thank you for avenging my teammates on my behalf." Brother Shung modestly replied, "I only did what I should do, and it's not just my effort either." But June still insisted that, in fact, he had achieved the greatest feat. Without Brother Shung, we might have let him slip away. She asked worriedly, in return, "And what about you? Are you okay? You've been fighting non-stop without a break." Brother Sung smiled reassuringly and said, "I'm fine." Seeing him, Rene exclaimed with admiration, "That's truly amazing. Even if he receives a legendary skill book, the lost stats cannot be recovered." Huan Sung still remains optimistic, so I have to work harder to level up. "June, please help me as much as you can." June's eyes became gentle. She gently smiled at her teammate, maintaining her optimistic spirit, determined to find a way to start over. June firmly assured him, "I will help you with all my heart." After the raid, a total of 7 legendary items dropped from the Grand Chieftain and the Wizard. At the auction, these items became the focus of attention for all high-level hunters. One of them is the giant axe that the head of the orc tribe once used. While one was taken by the orcs during their retreat, the other was successfully recovered from the battlefield by the engineers. Brother Shung thinks the other equipment doesn't really suit him, and he's also collecting items as sets, so he's not very interested. Among the 7 items, 4 are gear and 3 are skill books. Because Hua provided 2 items for free, he secretly thought these 2 were the best choices. The first is the legendary active skill Warcry, which can stun enemies and boost allies' morale based on their spirit stat. The second is a legendary passive skill called Berserk, which automatically activates when health drops low to boost combat power, perfect for strategic teams and effective in battle. Immediately after, the auction officially begins with the first item, the Warcry skill book, starting at 100 billion W. The auctioneer confidently announces the first item as the legendary skill book World Cry. This is the first appearance of a legendary level psychic attack skill. The auction will now begin. Hunsung quietly crossed his arms and watched from the audience below. The atmosphere instantly exploded as representatives kept shouting bids of 300 billion, 400 billion. The bid signs kept coming up rapidly, causing the number to soar past 600 billion and reach 650 billion, astonishing the attendees, while Hui Dung quietly noted that the major clans had all entered the competition. The figures keep soaring from 700 billion, 800 billion, and quickly reaching 1,000 billion. The female auctioneer excitedly announces that 1,000 billion has been bid. Immediately, other bidding paddles were raised to 1,200 billion, and then 1,500 billion. The atmosphere grew tense, and each bid made the entire audience hold their breath. The competition is becoming more and more fierce as the bid has reached 1,750 billion. The crowd begins to murmur in disbelief at the unbelievable price. The female auctioneer continues to call for bids. Currently, someone has offered 1,750 billion. Does anyone want to bid higher? Suddenly, a bid with number 21 is raised. Dung smiles confidently and declares clearly, 2,000 billion. The entire audience was stunned as the female auctioneer stammered to announce that 2 bids of 2,000 billion had been made.
Everyone around couldn't help but whisper in amazement at his patience. Seeing no one else speaking up, she asked one last time, "Is there no one else to bid?"
Otherwise, I will end the auction here. The other strong competitors can only bow their heads in helplessness because they cannot match this bid. Hunsung smiled contentedly as he won. The auctioneer confidently congratulated him. The Warcry skill book has been acquired by player number 21 for 2,000 billion. While the atmosphere at the Japanese Ministry of Internal Affairs is becoming extremely grim, the senior officials admitted they could no longer delay and discuss the Kusu disaster. Even with mistakes in the initial response, the danger posed by the flying monsters is undeniable. A government official fears. We have lost Kyushu, home to 15 million people. If we leave it like this, they will surely flood onto the entire Honshu Island. Looking at the achievements of our neighboring country, they have managed to stop 2 legendary level monsters at once. We must quickly ask for their support. Everyone agreed that other countries would soon make similar requests. After a moment of silence, the senior official decisively said, "I understand. Send an official request to the South Korean government. If we don't, we won't have any other options." The game is too hard now. In the large conference room, the final decision has been made.
They requested that they send a special forces team to review the legendary monsters to support us. A bold move placing all hopes and external forces on the line. A few days later, a hot news alert appeared on the phone screen.
Japan officially requests South Korea to support the special forces in eliminating legendary level monsters. The government is actively considering the request. These crazies haven't even sorted themselves out yet, and they want to help others. Seeing the scene of reconstruction all around, he thought it was unreasonable to help another country given the current situation. Hunsung believed it was just because the upcoming election was making them talk about everything. At that moment, a man in a suit quietly approached from behind him. He said, "Captain Choi Hunsung, the chairman is looking for you." "Huh? Right now?" Immediately afterward, he arrived at the Sky People Association headquarters inside a luxurious office with an enticing tray of pastries. The chairman of the association with fiery red hair directly addressed the issue. "The team you will lead is called the Slaughter Squad. Brother Sungthak, isn't that a temporary organization to deal with legendary level monsters? Are you planning to keep the Slaughter team going?" The chairman calmly picked up a piece of cake and affirmed, "I plan to start by establishing and running the team around you for now. And when legendary monsters appear, we will summon more members to expand the scale." Hunsung remarked, "It feels like a reserve army being called up for battle." The chairman continued, "Currently, there is only you in the killing team. Can I recruit the members directly under the association? Of course, after hearing that authority, it's like opening a private server. Pester whoever you want." Hunsung watched the association president leisurely enjoy his pastry. If the goal is to hunt legendary monsters, the standards for recruiting members will also be quite strict. I will leave that decision to Hunsung himself, because the Slaughter team was formed not for short-term results, but for the purpose of overcoming the crisis. His eyes grew serious. Even if not now, in the distant future, just pick out the talented players who can help with the demon hunting of legendary monsters. Hunsung silently thought, this is too much favoritism. The chairman smiled with deep meaning. When someone possesses too many things, they won't easily leave anywhere. With his new position as the leader of the Slayer Squad under the Korean Players Association, Hunsung began to plan his own strategies. He thought to himself, for now, just publicly declare his profession as a monarch to the association, and then focus on recruiting lower-level players who haven't completed their first-class change. He figures that high-level players are usually sought after everywhere, so they won't join easily. Moreover, the cost to recruit them is too high, and although the strategy is roundabout, the build team's chances are actually quite solid. Sitting in the new office, Hui Sung decides to make Lucia his focus. I will secretly develop those who know my secret in the shadows. As for the public face, I will attract as many low-level players as possible so they can grow in the light. According to your calculations, the higher these players level up, the less likely they are to betray due to fear of severe penalties from the system. Meanwhile, under the flickering streetlights of the city at night, a girl with black hair walks silently with a look of complete boredom. She mutters in dissatisfaction, "What's money good for anyway? Money is just a rusty nail that's useless and ignored in the grand scheme of things." Even the team wouldn't let her join because of that ambiguity. The girl sighed, her steps heavy as she walked through the deserted park in the dark night, where without anyone to party with, it was just a walk for her. Sighing with boredom, the young girl stared intently at the lottery ticket in her hand and muttered to herself why only one number matched so perfectly. Suddenly, a surprising call from behind broke the silence of the park, startling her so much that she tore the ticket apart. She turned around cautiously and asked, "Who's there?" Hyun-shung smiled and introduced himself. "I am Choi Hyun-shung, the leader of the slaughter team of the Human Alliance." Hearing the identity of the person in front of her, Sujin was stunned and stammered before quickly standing up and bowing. "Ah, hello, sir." Sitting back on the bench with a water bottle in hand, she hesitantly confirmed again. "So, as long as I agree, my salary will increase, and there will be more support, right?" Hyun-sung nodded affirmatively and said, "That's right. I also have an even more attractive offer. Additionally, I will personally provide skill books to help you improve your resistance abilities." Without hesitation, Sujin firmly declared, "I will do it. I will definitely do it." Seeing her so enthusiastic, Hyun-sung thoughtfully reminded her, "But regarding the punishments I mentioned earlier," he emphasized the trade-off. "Not only will your status board be made public to me, but once you leave my management, all levels, stats, and skills you've accumulated during that time will completely disappear." "Contrary to your worries," Sujin calmly replied, "I have already made my status board public to the guild a long time ago. I'm in a hurry now, so I don't have the mind to worry about the consequences later." Hyun-sung gently reached out and replied, "I understand, so let's go with that." The system screen shows a notification proposing Hyun-sung to recruit player Lai Suzin. "Just need to agree to this, right?" Hyun-sung nods affirmatively. "Yes, that's right." As soon as she pressed accept, the system notification spent 10 leadership points to recruit the 5th subordinate. A new specialized skill called the Call of the Sovereign has been officially created, causing Hyun-sung to be surprised and exclaim, Just one click and your life changes." He quietly reads the skill description that allows commanding subordinates regardless of distance. Meanwhile, Sujin excitedly jumped up and down. "I have a place to belong now?" Hyun-sung calmly replied, "That's just how it is." The words echoed in her mind, leaving Sujin stunned. "Huh?" She nervously asked, "How did you do that?" Hyun-sung smiled and explained, "That's a profession-specific skill." Sujin was amazed and impressed, so that's how it is. Truly incredible. After checking again, he realized the mana consumption for this skill was almost negligible. Hyun-sung took out the books he promised and handed them to her. "These are the skill books I mentioned earlier." Sujin gratefully accepts the stack of books in her hands with a look of appreciation. Seeing her stand still, Hyun-sung gently calls out, "Wow, thank you so much." Hyun-sung waved goodbye and said, "I'll take my leave now." The new salary will take effect starting tomorrow. Seeing Sujin tear up with happiness, he silently thought that even though they are just ordinary skill books, they are more valuable to her than anything right now. Hyun-sung silently pondered that living as a player was truly not easy. Returning to his room, he began to review the important documents. He recalls the recruitment process, initially expecting some people to drop out along the way. But in reality, it went more smoothly than expected, so he felt no need to worry about it anymore. Hyun-sung quietly places the book on the desk, then leisurely sits into the luxurious armchair in his private office. Hyun-sung crosses his legs on the table with a calculating smile. "I guess the news has already reached Chairman Kang Sun-yang by now. I'm just sitting here, but my mind is running through 100 plans." A month later, at the Players Association headquarters, Chairman Kang Sun-yang was surprised to see the team of killers had grown by 316 new members. What puzzled him most was that none of these people had any prior connection to Choi Hui. His subordinate confirmed that despite thorough investigation, they were strangers to Hyun-sung until officially joining the team. Chairman Kang fell into thought before ordering his subordinates to leave. Sitting alone in his office, he flipped through the list with a look of suspicion. He couldn't understand why Hyun-sung had recruited over 300 people, even before completing his first profession change.
Even trying to see this as an investment for the future, he still finds this action highly inefficient and full of absurdity. Reviewing the files of people like Lu Zin, Chairman Kang realizes that Hyun-sung doesn't even bother to revisit and meet the players he recruited once.
Meanwhile, in the dungeons, these new recruits are still fighting hard and clearing out monsters with all their might. He is sure that behind these strange actions, Hyun-sung must have a special purpose. After a long day at work, Lucia softly says, "The commander has worked hard today." Hyun-sung smiles in response. Lucia has also been through a lot. Walking down the street, his phone in his pocket suddenly started ringing non-stop. Hyun-sung squinted curiously at the strange number appearing on the screen. Who could this be? "Hello, are you doing well?" Sung-ho responds enthusiastically from the other end. "Yes, it's me, Yeon Sung-ho, the childhood friend who grew up in the same neighborhood as you. They have been close since kindergarten, through elementary school and even university, to the point where they consider each other's fathers as uncles in the family. Back in the present, Shung-ho grumbles, "Why didn't you tell me you changed your phone number?" Brother Shung scratches his head and chuckles. "I'm a bit busy right now." Dong-ho scolds him. No matter how busy he is, he should at least send a message to inform about the number change. Your friend asked further, "I heard your uncle has awakened." Shung was surprised and asked back, "Have you met my father already?" Zung-ha was walking through the bustling city street when he told the story. "Yesterday, your father said he was going for a drink, so I asked for your phone number from the guy." The guy enthusiastically suggested, "Why not have a big meal together? It's been a while." Won-dong happily agrees. "All right, let's definitely meet when Dong-ho is free." "Let's meet today." After hanging up, Lucia asked curiously, "That must be your friend." Hun-sung nodded slightly. That's right, the drinking deal was settled in a flash, truly brotherly camaraderie. Hun-sung sighed in relief, thinking to himself that he's really careless, not even bothering to contact friends. Seeing that, Lucia kindly advised that even the Lord needs to rest a little because if the bowstring is pulled too tight, it will eventually snap. Hun-sung turned and asked, "Are you planning to go straight home?" She nodded and said, "Yes, I have to go now to catch the live broadcast of the TV show." Hun-sung smiled and suggested, "Then just take my car." Hun-sung handed Lucia the keys and said, "I can take a taxi, but Lucia was determined, so I will take you to the appointment." Knowing you're eager to watch the show, Hun-sung refused, saying, "That place is completely out of the way. If you take me there, you won't make it to the live broadcast. Go inside quickly." Lucia quietly took the keys and got into the car. Hun-sung waved goodbye. "I'll head out first." Watching the car disappear into the night, he wondered silently if the TV show was really that interesting. Hun-sung went to a roadside pub to meet his old friend Shung-ho. As soon as he saw him, Shung-ho couldn't help but be surprised. "What's with your good complexion?" Broad-shouldered and muscular, he looks more handsome than ever. Indeed, a true beauty. Hun-dong jokingly flexed his arm and replied, "This is the power of hardworking muscles." Shung-ho laughed. "Let's have a drink. My bartending skills are still the best. Cheers to both of us." Hun-sung finishes his drink and savors the familiar taste after a long time apart, while Shung-ho manly slams his cup on the table with satisfaction. That's exactly the flavor. Hun-sung, while pouring wine, asked casually. Shung-ho immediately responded, "How have you been lately?" Hun-sung smiled mysteriously. "You'll be surprised." Immediately, Shung-ho pulled out a business card and placed it on the table. Hun-sung read in shock, recognizing a member of the Oh-sung Group's gaming division. Shung-ho proudly boasted, "What do you think? Surprised? I am actually from Oh-sung." Hun-sung didn't answer but asked back, "How's life at the office? Is everything okay?" Shung-ho sighed. I love it so much, especially running a business, but the basic salary is low, so it's really exhausting." My friend kept complaining, "You really have to pour your heart and soul into running a business. And those players, they're so arrogant already. Just after switching careers once, they're proud to the sky." Seeing your struggles, Hun-dong suggested I talk to my father and ask him to give you the demon stone to handle. Shung-ho nodded and said, "Just do that. This industry has many scammers. I will buy it under the best conditions I can for you." Just then, Shung-ho's phone rang. Hun-dong asked, "Who is it?" "That annoying player I just mentioned. It's definitely him calling to ask for money for the drinks he just drank." And then he slammed the phone down on the table. Dong-ho is worried. "Damn it, my target for the rare grade spirit stones is really at risk." "Hey, Hun-dong, so you just let it go?" Dong-ho decisively said, "Just pretend you went to bed early so you didn't answer the phone, and we'll contact him tomorrow morning." Brother Dong agrees. "Well done. And tomorrow, don't call that guy anymore. Just call my father and tell him to sell the magic stones." But suddenly, a dark aura enveloped the entrance to the pub as a huge man with a shaved head and a fierce red shirt stepped in. He growled, "Hey, Yoon Shung-ho." He walked straight to their table with a threatening attitude. "Are you deliberately ignoring my calls?" Dong-ho was stunned to realize that the person who just approached was Park Hyung-guk, a powerful hunting guild leader. He stammered in fear as he explained, "No, that's not it. I didn't know there was a phone while I was drinking." But that guy coldly interrupted. "I saw everything. You had time to drink your alcohol but no time to answer my call." Dong-ho quickly bowed his head and apologized. While Hyung started cracking his knuckles threateningly, he gritted his teeth and ordered him to leave immediately. That guy Don. Seeing the tense situation, Dong-ho quickly turned to his friend and said, "Sorry, Brother Sung. I'll handle the bill here. See you later, brother." Dung quietly finished his drink and slammed the glass down on the table. He calmly intervened and said, "You don't need to follow that guy Don. Just sit down." The sudden words left Shung-ho stunned while Hyung-guk glared angrily and asked back, "What? Dan?" A seemingly casual remark instantly heightened the tension to the maximum, as a dangerous dark aura began emanating from Hyung-guk's body as he lost control, approaching with a growl full of deadly intent. "What did you just say? Are you talking to me?" Facing the threat of the huge hunter, Hun-sung remained calm, staring directly at his opponent, and responded firmly, "Yes." Hai-ung roughly grabs Hun-sung by the collar. Seeing that, Sung-ho quickly steps in to stop him. "Team leader, you can't do this." But immediately, he angrily shoved Jung-ho aside and shouted, "Get out of here!" In that moment, Hai Dung still kept a cold expression. He softly called out, "Hey, what? Who did you just call, huh?" Huin Sung calmly asked back, "Are hunters allowed to use force against civilians? Is it yes or no?" He sneered mockingly and then let go of his collar. "Of course not. I've never done that." He turned to the others around him and loudly asked, "Do any of them see me use violence?" The others in the shop didn't dare to speak up. Seeing that, he became even more smug. "See clearly? No one saw anything." Brother Sung confidently confirmed, "I saw it." The tease smirked sarcastically. "Who do you think will believe you? Calling the police is useless anyway, because the testimony of those involved won't be reflected." He sneered triumphantly. "I'm not stupid enough to use violence. There are plenty of other ways to deal with guys like you. Hey!" Yun Zung Ho, still lying on the ground, trembling, replied, "Yes, sir." "Team leader, the situation is clearly skewed, but the one controlling the rhythm may not be the loudest person," he coldly declared from now on. "Don't expect to get any spirit stones from me. I will inform all the other team leaders." "I know. Get ready then." He turned and pointed directly at Huin Sung, threatening him. "And you'd better be careful when sneaking around at night." His eyes flashed with a deadly purple light as he spoke harshly. "Because I never know when you'll become a cripple without anyone knowing. I ask you directly, did you just threaten to hurt me?" He calmly listed a series of crimes. Assault and threats against ordinary people, using skills and magic beyond the prison, including threatening to cause injury. Seeing the opponent's pale face, he added, "That should be enough to strip your player status, maybe even put you in prison for over 20 years. Huin Sung's eyes shone coldly and fiercely, making Hayoung shiver. The instigator was stunned and exclaimed, "What?" He clenched his teeth, cursing this cowardly brat, then suddenly lunged to grab the phone from his hand. But Huin Sung quickly and gently blocked his guardian's arm. Hayoung stammered in shock, and Hun Dung sneered sarcastically, "So you're planning to commit theft again?" Trying to turn the tables at the last minute, but getting completely suppressed right on the spot. Hayoung struggled to muster all his strength, but his arm remained immobile as if held in place. He tremblingly realized the truth. Player Hun Dung coldly retorted, "So what's the difference if I'm a player?" Seeing that he couldn't use force, the guy immediately changed his attitude. He chuckled insincerely, "Haha, so you're in the same industry. Why didn't you say so earlier?" He started to back down and offered attractive terms. "I will sign a complete sale contract with Yon Shung Ho. I will also persuade the close captains to give all their spirit stones to Shung Ho for him to handle. Brother Dung secretly despises him. What can a guy about to lose his player status and go to jail do anyway?" Dung Ho worries and tries to stop him. "Why are you saying such harsh words? We are all players, so let's forgive each other." But Jung Brother firmly replied, "I don't want to." Seeing how stubborn the opponent was, he provocatively threatened, revealing, "My cousin is the vice captain of the SEU club." Hayoung broke out in a sweat and snapped, "Fighting me won't do you any good." Dung Ho was panic-stricken when he heard about the reputation of the power behind me. "Sir of the U Society." But Hyung Sung calmly replied, "So what?" Hayoung proudly reveals that his cousin is the closest person to the SU leader, then quickly dials a number to threaten with support. Because if you meet someone unafraid, it's like losing half your strength. Shung Ho watches nervously as the other end answers. "Hello, this is Hayu Ki, Brother Gook." The sister asked why he was calling, sarcastically wondering if he was trying to bribe his way into the U Society again, and Hayu Gook chuckled flatteringly. "Oh no, it's not like that. It's actually me." Hearing the voice coming from the phone, Huin Sung pondered silently. "That voice sounds familiar," the woman on the other end snapped. "Huh? Hey, this Dan guy, when he has trouble with other players, why does he call me for help?" Huin Sung squinted, thinking. He must have heard it somewhere before. Hayoung kept stoking the fire, completely dismissing the SU gang. "I already mentioned you, but he said he's not afraid of the U gang at all." The woman sighs impatiently beside the empty beer cans and coldly declares, "Our scale has shrunk a bit, and now even the small fries dare to look down on our group?" Hand him the phone. Hyung Guk smugly passed it to Huin Sung, and the moment he saw the name displayed on the screen, he suddenly snapped to awareness. "Oh, I remember now, the memory of the player who once gave me a business card during our first hunting trip. Back then, she kindly promised that as long as I showed her my status board, she would actively help me join the SU club." "Hey, is what that bastard said really true?" Seeing Hyung-guk still standing there expressionless, the voice on the other end shouted, "Why aren't you answering? Bae-hung-kwuk, did you change your phone number again?" "It's been a while since we last met." Huin-dung calmly introduces herself. "I am team leader Choi of the newly formed Players Association team, Hwai-sung." Hearing that name, Li Shu-hai was almost choking on her beer. She was panic-stricken. "What?" Bae Hyung's face turned pale and he was sweating profusely out of fear. While Shung Ho also couldn't help but be surprised as he looked at his friend. Huin Sung asked Lee Soo-hee insistently, "Are you listening to me?" X-Hai quickly replied, "Yes, I am listening." Brother Shung then began listing the charges. The person claiming to be Ko Louis-hee's nephew is here in front of me committing assault and threatening ordinary people. He continued in a stern voice, using skills and magic outside the dungeon to threaten to harm civilians and even commit cable theft, seemingly doing so because he believed in the shadow of the Lai Soo-hee Association, sweat pouring down his face as he showed clear signs of worry while hearing each accusation. If the vice captain's nephew of the SEU club is still so arrogant, I wonder how worse the other members of the SEU club are. I am planning to propose to the president of the association to conduct a special inspection of the CU club.
What do you think about this? That guy and the organization are not involved at all. He's just using my name to deceive people.
Windung sneered sarcastically. Well then, defamation charges will be added to the list. You're going to sue Park Hae-guk for defamation, right? Seeing the hesitation on the other end, he coldly replied, "Oh, it's definitely the same person, afraid of getting involved." Du-hai immediately shouted into the phone, "I will sue. I will file a complaint first thing tomorrow morning." Huin-sung calmly ends the call. "All right, I understand. I'm hanging up now." Bae-chi-eung froze in place, his face pale with horror as he realized everything had completely fallen apart. Immediately after, he was handcuffed and led away in shame. "Wow, I'm completely sober now. Sung-ho, let's go level up together." At this moment, Sung-ho was stunned and shouted in surprise, "Hey, are you a player? And you're even part of the guild," to your friend's utter amazement. Brother Shung simply nodded calmly. "Yeah." Sung-ho kept wondering, "So why didn't you say anything?" When X and Dung burst out laughing, just as he was about to speak, that guy cut in. He slung an arm around his friend's shoulder and walked on, saying, "Let's go for another drink, and the details can wait until later." Dung-ho smiled as he looked at his close friend and nodded in agreement. They simply went on. At the White House, the simulation results based on the combat power of legendary monsters left President Winston deep in thought. Looking at the damage map, he remarked, just one appeared in a single state, and the damage to people and property is already so devastating." An official standing nearby questioned, "Isn't this result exaggerated? South Korea successfully handled 3 legendary monsters without major losses, and after comparing the data, it's clear that their side is much more resilient. This one's a bit risky," the advisor standing on the podium explains. "That's because they have the ability to suppress quickly from the very beginning." He further analyzed that in Korea, mobilizing all the businesses nationwide took less than an hour. While in the US, even a partial mobilization takes at least 6 hours. Looking at the ruined buildings, he emphasized that South Korea also suffered enormous damage when dealing with those 3 monsters, especially the sacrifice of the bases. President Winston narrowed his eyes and asked if it was because of the wide area mental attack skill. The advisor confirmed that was correct and explained that monsters that live in groups, like the bird tribe or the owl tribe, are always accompanied by many hero-level monsters. That's why dealing with individuals like Emoji is twice as difficult. President Winston sighed, "I really have a headache." The advisor continued to say that in legendary class battles, having a large number of high-level players doesn't actually help much. He emphasized that at least they must reach the ranker level. President Winston nodded, looking at China's case as the clearest example. The advisor concluded that based on the fighting pattern of this legendary red-off, they absolutely need a surpassing standard strong individual, someone with overwhelming strength to dominate all ordinary factions. President Winston looked at the file and thought to himself, a person who surpasses the standard? You mean someone like the player Choi Hoon-sung that Zhao Sun reported? The gray-clad official confidently confirmed that once again, Choi Hoon-sung became the focus of the high-level meeting. Another official skeptically asked, "Is the minimum estimated level 500? The gray-suited man corrected that the actual number could exceed 600, causing a stir among the others in the meeting room. They believe the number must be at least level 500, a figure high enough to completely surpass the current meta. Someone asked whether that was theoretically possible, analyzing that the highest level of monsters in hero class dungeons is currently only around 400 to nearly 500. For players bound by the level 20 rule, leveling above 400 is completely impossible. In response to these doubts, the gray-clad official explained that Zia had conducted an additional investigation and uncovered a shocking truth. The senior official in a purple tie turned pale and asked, "What is that?" The answer stunned the entire audience. Does player Choi Hoon-sung really possess a unique skill that can ignore the level 20 rule? The gray-suited man admits that although it's still just a guess, based on the secret information sent by the agents, he is more than 99% sure. 99%? He immediately ordered, "Tell me more details about player Choi Hoon-sung." The gray-clad official took the control and began showing footage of Hui-sung in action. On the screen, impressive moments of him swinging his sword to tear through enemies or standing majestically amidst blazing purple energy flash by, as the room falls silent, watching the overwhelming power of the young man facing a horde of monsters in a sea of fire. No one dared to breathe heavily. In less than 2 years, Hui-sung's growth has been so rapid it's almost unbelievable. The president wondered if that unique skill could be used by other players. Jason Sun admitted he couldn't confirm that yet, but they had discovered other irregularities. That is information about Hui-sung's father, Hung-gu, and his neighbor, Busin. Although his father awakened less than 2 months ago, he can now easily enter level 100 dungeons. But that's not all. Currently, Choi Hoo-young is leading the Korean Players Association's team of fighters. Even family and neighbors are all joining in together. Truly unpredictable. Since you took over, 316 low-level players have applied to join. The investigation results truly shocked American authorities with the group's rapid growth. The growth rate is quite fast. That's right. And although it wasn't obvious, we confirmed that all their stats increased significantly after being conquered by Choi Hui-sung. This news caused a stir in the meeting room. Stats increased? Could it be that someone with such terrifying combat power is just a weakling? The assistant clarified that it's not necessarily the case, but they speculate that Hui-sung might possess a skill that can boost the stats of many people at once, similar to BFER. He truly is an unpredictable character. If all of this is true, isn't he the one we absolutely must recruit? However, the response received was full of difficulties, and recruiting him seems very challenging. Top servers know that winning him over is not easy at all.
The high-level meeting at the White House continued in an atmosphere full of calculations, with an official noting that he is not short of money.
His status in the Korean Players Association is also very high. Unless the Korean government is full of fools, they would definitely treat him very well. Another official suggested approaching him gradually to build a close relationship. He confirmed that because the relationship between the two countries is very friendly, we can use him as a mercenary whenever necessary. The senior official nodded in agreement and added, "It's too late to call him in after an incident occurs, so it's better to proceed with a long-term deployment." The president smiled menacingly and ordered, "Draft a plan to put pressure on the South Korean government." United Nations Representative Jia Sun firmly replied, "I will do it right away." Meanwhile, in an apartment complex in Korea at night, a group of masked assassins is silently lurking inside a van. The leader asks, "Where's the target?" A subordinate reports that they are inside the house and coldly orders, "As soon as the association security team changes shifts, we will begin the operation." "Understood. I will notify the other teams." The red-haired assassin observes the guards outside and dismissively assesses them. The surrounding guards are only around level 200. As soon as the time arrived, the leader announced over the radio the security team changed shifts, and he decisively ordered them to act immediately. The van door swung open, and the assassins rushed out at terrifying speed. The red-haired assassin suddenly sneaks up and takes down the guard from behind, catching him off guard. The leader quickly controls the remaining people, taking full command of the situation in an instant. A quick and clean takedown, the guard's heart stopped before he even hit the ground. Inside the apartment, Hun-sung's sister was calmly sitting on the sofa, watching a cooking show and enjoying grapes. On the TV, the chef is introducing the dish I prepared today, braised radish with purple oil and a touch of black pepper. Is it ready to eat like this? That's right. She had no idea that the red-haired assassin had quietly appeared right behind her. He glared with deadly intent at his prey, completely unaware, as the red-haired assassin gathered electricity in his hand, aiming directly at Hun-sung's sister sitting on the chair. He delivered a powerful blow to her neck, but immediately froze in shock. Is it too weak? A sudden blue protective shield erupted, shielding her from the attack. His accomplices quickly rushed in and realized it was a special item. A bright blue light radiated from the protective ring on her finger. The leader ordered to target her limbs, emphasizing that she must be captured alive. They attack wildly, but the defense layer remains incredibly solid, causing one of them to grind his teeth in confusion as to why it still hasn't broken. Finally, under constant pressure, the ring begins to crack and shatter, and he triumphantly shouts, "Good job!" Then immediately grabbed her and ordered a retreat. But at that very moment, Hui-sung suddenly appeared like a ghost right behind the intruder. A massive explosion of purple energy erupts violently, blowing away everything in the living room. His eyes blaze with furious red. He grits his teeth and growls, "You bastards!" A dark, powerful entity materializes behind Hui-sung, emanating an oppressive pressure that engulfs the intruders. The terrified assassins see their comrade defeated in an instant, and Hui-sung coldly orders them to stop, his eyes full of killing intent, locking onto the red-haired man lying on the floor. He could only cry out in pain, completely helpless against the overwhelming power of the furious monarch. The red-haired assassin spat blood from the surprise attack from behind. The gang members panic and jump off the high balcony to escape. From above, with eyes blazing with murderous intent, Hui-dung coldly declares, "Do you think you can escape?" He immediately activates Toy Arrow skill, shooting blue energy arrows to chase the enemy. Keep running if you want. With auto-checking skill enabled, just trust and escape. The terrified assassin realizes he's being targeted and thinks he must destroy this pursuit skill before escaping. He swings his sword to cut through the energy arrows, but suddenly a purple space crack appears, leaving him stunned. What? The continuous purple explosions erupting in the sky, wiping out the assassins trying to escape. Seeing that my family is temporarily safe and resting in bed, Hui-sung quietly breathes a sigh of relief, then silently pulls out the teleportation scroll and summons Lucia. Looking at the female knight, he instructs, "Lucia, protect my mother." Lucia, with a determined and respectful look, replied, "I understand, my lord." Hyung clenched the scroll in his hand and said, "Then I'll rely on you." He decisively tore the scroll to teleport to his sister's location. His sudden appearance in the warehouse stunned the assassins into exclaiming, "Choi Hui-sung." A silver-haired man hurriedly pressed a knife to the hostage's neck and shouted, "Don't move!" Seeing a loved one threatened, Hui-sung's face hardened with anger. He gritted his teeth and shouted, "Damn it!" The kidnapper pressed the knife against Hui-sung's sister's neck and threatened her, stepping back. Seeing his sister crying in fear, Hui-sung Duke's eyes turned red with rage. "Damn Chinese bastards. He pondered carefully, wondering what to do next. At that moment, the system screen appeared with the notification that the virtual space skill had been activated and asked if he wanted to enter. The kidnapper growled, "Accept it." Hunsung silently thought, these guys are really well prepared. The enemy shouted again, "Hurry up and accept it," the kidnapper threatened, "or else you'll see your loved ones die." Faced with the dangerous situation, Hunsung decisively replied, "I will go. I warn you, if you hurt my sister anymore, I will kill all of you." The leader calmly reassures, "Don't worry, we don't intend to harm our precious prey either." He continues with his condition, "If you obediently enter the virtual space, your sister will come along too." Seeing his tear-streaked sister's face, Hunsung softly replied, "All right." He decisively pressed the accept button on the system screen. Immediately, his body began to dissolve into purple sparks in the dark space. Appearing in an unfamiliar place, Hunsung wondered, is this inside the virtual space? He let out a tense sigh and quickly pulled a roll of paper from his shirt. Looking at the roll in his hand, he made up his mind to do his best and must succeed. He decisively tears the paper to activate his skill. Outside, the kidnapper coldly orders, "Wake up the target." Hunsung's sister gradually regains consciousness, moaning in pain, as the masked kidnapper stands ominously before her, coldly threatening, "If you don't want to die, you'd better agree to go." Seeing her belongings scattered on the ground, she begins to cry and worry. "What should I do now?" He impatiently pressed the dagger to her neck and demanded, agreeing immediately. Suddenly, an incident occurs that leaves the kidnapper stunned. His hand holding the knife is instantly cut off by a stream of purple energy, and the pain that follows makes him scream in agony. A powerful purple energy explosion erupts, knocking the enemy back. The nearby accomplices are left stunned. What? Choi Hyung-sung can't be... Huh? He is inside now. His face shows clear horror. No way. Immediately, his accomplice was swallowed by the purple energy, and he could only scream in pain. Ah! Hearing the footsteps, Hunsung's sister looked up with hope. Hunsung, at that moment, the assassin trying to approach her was pierced through the body by a sword from the void. Seeing Hunsung gradually emerge from the black smoke, she tearfully called his name. Hunsung's sister collapsed to the ground in shock, while he endured the pain to check the deep wound on his stomach. Hunsung pondered silently, thinking, is it half success? Hunsung looked at his mother and sister lying unconscious, then turned to instruct, "Lucia, please take care of my sister and mother." Seeing the blood on the shirt and the red glow from the bracelet, Haidung worriedly thought, indeed, Dad and An also decided to use the teleportation scroll. I will go see how Dad and BU are doing. Lucia respectfully replied, "I understand," then disappeared into the white light. The battle in the dungeon was fierce, with fiery clashes of weapons. Ewan, in his knight armor, is desperately fighting off the encirclement of masked assassins, as one of them grits his teeth with intense hatred. These bastards! Immediately, a fierce magical explosion erupted right beneath them, creating clouds of smoke and dust. Standing beside Ewan, Hunsung's father nodded with satisfaction. Nice teamwork, isn't it? The assassins began to feel cornered, unable to close the gap much. The leader immediately ordered an attack from the sides, and they all charged forward with weapons in hand. But then, a sudden presence makes them cry out in shock. What is it? Hunsung's sharp gaze suddenly appears nearby. Moving with lightning speed, his decisive strikes cause the enemies to suffer severe injuries and fall immediately. The terrified assassins realize that their opponent is Choi Hunsung and can't believe it's real. Why is Choi Hunsung here? His father also called softly in shock. Hunsung's eyes blazing with purple lightning fury, the leader shouted in panic and retreated as a massive purple energy explosion erupted, engulfing the entire area in an instant. A desperate scream echoing loudly. Ah! The purple magical energies wrapped tightly around the enemies, completely controlling the assassins in unbearable pain. The assassins panic and flee, shouting to run fast, but Jung does not intend to let them escape. He immediately casts a wall of ice spell, a giant block of ice suddenly rising up, blocking the only escape route for the 7 assassins. The group was cornered, and one of them desperately tried to break the ice while shouting. Hunsung stood silently, with a blazing green aura in his hand, then unleashed a snowstorm that plunged the cave into bone-chilling cold. A thug gritted his teeth in defiance, dismissing this attack, but suddenly, a burst of purple energy erupted, causing his comrades to scream in agony. The leader, furious, ordered, "Kill him." The assassins began to show strange signs, biting their teeth and their eyes flashing with a crazed red glow. Hunsung sensed this terrifying change and silently thought, something is wrong. He immediately concentrates his power into his fist, activating his skill, creating an absolute shield. A stream of golden energy envelops Hunsung's body amidst the continuous explosions sweeping through the cave. The close combat fight is extremely fierce, with shadows constantly closing in to attack. One assassin sneaks behind. Hunsung calmly turns around, swinging blazing purple energy chains to counterattack, aiming directly at those surrounding him. He muttered to himself, damn it, the pain made him realize his body hadn't fully recovered yet. In front of him, the assassin with blazing red eyes roars full of hatred. These bastards! You stare in shock at their extraordinary resilience and wonder what you guys have swallowed. To prevent the enemy from reacting, he delivers a lightning-fast kick straight to the face, sending him flying instantly. On the other side, Bakyu channels his strength into the giant shield. He shouted loudly and charged straight at the target, causing a devastating shockwave that shook the entire cave. The battle continued to erupt with continuous explosions of blazing firepower lighting up the sky. The murderous assassins gritted their teeth in bitter rage, screaming wildly as they charged at the father wielding the staff. In the midst of chaos, Huai Sheng suddenly appears with blazing eyes full of authority. He coldly commands, "Stop." Immediately, the assassins froze in pain as blazing purple energy chains shot up from the ground, wrapping tightly around their bodies, causing them to scream in agony. One stubborn assassin trying to scheme. Just need to take this one hostage and then attack the father with the knife. But he quickly dodged, making him gasp in surprise. What? The last assassin grits his teeth in desperation. Damn it! A massive purple energy explosion erupts violently, destroying everyone in its path. After the destructive strike, Huin Sung breathes a sigh of relief. Whoosh! Seeing his bloodied son, the father hurried over and shouted, "Huin Sung?" The man asked anxiously, "How badly was your son injured?" Huin Sung smiled reassuringly. "It's just some blood, he's fine." Luckily, Huin Sung's father breathed a sigh of relief after escaping danger and asked, "Why did they attack us?" Huin Sung pondered and replied, "From what I overheard, it seems they are Chinese." Looking at the corpse of the assassin dissolving into purple smoke, he coldly confirms that from now on, he must investigate. Meanwhile, in a secret office, a powerful man sits silently observing a report from his subordinates who bow respectfully. Looking at the system screen, Huin Sung softly mutters to himself, "Indeed, he is determined not to let these people rest any longer." His eyes burn with deadly intent as he grits his teeth and declares, "I will make you regret and shed blood tears for messing with me." Immediately afterward, he went to the Players Association headquarters to meet Chairman Kang's son Wai. As soon as he saw him, the chairman nervously asked, "What exactly happened?" Huin Sung got straight to the point. "The Chinese gang has targeted my family. They plan to kidnap us as hostages to force me to go to China. I think if we fail, they plan to kill me outright." Chairman Cao skeptically asked, "Are you sure it's China?" Huin Dong confirms, "I verified it through my truth contract skills." His eyes hardened with determination. "Is there anyone we managed to capture alive?" "I've killed them all." He quickly asked, "Do you still have any corpses?" Huin Sung explained, "The battle was so fierce that I fought with all my might, and as a result, they were completely destroyed." Hearing those words, the chairman remained silent as he observed the young man in front of him, his mind shaken when he realized Huin Sung had single-handedly eliminated over 100 high-level enemies. Mr. Ha was determined that he must not lose him. To ensure safety, the chairman suggested that Huin Sung and his family temporarily move to the association's headquarters. Huin Sung agreed immediately without hesitation and also thanked them for their concern. In response, he expressed regret for making him go through those terrible events and promised to assign higher-level bodyguards to protect his family so he could focus on his work without worrying about them anymore. After everything was arranged smoothly, he returned to his room and began planning his revenge with his allies. He pondered quietly, wondering how he could completely eliminate them. Huin Sung believes that even with the Shadow Shield skill, completely hiding one's identity remains a difficult challenge. Seeing that, Lucia immediately volunteers to go in his place and carry out the mission. However, he outright refused, believing he had to personally go in order to use the Sai Chom Chi skill to find clues. Still, Lucia was determined to go with him to help. Huin Sung gently took Lucia's hand to comfort her and told her to stay here to protect her family. If she didn't stay, he wouldn't know who to trust anymore. He also asked her to manage the sale of electronic products in his absence. Though a bit regretful, Lucia still bowed her head to accept her employer's request. Immediately afterward, he focused on observing the system screen. He was sure that all the answers were in this shopping window list. He scrolls through the list of items and stops at the disguise scrolls, softly clicking his tongue when he sees how expensive they are. They are just simple disguises turned into Redman, Goblin, or Ock, and even the cheapest one has cost him 30 billion points. Suddenly, he realizes the seller's name, Marbe Beer, is very familiar. It turns out he's a regular customer who often supports my electronics store. My regular also has a shop online. As a token of gratitude, he decided to make a purchase and believed that with this item, the chance of his identity being exposed would be almost zero. Holding the scroll in his hand, he told himself that despite the risks, the benefits it offered would surely help him recover his investment quickly. A few days later, news of Chinese secret agents illegally infiltrating to carry out kidnapping and assassination plots exploded across the media. The government officially confirmed that the entire team of agents were high-level players and had been eliminated on the spot. This information has caused public outrage. People on the streets keep talking and closely watching the government's plan to reveal the identities of the opponents. At the association headquarters, a female secretary is reporting the situation to the red-haired man. She says that Captain Choi Hun-so has announced a temporary halt to the hunting activities. At the same time, he also moved his family out of the association's temporary residence to a private villa in Pangeo, which the red-haired man noted as a hub for top players. Only then will he have more chances to find his enemy. The secretary confirms and adds that he chose this place because of its strategic location near high-level dungeons and the headquarters of major guilds and associations. The red-haired man nodded in agreement, acknowledging that the area was quite secure due to the red soil. He fully understood his decision to move after everything that had happened. Meanwhile, in Jilin Province, China, Hui Deng, disguised as a researcher, stood in front of warehouse C08. He whispered, "I found it, but to stay safe, I'll come back here when night falls." As night falls at Hotel A1, Hun Sung removes his disguise, gazing at the identification documents on the table, silently admiring how useful Inukuso is for preparing real papers instead of fake ones so he won't be detected by the system. He quickly dons his combat armor and grabs the transformation scroll. No matter what connection there is between the person and Red Man, it's just the story of a Japanese reporter. He decisively tore the paper roll apart and muttered to himself, "Let's begin." Immediately, his body started to transform violently. Gray fur grew long and black chains wrapped around him. The transformation is complete. Brother X Dung looks at his clawed hands and whispers, "Perfect." Even the weapons have been transformed to match the new form. With fiery eyes, he is ready to launch. Let's go. When X Dung quietly infiltrates the C08 warehouse. From above, he observes that the defenses here seem weaker than he expected. Below, a group of people in armor and civilian clothes are gathering, seemingly involved in shady dealings with the local residents. After careful observation, he confirms there are a total of 27 people, his blazing red eyes flickering with killing intent, determined to take them all out with a single strike or fight them all. This is Hun Shung's assessment among these people, some of whom seem to possess strength comparable to rankers, but he remains undaunted and decides to end them all with just one blow. The purple electric winged sword swung up, making a soldier feel the murderous aura and gasp in horror. What? Before he could recover, Redman's figure suddenly appeared behind him. In the enemy's utter surprise, not understanding how a monster could appear here, he swung his sword in a brutal slash, causing a series of enemies to fall instantly. Those blocking his path are quickly defeated in an instant by his overwhelming power. Ratman charges like a fierce tornado, with the clinking of chains and sharp teeth. The enemy commander roared and ordered his subordinates to kill that monster. After hearing the command, they all charge towards Hun Sung. A fierce battle erupts, but his speed is completely overwhelming, leaving them no time to react. Seeing the unfavorable situation, the enemy mages immediately coordinate their attack. They shout loudly at this moment and begin activating magic circles to trap him. Continuous ice missile and binding chain skills are launched in an attempt to halt Radman's advance, but he still moves with incredible agility, turning obstacles into lifeless bodies unable to resist. A powerful surge of purple energy erupts, sweeping away all resistance and condemning those hit by it to a tragic end. At this moment, the enemy reinforcements outside heard the loud noise and rushed over. They quickly opened the warehouse door, but then all froze in shock, eyes wide and mouths agape, blood draining from their faces in terror. In front of them was a horrifying scene with all their comrades lying in pools of blood. A total of 27 secret agents present in the underground bunker at that time were all unable to resist. Notably, they were all high-level players, above level 350. An official slammed the table in anger and declared that this was a direct challenge to authority, and firmly stated that the culprit was definitely rebels from Inner Mongolia Autonomous Region. However, Mabun Seo remained skeptical, wondering how those individuals could have recruited such a top-tier expert. He openly expressed his suspicion towards Choi Hun Sung because only he could possess such terrifying strength, causing the meeting room to start buzzing with discussion. Faced with everyone's surprise about whether Hui Sheng had actually been to China, Monsieur affirmed that this possibility was very high. He asked everyone to look at the investigation results at the scene, where traces of lightning-based skills were abundant. Male Zok argued that there are not many powerful individuals in this world who surpass the standard and possess such extraordinary lightning skills. Hearing this, the man with the map at the edge sitting in the central position also had to silently admit that this was a completely plausible hypothesis. As he was contemplating the potential trouble, a knock on the door suddenly interrupted his thoughts. An aide entered to report that additional investigation results were in, and they were allowed to present themselves immediately. The subordinate quickly approached the desk and announced that after using recovery skills to reconstruct the event, the identity of the culprit had finally been clarified. Too impatient. The official from earlier immediately interrupted and kept asking whether that person was Choi Hun Sung. Calm down a bit, everyone. We're in a meeting right now, but this question clearly made my subordinate look confused and bewildered as he asked again. What did you say, sir? The official with the long scar on his face said sharply with suspicion. Could the mastermind behind this be none other than Choi Hun Sung of the Korean Player Association? Under intense pressure, the subordinate, sweating profusely, stammered that the culprit was actually a monster, and this shocking information left the official stunned in amazement. The subordinate explained further that although the creature appeared as a red man, after assessing its strength through its recovery ability, they concluded it was a legendary level monster, not an ordinary one. Hearing the words legendary level, the man couldn't help but be stunned and questioned in doubt. What should humans do if a monster reaches that level? Meanwhile, at Hotel A1, Choi Hun Sung has now returned to his human form. He is carefully examining the assassination plans and intelligence documents he collected. He silently thinks that the more enemies his enemies have, the better it is for him. After locating all the secret bases across China, his gaze turned cold and determined. We will eliminate them one by one. Immediately, in the form of Redman, he begins a brutal sweep. At the enemy bases, Redmond suddenly descends from above, catching the guards off guard. He quickly takes down the targets, leaving them unable to resist. In this way, he aims directly at the objective to eliminate it swiftly. According to the report at the meeting, the subordinate continued to assert that this is a creature with extremely high intelligence. It knows how to hide and wait for the right moment to grow while actively hunting high-level players to increase its own strength. According to the report, the monster targeted this place because many high-level players were gathered here, and meanwhile, in a deserted warehouse, Redmond quietly exclaimed in surprise, "Huh? Aren't they gathering together?" They have also studied his tactic of attacking crowded areas and are now splitting up. He realizes that if the enemy spread out, he won't be able to wipe them all out in a single strike. Transforming costs up to 30 billion points each time, which is a huge number. But if he can eliminate the agents all at once, he will still gain trillions of points. He begins checking the tracker device in his hand to determine the next location. At a luxurious villa on a dark night, guards are standing watch outside, while inside a muscular man relaxes with a cup of tea, unaware that death is approaching. Redman's blazing red eyes flash menacingly from the shadows. This house is impressive. He silently infiltrated inside, observing every corner through the mini radar map. Radma deduced that the enemy had ordered a dispersal, thinking he was only targeting crowded places. But they were mistaken. Although China's territory is vast, with his space teleportation skills, Zuizong each one is too easy a task. Redmond smiled coldly. Tonight will be busy, and finding one target doesn't take him much time. He immediately vanished into the black smoke to continue the hunt as dawn gradually broke over the tall buildings. In the meeting room, the scar-faced official slammed his hand down on the table in anger, growling in fury. Didn't he already say that if they dispersed he would attack elsewhere? Just say what you want to say. He was furious after more than 100 agents were killed in a single night, causing increasingly severe damage. He worried about how many more people might die tomorrow and loosened his tie in frustration to relieve the pressure. When asked about the tracking results, his subordinate bowed his head to admit the pursuit had failed and suggested the opponent might have space-shifting abilities. This made the official even more worried. He began to suspect, could it really be a monster? Could it be that someone has disguised themselves, since monsters are supposed to be smarter and quicker than humans? However, my subordinate immediately explained that beast transformation skills are extremely rare to possess. Although this skill boosts physical strength, its drawback is that the power of attack moves will be weakened. He firmly asserted that if a human used the beast transformation skill, they wouldn't be able to deliver attacks as powerful as that Redmond. The official still refused to give up and asked whether the culprit might have focused all their potential points on their magic power stat. The subordinate shook his head dismissively, because even if that were the case, the transformation wouldn't last that long. Look, the CCTV analysis shows that Redmond has been active for nearly 8 hours straight. The subordinate still firmly insists that it is a monster. This is a period during which no human beast transformation skill can be sustained. The official's gaze darkened as he asked once more to confirm, "So it really is a monster?" After receiving a definitive answer from his subordinate, he sighed in helplessness and rubbed his forehead, exhausted by the current situation. After some consideration, the official ordered his subordinates to gather the agents who were scattered once again. The subordinate immediately bowed and accepted the order. "Yes, I understand." Redmond quietly approaches a building in the darkness and whispers, "Found them." Through his blazing red eyes, he identified 2 stealthy scouts at the entrance. Although he sensed the aura of about 100 people inside, he was still convinced that Minister Wang Jin-Wang was hiding here. He wanted to deal with the leader. He reminded himself to retreat immediately if the situation became unstable. Redmond tightened his grip on his weapon and activated the bring skill to close the distance. He suddenly appeared right behind the 2 guards, causing them to collapse instantly without a chance to resist. But the armed soldiers above quickly spotted him and formed a formation to surround the intruder. Redmond coldly gazes at the sword in his hand, ready for the next slaughter. A commander in black armor and a red cloak leading the soldiers charges at him, causing a faint smile of excitement to cross his face. Oh ho, it seems they are also prepared. A surge of purple electricity erupts around Radman's body as he clashes powerfully with the enemy commander. Amidst the circle of mages, Radman unleashes deadly attacks, plunging the scene into screams and chaos. He moves swiftly, taking down targets with ease before facing the group of armored soldiers trying to set up the final defense line. The enemy commander roared provocatively. Immediately, a system notification appeared warning that he had been hit by a hero-level taunt skill, forcing him to attack the target within 10 seconds. But the passive skill, Unyielding Spirit, was immediately activated, allowing him to completely resist this control effect. Redman swung his sword, unleashing deadly slashes that brought enemies down in pools of blood. Seeing his overwhelming power, he silently marvels at how incredibly strong he has become. The guards can only stand frozen in awe of the monster's dominance. A massive purple energy burst erupts, crushing the ground and blowing away everything around it. Redmond charges like a purple lightning bolt, leaving the survivors staring up in despair. They still want to resist. Their strength is just scratching the surface for the monster. With eyes blazing with murderous intent, he launched a powerful finishing move from above, causing a massive explosion that engulfed the entire room in debris. The scene was now just fragments and those no longer able to resist. Redmond strolled among the corpses but suddenly froze in surprise. Huh? The steady sound of footsteps from the opposite side makes him realize something's wrong. It's a trap. From the darkness behind, Monseo appears with a triumphant, sinister smile, as the system repeatedly reports errors because the Bring skill has been completely disabled by a high-level space intervention ability. The situation worsened as both the shadow movement skill and the scroll item for long-range movement were blocked by spatial interference energy. Redman gritted his teeth in anger. Damn it, if I don't fight quickly and escape quietly, I'll probably get caught. But right now, in front of me is a dense encirclement of hundreds of high-level agents waiting, turning this place into a death trap with no way out. Is that just a Armin? Are they calling us just to catch the weakest monster? With the disdain of his subordinates, Monseo simply smiled triumphantly and muttered, finally having caught it. The crowd kept wondering why they had to break through the magic barrier just to deal with someone like him, but Monseo quickly dismissed it and firmly ordered the attack. This order left the players stunned, thinking the association president had truly lost his mind to deploy all forces just to kill a monster. In the midst of the dense encirclement, Huisheng in his Datsun form emanates a dark, ominous aura. He tells himself he must execute a swift and decisive strategy. His blazing red eyes flash with determination as his only goal is to break through the encirclement and escape as quickly as possible. Without hesitation, Redmond begins executing his plan, suddenly letting out a deafening scream before charging straight into the enemy formation like a whirlwind. The purple lightning sword swings, unleashing a brutal slash that causes many armored soldiers to scream in pain. His ferocity throws the crowd into chaos. What? That guy sensed the chaos, and the others hurriedly shouted to form a line and counterattack. But Radman's speed is too fast, continuously swinging his sword to bring down enemies who can no longer resist. Feeling disgusted by the current situation, Hunsung remains cold, and reminds himself that it doesn't mean he will let himself be killed. He decisively swung his arm to take down a female mage trying to approach, and then charged into the crowd with unstoppable force. The desperate screams echoed across the battlefield as Redmond turned this place into a true massacre. He roared in anger. This is war. Fighting fiercely against the enemy means risking death. Then he delivers fatal blows, causing many enemies to meet a tragic end. Redmond swings his sword, creating brutal slashes that make the enemies scream in agony. The commander continued to roar orders for the mages to focus all their magic and attack. Cornered and furious, he cursed this damn monster rat and frantically commanded the vanguard army. Where's the corpse? Quickly use your body to block it. Hearing the command from the commander, a series of giant shields were raised to form a defensive barrier, but Erman continued to rampage, turning all their efforts into shattered debris amid desperate screams. Looking around the battlefield filled with fallen enemies, Radman silently wondered how many people they had actually mobilized here. He estimated that he had caused over 1,000 agents to become unable to resist. Redmond now looks more terrifying than ever with blazing red eyes and heavy, deadly breath. Just then, a series of system notifications keep popping up, indicating his stamina has dropped below 10%. Immediately, the legendary level Berserk passive skill is activated, increasing strength, agility, magic power, and spirit by 40% at the cost of reducing physical resistance by 50%. Not stopping there, his heroic level survival instinct skill also kicks in, boosting all stats by an additional 50% for 60 seconds. All the necessary elements for the final battle have gathered within him. With the immense power surging through his body, Ratman stared directly at his prey, ready for a terrifying counterattack. The enemy faction frantically shouted, "Counterattack quickly! Stop him! Don't let him escape!" Magic circles kept activating to trap him, but Redmond transformed into a purple lightning bolt rushing at an incredible speed, leaving his opponents unable to resist. Looking at the large door right in front of him, he thought it was too dangerous, but the exit was just a little further away, and if he pushed himself a bit more, he could reach it. Ratman gathered all his strength and leapt toward the escape door, but a series of long-range attacks hit his body, causing him to cry out in pain. Devastating explosions erupted one after another, engulfing his figure in smoke and fire. Standing from afar with a sinister smile, Monseo coldly orders a full attack, triumphantly gazing at the completely flattened area, confident that the prey cannot survive such overwhelming firepower. Amid the wreckage, Redmond's screams still echo fiercely. Monseo slightly smirks, just a final act of resistance. At this moment, Redmond's body was covered in wounds, and his breathing became ragged from exhaustion. Realizing he was truly cornered, he gritted his teeth and muttered to himself. With no other choice, he immediately pulled out a series of skill books from his inventory, ready to execute a daring plan to turn the tide. He hurriedly activated the system, and a series of system notifications rang out, activating hero-level passive skills: Savage Instinct, Murderous Frenzy, Blood Rage, Berserk Light, and Slaughtering Light. Redmond's body transformed into a more powerful and terrifying form than ever before, emanating an overwhelming pressure. A sword streaking with a massive purple energy wave swept along the corridor. It flattens everything in its path. Even heavily armored warriors are easily caught and defeated by its overwhelming strength and ferocity. In the chaos, a massive burst of purple energy erupts, scattering everything and throwing the enemies into panic. Finally, in the face of life and death, he turns the tide, witnessing the horrifying scene as Ma Bun rages wildly and roars orders to attack. Never retreat. In response to the challenge, Radman raised his face to the sky and let out a deafening roar full of rage, causing even the seasoned Mancio to reveal shock and fear. Seeing the situation spiraling out of control, Mancio hurriedly fled toward the exit to save himself, while a new elite squad dressed in spiked black armor and a group of high-level mages focusing their magic prepared to block his path. I don't know how much time has passed. Boy Sheng, in his human form groaning in pain, he staggered, looking around the dark space and wondered where he was. Realizing he was in a filthy underground tunnel, he finally escaped the encirclement and rushed here in a dazed state of consciousness. His eyes turned cold. He immediately ordered the status window. Glancing at the notification board showing his health and energy at critical levels, he sighed softly, feeling it was too much to reduce. However, something unusual surprised him. Huh? The score increased? A series of unbelievable achievement notifications kept appearing as he single-handedly defeated from 300 to over 10 million high-level players, with the title of Legendary Player Slayer. All his stats were boosted by 40 points. He pondered quietly. Even with the achievements included, the stats still increased too much. Could it be that defeating players grants different points than defeating monsters? After a rest to regain his strength, Brother Sheng thought to himself that he must first recover his body. The next day, at Hotel A1, news of the appearance of the 5th legendary level monster in Tan Huang Dao flooded the newspapers, causing the residents to evacuate in panic. Seeing the sarcastic comments about the strength of Chinese players on social media, he sighed in frustration. I underestimated China too much. Maybe because of overconfidence, he went too far. He quickly checked the information about Minister Wang Jinwang, who is currently isolated at his private residence, and decided it was time to finish this and head back. Is he stuck at his private house? Hun Dong, tired, leans back on the bed. Tonight, I will deal with him. Meanwhile, in a luxurious room, a man is frantically drinking and growling in anger. How dare they abandon me? Wang Jinwang is drinking wildly to numb his fear. In the dark room, he sits dejectedly with a bottle in hand, anxiously wondering what to do now. Suddenly, a figure dressed in black sneaked up from behind and covered his mouth tightly. Wang Jinwang only managed to utter desperate, muffled sounds. The stranger carefully examined his face before coldly confirming, yes, it's Wang Jinwang. He used a strip of white cloth to tighten around the minister's neck, causing Wang Jinwang to thrash in pain and gasp for air. In the midst of danger, his face twisted from lack of oxygen. He was terrified, telling himself he didn't want to die such a tragic death while desperately crying out for help. Please, someone save me. Just as Wang Jinwang was about to faint, a sudden event occurred. A sharp sword tore through space, instantly defeating the assassin strangling him. Escaping the deadly scythe, Wang Jinquang collapsed to the ground, coughing desperately to catch his breath. But a new terror struck as he saw a towering figure standing right in front of him, trembling as he exclaimed in shock. Redma looked coldly and contemptuously at the terrified minister who was sprawled on the floor. Such a powerless person. And he's a minister? Redmond picks up the dossier from the fallen body and quietly concludes that he was indeed a secret agent. This can be used to his advantage. He hesitated for a moment before approaching Wang Jinwang lying on the floor and began executing his plan. A deafening roar echoed from the mansion. After being physically tortured for a while, Wang Jinwang now only knows how to cry and clutch his face in utter panic. Faced with the cold stare of the monster, he screams in fear. Redmond throws a stack of documents in front of him and grits his teeth, saying, "This is the evidence taken from the assassin's pockets. Check it yourself." As he reads the contents, Kwang Jinquang's face changes in shock. Immediately, Redmond silently activates his rage and charm skills on the target. A surge of anger erupts, and the minister grits his teeth and growls. Do these bastards really dare to do such things? Sensing that the target has taken the bait, Redmond asked in a low voice, "Do you not want to take revenge? Not want to?" Under mind control, Wang Jin's eyes glow red as he frantically responds, "I want to do it. I must do it." Redmond continues to lure him out, reveal the despicable acts of those who want to kill you. He ordered him to release all their dirty evidence to avenge properly. Wang Jinwang was now completely insane, laughing foolishly and repeatedly. Yes, I have to do it. I must do it. Seeing the minister like a puppet controlled by an automatic system going berserk, Radman secretly feels pleased. The plan is working better than he expected. The clock strikes 5:43 a.m. The clicking of keyboard keys echoes continuously in the dark room, marking the start of a shocking purge. Radman stands behind, supervising and reminding himself that he must also directly inform both the reporters and the people. Under psychological manipulation, Wang Jinwang nodded blankly, adjusted his outfit, and slowly stepped out of the dark room. As the mansion door opened, a barrage of camera shutter sounds from the media flooded in, surrounding the minister. In front of the entire nation, Wang Jinguang shouted out in anger, "I was just following the directives of the party. All this time I've been working like a dog under their orders, and now they want to kill me." He raised the pile of confidentially stamped documents and affirmed that this was the solid evidence of those brutal acts. The media immediately erupted. The reporters frantically took photos and demanded an immediate live broadcast of this shocking scandal, causing the Sin journalists present here to feel like they had a gift from heaven. Wang Jinwang continues to expose this sinister conspiracy as the party secretly sends agents to assassinate him and even prepares a fake suicide note to make him take the blame for the corruption. But just as he declares he can no longer tolerate this corruption, an unexpected object suddenly pierces his head, causing the minister to collapse on the spot. The crowd panickingly shouted, "Assassination!" A killer from the shadows, Redmond's fiery red eyes coldly observe the scene before a devastating explosion erupts, engulfing everything in smoke and fire. From above, Redmond looks down at the wreckage and silently thinks that all the trouble of being hunted has now been smoothly resolved. His gaze grew thoughtful as he identified his next target. Is it just the president of the Chinese Player Association now? He will take care of this guy next, and then the mission will be complete. Meanwhile, Monsieur is sweating profusely, shouting into the phone to insist he's completely innocent in this matter. Even after receiving reassurance from the other end, he couldn't help but feel nervous knowing that there are quite a few people doubting him right now. Ma Bun pressed the phone to his ear, pleading, "Sir, I am truly innocent." The other side responded with a promising tone, "I will do my best to defend you." He hurriedly replied, "I owe you everything. I will definitely send a generous gift to not let you down." As soon as the call ended, with the other party's agreement, Monsieur threw his phone on the table and cursed, while the greedy old pig poured a shot of strong liquor, his face full of worry as he saw the situation worsening. Sitting alone in the large office, Mon downed his glass and muttered, "That guy's dead and gone, but why did he do that? Does he want everyone to follow him to the same fate?" He felt frustrated after dedicating himself like a dog, but now being pushed to the brink. He slammed Manhwa down on the table in anger. "You bastards, if the players had united under my command, I could have wiped them all out already." A cold voice suddenly rang out from behind in the midst of rage. "So, what's the difference then?" With a quick reflex, he grabbed the spear and swung it fiercely to defend himself. But Rimon had been standing there all along, speaking coldly. "If you don't want to die, you'd better put down your weapon." The monster with chains wrapped around its body continues to press the attack. "I was about to make a deal, but if you keep that annoying attitude, I will kill you, just like I originally intended." Redmond's blazing red eyes flashed with deadly intent, causing Ma Bolsiak to tremble in shock. How can you speak like a human?" "Are you a player?" Redmond replied coldly. "Does that matter?" Sweating profusely, Seok stammered, "What do you want?" The monster suddenly made an unbelievable offer. "I will give you the power Yu Hang desires." In Monsieur Ratma's confusion, "I emphasize that I will eliminate all the party officials you just cursed." At that moment, did you have the ability to seize ultimate power? Seok was stunned, unable to believe his ears. "Are you saying you'll kill all those officials right now?" "Yes," Seok asked anxiously. "What do you want from me?" Redmond coldly handed over a piece of paper and asked, "Sign this, take the paper." Mon realized this was a soul contract and bitterly said, "If I sign this, I will become your puppet." "Well, I thought I was showing you quite a bit of favor." Seeing Mon's confusion, Redmond emphasized it's only 10 years. After 10 years, he will be completely free. He explained that during the contract, he couldn't harm him and would even support him, while Redmond delved deeper into his opponent's fears. "Anyway, if you don't die at my hands, your life is already over. You know that yourself." Mon looked contemplative at the contract, worried that the chances of success were too slim. Because even if all the party officials die, his chances of seizing power are still very slim. Seeing his hesitation and understanding his intentions, Jiat Man smiled knowingly and confirmed that it was entirely feasible. He outlines the final plan because he will become the hero who defeated Ilman, the legendary monster that caused countless damage to China. This shocking information leaves Monsieur stunned and amazed. "What?" Redmond proposed that they perform a play together. When Monsieur questioned him, he affirmed that if the play succeeded, he would become a being worshipped by the people and Chinese players as a god. Seeing the opportunity for a new life right in front of him, Monsieur slightly smirked with satisfaction and decisively agreed fine. Immediately, a shimmering contract appeared in the air to seal the deal. Mons reached out and took the glowing soul contract. The system announces that Hui Sheng has officially sent an invitation to recruit player Monsieur into his ranks. He coldly orders to accept it. In front of the opponent's astonished face, Redmond explained that it was not only a means to make him stronger, but also the strongest bond, to tie the two of them together. Ma Bun looked directly at the monster and confirmed, "I accept." So finally, Brother Sung managed to catch this chicken. The system notification confirms that Ma Bunseo has accepted the recruitment invitation, costing the male protagonist 60 command points. Feeling the surge of demonic energy flowing through his veins, Monsieur clenched his fist in excitement. "That's great. I've become stronger." Seeing the attitude of my subordinates, Radman coldly reminded them that if they want to prove their loyalty over the next 10 years, they should start changing their way of speaking right now. Ma Bunseo immediately bowed his head in apology. "I am sorry." However, deep down, he still secretly calculated that this was only a temporary relationship. He would exploit and maximize the benefits from Brother Sheng before the contract ended. Ratma sees through the opponent's mind. He knows that the relationship between the ruler and the people is one of absolute loyalty. Will he have the courage to give up all the levels and skills he has achieved after 10 years? 1 month later, the final party congress finally takes place. Mon Siak appears with commanding presence and a team of black-clad guards in the grand hall, walking through the empty seats, confidently thinking that holding the assembly at this time is the perfect opportunity for him to seize ultimate power. Gather everyone here so he can quickly attract more attention. Ma Boon ponders deeply. He used to worry about how to wipe them all out in one go, but now he feels very proud that he can easily let Radman infiltrate the party congress from within. Melonza concluded that even if it were Armin, breaking through the strict outer defenses would take a lot of time, and by then, the delegates would have already dispersed and escaped long ago. Sitting in the hall, Malinso slightly smirked, surprised that this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity had come so soon. There aren't many players inside right now, so everything will surely go smoothly. He coldly thought to himself, as long as he eliminates all these rotten people, it will all be over. He can now rest easy and lie down to sleep. From above, Redmond's fiery red eyes flash with deadly intent. He whispers softly, "Let's begin," as deadly blue beams rain down from the ceiling like a storm. The suddenness of the event threw the crowd into chaos, and the guards exclaimed in horror. "What is that? Who's using magic?" The continuous beams of energy piercing through the targets plunged the scene into screams of agony, and a prominent delegate on the podium was instantly struck down, causing the crowd to panic and scream. Terrorists are terrorists. The defending players start to fight back. The fire mage and the one activating the magic circle to locate the attacker caused devastating explosions that shook the entire hall. The fierce melee continued as the guards desperately drew their guns and used their skills to fight back. A soldier shooting nervously asked, "Is he dead yet?" "He's not dead, keep fighting." They can't believe there's a madman brave enough to cause this right here. Amidst the thick smoke, Radman suddenly lands in the center with the clinking of chains ringing out. He let out a deafening, powerful scream that made the entire space shake. Seeing the monster appear, everyone around was frozen in horror. What is that? The scream is the crowd around starting to panic and shout. It is Redmond. The monster let out a deafening roar full of fury before charging straight at a guard, causing him to scream in despair. Witnessing that terrifying power, the soldiers began to break ranks and shout to retreat in order to save themselves. But looking around the destroyed scene, Radman quietly confirms that the first priority is to eliminate the targets. At this moment, Monso suddenly stepped forward bravely and shouted loudly to stop the cowardly ones. "How long do you plan to run away?" He declared loudly before the entire hall that if they couldn't defeat that monster here, China would become a wasteland. With a face full of determination and resolve, he continued to shout and rally the troops. "To protect the Chinese people, we must fight with our lives," witnessing the perfect performance of our subordinates. Redmond secretly sneers inside. "You're quite the actor. It really is a shame you didn't pursue acting." Ma Bunseok continues to call on everyone to charge forward. "Even if we have to die here, let's fight together. Only then can we protect the people." A giant flaming spear falls from above and is seized powerfully by Ma Bunseok, radiating a fierce blue aura, ready for the fateful confrontation in front of everyone. Redmond also tightens his sword, ready to carry out the final part of the plan. Ma Bunseok charges forward with a powerful stomp, causing a deafening explosion right in the center of the hall. Both of them charged at each other, creating powerful clashes between spear and sword that made the surrounding space shake violently. As they watched the battle, the observers began to notice something strange, as Radman seemed to move much slower than before. They guessed that maybe the monster hadn't fully recovered from its old wounds, so they shouted and rushed in to support Ma Bunseok. So everyone charged in together. One of them was convinced that capturing Redmond was only a matter of time with this group, but it was all just an act. As Redmond secretly planned to appear weaker according to the predetermined strategy, a powerful purple energy explosion erupted, causing immense pain and flinging Ma Bunseok away. Amidst the dust and smoke, Monsieur signals that it's time to take the next step. Redmond coldly responds, "Understood." Let's begin, and then a series of devastating explosions destroy a corner of the building. The event unfolds right before the eyes and phone cameras of the crowd gathered outside. Amidst the wreckage, Monseok roars with power, channeling all his strength into his final attack. A giant pillar of light descends, engulfing the entire area in a stream of destructive energy. When the light fades, only debris and scattered equipment and items remain, the signal that the monster has been completely defeated. Monseok stood there proudly with his spear in hand, astonishing the crowd. The cheers started to rise non-stop. Redman is dead. Chairman Mounseo has defeated the legendary monster. In this way, their plan has been a resounding success. The atmosphere erupts with the people's overwhelming joy. They keep dancing and praising Mounseo as a great savior who has rescued the country from disaster. The cheers for the hero of China resound. Chairman Mounseo's name echoes loudly through the streets. Amidst the worship of thousands, Mounseo smiled triumphantly and raised his hand to accept the praise. At Hotel A1, Hun Sung-thong casually scrolled through his phone and whispered, "Things are getting chaotic, huh? This is more effective than I expected." The screen shows news about Monseo becoming a hero after defeating Man and being a leading candidate for the chairmanship. At that moment, the phone rings, and Monseo on the other end reports, "The takeover of the army has been completed." The protagonist smiles and replies, "You're faster than I expected." Monseo proudly explains that those people all know who is truly in control now, and moreover, he has the support of a large number of lower-ranking soldiers. Brother Shung advises that before this heat cools down, it's best to settle everything decisively and not to fall asleep on your victory and everyone's praise. Monseok is confident he will handle it efficiently since all the party representatives are united and the military has already bowed in submission. Although a few still have intentions to resist, Ma Bol-seok believes they will soon be eliminated completely. The main character quietly asked whether the election of the new president would go smoothly and if he could take that position. Seok admitted that ascending to the highest office at this moment would be difficult, but the vice president position was well within reach. Hearing the words vice president of the country, Hoon-sung quietly repeated them thoughtfully. Ma Bun-seok reassured his master that there was no need to worry, because the person who would sit in the presidential chair would only be a puppet under his control. The protagonist smiles contentedly. I will be looking forward to it. In response to that expectation, Monseo confidently affirmed, I won't let you down. Brother Shung hopes that he is not making empty promises, then he charges back into battle against the giant stone monsters. The purple energy surges with each of his sword strikes. On the other side, Lucia in her sturdy knight armor is using her large shield to block 1,000-pound attacks, protecting her master. After clearing out the monsters, he looked at his hands and silently marveled at how much stronger he had become. However, he believed that to reach a mythic level, he needed to hunt even stronger monsters. He even considered shifting his focus to the Fukuoka area. As he approached, Lucia sincerely praised him. Master, you have truly become much stronger. Hyun-shung smiled and replied that it was all thanks to the points she provided, but Lucia modestly said it was her duty. Seeing his loyal companion, he couldn't help but praise her as well. Lucia has indeed become much stronger. She bowed her head respectfully. It is thanks to the grace of my master. Brother Zheng continued checking the system window, but then sighed softly in disappointment. Are the skill books still not listed for sale? I realize that legendary skill books are truly very rare on the market. Seeing the master so absorbed, Lucia reminded him, Master, it's time to head back now. Datmin realized it was late and still felt a bit regretful. Oh, has time really flown by that fast?
Let's hunt a little longer before heading back. I hope that in about 3 more hours we can achieve a new milestone.
But Lucia immediately intervened, saying that it would disrupt the daily routine. To be able to hunt more monsters tomorrow, you need to rest today. Faced with her insistence, he reluctantly agreed to go back. He suddenly asked again to confirm if today was Monday, and when Lucia confirmed, his eyes became full of wonderful romantic anticipation for the show airing today. But that's the show she's been watching. When she mentioned the title of the show with just the two of them, Lucia suddenly felt embarrassed and flustered. Lucia nervously denies that her blushing has anything to do with that romantic film. Seeing this, Choi Hoon-sung just smiles teasingly and says, Who said anything? His words made her even more embarrassed, her face flushing with shame. Unable to bear the awkward atmosphere, Lucia quickly excused herself and turned to walk away. Watching his colleagues back, Hoon-sung quietly thought she was quite adorable too. Returning to everyday life, Hoon-sung was taking a walk with Lucia in casual clothes. He quietly considers inviting Song-ho out for a drink. Just then, his phone in his hand vibrates to indicate an incoming call. He was surprised to see the caller was Shin Juna. Checking the notifications, he realized she had called 3 times missed and left a message scolding him for not keeping his promise to invite her to dinner. Hoon-sung suddenly remembered he had completely forgotten about this and immediately called back to apologize, explaining that he had just come out of the dungeon and his phone had lost connection, so he didn't notice the missed call from her. Shin Juna asked if his hiding to avoid trouble was over. He confidently asserted that China definitely wouldn't be interested in causing trouble anymore. After a few polite words, Hoon-sung took the initiative to ask when he could invite her to a meal to apologize. Contrary to his expectations, Shin Jun-ae coldly demanded it right now. This decisive answer left Hoon-sung stunned, his face twisting in surprise. Seeing the strange expression on the owner's face, Lucia approached curiously and asked if it was her calling Jun-ae. Hoon-sung nodded in confirmation, sensing that something important had just happened. It's been a long time, Hoon-sung. Jun-ae smiled and greeted him when they met again after a long time, and he scratched his head with a smile in response.
Yes, it's been a long time.
Jun-ae, sitting at the luxurious dinner table overlooking the city at night, gently asks, You've been busy lately, haven't you? Has your family become more stable now? Hoon-sung gently confirms that thanks to persistent psychological treatment, his relatives are now much more stable. They continued chatting casually while waiting for the dishes. The dinner was quite relaxed with eye-catching dishes. But just as Hoon-sung took a sip of tea, he noticed Jun-ae's gaze become unusually serious. She hesitated before speaking. Hoon-sung. Jun-ae got straight to the point. Today, the 6th legendary level monster appeared. Hoon-sung immediately asked which country it was, and when she replied the United States, he couldn't help but wonder why she was seeking him out. Jun-ae looked him in the eye and revealed shocking news. America wants to have him. Hoon-sung. Hoon-sung was stunned and asked again. Huh? What does that mean? Jun-ae explained that the U.S.'s intention to recruit him had actually started quite a while ago, and that she wanted to meet him to inform him about this. Although the information was sent through the United Nations, it was entirely the intention and desire of the U.S. government. Recognizing the seriousness of the matter, Hoon-sung calmly demanded, Tell me more details. Jun-ae gazed passionately and then began to recount the story. At the Player Association office, a group of senior officials in formal suits gathered around Shin Juna's desk. A middle-aged man with gray hair and a full beard. Exuding authority, places a photo of Huynh Sung on the table, his eyes revealing a calculating plan related to him. Returning to the present, Huynh Sung is stunned to hear that Jun-ah was personally named and asked to send me away. She nodded slightly and explained that from a diplomatic perspective, this was an extremely difficult situation to refuse because of the mutual defense treaty between the two allied countries. Huynh Sung frowned and asked, "Well, but I am a civilian, not a soldier. If you were a soldier, the state would have deployed you long ago." Jun-ah sipped her tea and replied calmly, "That's why I prepared this meeting." The woman honestly shared that the association had tasked her with convincing you effectively and also to keep a close watch so that you wouldn't be swayed by tempting words from the Americans. Huynh Sung quietly acknowledged that the association's position must be very difficult, and Jun-ah gently smiled in appreciation, thanking him for understanding. But Huynh Sung immediately turned the situation around, saying I didn't have to agree to the association's demands, especially since this was a dangerous task involving facing legendary monsters. Jun-ah calmly admits and says that the association has prepared very worthy rewards in exchange for his cooperation. Huynh Sung asks curiously what they are. Jun-ah begins to present attractive conditions, starting with adjusting the profit-sharing ratio from magic stones to a 10-0 split that is not entirely in his favor. Huynh Sung, with a humorous expression, quietly wondered why he needed to pay extra since he was already receiving that benefit. Nothing she proposed convinced him. Only then did Jun-ah look him straight in the eye and emphasize that what he had was because he was under the association's direct jurisdiction. If he leaves, all their privileges will disappear. Huynh Sung immediately understood the issue. "So, you mean you're going to give up the privileges and conditions attached to them?" Jun-ah noticed Huynh Sung's attitude and quietly commented, "You seem pretty indifferent." You casually replied that you were planning to renew your contract with the association anyway. Hearing that, she smiled brightly. That was truly a commendable statement. So, Huynh Sung immediately pressed, "Are those privileges you just mentioned just optional perks that don't really matter either way?" Jun-ah slightly smirked. She admitted that she and the association president had thought it through carefully, but it seemed there were no more specific privileges left to give him. Huynh Sung coldly demanded she reveal the truth because he knew the government was the one behind all of this. Jun-ah explained that the president of the association directly requested government support, and as a result, the government made a bold decision to reveal the ownership of the dungeon. This information left Huynh Sung stunned. Ownership of the dungeon? I never expected the country to be so lenient. It should be noted that until now, all dungeons have been owned by the state. No individual or organization has ever been able to privatize them. Even the top domestic corporations are no exception. They can only use tricks to treat them as private dungeons. However, this time Jun-ah confirms that the government has decided to transfer full ownership of the dungeon. Huynh Sung desires to him. Jun-ah emphasizes that whether he wants to monopolize the dungeon for solo hunting or open it to other players for a fee, the government will not interfere at all. Huynh Sung paused for a moment, then suddenly smiled, holding up 3 fingers and making a deal. 1 is too little. Take 3. You're a bit greedy, but I don't think the government would mind 1, 2, or 3. This statement left Jun-ah stunned, and she hurriedly explained that even transferring just 1 dungeon by the government was already a huge decision. She emphasized that the annual entrance fee revenue from an hero-level dungeon could rival or even surpass that of a mid-sized business. Against that huge number, Huynh Sung calmly bargained and agreed to 1 hero-level dungeon and 2 rare-level dungeons. Jun-ah broke out in a sweat at his greed, firmly insisting it was impossible in setting the final limit. 1 hero-level dungeon and 1 rare-level dungeon. This is the final line. Seeing the serious expression of the other person, Hui Dong smiled smugly. Alright, I'll concede it to that extent. Jun-ah could only sigh in frustration, secretly wondering if he even knew how to use the word concede. He has drained all the resources of a province. Suddenly, Hui Dong turned to tease her, suggesting she should also cancel her lifetime contract with the association. He chuckled and said, "Maybe if you do that, the government will give you a dungeon too." Jun-ah smiled faintly. She believes that if the government desires her as much as they desire him, then that could happen. But in reality, it's not like that. She confirms once again that he agreed to go to the US. Huynh Sung nods firmly. Of course, before the meeting ends, Jun-ah looked at him sincerely and advised that no matter how sweet the words from America might be, he must not waver and definitely return. Huynh Sung smiled and ruffled his head, reassuring that since he had taken on the national dungeon, he definitely wouldn't abandon it for America. Curious about the upcoming mission, Huynh Sung asked about the identity of the legendary monster that just appeared, as the information online hadn't been made public yet. Jun-ah revealed that it was Hydra, a dragon-type creature with 9 terrifying heads. Hearing this, Huynh Sung's eyes sparkled with excitement. He silently cheered to himself. Excellent. Although facing danger, for him the opportunity to hunt such a potential monster and hold ownership of the dungeon is truly a great gain. Jun-ah considers himself lucky that the portal opened in a deserted field, rather than in the city, so there have been no casualties so far. Choi Huynh Sung asked if the monster was staying still. She said it was just scouting around and hadn't taken any aggressive actions yet. Hearing that, he immediately asked, "When can I leave?" Shin-Rene replied decisively. Right now, Huynh Sung is already at a modern US military base, wearing his new combat armor. silently marveling that he has finally set foot on American soil. A well-groomed man with a mustache stepped forward to greet him and thank him for accepting the support request from the U.S. He saw that the people here were also friendly and welcoming. The man introduced himself as David, saying he would assist with everything during your stay here, and told you to just call him Uncle for familiarity. The two exchanged a friendly handshake before leading him on a tour of the Hydra Command Center, a bustling military base filled with many players and soldiers gathered together. Walking through the base, he quietly marvels at the large number of players here. Observing the heavily armored warriors, he correctly concludes that Red is indeed a powerful nation. Their strength truly cannot be underestimated. As soon as they stepped inside the building, a rugged-looking middle-aged man was already waiting. He warmly welcomed him, feeling honored to meet the legendary hunter for Hunsungi. This is William, head of the Hydra response team. He personally waited at the door for him to arrive. Brother Zheng politely thanked him for the warm reception. William honestly admits that the U.S. still lacks experience in facing legendary Red Cup attacks, and hopes to receive guidance from him. Hunsung modestly replies, "I will do my best to support." Hearing that, William laughed heartily, confident that with your involvement, the Hydra operation would end smoothly without any issues. Brother Zheng gets straight to the point. "So, when will the battle start?" William looked at him with a serious expression and confirmed it will be no tomorrow. William explained that the campaign would start with an airstrike by the army, but he also warned that if Hydra suddenly changed its route, everything could happen sooner than expected. "I will be assigned to which team?" William smiled proudly and replied, "That is the #1 killing team, a unit composed of the most elite rankers in the United States. Since you've been chosen to come here, you must be part of the strongest team." William suggested, "So since it's late, Hunsung should rest well, and they will have a brief introduction tomorrow morning." Hunsung, with a serious expression, asked, "So we don't need to coordinate our attack beforehand?" William chuckled and explained that although he's in the top execution team, Hunsung is a free agent, so he can fight freely in his own way. That night at the hotel, Hunsung looked at his luggage and thought that there wasn't much time left before the battle began, tomorrow noon. Standing by the window and checking the information on the system screen, Hunsung's eyes grew cold as he decided to handle it himself tonight. Meanwhile, at a nearby watchtower, a subordinate expressed doubt to William. "Aren't we praising Choi Hunsung too much?" William calmly replied that it was an order from his superiors and affirmed that he was fully deserving of such praise. No matter how Hunsung looked, there was no sign of strength. His subordinate was still not convinced. He muttered that anyone looking at him would think he single-handedly defeated the legendary minds. William immediately retorted, "Isn't he the one who contributed the most?" Even if the subordinate has to admit that, William dismisses it. "Stop thinking nonsense. Our mission is to make the best impression on Choi Huisheng." He asked his subordinates to set aside their doubts and focus on completing the mission well. The subordinate could only obey. "I understand." At the same time, a mysterious figure with long blonde hair strides into a blazing, dark area. "Joseph, you keep your rank position." A player of my Kim, the #1 execution squad captain, looks at William and asks with a sarcastic tone, "How is that kid?" William calmly replied that he also didn't know because Brother Sung didn't show any attitude outwardly. He is just following orders from his superiors to please the distinguished guest as much as possible. Joseph smirked, eager to see what that kid would show tomorrow. But William added another remark that made him blush. "Maybe the kid is even more active than you." That remark hit his pride and made Joseph's veins bulge. He was confident that if those legendary minds appeared in America, they would have been wiped out during the first purge, not needing a second attempt like in Korea. William sat at his desk, coldly reminding that everything would only be known at that time, and he asked Joseph to drop his annoyed attitude and absolutely not call him kid. Although he outwardly confirmed he understood the instructions, Joseph's face still showed clear resentment and defiance. He also has to pretend to be naive to please his superiors. Suddenly, William roared angrily and issued an immediate emergency alarm. The blaring siren shattered the night, throwing the entire military base into chaos. Rewinding 5 minutes earlier at the hiding spot of the giant monster, Hunsung had already been there silently for some time. Seeing the sleeping monster, he quietly smiled with satisfaction. Good. To ensure the plan goes smoothly, he used the Donger decoy item to pretend he was still sleeping in the restroom. Here, he decisively tore apart the disguise scroll to transform into a goblin with a fierce face and blazing yellow eyes. With this perfect alibi, he told himself he had to catch the monster as quickly as possible. The purple lightning sword was drawn. Hunsung stomped forcefully to launch an explosive jump, charging straight ahead and unleashing a lightning-fast slash that tore through Hydra's tough scales. The Hydra roared in pain from the surprise attack while it was sleeping soundly. Immediately, Hunsung in goblin form charged forward, driving his sword straight into its tough scales. A burst of purple energy erupted as he activated the long blood claw skill, causing the giant monster to writhe in agony. The Hydra let out a desperate cry as the brutal attack struck, and seeing the sword absorbing blood and shining brightly, Hunsung smiled smugly. "You're growing up so fast. Multiple system notifications keep popping up." He couldn't help but be amazed that the long blood sword and the passive skill immortality book had both been upgraded to the unique legendary rank. Is it also the Book of Immortality? watching the purple magic energy swirling around its claws as they gradually recover. He estimates that this one's recovery speed is also quite fast. The crazy Hydra charges headlong to crush any obstacle in its way. Huisung dodged swiftly, causing massive explosions with each collision of its giant body with the ground. The monster relentlessly attacked with its enormous heads, spewing deadly energy streams, but he moved with incredible agility to find an opening. The giant body of the monster isn't very swift, is it? A swift slash tears through its neck, causing it to roar in pain. Huisung coldly assessed, this one is too slow. Provoked, Hydra began gathering magic power and unleashed a giant fire pillar, burning everything around in a sea of flames. Facing the intense heat, he squinted with excitement. So, this is where he truly reveals his power? Brother Zheng, in his goblin form, softly exclaimed in surprise as he saw the Hydra start vomiting streams of painful blue-purple liquid. He wondered if this was really a legendary monster or if it was weaker than he had thought, despite using numerous consumables with great penalties before the battle to boost his strength. But the current situation still made him doubt the opponent's true power. Seeing the sword still embedded deep in the Hydra's body, continuously absorbing its vitality and magic, Huisung clenched his fiery fist, ready for the next explosive attack. Immediately, he threw a powerful punch straight into the sky, creating a colossal beam of light that descended onto the Hydra, causing it to stand frozen and let out a desperate scream as energy rings shook the entire space. Without giving the opponent a chance to fight back, Huisung charged like a tornado, continuously unleashing relentless strikes on its massive body. His speed was so fast that after images appeared, causing it to scream in utter helplessness. A massive green energy wave swept across, like a fatal blow, causing the Hydra's neck to cry out in its final pain. Goblin Hui's cold yellow eyes flashed as he unleashed a powerful purple sword strike, slicing through his enormous opponent's body. Its body begins to disintegrate into magical dust particles, leaving a desolate scene in the silent night. After a fierce battle, the monster has finally been defeated miserably. A series of system notifications appeared, acknowledging the legendary achievement of defeating a level 400 male monster alone despite a level gap of over 400 levels. With the title of First Level Destroyer and the one who single-handedly defeated Hydra Hera, Brother Zheng quietly felt satisfied as all the rewards had been fully recorded into the system. However, looking at the disintegrating corpse, he still wondered if there was something unusual about its condition. He recalled the case of the legendary UJI that once rampaged and caused destruction over hundreds of kilometers in just one day. Unlike the swift end of this Hydra, there's something puzzling about it. How could it be defeated so easily? Or could it be resurrected? Huisung retrieves the Dopo copy at the hotel room, confirming that no trouble occurred during his absence. He shrinks the blue energy sphere in his hand, officially erasing all traces of his disappearance. Walking towards the command center, he secretly feels pleased with the successful outcome of the secret hunt. 2 achievements and 4 legendary items. Outside, the military base is in chaos with footsteps and shouts of soldiers. Huisung pretends to be innocent, scratching his head and forcing an awkward smile to hide what just happened. He entered the command room where the Jida devices were operating at full capacity, and as soon as Depp saw him, he quickly spoke up. You have arrived. Another legendary level monster has appeared and completely destroyed Hydra. Brother Zheng quietly realizes that the Americans have been closely monitoring the area even from a distance. Luckily, you transformed earlier, or else you'd be exposed. Try probing by confirming that if it defeated Hydra, it must be at the legendary level. But Dip remains skeptical. With a serious expression, Dip reveals that the intelligence agency is assessing this could be a higher level entity. This made Huisung panic and wonder if they mistook him for a mythic level monster. Dep emphasized that the danger lies in how easily this new creature defeated Hydra. Even though he knew the reason was because Hydra was weakened at the time, Huisung still had to face Dep's utter amazement. Can you believe it? A legendary level Hydra was defeated in just 10 minutes. Even I was surprised by my own efficiency. Depp anxiously gazed into the distance, warning that the biggest problem now is that the culprit disappeared right after acting, making it impossible to predict where and when it will suddenly appear. I'm just worried it might turn around and attack humans soon. That guy, just one more time he shows up, and America will turn into hell. The chilling warning about the mysterious entity that defeated the Hydra echoes in the command room. Brother Zheng stands there, glancing casually, secretly thinking that he's right here and has no intention of turning this place into hell as they fear. Depp, holding the communication device, explained that due to the aftershocks from the monster's ability, the camera couldn't capture the battle details. The images on the screen only showed faint blue streaks attacking Hydra, making it extremely difficult to identify the culprit. Based on expert analysis, they can only confirm that it is a humanoid creature. Depp continues to report that its height is estimated to be between 122 and 152 centimeters. With a serious expression, he looked directly at Huisung and announced that the emergency standby would be maintained for the foreseeable future, hoping for his cooperation. Zheng nodded firmly. I will do that. The situation was easily resolved since everyone was just waiting in the shelter. A month later, at the military base, tensions began to rise. The prolonged state of suspense without any progress has sparked fierce waves of discontent among players, especially high-level players and rankers who have been held here for too long. Other dungeons across the United States are showing signs of threatening monster waves. Ferocious monsters like orcs, mermaids, and demons seem ready to spill out. Faced with a critical situation, the U.S. federal government was forced to dissolve the quarantine zones and lift the emergency status. Deputy Kui then suggested to Hyun Sung, "Since you're already in the U.S., how about taking a sightseeing trip? Touring around?" He pondered for a moment and then declined, saying he didn't have time for that. He wanted to return to Korea quickly to resume his hunting activities after a long break. Seeing that, Depp hurriedly persuaded him that there are many dungeons in America for him to hunt freely, even more than in Korea. He smiled confidently, hoping to persuade him to stay. As the Korean government feared, the U.S. will try to keep him here, but Hui Sung remains quite indifferent and believes there's no need to do that. Seeing that the other party was still unshaken, Deppy played his final card by promising to implement a tax exemption policy similar to that in Korea for him. His eyes sharpened as he emphasized that the current situation was not entirely over and urgently urged him to stay in the U.S. a little longer. Depp continued to make an attractive offer, confirming that the U.S. federal government would cover all expenses during his stay here. When he hesitated about whether the Korean government would agree, Depp assured him they had already received approval from Seoul. He emphasized that even though Hydra has disappeared, the threat from the monsters is not entirely over. Brother Dung nodded in agreement and said, "Then I will do as you say. However, I still have one thing to ask, which is whether I can bring my friend to the U.S. with me." Deep eagerly agreed immediately. Of course, having you and your friend here is a huge advantage for America, and he even promised that the federal government would cover all living expenses for your friend. In response to this enthusiasm, Hyun Sung slightly bowed his head, thanking him for his concern. Depp smiled broadly, asserting that for those who come to protect America, this treatment is only natural. But behind that friendly smile was a different plan. At a high-level meeting, the U.S. president directly ordered him, "We must do everything possible to keep him here." While Depp is still trying to win him over, Hyun Sung appears to be very pleased with the current situation. He silently thought that since he was planning to hunt in the American dungeons for a while anyway, it was really a two-birds-one-stone situation. A determined look flashed in his eyes as he made a plan to call Lucia over to clear out all the dungeons he hadn't yet conquered. A quick flight lands at the international airport. Hyun Sung is already waiting in the lobby to greet his partner. Lucia appears striking with her shining blonde hair, happily waving to her host as she steps out of the security area. Immediately afterward, they enjoyed a lavish buffet of sweets with all kinds of cakes and tempting fruits. Seeing Lucia happily eating with chubby cheeks, Hyun Sung also smiled comfortably as he began to indulge in the privileges in America. This really is a true friendship where good times and bad times are shared together. Taking advantage of their time in America, Choi Hoo-young and Lucia leisurely strolled through the bustling streets of New York. From the Statue of Liberty to the majestic bridges. But behind the appearance of ordinary tourists, they are secretly on hunting missions to strengthen their power. Meanwhile, at government agencies, reports of mysterious battles are being scrutinized with the calculating eyes of the leaders. In the dungeons, brutal raids continue, forcing monsters to meet a tragic end against the overwhelming power of this duo. However, at the headquarters of the Korean Player Association, the atmosphere was more tense than ever. The red-haired man couldn't hide his impatience. He slammed the table and shouted, "Why hasn't he come back yet?" He emphasized that Hyun Sung has been in America for over 3 months now. Under pressure from his superior, Shin Jun-ae coldly replied, "I have no idea about that." The red-haired man still wouldn't give up. He insisted that Jun-ah was the closest person to Hyun Sung in the association, so if she didn't know, no one else would. Jun-ae could only sigh in frustration at this baseless hostility. If you're truly close, shouldn't you know everything about each other? Seeing her attitude, he helplessly asked if she had tried calling him. As soon as he received the confirmation, he immediately pressed on, asking, "So what did he say? When will he agree to return to Korea?" Jun-ae said that Hyun Sung wanted to take this trip as an opportunity to sightseeing leisurely before returning, and he asked everyone not to worry too much. This response made the red-haired man even more furious. What? Why does sightseeing take so long? What is there to see in America? Jun-ae could only reply indifferently that she didn't know either. Noticing something unusual, he narrowed his eyes and suspiciously asked why her attitude had become so irritable and difficult today. Despite Jun-ae's denial, the red-haired man continued to scrutinize her expressions closely. He paused for a moment before suddenly asking a question that made the atmosphere freeze. "Hey, are you secretly having feelings for Choi Hyun Sung?" Immediately, her trembling face flushed with embarrassment and anger. She froze in place, unable to move, staring at the other person in utter confusion. Caught off guard, Jun-ae stammered in confusion. "What do you mean, sir?" The proud red-haired man confirmed. "That's exactly right. You're jealous, aren't you?" Jun-ae quickly denies it. She thought that at her age she couldn't be jealous over such trivial things. But he just smiled and said that human feelings are something very hard to control. He continued, saying, "You're really jealous, aren't you? Don't be so embarrassed." He philosophized that reason and the heart are always at odds. Even if the mind says no, the heart still follows its own will. In the face of excessive teasing, Rene blushed and shouted loudly, "I told you it's not like that." The red-haired man nodded as if he understood why she had become so difficult lately, and then suddenly offered to handle the matter for her. Although Jun-ae kept protesting, A strange curiosity began to grow inside her. After a moment of hesitation, Rune gently asked, "So how do you plan to handle this?" The red-haired man smiled confidently and assured her that this was actually very simple. Seeing June still looking confused, he decisively gave an order. "You should also go to the US and meet Choi Hui-sung-si there." June, still stunned, asked to confirm if she would really be going to the US to meet him. Receiving a nod of confirmation, she was still confused and hurriedly asked, "And after I meet him, what should I do next?" The red-haired man warned her, "Absolutely don't reveal the truth that you're jealous." Shanae immediately shouted that it was obvious, but she still wondered what the benefit was of sticking close to Hun-sung in America. He explained that his main goal was still to persuade him to return to Korea and handed her a powerful black card, telling her to relax and enjoy her rest with Hun-sung without worrying about expenses, affirming that the association could cover those costs and asking her not to unfairly criticize Hun-sung. Seeing that June-A was still stunned, the red-haired man advised her to let go of her resentment over not being treated well by America. He believed she felt unfairly treated for remaining loyal to her country and promised to give her unlimited luxury vacation so she could relax and forget her anger. In the face of June-A's silence, the red-haired man was even more determined to win her over, promising from now on to treat her equally and even willing to kneel before VIPs to secure unofficial ownership of the dungeon for her. He promises that from now on, Hun-sung will receive the same treatment, hoping she won't be jealous and will live peacefully with him. Feeling insulted by the terrible misunderstanding, Shin June-A grits her teeth and throws a powerful punch, knocking the red-haired man to the ground. She coldly walks away and scolds herself for being a fool for trusting someone like him all along, letting him tease and manipulate her while the red-haired man lies in pain on the floor. He still firmly believed that he was beaten because he hadn't treated her well enough earlier. "I can't believe I once thought that guy was trustworthy." Shin June-A was dragging Valley at the airport, muttering in regret, even wanting to punch the old man again for his stupid words. She wondered how someone like him could get married. That night in the US, Hui Dung was walking with Lucia when suddenly he stopped and looked at his phone. "What? What's going on?" "Boss, he said June-A is coming here." Lucia thinks the association is acting quite decisively, probably feeling uneasy about his recent movements. Hun-sung gently smiled, deciding that when June-A arrives, they will both return to Korea together. Lucia reminded him that this would consume a large amount of long-distance teleportation scrolls. "That's not a problem. I can handle it. In fact, I'm still using them to travel between the two countries regularly." Then he checked June-A's schedule and learned she would arrive at 10 a.m. local time tomorrow. He planned to go to the airport to pick her up after breakfast. Lucia then asked for permission to go to her room to prepare for the meeting. Hun-dung nodded. "All right, see you later." The next morning at the international airport, the sound of footsteps echoing announced Shin Juna's arrival. As soon as she saw the familiar figure, she happily called out to Brother Sungi. Brother Shung and Lucia stepped forward to greet them. He smiled. "You've worked hard already. What brings you here?" June-A smiled and said that of course the reason she came here was because of Hun-sung. She asked curiously when he planned to return to Korea. Hun-sung scratched his head and said that life in America was too comfortable, so he didn't know when he would return. June-A told him to stay here a little longer if he wanted. She announced that she would also stay in America until he returned. Lucia stood beside her, surprised, while Hun-sung hesitated and asked why. June-A looked at him sharply and asked if there was any reason she couldn't stay with him. Hun-sung quickly waved his hands to deny it, and June-A was satisfied, saying then there was no problem at all. "Oh, you girls are so straightforward." June-A excitedly suggested that the two of them go on a trip to explore America together since she's on vacation too. She asked if he had found a place to stay yet, causing Hun-sung to break out in a light sweat. June-A said she had booked a room at the same hotel he was staying at. Seeing that, Hun-sung could only agree to invite her along. He was about to help her with her luggage, but Lucia quickly intervened and insisted she would do it herself. The tense gaze between the two women lingered. June-A softly called Lucia's name and smiled gratefully as she saw her resolve to help. Lucia coldly replied that there was nothing, but the tension between the two seemed to crackle with hidden sparks. Hun-sung stood between the two women, feeling the eerily silent atmosphere that was enveloping the space. He wiped his sweat, trying to break the tense atmosphere with a forced smile. He hurriedly urged, "Let's just go now." Fighting monsters, he doesn't feel as tense and confused as he does right now. Lucia proactively asked for permission to go to her room and rest first. Hun-sung also turned to advise, "Run. Take a rest for a bit. I'll go back to the room to relax and come back later." Hearing this, June-A looked genuinely surprised. She hesitated and asked if they were using separate rooms or not. Hun-sung calmly explained that since the US government covers all expenses, there's no problem for them to have separate rooms instead of sharing a cramped one. He added that even without that sponsorship, the cost of the rooms wouldn't be a concern. She quickly regained her composure and suggested they contact each other after resting, also asking him to take her sightseeing around. Brother Sung happily agreed and arranged to meet her at lunch to start exploring the best restaurants. June-A smiled brightly with anticipation, no longer looking annoyed or upset like she did in Korea. However, her presence in the United States had already caught the attention of mysterious forces. In an office, a powerful man lightly tapped his hand on the desk and muttered Shin June-A's name. The subordinate standing nearby confirmed she had arrived in the US and had contact with Choi Hui at the airport. He reports that based on Shin Jun-A choosing the room right next to Hyun Sung, it seems they will be working together for a long time. The subordinate suggests whether they should try to pull Shin Jun-A to their side. However, the authoritative man immediately dismissed that idea, stating that Jun-A is someone with a fierce patriotism and that all previous attempts to persuade her had ended in disastrous failure. He is convinced that even if he tries again, a determined person like her will never waver. The subordinate asked, "So what do you plan to do?" The powerful man with a calm demeanor replied, "Let Hyun Sung return to Korea for now. We have no reason to keep him here, and there's no legendary monster to fight anymore." The subordinate looked worried and asked if that was okay, suggesting that putting pressure on the Korean government might extend his stay a little longer, but the official immediately dismissed the idea, saying it wasn't necessary. He explained that Choi Hyun Sung is not as rigid as Shin Jun-A. From his observation, he already has quite a good impression of America. The official believes that by continuing to use various reasons to persuade and win him over, making him settle in the US entirely is not impossible. There's no need to use force or create a negative impression of America. After securing their obedience, the official ordered the best treatment and amenities for both Hui and Shin Juna. Although he knew that seduction would be difficult, he believed that winning over players of their caliber was completely worth it. The United States has always bought talented individuals from all over the world. At that moment, the door to the room swung open and a red-haired subordinate rushed in to report. "Sir, something major has happened." With a face twisted in horror, he shouted loudly, "At the space gate where Hydra once appeared, another entity predicted to be at the legendary level has just revealed itself." The official was stunned and amazed. "What?" A pair of glowing red eyes flickered menacingly from the darkness of the gate. A giant creature with blazing red scales and sharp claws stomps heavily on the ground, causing a terrifying shockwave. The enormous red dragon tilts its head back and lets out a deafening roar, signaling a new disaster about to begin. Immediately, the US Army rained down a barrage of missiles targeting the creature, but the monster remained unfazed, opening its sharp-toothed mouth and unleashing a powerful stream of fire to burn everything in its path. A series of deafening explosions erupt in the sky as missiles collide with the dragon's breath. Despite the heavy fire rushing toward it, the dragon's tough red scales seem unaffected. Its power is unstoppable. It roars deafeningly, gathering a giant fireball in its mouth with eyes blazing with deadly intent. The monster's face shows a fierce expression as it looks down at the ground like prey. The disaster quickly descends on peaceful neighborhoods. The desperate screams echo through the streets as people trample over each other to find a way to survive. A man frantically shouts, "Everyone run quickly." Behind them, the red dragon flies by, leaving a blazing sea of fire, burning everything in an instant. At the command center, the sound of typing echoes urgently in the tense atmosphere. An officer hurriedly asked, "How is the red dragon moving?" The subordinate immediately reported, "It is currently heading towards Sister and burning everything in its path." The commander, with a serious expression, asked sharply, "Is the US military's response ineffective? It seems like they haven't caused any significant damage." The commander grits his teeth in furious anger and immediately gives the order. "How is the gathering of the players going?" The gathering of forces is underway urgently. Fortunately, before the red dragon arrived at Sitter, the entire army was ready and in position. The monster's speed isn't too fast. This is a good sign in such a perilous situation. If it's fast and has strong flying power, all of America could be burned to ashes in an instant. When asked about Choi Hu-young's whereabouts, his subordinate reported that he was currently on a fighter jet heading to the scene, and he had also volunteered to join the battle and was on his way. At the command center, the official anxiously prays for the success of the operation. As the fire-lit sky roars with helicopters overhead, while ground soldiers prepare for battle, Hui-dong and Jun-A are present. Their eyes are fixed on the giant figure of the red dragon circling in the distance. He quietly wonders if this is the one who defeated Hydra, and fears that if it truly is at a mythic level, the consequences could be unimaginable. However, the latest information confirms that the red dragon is at a legendary level. In the quick meeting, the commander concluded that fighting in the air was completely hopeless. The plan is to focus fire on its wings to force the monster to land on the ground. When asked about a backup plan, the commander confirmed that if it fails, they will do everything to lure it down and hope that their taunting skills work, because only on the ground do they stand a chance to defeat it. The defensive warriors in heavy armor tighten their weapons ready to face death. Hyun Sung stands among them with a passionate look as he observes the situation. Although the army has begun bombing, it still seems unable to inflict significant damage on that tough scale. A full-scale attack order is issued, and all mages and archers immediately take their positions to intercept. Watching the opponent's strength, Pai Dung concluded that this dragon is so powerful, it cannot be compared to Imuji or the previous clan leader. A rain of energy poured down, causing earth-shattering explosions on the red dragon's body. The commander roared and signaled for the decisive attack upon noticing the opening. But the red dragon suddenly roared in fury, its glowing eyes fixed directly on the tiny figures. It's as if it has found its enemy. Overwhelmed by its superior power, the warriors scream in desperation. Damn it! They hurriedly shout to activate their defensive skills, but it's already too late. A giant stream of fire swept across the battlefield, engulfing all defenses in a sea of blazing flames. The red dragon has landed on the ground, but the situation remains grim, as it still fights fiercely amidst the encirclement of players. The warrior clenched his teeth and cursed in horror as he realized that despite unleashing everything he had, the monster's wings remained intact with not a single scratch. The dragon roared threateningly before suddenly spewing a giant stream of fire, incinerating everything in its path. At the command center, the official, with a worried and distorted face, pressed his head and questioned about the casualties after the devastating attack. His trembling subordinate checked the information on the tablet, stammered, and then froze in shock to report. "All the players are still safe," the official, unable to believe his own eyes, roared in astonishment. "What? It's really strange that no one got hurt." The subordinate hurriedly reports that the monster is lowering its altitude again to prepare for the next assault. Immediately, a decisive all-out attack order is issued. All troops launch their attack amidst a sea of blazing fire, with the top player simultaneously taking action. Joseph brandishes his sword with great power while Choi Hoo-young and Shin Jun-ae also unleash their strongest skills directly at the monster. The monster spread its enormous wings, releasing an overwhelming pressure that made the players below look up in tense surprise. At the command center, the subordinate once again confirmed clearly, to everyone's amazement, "All the players are safe. How come they dodge attacks so well in this battle?" The red dragon snarled and growled, releasing a terrifying pressure that made the space seem to freeze. Faced with its menacing presence, the official boldly shouted out an order: "Full-scale attack." Now the arena is engulfed in the monster's roar. The furious hunters rush forward shouting, "Kill it!" Their sharp swords repeatedly strike the fiery red scales, but only produce harmless sparks that leave no wounds. A muscular warrior grits his teeth in frustration. "How is it so hard? I can't pierce through that red aura." In the midst of the deadlock, Shin Jun-ae suddenly appears and charges forward with wind-breaking speed. She stomps hard to gain momentum and then delivers a powerful spear thrust, causing a massive energy explosion right on the dragon's body. Not only Jun-ae joined the battle, but Choi Hoon-sung also officially entered with his purple electric wing sword radiating a fierce aura. He charged down like a lightning bolt, unleashing a thunderous strike that plunged the entire area into a dazzling purple light. But seeing that the monster was unharmed, Brother Zheng couldn't help but be amazed and exclaimed, "Is the attack useless?" The fierce battle lasted for 9 hours, leaving a devastated battlefield as dawn broke. The heavily armored warriors collapse, unable to resist the absolute power of the monster. Witnessing the horrifying scene, the official clenches his teeth in helplessness. "Damn it!" As soon as I received the report that the evacuation of Sit and the surrounding areas was complete, he immediately issued the order. The entire army retreats. Seeing the exhausted players, he insists that continuing to sacrifice now is pointless. Staying to face it when resources are depleted only leads to a meaningless death. At a strategic meeting, the image of the sleeping dragon was then displayed on the large screen for analysis. A glasses-wearing expert remarked that it seemed to be a creature with extremely defensive traits. This information caused the hall to start buzzing with discussion. When the official requesting more details pressed for an explanation, the expert confirmed that the dragon's enormous magical energy was being used solely for defense. Regarding its attack capability, the dragon's breath, although the only ranged weapon, is not as powerful as expected. The analyst states that while it is a threat to ordinary people, for high-level players, this attack is only comparable to a rare monster's skill. However, he specifically warned about its terrifying physical strength, as the real threat comes from the tremendous impact force emitted by its massive body. The analyst further commented that despite its formidable power, the red dragon's speed is only rated at a hero-level monster. While this is a major threat to those whose stats rely heavily on physical strength, agile close combat assassins can completely avoid it. The expert wearing glasses added that focusing on a close combat assassin team could minimize casualties for players. Faced with this hypothesis, Choi Hoo-young expressed concern that the firepower would be significantly reduced and proposed a bold plan to have close combat assassins carry mages and archers on their backs to fight. While the assassins focus on dodging and moving, the long-range shooters will concentrate their fire, and when their magic runs out, the assassins will directly finish off the target. The official nodded in approval of the idea, but another player remained skeptical about whether that tactic could break through the red dragon's defenses. If you can't break through, the losses will be enormous. On the big screen, images of the devastating explosions on the dragon's body are replayed once again. Shin Jun-ae quietly admitted that although she had faced many defensive monsters, cases like the red dragon were truly the first she had encountered. Hui Sung also agreed set with that assessment. Another veteran expert pointed out that the key lies in the red aura surrounding the dragon. If it can be eliminated, there is hope to inflict damage. But at the moment, that seems impossible. Returning to the hotel as night falls, Jun-ae looks at Hun Sung and advises him to go back to Korea soon. She realizes that neither of them can contribute much in this red encounter when the opponent's power is overwhelming. Hun Sung gently smiled and said he would try to attack a little more. If it really wasn't possible, he would follow her back to Korea. Hearing that, Jun-ae mercy. Jae sighed in relief and promised to report to the Korean Player Association that he was about to return home. Finally, she managed to lure him back, and the mission was nearly complete. After saying goodbye to Jun-ae, Hun Sung returned to his room deep in thought. He knew that a legendary dragon-type monster like this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and if he missed it, he didn't know when he would encounter it again. Lying on the bed, he frantically scrolls through the item categories on the system to find a feasible solution. Suddenly, his eyes widen in shock as he sees a strange item appear on the screen. It is a rare item called Specialized Snack for Drake, priced at nearly 10 million points. According to the description, it is a nutritious food made from monster remains and magic stones that dragon species love very much. Brother Dung was stunned, muttering in amazement. A specialized snack food? Trying to hit it again? Are you going to buy it some nourishing food to fight me? Brother Shung sat quietly on the bed, attentively watching the system screen displaying information about the snack for Drake. I thought they only sold monster eggs, but I didn't expect they also sell snacks. When I read the item reviews, I paid special attention to the detail that some users complained that monsters sometimes choke on their necks because they try to swallow this snack. A bold idea suddenly came to mind, he thought to himself. Getting choked sometimes? If I plan carefully, it might actually work. With a determined look, he decided to place the order, or maybe just try buying it. As soon as he confirmed the purchase, a system notification appeared congratulating him on obtaining the rare level snack for Drake. A giant piece of meat with marbling suddenly appears right in the middle of the room, making Hun Sung exclaim in amazement. It's huge! At this point, he's wearing his combat armor and begins to worry whether this size is too small for a red dragon. It's a big piece of meat for a human, but for a dragon it might be just right? Still, he decided to take action. Let's first go and check it out. In the distant mountainous area, the US Army has begun a missile barrage, causing earth-shaking explosions that shake the entire space. Standing from afar and observing the powerful firepower of the leading superpower, Hun Sung silently marvels. The US military is indeed formidable. Then, he extends his hand forward, activating a dark space vortex to retrieve the giant bait from the storage. The heavy piece of meat falls to the ground right in the middle of the smoky battlefield. Hun Sung stands alert, ready for the next move. Sniffing the enticing scent, the giant red dragon immediately froze, its fiery eyes constantly searching for the source of that aroma. It starts to squeal excitedly and approaches with heavy steps that shake the ground. Watching the monster fall into the trap, Hun Sung narrows his eyes, observing its every move, silently thinking, "This guy. Eat all you want, but make sure you choke." Although the smell of gunpowder from the bombardment still lingered strongly, the red dragon could faintly smell the enticing aroma of the snack and began to move closer, its heavy steps shaking the ground. From afar, the male lead slightly smirks. All right, let's see what happens this time. He raised his hand to signal, and immediately the giant glowing piece of meat appeared before his eyes. Brother decisively drove his sword deep into the meat, causing a surge of purple magic to flare up and seep into every fiber. A calculating smile spreads across his face as he senses the change. The system notifications keep ringing out as the meat begins to contract and shake violently, as if gathering a tremendous amount of energy. He watches nervously and thinks to himself, as long as it gets stuck in the right spot. If it swallows it whole, what would Hun Sung's attitude be? Heh, the round chunk of meat on the ground. It heads straight for the lying red dragon. Sensing the approaching strange object, the beast softly growls before opening its fiery eyes in alertness. The red dragon fixates on the rolling prey, unable to resist the alluring scent, and immediately opens its massive mouth to snatch the gift falling from the sky. The red dragon spread its wings wide, unleashing an overwhelming pressure that made the entire sky tremble. Hun Sung held his breath, watching and wondering. Did it succeed? Suddenly, the dragon collapsed. The red dragon growled softly in a threatening tone. Observing the situation, Brother Shung thought to himself, "Good, for now I should join the execution team." The roar of helicopters echoed across the sky as reinforcements began landing on the battlefield. At the scene, the soldiers with giant shields formed their ranks, and the officials shouted loudly to give the order to fight. Immediately, a barrage of missiles was launched, causing earth-shattering explosions right on the red dragon's body. Under the relentless bombardment, the beast was thrown back and slammed hard into the ground. Behind them, the mages simultaneously activate their magic circles and shout their attack commands. Amid the chaos of the battlefield, the giant red dragon stands tall facing the tiny players. You keep watching intently and wonder when the signal will arrive. Suddenly, a system notification appears, causing him to exclaim, "Oh, that's good news. The only legendary Dragonblood sword item has officially leveled up." Seeing the sword deeply embedded in a critical spot, he silently feels satisfied. It's already stuck in very deep. Luckily, the plan didn't fail. The sword he embedded in the flesh is now probably lodged in the dragon's throat. Brother Shung silently vowed to keep a close watch on the battle as the dragon frantically fought back against attacks from all sides. The official, tapping his head, continued to urge, "Attack even harder." It's working. The mages are now exhausted and panting from mana depletion after maintaining the firepower for so long. Seeing the danger approaching, he immediately ordered the mages to retreat and only close combat assassins were allowed to attack. Immediately, a series of powerful attacks were launched straight at the red dragon's head. 10 days had passed and the battle remained intense, revealing the exhaustion of key combatants. Although they kept switching teams to maintain firepower, defeating this monster remained a very challenging task. Brother Shung carefully observed the battlefield and quietly concluded that the end might be very near. At that moment, a system notification sounded unexpectedly, causing him to stop in surprise. The status window displayed that the linked item, the Dragonblood sword, had officially been upgraded successfully. However, he sighed softly in regret when he realized it still hadn't reached the legendary rank as he hoped. He told himself it was reasonable since the sword had only absorbed the blood of 2 legendary dragon species. Suddenly, a major event occurs on the battlefield as the dragon's formidable defenses begin to crack, and a cheer erupts with excitement. The attack has taken effect. A series of earth-shattering explosions rain down on the red dragon's body, causing it to writhe uncontrollably. The red dragon roared in agony as it endured a merciless rain of firepower. Amidst the fiery sky, a circle of energy suddenly appeared, revealing Joseph plunging down from above at a wind-breaking speed. His eyes blazing with madness, his face showing extreme excitement as he found the enemy's fatal weakness. Joseph strikes straight, unleashing a fiery attack on the top of the red dragon's head, creating a massive column of fire that engulfs the entire target in a destructive wave of energy. Having just taken a direct hit and been assaulted by firepower, the red dragon roared in pain from the deadly final blow. Joseph, with eyes blazing with power, poured all his spirit into the final strike. The commander, realizing a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, roared and frantically ordered the entire army to attack. A series of dazzling magic skills descended simultaneously, creating earth-shattering explosions that engulfed the monster. Under immense pressure, the giant body of the red dragon begins to disintegrate in massive explosions as cheers echo throughout the battlefield. We did it. We've defeated it. The hunters and soldiers can't hide their excitement. They embrace each other, celebrating their triumphant victory after hours of life-and-death combat. But amidst the joy, a strange purple smoke suddenly rises from the scene. Wendung watched from afar with a cold gaze, quietly muttering as he summoned his sight towards the celebrating figures. He sneered inwardly. Fools! He knew the trap he had set, and he reminded himself, I told you not to mess around. Immediately after, a mysterious purple glowing skill book fell to the ground. The official, with a proud stride, approached, eyes fixed intently on the newly appeared item. The players around started whispering excitedly about the loot. I wonder how many legendary items dropped. It should be at least 3 or 4 of them. Even Joseph is full of hope. I just hope the red aura skill drops. The official bent down to pick up the book, but as soon as he saw the information inside, he clenched his teeth and cursed. Damn it! Seeing the strange behavior, his subordinates anxiously pressed for answers. What's going on? The official's face darkened, showing utter shock. The official ruffled William's hair and roared in utter fury. So what is really going on? He angrily threw the skill book he just picked up at Joseph. Joseph caught it quickly, but was also surprised and asked William, What's wrong with you? But as soon as he looked at the cover of the book, Joseph's face immediately changed. Are you crazy? A blonde-haired man with a goatee and a red cloak walks in slowly, looking confused by the panic of those around him. What's the story behind all this that everyone is like this? Everyone was curious and confused about why the big shots were so angry. The crowd started to gather around to check out the only loot that fell from the red dragon. The blonde-haired man picks up the book and falls silent for a moment as whispers of disappointment spread around. A steel skill book? One team member couldn't hold back their anger and shouted loudly. Isn't this just a rare item book worth only $300,000? They frantically asked if any other items had dropped, but the only response I got was a bitter shake of the head. This is the only one. The entire hall erupted in curses filled with anger over the disastrous outcome of a legendary red cup. Meanwhile, Choi Hyun-sung quietly watched the sword in his hand and secretly felt pleased. The last drop has finally been drained. It seems that all the essence and blood of the red dragon have been completely devoured by the blood dragon sword. So the culprit stealing the precious item is the sword itself? Immediately, a series of system notifications confirmed that the Blood Dragon Sword had officially reached the legendary rank with outstanding stats, especially its ability to greatly increase attack and recovery speed when absorbing Dragon Blood. Not stopping there, 2 new skills, Dragon Blood Claw and Legendary Dragon Blood Armor, were also activated. Hyun-sung smiled coldly with satisfaction. Oh ho, there's another new skill added. Red Dragon, thank you! After the resounding victory, a grand ceremony was held to honor you. Choi Hui-sung and Shin Jun-ae, dressed in elegant suits, stand solemnly to receive medals of honor for their significant contributions to the United States. As the applause from the crowd continues, they quickly head to Korea International Airport to return home. He smiled and waved goodbye to Shin Jun-ae before returning to his luxurious villa with Lucia as night fell, feeling truly relaxed to be back in his homeland and in his beloved house after days of hard work in America. Hyun-sung enjoys a warm family meal with Lucia. The atmosphere is filled with laughter as everyone chats happily, leaving all the fighting stress behind. Meanwhile, at the Player Association headquarters, a stern-faced official is fiercely questioning why player Choi Hui-sung isn't hunting. President Kang Sung-yang of the association calmly replied, I don't know. Maybe after working hard in America, he's taking some time to recharge his energy? When asked about Shinzune, he said she is currently almost living in the dungeon to train. Neither of them can be seen anywhere, and no one comes to greet him. The official clearly shows his displeasure, secretly criticizing the arrogance of the opponent who dares to cause trouble here before officially taking office. Kang San-yang remains firm, asserting that whether to hunt or not is entirely the player's personal freedom. He emphasized that even as the chairman of the association, he had no right to force or order them to do this or that. Not willing to back down, the official coldly reminded him of his status as a candidate for minister to exert pressure. This arrogant official confidently claims that he is already a minister and Kang Son-ye's direct superior, shouting boastfully, "Is that all you can say?" Lai Dongmon stood up sharply, glaring down and reprimanding. "If your superior points out your mistake, you should admit I was wrong and say I will fix it. Why are you spouting such excuses? Who do you think you're showing that face to now? Are you saying that what I said makes you uncomfortable? You two keep arguing back and forth endlessly." Kang San-young looked at the man in front of him with contempt and wondered why the government could appoint someone like him. He coldly replied, "Minister Lee Jong-mon, the player association and affiliated players are not subordinate relationships. Even if we sign a contract, we have no authority to order them to hunt or not." This answer made Lee Jong-mon ask in surprise, "Then why do we have to pay signing bonuses and annual salaries to them?" Kang San-yang remained calm and explained that the players under the association are the first to be sent into battle in case of emergencies. At the same time, they are also implementing an emergency standby mode, but Lai Dongmon still refuses to understand and insists that just issuing a summons is enough. He slammed the table and shouted, "The association is currently heavily in debt. Wasting the people's taxes like this, how can you tolerate it?" Kang San-yang's eyes narrowed in response to the blatant insult. "Wasting taxpayers' money? You're going too far with that remark." This statement is like pouring oil on the fire, making Lai Dongmon stunned and glaring threateningly. "What? What did you just say?" Losing his composure after being contradicted by his subordinate. Kang Shan-wai frowned and firmly stated that the player association has never wasted the people's tax money. He coldly added a challenge. "If you're so worried, go ahead and conduct an inspection after officially taking office as minister." Lai Dongmon gently closed his eyes, pretending to concede. "Fine, let's forget about that." But immediately he changed his tone sharply and said that accepting bribes and huge salaries while only partying and dancing was neglecting their duties, and it must be corrected immediately. Under pressure from the official, Kang San-wei could only suppress his anger and reply, "I will try." Lee Jong-mon did not stop there. He continued to give orders for his upcoming inauguration ceremony. At that time, let Brother Shung and all the players participating in Legend Red be present in full. Once again, Kang San only responded with a reluctant reply. Lai Dongmon smugly turned away, his footsteps echoing arrogantly on the floor. Clearly pleased with himself as he lifted his chin, he muttered contemptuously, "How could such an incompetent person be the president of the player association?" When the minister gave the order, he should have simply replied, "I will follow the minister's letter." Behind Kang San-young, he stood silently with a grim face of anger as the meeting room door slammed shut, marking the end of the tense conversation. A few days later, at the association headquarters, a new crisis struck. Kang San-yang hurriedly answered the phone, demanding to know why this quarter's budget had been cut. The other side calmly replied that it was due to the government's budget shortage. This unreasonable answer made Kang San-yang furious and shout, "Impossible! How can the national budget operate for a whole year and still be short? Is that something you can really accept? How can the government be short of funds? Maybe they're just trying to block the Hunters Association." Kang San-young looked at his phone showing a missed call from Minister Lai Dongmon and gritted his teeth, cursing this crazy bastard. Just then, a knock on the door interrupted his thoughts. The female secretary hurriedly entered the room looking distressed and said, "President of the association, you need to see this." To his surprise, she presented a viral video exposing the corruption of the player association. While in a dark dungeon, a horde of fallen enemies with blazing blue eyes continue to surround. Winsung casually walks through the battlefield and tells Lucia, "Just a little more and then we'll go to Canada." Lucia nods in agreement. "Yes." Immediately, a monster roared fiercely and charged to attack, but Lucia quickly used her giant shield to block its strike. With monsters like these in the mine, neither of them would tire easily. Winsung also joined the fight. He leapt into the air and descended with brutal attacks, causing the scene to erupt with earth-shattering explosions. A sudden system notification appeared, recognizing a legendary level achievement for single-handedly defeating 10,000 high-level monsters. The reward is a powerful legendary level slaughterer title. Brother Shung informs his allies. "Lucia, I have completed the achievement," she replied softly. "I'm done too." After leaving the dungeon and returning to the city, Hui Shung suddenly paused when he looked at his phone. Seeing the strange expression on the owner's face, Lucia asked worriedly, "What's wrong?" "Sir." Hui Shung calmly replied that the execution team members are asking if they can cancel the contract with the Players Association. Lucia wondered if it was because they hadn't been cared for that this situation arose. He recalled that the association had indeed neglected them for a long time. Although everyone is growing up very quickly on their own, Hui Shung is certain there must be another reason behind this instability. Tramnagam decides that he should return to Korea to check things out. As soon as he returned to the country, he immediately stopped by an electronics store and was surprised to hear from the manager that the support funds had been missing for over 4 months. Winsung hurriedly checked his personal account and sighed, realizing the situation was worse than he thought. Even Long Tu from the association hasn't received any transfer for 2 months? He immediately called Jun-ae to clarify the situation. On the other end, Jun-ae answered the phone with a tired expression. "Hello, this is Choi Hui-sung speaking." She gently smiles in relief. "Hui-sung-si, get straight to the point. I still haven't received my salary for the past 2 months. Jun-A sighed and admitted that there are currently some pretty headache-inducing issues. Can I know what that is about, given your curiosity? It's a bit difficult to explain over the phone. I think we should meet in person to discuss this better and clarify what is happening while you're away. And he agreed firmly. Then let's do that. After a while at the coffee shop, Huin-sung smiled and greeted her. It's been a long time since we last met. Jun-A nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Yes, Huin-sung couldn't hide his curiosity about the current chaos. Why did everything suddenly turn out like this? The execution team members say they haven't been paid for 4 months, and even the support funds have been cut off. Do you know that the government just changed recently? Huin-sung confirmed. Of course I do, because I also voted. Jun-A quietly revealed the real reason behind everything. It seems the new government wants to shrink the player association. Huin-sung asked in surprise, what does that mean? Shinjun-ah explained in a low voice that government support had been cut so severely that the association could hardly maintain its current size, initially thinking it was the tyranny of the new minister Lee Jong-man. But in reality, that's not the case. The government is putting pressure on the player association from all sides. From budget cuts to inspections and constant media attacks every day, I don't know what they want to do anymore, or if they plan to disband the association. Huin-sung angrily exclaimed, no. Could the government really be going crazy? Jun-A looked at him and confirmed that they are attacking with a very clear purpose. When he questioned the goal, she revealed that it was to shrink the association and cause talented people to leave. Huin-sung couldn't help but be stunned. Huh? Isn't that purpose crazy? It seems that there have been illegal dealings between the current government and major corporations. When asked who would benefit the most if the association weakens, Huin-sung immediately guessed it would definitely be the major gangs. So what does privatization have to do with those behind it being connected to the government? She also agrees with that idea. But Huin-sung still couldn't understand why the people allowed this to happen. When asked about the opposition, Jun-A said that public opinion was now deeply divided. Although some people have recognized the government's intentions and are strongly opposing, the demand for reforming the association is also very strong. Huin-sung sighed with frustration while Jun-A explained that the association has been heavily criticized by the media and turned into a villain in the eyes of the public, making the reform advocates grow even more powerful. On the opposition side, Jun-A revealed that they had also started to stay silent after the initial fierce reactions, perhaps because they had received some hidden benefits. Jun-A added that public opinion was already quite unfriendly due to the damages from the raid incident. And although they seemed enthusiastic, a significant portion of the people still despised the players, considering them a privileged class walking arrogantly on Huisong Street. Suddenly, he paused, a bold idea flashing through his mind. And after a moment of contemplation, he wondered whether it was really necessary to save the Players Association. With a calculating smile, he quietly muttered to himself, maybe I should just swallow the punch and privatize it altogether. Confirming confidently over the phone, yes, I can fully support that. The protagonist smiled and replied, all right, I will contact you again after finishing the work. The call ended late at night. He crossed his legs on his desk in his private office and began to ponder. He wondered whether the enormous capital from China or the financial strength of the major domestic corporations was the more worth considering at this moment. He concluded that even if the major domestic corporations put in all their effort, they would still struggle to compete. At that moment, the phone kept ringing non-stop. Please have Jun-A call with a bewildered tone. Huin-sung-si, you previously said you fully understood the situation of the association. Why did you suddenly want to cancel the contract? Jun-A felt disappointed with his actions. Huin-sung calmly replied that although he understood, he couldn't keep waiting in vain forever. Seeing Jun-A hesitate, he continued to share the new information he had just learned about the Spacegate Management Department, putting heavy pressure on him. Not only that, he also knew that Jun-A was a key target of their attacks. Jun-A admitted that besides the assaults, she also received numerous invitations from Jong-mo to lure her away from the organization. Huin-sung guesses she has refused everything, and Jun-A clenches her fists with firm determination. Of course, it was them who pushed the association into this desperate situation. How could I possibly submit? The male lead slowly walks to the window and asks in a low voice, you really want to take revenge on them, right? Run. Confidently affirmed that he definitely wanted revenge. Smiling with a calculating look, he revealed that he possessed a method that could make them taste real suffering. This shocking information left Jun-A stunned and asking for confirmation. The main character coldly set the condition, I had an offer for you earlier. When hearing the word proposal, Run-A asked curiously, proposal? Just say it. The male lead gets straight to the point. If it's a guild I establish, would you want to join? He has decided to establish the guild just as he boldly thought before. This unexpected invitation leaves Jun-A stunned. She could only exclaim in surprise. Huh? Still can't believe what he just heard. Jun-A asked urgently. What did you just say? Brother Sung-si is planning to establish a guild? After receiving a firm confirmation. Yes, I do have that plan. Her eyes became passionate. Jun-A firmly states that she has no intention of leaving the player association. Hearing that, the male lead quietly asks if her love for her country is what's keeping her there. I appreciate the offer, but I can't leave my teammates behind and go alone. With the heavy responsibility on her shoulders, she firmly declared that she had no intention of standing by and watching the association fall apart so easily. Hearing that, Hunsung smiled with a knowing look. Then everyone come over to my place. If that's the case, the association just changes its leader's name. Seeing Jun-A's confusion, he laughed loudly and explained, I mean, you should bring all your teammates here. It would be great if President Kang of the Y Hunting Association could come along too. Jun-Ah begins to realize his grand ambition. She speaks softly. I understand what you're thinking, but I have no intention of abandoning any player belonging to the guild. Then just transfer all the players under the association here. She believes that thing is not as simple as you are saying. Jun-A pressed further. Do you know how many players are currently affiliated with the guild? She said that even after excluding those on duty, the number still exceeds 5,000 people. To compare, the size of major guilds run by large corporations like Ong is only around 450 members each. And the association has more than 10 times the number of members of a guild. Jun-A believes that it is impossible for people to unite and pool their personal funds to establish a guild in the form of a cooperative. In response to that skepticism, the male lead smiled confidently and said, I have no intention of forming a guild as a cooperative. This answer left Jun-A stunned and asking back in amazement, Huh? What do you mean? Brother Sheng looked straight at his phone and confirmed confidently, I will provide all the players under the guild with Daiyu that are equal or even much better than now. With a determined look, he made his final proposal. So, let them all move to my place at the same time. Sometime later at a cafe, Kang San-Wei and Shin Jun-A arrive at the same time. Seeing Hunsung, he greets him. Long time no see. What can I get for you, Hunsung? Yes, that's right. Chairman Kang San-Yang. As soon as I sat down, I got straight to the point with a serious face. I'll ask directly. What method can make the government and big corporations taste defeat? Is this how you previously brought down former Minister La Hyanggu? After being pressured by the government and the minister himself, he always planned to take revenge someday. Hunsung slightly smirked, seeming like he still couldn't give up on the player association. Kang San-Mi responded thoughtfully. Well, as long as we can turn public opinion around, I believe the association can still maintain its current size. He looked at him and advised, Hunsung-si, there's no need for you to take on the burden of establishing a new guild full of trouble yourself. Jun-A was stunned as Kang San-Yang continued to emphasize, Hunsung-si, even if it's for the future of this country, before the plea of the guild president, Kang San-Wai bowed deeply and earnestly. Please help me just this once, I beg you. Seeing that, Choi Hunsung quickly stopped him and said, Don't do this, Mr. President. Let me speak first. Kang San-Wai took a deep breath and replied, Go ahead. Hunsung began to explain that the information he had gathered so far was basically the same as what the chairman knew. Kang San-Yi was stunned and asked, What do you mean by that? Hunsung calmly scratched his head and admitted that he still hadn't found concrete evidence of secret dealings between the current government and the major corporations. Is having evidence necessary or not? It doesn't matter if they have secret deals or not to take advantage of this. This makes the chairman worry and wonder how he can carry out his revenge plan without evidence. It was only then that Shin Jun-A spoke up, asserting that the main reason the government wanted to downsize the association was to support the big corporations and to carry out their plan to drain the talent pool. She emphasized that they are specifically targeting both Hyun-Sung and herself. Hyun-Sung's eyes turned cold. What if all those plans turn out to be nothing but smoke and mirrors? Kang San-Yang looked confused as he revealed his intention to turn the player association from a government-affiliated organization into a private guild run by an individual. He is confident this will be a powerful blow that makes both the government and corporations taste defeat, as they are just changing their signs. But Kang Sa remains skeptical about its feasibility and firmly opposes. Even if it were feasible, I still oppose it. He clenched his fist firmly and argued that a private guild would always prioritize profit, making it impossible to make decisions that accept losses for the country's future. Hunsung immediately countered, saying that government organizations are no better when corruption is spreading from Spacegate management to lower-level agencies. He looked directly at his opponent and affirmed that although it might be rude to the association's chairman, the player association is no different. Kang San-Wai admits those negatives are real, but remains firm that the positive impacts the association brings are much greater. He believes that the wrongdoings can be completely eliminated step by step if there is determination. But Hunsung immediately retorted with a look full of suspicion, believing that with corruption spreading and deepening as it is now, self-reform is almost impossible. They both have valid points in their arguments. Seeing that they couldn't find common ground, Hunsung looked directly at his opponent and made a shocking proposal. If the association president comes to my guild, I will give him the position of guildmaster. Not only that, he also promised to give Jun-A the vice guildmaster position. Hunsung believes that the trust of the players in both of them is immense, and that is the strongest foundation for running a new organization. He affirms that if anything goes wrong in the future, he is willing to step aside and let them manage the guild independently. Brother Sheng smiles confidently and says, I will leave the management of the guild to you to decide. I will not interfere whether it's running the emergency response team or actively supporting low-level players. The future talents of the country. Jun-A was stunned by this generosity, while Kang San-Yang still couldn't help but doubt and asked again if he was truly serious about the offer. Everyone doubted whether this was real. But after receiving a firm answer from Hun Sung, Kang San-yang still questioned the feasibility of the plan. He asked if he knew how severely the annual budget of the Player Association had been cut, and Sung calmly admitted that the initial investment would be a huge sum, but he was confident there would never be a loss. He revealed that during his time in the US, many top-tier investors expressed interest in funding him. With a confident and decisive look, Hun Sung affirmed that as soon as he announced the formation of the guild, he could immediately mobilize up to 30 trillion, leaving Kang San-yang stunned by this incredible financial potential. Kang San-yang repeats the figure of 30 trillion with a tense expression, acknowledging that it is indeed a very large sum of money. Seeing that, Hun Sung calmly asked back, "I think it's quite enough, or maybe still lacking." The chairman of the association pondered and thought that although it was not a small amount of money, considering the scale of operation, it was not necessarily an enormous sum. He has been the chairman of the association for so many years that he knows exactly how much money is needed. Kang-san, I began doing detailed calculations to prove it, with over 500 high-level players under the association. If we assume an average kickback fee of about 30 billion per person, 15 trillion would disappear immediately. That's not even counting their annual salaries along with the kickback fees and bonuses for thousands of mid-level and low-level players. He concluded that 30 trillion is actually a pretty tight figure to maintain a large guild. Hearing this, Hun Sung suddenly realized he hadn't explained it clearly enough. I smile and clarify. It seems I didn't explain clearly enough. The 30 trillion I mentioned is not WoW money. This statement left Kang San-ye stunned and asking back, "What? What do you mean?" Brother Shung looked straight into the chairman's eyes and firmly confirmed that it was stone dollar. In Korean currency, that's an enormous amount. Since the appearance of space gates and monsters, the world order has undergone tremendous changes. The US federal government has seized the opportunity to issue the stone dollar backed by magical stones to curb the influence of the Federal Reserve. Since its inception, its value has skyrocketed, making the international community now prefer the stone dollar over the traditional dollar. Faced with Kang San-yang's shock, Stone Delasso, Hun Sung explains that because his close investors are all foreigners, they use that unit. If converted to W currency, the amount would be about 300 trillion G. Confidently, he asks, "Is this amount enough?" In front of him, both Kang San-yang and Shin Jun-ae were frozen, speechless. Seeing their silence, he added, "Why aren't you two saying anything? Could it still be missing? You're really good at fighting, but when it comes to calculating money, you're a bit naive." Kang San-yang still couldn't shake his suspicion. He wondered if those investors really poured 300 trillion into Hu Young or not. To avoid making them wait, Hun Sung immediately picks up the phone and calls Ma Bol-seo, straightforwardly informing him that he's about to establish a gang and demanding the promised investment be transferred immediately. After hanging up, he told Jun-ae that he would send her the investment company's account number via message. While Kang San-yang was still anxiously watching, Hun Sung calmly ended the call. Suddenly, his phone rang, signaling the money had arrived. He calmly announced, "Well, roughly 30 trillion stone dollars have already been deposited into the account." Kang San-wai was stunned, stammering to ask if that was really true. On the phone screen, Yamato Company's banking app displays the shocking number of 300 trillion. Now you have to believe it because the money is right in front of you. Kang San-wai stared at the screen, sweating profusely from the shock. He honestly admitted, "Are you really serious?" Hun Sung crossed his arms confidently and asked back if he looked like someone who would lie to respectable people like them. The chairman of the association scratched his cheek nervously, admitting that the amount was too large to believe immediately and even questioning whether this banking app might be fake. Hun Sung firmly confirmed that it was true and told him to just trust. Kang San-wai pondered for a moment before speaking up, wanting to clarify something. He worries that the investors who put in such a huge amount of capital will definitely try to interfere with the guild's management, but Haidong coldly dismisses it, saying they can't do that. Once the money has been exchanged, what right do they have to interfere? He insists that as long as the guild gets back on track and receives their fair share of profits, that's enough. Still, Kang San-wai remains worried and questions whether they might suddenly demand to recover their investment. The unexpected turn of events leaves the chairman in disbelief, unable to believe what's happening. Hun Sung firmly states that the investment contract clearly stipulates that the partner has no right to interfere in management and that unilateral withdrawal of funds is also impossible. Hearing this, Kang SNY cannot help but be amazed. He silently wondered if the US government was behind this huge deal to pressure Hun Sung if the investment failed, clenched his fist with determination and vowed at all costs to steer the new gang onto the right track so as not to lose a talent like him to America. Hun Sung looked straight at the chairman and asked if he was confident he could persuade the players under the association. Kang San-wai confidently replied, "Of course, even if not everyone, I believe I can persuade the majority of them." With that commitment, Hun Sung decisively said, "Let's proceed immediately." Kang San-yang nodded in agreement. "I will do as you say." So, the association officially changed its name after the negotiations ended. Immediately afterward, resignation letters from Kang San-yang and Shin Jun-ae were sent out. Seeing this, Minister Lai Dong-man smiled smugly and sarcastically remarked that finally, they had to submit and take pride in the fact that his plan to loosen the regulations had been effective. He secretly thought he didn't expect Kang San-yang to decide to resign so early. Lee Dong-ma sneered in contempt, believing that a player should only focus on hunting and bringing back magic stones, not deserve the title of president of the association. He picked up the phone and muttered sarcastically that if Kang San-wai had been a bit smarter, he could have enjoyed quite a few benefits. On the other end, a middle-aged man with gray hair and a dignified appearance politely greeted him. Yes, Minister. Lee Dong-man proudly announces that Choi Hui-sung and Shin Jun-ae have officially terminated their contracts with the Player Association. The man showed clear surprise. Yes. Is that true? Lee Dong-man confidently asserts that with this, he has fulfilled all the promises he made earlier. The dissolution of the association was planned in advance to oust the leaders, and Lee Hee-young from Oh-sung Group smiles smugly on the phone. All thanks to Minister Lee. I will have a reward for you. In response to that enthusiasm, Minister Lee simply chuckled contentedly. There's no need for that. Not only Ong, but many other major players from top corporations are also very excited, believing that the juicy opportunity from dissolving the Player Association is completely in their hands. In the office, Lee Dong-man relaxedly leaned back in his chair, a greedy look on his face as he smugly wondered, haha, how much is all this worth? But just as I was dreaming of the huge fortune I was about to receive, Lee Hun-kook's phone rang again, interrupting my thoughts. What is going on? Did they disband the guild just to target these two people? Lee Dong-man was stunned and exclaimed, what? He hurriedly tries to shirk responsibility. That's something I can't interfere with. Probably stolen by another company. He even angrily reminded that Lee Hae-eung would handle all the logistics himself. But Lee Hee-hun-kook was extremely angry right now and said through clenched teeth, if it was taken by another company, I could understand. Do you know who the leader of the guild those two joined is? It's Kang San-yang, the former president of the Player Association. This information left L. Jong-man in shock, unable to believe his ears. Lee Hun-kook then revealed an even more brutal truth. Not only those two, but all the high-level players affiliated with the guild, the main targets for recruitment, have all switched to the guild led by Kang San-yang. He's furious, shouting into the phone, what exactly have you been doing with this matter? If things keep going like this, we won't gain any benefits, right? After this, we'll lose everything and still have to catch fish. What's the point anymore? Haha, Lee Dong-man tries to cover up by shifting the blame back. Aunt, isn't that your mistake? I was just doing my part. But Lee Hun-kook immediately retorted with a cold threat. Should I pass on exactly what you just said to the chairman? Hearing this, the minister started sweating profusely and stammered, asking, what? Lee Hun-kook reiterated the threat firmly, causing Lee Dong-man to remain silent in fear. The other side of this line continued with a firm order. Immediately investigate the gang that Kang Sa just established and then find a way to dismantle it at all costs. If there are no flaws, then create some yourself. Do you understand? Under the heavy pressure, Lee Dong-ma grits his teeth and replies, I understand. Lee Hun-kook warned that if the plan fails, other group chairmen will surely not stand by and watch their share be stolen. Faced with a dilemma, Lee Dong-man could only promise, I will do my best. Lee Hun-kook coldly concludes with a direct threat. If you want to live peacefully after stepping down as minister, you'd better do your job properly. The call ended, leaving a tense silence behind. I don't know where this trouble suddenly came from into my mind. Lee Dong-man, furious, rips his hand through his hair, his face contorted with pressure and rage. He grits his teeth and growls in helplessness. Damn it! Two subordinates bring a mountain of documents and place them on Lee's desk in the manhwa. He picks up the file and mutters the name Emoto Gang. As he read the information, his face suddenly turned pale with shock. What? He couldn't believe his eyes when he saw the number written on the paper. The charter capital was only a mere 100 million. Lee Dong-ma furrowed his brow, pondering whether Jun-ae and Choi Hun-sung joined this place solely out of personal feelings. He pondered silently, thinking that according to the analysis, Choi Hun-sung is someone with a very strong personality. So why would he make such an unreasonable choice? At that moment, the subordinate timidly spoke up. What now? Minister Lee Dong-man asked irritably. The trembling subordinate reported a shocking truth. Kang San-wai has no stake in the gang at all. He insisted that he was actually just a puppet leader registered officially. Lee Dong-man was stunned and asked sharply, so who is the biggest shareholder of the Emoto gang? The subordinate stammered and replied, yes, it's player Choi Hun-sung. This news is like a thunderbolt to him. Now is the impossible chance to win Hun-sung over. At the new Emoto gang office, Choi Hun-sung walks leisurely and silently admires. As expected, the boss Kang Shang. Looking around the busy rows of desks, he sees that all the top talents have gathered here. Out of the 5,000 members previously affiliated with the guild, 1,500 have already joined them, a testament to their reputation strength. This cannot stop here. Are you planning to recruit the Ren? He believes that this is no different from declaring war directly on the major guilds and fears that this decision is too hasty. He emphasizes that the moment they lure high-level players to their side, the war has officially begun. Hun-sung looked directly at the opponent and asked back, do you think the major guilds will leave us be if we stay still? So Hun-sung emphasized that we will be proactive. Kang San-young hesitated for a moment before suggesting they bring back the players still being convinced before moving on to the next steps, but the male protagonist immediately dismissed it and stated it was unnecessary. He decisively demands that they abandon the hesitant players immediately, believing that those individuals have no intention of switching to a new guild. Hearing that, Kyung Sang-yang widened his eyes in surprise and repeated his previous promise to recruit all the players under the guild. Sheng Xuan confirmed that promise still stood, but emphasized that it shouldn't delay the recruitment plan for top red hair. Faced with the boss's unwavering stance, Kang Sang nodded in agreement. The protagonist then asked if he knew any red hair and received a definite answer that there were many. Kang Sang also mentioned that most of them are people who are not very interested in power. Wen Sung looks satisfied, but then the gang leader hesitates and asks what the reasonable limit for the signing bonus should be. In response to that concern, the main character calmly declares to set it at an unlimited level. This statement left Kang Sang so stunned he broke out in a sweat. He smiled and explained that he could use up all 300 trillion of the military investment fund without any problem, because if it runs out, he will just continue to receive new investments. Kang Sang-wei asked in shock if he could really receive such enormous investments again. Hun Sung confidently affirmed yes, because right now many people regret not having the chance to pour capital into him. Hearing this, Kang Sang-wei could only close his eyes, breathe a sigh of relief, and secretly marvel that with this financial strength, the value of Renher on the market would surely skyrocket. He believed that for a long time, the domestic Renher's worth had been suppressed by the collusion of major corporations. The protagonist assesses that the value of domestic Renher is currently significantly below international standards, and although they have the same strength, they are much more favored in other countries. Look at Kang Sang-wei and Jia Len with determination, and kindly elevate their value. It has to be high enough to make the major corporations tremble in fear. Faced with his master's grand ambition, Kang Sang-ye decisively replied, "I understand," and immediately. The Amdo Guild headquarters officially began operations, surprising the media. At the Ant Corporation office, Lai Hai Hunkuk roared angrily at his subordinates. "You fools! What the hell have you been doing?" He couldn't believe that Amado would dare to use such a tactic to poach his own talent, especially when he was convinced that collusion between the corporations was already enough to suffocate his rivals. Holding the phone in his hand, Lai Hai Hunkuk gritted his teeth and cursed. "I have no idea what the hell that bastard in that gang is actually doing." He immediately called the minister to question him, and as soon as he answered, Lai Hai Hunkuk snapped angrily. "I told you to thoroughly resolve the Emoto gang issue." He even managed to stay calm and curse over the phone. Faced with the other's eagerness, Lai Dongman could only sigh and apologize helplessly, which only made Lai Hunkuk even angrier. What kind of apology is that? Didn't I say it had to be resolved unconditionally? Does our own corporation look so ridiculous? Li Dongman, sweating profusely, explained that since this is a new guild, they haven't yet found any flaws or mistakes to criticize. Hearing this, Lai He Hunkuk growled and ordered that it was because he intended to proceed legally that things were like this. Even if it means fabricating false evidence, they must cancel our guild registration at all costs. At that moment, Huan Sung suddenly appeared behind Lai in the scene, causing the minister to be so frightened he couldn't speak. "Well, I thought the major corporations were formidable, but it turns out they're this cowardly." On the other end, Lai He Hunkuk roared angrily, "Who are you?" The protagonist calmly replied, "I am an advisor to the Emot Guild. Player Choi Huan Sung. Do you recognize me?" Your sudden appearance left the two ministers' subordinates stunned with shock. "By the way, do you know that I've recorded all the disgusting conversations just now?" On the other end, Lai Hai Hunkuk shouted in fury, "This is so infuriating!" He couldn't believe the other person dared to abruptly cut off the call so rudely. Meanwhile, in the minister's office, Huan Sung casually tossed the phone back to the sweating minister and sneered, "You really are uncultured. Looks like you're doomed now, huh?" Li Dongman gritted his teeth bitterly, regretting not being more cautious when he learned that Hun Sung was the one who caused former Minister Lai Hyanggu to fall. Hun Sung looked at the pile of documents on the table and added more. "Well, you're really in big trouble now, stealing funds behind the president's back while being hated by major corporations. With this situation, how do you plan to survive in this country?" Caught red-handed at your workplace with clear evidence, Lai's face contorts in terror. He could only remain silent as the sharp words from the other side cut deep. Hun Sung suddenly stepped closer, resting his hand on the table, and posed a deadly question. "Hey, do you know any secrets about the president's corruption? I'm talking about things powerful enough to bring him down instantly." Under the cold, threatening gaze of the male lead, the minister tremblingly denies, "I don't know. That didn't happen." But Hun Sung remains relentless, firmly asserting that there must be some huge secret that the media or investigators can't cover up. You cross your arms and look directly at the other person with suspicion. Aren't you the president's closest confidant? So you don't know about this either. Lai Dion Man desperately shouted, "I really don't know." Seeing that reaction, Huan Sung asked in a serious tone if there was a less serious secret he could use as an excuse to explain to the president. He emphasized that he didn't need things like black fund notebooks or fake accounts, but something that others might already know about. Not only did he threaten the minister, but now he also wanted to hold the president of a country in his grasp. Huan Sung pressed to find out if the minister was holding any secrets that wouldn't implicate him. Lai Dianman immediately shouted out that he did. He revealed that when he was a congressman, the current president once drove drunk and killed someone, even planning to hide the body. This information left the protagonist stunned. What? Lai Dongman continued to tell. While waiting for the corpse to be taken up the mountain for disposal, he fell asleep in the car because he was too drunk. The incident was then disguised as a regular traffic accident, and all the blame was shifted onto the driver, who was not even at the scene at the time. The protagonist wondered about the fate of that driver and learned he had taken the money to stay silent and then migrated to the Philippines, disappearing. He pondered quietly. So that's how it was? Then he pressed for evidence of the accident. Lee Jung-man confirmed he still has the black box footage recording the entire incident and assured that even the president is unaware of its existence. He and the president may be close, but he still leaves himself a way out. Lee Jung-man presents evidence showing the image of the president panicking and fleeing the scene of the car accident in the rain at night. Brother Jung believes that if that's all there is, it won't be enough to completely bring down the president. But the minister insists that this evidence is more than enough. The only option is to spread this video on YouTube to put maximum pressure on the public, because the media and prosecutors will definitely cover it up. At the greenhouse, President Paraman is furious. He shouted in anger, "Who the hell is this guy? Really, how dare you handle things like this?" He threatened to replace the space management minister immediately because he couldn't trust someone as incompetent as Lee Jung-man with the job. Under overwhelming pressure, Lee Jung-man could only bow his head and tremble. "I'm sorry," the president roared, demanding that he explain the situation immediately. Lee Dion-man, sweating profusely, reports, "I have been caught exploiting a weakness by Choi Hun-seong." President North Key-man, furious, demanded to know what exactly he had done to be caught off guard like this. Liang Mai hesitated for a moment before revealing a shocking truth in a deep voice. "That weakness doesn't belong to me, Mr. President." Lee Jung-man firmly confirms to Hun-seong that he is in possession of the black box video of Lee Mi's accident. While the president is still confused and asking who Lee Mi is, Lee Jung-man reminds him that it is the incident that happened back when he was still a congressman. The scene of the terrible car accident on that rainy night suddenly flashes vividly in my mind. Lee Jung-man questions about that traffic accident. "Do you still remember?" The face of President Park-man distorted with horror, sweat streaming down behind his glasses. He frantically questioned how Hyun-seong managed to get that video when he himself was convinced that the evidence had been completely destroyed long ago. Lee Jung-man speculates that the driver must have secretly made a copy to protect himself. Hearing this, the president clenched his teeth and slammed his hand down on the table in anger. That bastard, he cannot understand how he managed to let Hun find out about the case and get the video. While the driver had already disappeared in the Philippines, Lee Jung-man bowed his head and admitted he didn't know either. When the president pressed again to confirm whether the video actually existed, Lee Jung-man reached into his shirt pocket to prepare evidence. Lee Jung-man took out his phone and confirmed that this was the black box video sent as a threat. Just finished watching, President Paraman grits his teeth in anger. That damn bastard. He kept pressing him to find out what the request was. Lee Jung-man hesitated before reporting that Choi Hun-seong wanted to meet in person to talk. This information leaves the president stunned. What? This guy is a bit too cheeky. Lee Jung-man advises him to just try meeting once and see what happens. He suggests that we follow his instructions first, and after completely destroying that video, we can deal with him later. President Paraman still doubts whether that is feasible. With a determined look, Lee Jung-man asserts that given time, he will use any means necessary to resolve this smoothly. At the greenhouse, Choi Hun-seong is being thoroughly checked by security personnel. After finishing, he casually follows Lee Jung-man inside. The two walk down the luxurious corridor toward the president's office. Standing in front of the large door, Lee Jung-man calmly invites them in. As they step into the room, both Lee Jung-man and President Paraman look extremely tense. Unlike them, Choi Hun-seong sat casually with his legs crossed on the sofa, looking arrogant. Seeing his disrespectful attitude, President Paraman shouted angrily, "What does this kid think he's doing not showing respect?" Hun-seong, still wearing a challenging smile, coldly replied, "Hey." Mr. Pyan Park was stunned and exclaimed, "What?" Hun-seong still remained calm. He responds coldly, as if you still don't understand the situation. "Who's really in control now? Who is the one holding the strings that you don't even know? You've touched a nerve." Bakuman gritted his teeth and shouted, "From now on, you little brat!" Hun-dong calmly interrupted to ease the tense atmosphere. "Come on, let's settle this peacefully for now and stay out of the Emoto gang's affairs. I don't expect any help from you anyway, understand?" Park Keeman's face contorted with rage. He growled, "How dare you be so arrogant just because you caught a little weakness? But it's best you know when to stop because someone like you, I can get rid of any time." Hun-seong asked calmly, "How do you plan to get rid of me?" "I just need to upload the video and then go abroad to settle down. You probably also know that the US keeps sending me recruitment offers." Cornered, Pieman threatens, "I can crush the Emoto gang you just formed into pieces." Hoi-dung sneered slightly. "This one is simple. I just need to move the entire gang to America. They must be very happy to accept it in America." Bakuman grits his teeth in helplessness. "Brother Jung keeps pressuring me. Didn't I already say we should handle this gently? If I could, I wouldn't want to leave Korea either. On the contrary, I plan to settle down here even more deeply." Noticing the opponent's expression gradually softening, he reminded them of tasks like inspection and emergency patrols that the player association still handles, as well as duties like maintaining security and order. Aren't you planning to entrust those tasks to the major guilds under the big corporations? Brother Zheng looked directly into the president's eyes and made a firm demand. Just hand over all those tasks to the Imot Guild. Park Kimon was stunned and asked back. Hun Sung emphasized that everything he intended to entrust to the major gangs should be handed over to us. Faced with such greed, Park Kimon could only exclaim with bitterness. This is really ridiculous. Hun Sung's eyes turned cold. He pressed him, do you plan to refuse? Kimon stood up and coldly declared, whatever you decide about releasing the video, just do as you wish, but be prepared for the consequences. Park Kimon grits his teeth and declares he will make it impossible for Hun Sung to set foot or survive in this country, but Hun Sung only smiles mysteriously and says, well, it's a pity. I originally planned to give him a more generous treatment than any big corporation. In front of the president's surprise, Hui Shung reveals the huge amount of money he's been accumulating in his foreign account. Do you know what that number is? It's 30 trillion stone dollars. I emphasized that if he handled the job properly, I had planned to set aside 1 trillion stone dollars as a training fee. But now it's all wasted. Paimon swallows hard, shaken to the core. He trembled and asked again, is that huge amount really true? Hun Sung calmly replied, just the money you've spent recruiting business leaders so far has already reached tens of trillions. Standing behind, Minister Lai Zhongman also confirmed to the president that this was entirely true. The two sides' eyes locked in a tense stare. Hun Sung demands that the president manipulate both ruling factions' lawmakers to transfer all entrusted contracts to the Emoto gang. He sarcastically remarks that even the largest corporations, no matter how generous, can only give him about 1 to 2 trillion. Given the huge difference in amounts, Park Kimon asked in a low voice if he could really keep that promise. Instead of answering, Hun Sung pulled out a savings book and said it was a secret account at a Swiss bank, which he was very annoyed about, so he threw the book on the table and told him to check it himself. As long as the job is done, it will be yours. Just keep that notebook. Hun Sung smiled knowingly and added, if the job is successful, I will also tell you the code for it. He calmly allowed the president to verify the authenticity of this savings book at any time. Park Kimon paused for a moment, then ordered him to retreat for now. He would call back in a few days with a final answer. Hun Sung decisively turned his back and walked away, the sound of his shoes hitting the floor firm and resolute. He silently advised the president to carefully consider which side to ally with for greater benefits and to make the wisest decision. Brother Shung waves goodbye, arrogantly, and officially leaves the head of state's office. As soon as the door closes, Parimon immediately reveals his greedy nature with a sinister smile. He handed Lai Zhongman the savings book and ordered him, call the expert here immediately to verify whether this book is real or fake. Li Zhongman respectfully bowed and accepted the order. Yes, sir, I understand clearly, Mr. President. But the loyalty of the minister was soon shaken by the power of money. In a private meeting afterward, Hui Sung directly made an offer that could not be refused. If this plan succeeds, your share will be 100 billion stone dollars. This enormous amount completely captivates Lion Man. He gritted his teeth, vowing to do whatever it takes to persuade the president to agree to this deal. It's too good to pass up. Hearing such a huge amount of money, who wouldn't be tempted? The next day, Choi Hun Sung received a call from the greenhouse office. Looking at the notification that the call just ended, he slightly smirked with a satisfied look. It seems they are very eager. Immediately, he headed to the greenhouse as invited. As soon as he arrived, a neatly dressed secretary was waiting politely and greeted him warmly. Welcome, I am Choi Hun Sung Si. I will escort you. Under the guidance of the secretary, Hun Sung Jiao walks through the grand and luxurious corridors where security guards stand watchfully. His face remains cold and determined as he prepares to face the leader of the country once again. The secretary stops in front of a large wooden door and bows slightly. Please, come in. Hun Sung walks in leisurely with his hands in his pockets, exuding arrogance, as President Paramin greets him with a fake smile. He clasped his hands together and greeted warmly. Welcome, I'm glad you came. Hun Sung coldly remarked that it seemed he had made the right choice. In response to the sarcastic remark, Park Kimon maintained his courteous demeanor and replied with a hypocritical tone. Oh, come on. That's obvious. If you're the president of a country, you should always make decisions for the future of the nation. After sitting down at the tea table, Park Kimon confirmed the lucrative gift he had received. It's the real deal. Hun Sung calmly takes a sip of tea and confirms. Isn't there a reason why I gave you a fake notebook? Paimon squints slightly, reiterating the important condition. You said you would tell me the code after everything is finished, right? Hun Sung nodded in confirmation. Of course, as long as the job is done perfectly, the notebook will officially belong to the president. But Park Kimon's greedy nature once again reared its head. He calmly suggested that to persuade the parliament members, a little more deposit money would be needed. Witnessing this insatiable demand, Hun Sung narrowed his eyes in contempt, silently cursing inwardly. This old man is really greedy. He probably plans to take everything his grandfather left behind. I coldly refuse this unreasonable request. That's something the president should handle himself, right? I've already given you 1,000 billion stone dollars. It's not that there's no way. Just show the senators the savings book with 1,000 billion stone dollars, and they'll be convinced on their own. Hearing this, Bakuman showed clear signs of confusion. He hesitated and said, isn't it true that matters like this need to be kept secret? Seeing through the other person's mind, Huin-sung calmly asserts that the money no longer belongs to him. He silently mocks inside as he realizes that the old man is trying to find a way to take that money for himself. It's not that easy to fool him, and he always acts so proud. Bakuman forced a strained smile. I understand. Haha, I will handle that problem myself, but he still didn't forget to remind me to stay alert. You must keep your promise to reveal the code once the job is done. Stay calm and reassure him. Please don't worry about that. I have one more thing to add with a hint of meaning. Well, if I didn't give you the code, how could you get that money? And wouldn't that money just get stuck forever? Beyond smirked confidently and extended his hand. From now on, thanks to you, Huin-sung politely responded, I also hope to receive your assistance. The moment their hands touch, Huin-sung's eyes suddenly flash with a strange light as he secretly activates his hidden skill, and a series of dark memories of Pokemon begin to unfold like a slow-motion film. From the suitcases filled with stacks of 50,000 currency notes to the scene of the old man drinking and embracing young beautiful girls at luxurious entertainment venues, Huin-sung clearly sees the secret ledgers and stacks of cash carefully hidden. He silently thought to himself that it turns out they had all been gathered in one place. His gaze stopped in front of a sturdy safe deep inside the secret room. As the door just closed with a sharp click, Bakuman sat alone in his office, deep in thought, convinced this was an investment worth 10 trillion. He immediately summoned Lai Jongman to ask about the total balance in his fake accounts. Dongman reported that the current amount was nearly 100 billion. Bakuman asked if it could be withdrawn immediately, and upon receiving a nod of confirmation, he firmly placed his hand on his subordinate's shoulder and gave the order. We need to use that money to bribe the senators. Dongman nods in approval. Oh, that's actually a clever idea. Biman walks away with a sinister smile, confident that his plan will succeed. But this news was like a cold splash of water on the major corporations. Lai Hai-hun-kuk roared in anger. Did the Emoto gang win the tender contract? So what is really going on? Why did the Emoto gang suddenly jump in? Hot High subordinates reported that Parkman's government apparently promised a very high price to the Emoto gang. Lai Hai-unk angrily shouted. That's something you should have asked him about. He knows it too. If something like that happens, you should have known how to stop the source from the beginning, except for the heavens. He kept scolding his subordinates for their uselessness while they were working together. What on earth have you guys been doing? After a long, helpless sigh to contain his anger, Lai Hai-unk glared and ordered, contact the press agency immediately. Seeing the headlines viciously attacking the Emoto gang over suspicions of illegal contracts and special privileges, Hui-sung smirked with a hint of sarcasm. He realized they were indeed causing chaos, but at this moment he was also ready to launch a decisive counterattack. However, just as he was about to detonate the media bomb, an emergency alarm suddenly sounded on his phone. A disaster warning message about a monster way outbreak in Wangjing-gu left Hui-sung stunned. He couldn't believe a high-level dungeon could suffer such a breakdown. Immediately, he donned his combat armor. Hui-sung wondered how the management's initial response could have been so ineffective, allowing this chaos to unfold. He even suspects the appearance of a legendary-level entity. At this moment, Jun-ae calls to report the situation. Huin-sung decisively confirms he has the information and is rushing to the scene at wind-cutting speed. On the other side, Jun-ae and his team are also hurriedly moving. She couldn't hide her dissatisfaction, believing that if the responsible party had contacted earlier, everything would have been resolved smoothly from the start. Huin-sung smiled faintly, knowing full well why they deliberately concealed the incident until it got out of control. When Jun-ae anxiously asked about the arrival time, he confirmed he would be at the explosion's epicenter in less than 3 minutes. Jun-ae urgently begged him to resolve it quickly, to minimize the damage to innocent people. As soon as he landed, Huin-sung looked up at the sky where a blazing green vortex was spewing out hordes of monsters flying like ghosts, recognizing immediately that this was a dungeon area under the Ong Guild's control and feeling disappointed by their poor combat abilities. Below the street, Oh-sung's players are in a state of utter panic as they can't control the situation. This is intense. It looks like it's going to be tough for him. A giant red whiv roars thunderously, opening its sharp-toothed mouth to threaten everything around it. Huin-sung coldly assesses that the scene is truly a complete mess. He clenched his purple electric wing sword and charged into the monsters with brutal slashes. With eyes blazing with deadly intent, an enormous burst of energy exploded like a small sun in the middle of the city, drowning the flying monsters in a wave of destructive light. The agonized screams of the whiv echo throughout the space as they are crushed by immense dark energy. Huin-sung stands in the center of a whirl of dark energy, delivering a powerful finishing blow that instantly destroys all the monsters. Continuous streams of purple energy pour down, causing the whiv to fall and crash hard onto the asphalt. Seeing the terrifying scene, a young man live streaming nearby couldn't help but get excited and shout, "Oh my god!" He frantically pointed the camera at the battlefield and asked the viewers, "Can you see clearly?" The young man points at the figure flying through the smoke and shouts, "That guy in the brown coat, he alone wiped out the entire W group." The livestream immediately attracted over 200,000 viewers, with countless comments expressing amazement at the extraordinary power beyond the limits of an ordinary mech. He lands on the ground next to the exhausted On gang members, coldly surveying the wreckage. At that moment, a deafening roar makes him turn back. Huh! Ong's soldier with a bloodied face hurriedly shouts a warning. Be careful, that monster is on a completely different level. Ahead of them, a giant red dragon is striding through the street. Seeing the scene of destruction, the main character silently feels furious, wondering how they initially handled things that led to such a heroic-level dungeon disaster. Yin silently vowed that he would never forgive those who indirectly caused this disaster. The dragon unleashed a fierce fiery attack, but he simply stepped forward coldly and delivered a brutal slash that tore through the flames in the creature's body. The monster let out a desperate cry before exploding in a blaze of fire, leaving behind a devastated scene filled with rubble and debris. The protagonist looked at the wreckage and muttered to himself, "Could it be that she's the stubborn ex-lover, huh?" Immediately after, a system notification appeared congratulating him on achieving an incredible feat by defeating the level hero class monster named Red Ween Postkill alone. With the title of the lone hero who defeated Red Ween Postkill, his magic power stat was officially increased by 4 points. He quietly confirmed that it was actually 5 meters. Brother Sung strolled through the battlefield and thought to himself, "I've earned another achievement." He approached the monster's corpse and wondered, what item did it drop? His eyes suddenly lit up when he saw a blazing red book with a 5-pointed star symbol. Oh, that's the Fire Flame book, the only hero rank skill book that allows the user to control fire at will and burn the opponent's magic until they are completely consumed. Seeing that this item can also level up by absorbing fire skills and equipment, he nodded in satisfaction. Well, it's good enough for now. The system prompts whether he wants to learn this skill or not. Huin Sung immediately selected yes, of course he has to learn it. Immediately, he began the fusion process by allowing Fire Flame Book to absorb a series of old skills, like regular level fire missiles, fire wounds, and rare level fire storms. Even after investing quite a bit of resources and boosting the skills to level 10, he still felt a bit regretful upon realizing he hadn't yet reached the legendary level. Huin Sung closed the status window and looked at the survivors. Seeing the benefactor approaching, the Ong Guild group all bowed deeply and shouted in unison, "Thank you for saving our lives." A female warrior with wounds on her body couldn't hold back her tears and sobbed. "I truly can now bow 90 degrees to thank you." Seeing those trembling with fear, Huin Sung's gaze grew somber. He silently judged that these people bore no guilt. Can everyone gather around me, including those who are injured? Seeing the guild Onga's players helping each other with their injuries, the main character immediately raises his hand and activates the Red Hill skill. Instantly, mysterious blue lights envelop the entire scene, seeping into each wound to heal those on the brink of death. Seeing this incredible level of healing, one mage in the group couldn't help but be stunned and exclaimed, "So how insanely high is his magic power stat anyway?" The other soldiers also started to whisper among themselves, agreeing that to sustain such a wide area healing skill for so long, the main character's mental stats must be extremely high. Another person, still in shock, recounted the scene earlier. Didn't he see him use his sword to blow away Red Ween? I think both his strength and agility stats are off the charts. Meanwhile, Greamer is still staring at his phone screen, his face covered in sweat from excitement. The live stream fraud has exploded past 3.4 million viewers, a record never before seen. A few days later, at the Emoto Guild headquarters, news of the OS Corporation scandal flooded all the newspapers. The official report confirms that illegal transactions between the Dungeon Management Bureau staff and On Corporation have been exposed. To gain an advantage in delegated contracts, they deliberately falsified and omitted information when reporting to higher authorities. Sitting in the office, clan leader Kang Shanyang looked at the main character and made a judgment. But the hotter topic was actually this. He handed him a special article titled, "Who is the Ranker from the Emoto Clan?" The mysterious ranker involved in the W incident turns out to be from Emoto. Huin Sung smiles slightly and admits, "I really didn't expect someone to be filming me while I was fighting. But it turns out this is actually good for our Emoto gang." Kang Sanyi smiled smugly and confirmed that the online community has now changed their minds. He looked at the main character with admiration and curiosity, saying, "I really didn't expect Huin Sung's strength to reach that level." "So when did you level up to such an incredible degree?" Huin Sung awkwardly replied, "It's a secret." Hearing that, Kang San-yang looked a bit disappointed, but also admitted that he knew Huin Sung was hiding many things and promised not to dig deeper. He only hopes that you continue to dedicate yourself to the country as you always have. The protagonist, with a speechless expression, silently tells himself that he has no intention of doing anything grand for the nation. But Kang Kyung-sa still continues to list everything from his choice to stay in Korea without any intention of emigrating, to the remarkable achievements in the recent One case and the legendary Red Raids before that. That's already enough for him. A player just needs to be good at hunting monsters. What more could I hope for? Huin Sung quietly thought that this guild leader's ideals were quite similar to Juna's, but it seemed his patriotism was even more intense. Kang San-wai excitedly announces that the current recruitment requests for the Emoto Guild are skyrocketing. Even low-level players who were previously indifferent to the guild are now reacting very intensely. Are you planning to recruit all of them? Kang San-yang firmly denies and says he intends to significantly lower the previous terms of treatment. This decision leaves the male protagonist completely stunned. Huh? What? I wonder if this old man ate something strange to change his attitude so quickly. Kang Sanwai explains that he is no longer the president of the Player Association and emphasizes that he is no longer a government official living on taxpayers' money, but now the head of Emoto, which operates based on investors' capital. Kang Sanwai firmly states that he absolutely does not want to cause any harm to Hun Sung or other investors. Seeing that the other person's thinking has changed a lot, Hun Sung hypothesizes that if among those rejected there is a precious gem, what would he do? Kang Sanwai calmly replied, "At that point, just making a recruitment proposal would be enough. It's as easy as eating a candy ball for him. He believes this is how big corporations usually operate because it yields much better results." However, he also warned that if Emoto later signs an official outsourcing contract, the situation will be different. Since it operates with government funds, he won't be able to spend arbitrarily. The official signing ceremony of the entrusted contract between the government and the Emoto Guild took place with all parties present. Signing the important agreement, Minister Lai Dongman smiled confidently and expressed his hope for future assistance from him. Clan leader Kang San-yang. In response to that polite remark, Kang San-wee also replies courteously, "I also hope to receive your help, Minister Lai," during the show. All the events of the ceremony were quietly watched by Choi Hun-sung through his phone screen. Brother Shung sat in silence, secretly mocking the corruption of the authorities. Their term, less than a year, is about to be wiped out, isn't it? If these people are so greedy for money, they'd be better off doing business instead of this. Meanwhile, at the greenhouse, Lee Dongman walks confidently down the luxurious corridor. He can't hide his excitement when thinking about the future. Soon, I will become a billionaire with assets worth 1,000 billion. It's really lucky. As soon as I saw my subordinate walk in, President Paramon greeted him warmly. "Oh my god, you're here." Lai Dongman respectfully reports that the signing ceremony went very smoothly. Pion smiled brightly and said he also watched the ceremony on TV and revealed that at the moment of the signing, player Choi Hui-shung sent a message. Lee Jong-man was momentarily surprised and broke out in a sweat when he realized he acted immediately. B. Kima guessed that Hun-sung was probably watching the broadcast as well and was confident that a message for him would soon be sent. Lai Dong-man bows respectfully. "Congratulations, sir." Mr. President, Beat Kim Man laughed heartily and did not forget to praise. "Haha, that's right. Thank you. Your contribution this time is truly significant." He took out his phone and told his subordinate to check immediately. Lai Jiangman hurriedly took it and opened messages from unknown numbers. Looking at the phone screen, Lai Jiangman smirks with a sinister smile of satisfaction as a panicked subordinate rushes into the office, his face distorted with terror as he screams loudly, "Sir, something big has happened." To Paramon's astonishment, his subordinate stammered that all the details about the black funds used for allied organizations during the election had been completely exposed on the internet. "Oh my god, who's messing with me?" But the nightmare isn't over yet. Even the secret funds he received back when he was a senator have been fully exposed with no details left out. Bak Kim-on roared furiously, "Hurry up, stop it right now and let me see. I told you to stop it at all costs right now." The subordinate just nodded and hurriedly went to handle it. Alone in the room, Beak Kaiman gritted his teeth in anger, unable to believe that someone dared to do this and began to suspect whether this was retaliation from the big corporations or not. The situation quickly turned into an irreparable mess. Across online forums, people angrily left harsh comments criticizing Park Kim-in, claiming he was corrupt since his days as a senator and demanding his immediate removal from office. Large-scale protests erupted loudly on the streets. Thousands of people held up signs saying "out and stop" to protest government corruption. Under the immense pressure from public opinion, Bak Kim-on quietly took his passport and left the country on a secret flight. But justice was finally served when the clear-headed judge announced the final verdict. According to the order, President Paramon was removed from office immediately. Amid the cheers of victory from the people, Pak has now arrived in Zurich, Switzerland. He leisurely pulls his suitcase along the street with a calculating expression, thinking to himself that as long as he has money, he can still survive in luxury. Pion confidently entered a major bank and handed over the savings book Hun Sung had given him earlier to carry out the transaction. The teller wearing glasses took the book and began checking the information, but then his eyes suddenly narrowed in suspicion as he saw the data displayed on the screen. The teller smiled and said, "Don't worry, I'll guide you there quickly." Bak Kim-on confidently followed toward the vault, but suddenly froze when he sensed something was off. Immediately, a heavily armed police squad appeared to block the way. The lead officer coldly declared, "I am arresting you for forging personal documents." "Are you forging personal documents?" His face twisted in horror. "So, what's the story behind that?" The officer explained that although the fake savings book was very well made, it was still not enough to fool the bank and local authorities. Meanwhile in Korea, Choi Hun relaxedly sat on the sofa, holding the real notebook with a triumphant smile. Realizing he had been played, Bak Kim-on gritted his teeth and cursed, furious that they dared to trick him so cruelly. He frantically struggled and shouted, "Let me go, you police fools! Do you know who I am?" Immediately, a powerful blow knocked Kim-on down, causing him to cry out in pain. The officer coldly announced that additional charges of resisting law enforcement would be added to his indictment. As Pimon lay on the floor in humiliation, the officer continued reading the suspect's rights to have a lawyer and remained silent. Breaking news spreads quickly with an urgent headline. Former President Perriman has been arrested in Switzerland for document forgery and obstruction of justice, while major corporations begin launching a series of smear articles. Emoto Bang is accused of corruption and having illicit ties with the old government. Seeing the malicious headlines on his phone, Hunsung slightly smirked and said, "Are the big corporations planning to escape like this? Then, I will give it back to you exactly as it is." Immediately, posts exposing corruption and collusion between politics, corporations, and the media started flooding forums, drawing huge public attention. Seeing that the situation is spiraling out of control, Ong Lee Hun Kuk, the chairman of the Ong Lai Hun Kuk group, roars in anger, "Who the hell caused this?" On the TV screen, the presidential debate is extremely intense. A confident candidate declares, "If I become president, I will imprison and investigate all those involved." Watching the news, Choi Hoon-sung slightly smirks, thinking it's over, and now it's time to face him. "In the coming days, I can focus on hunting. You can relax and lean back on the sofa." Just then, the phone rings, signaling a call from Inkuso. Hoon-sung answers and asks if they want me to help. "Yes, master. The demands from the people are very intense, and it seems the political circle will also get involved." Hoon-sung frowned, meaning Japan's government will step in as well. Inakuso confirmed that the Japanese foreign minister and Spacegate minister are expected to visit Korea in person, and he will accompany them as an escort. Hoon-sung assessed that the Korean government probably isn't capable of negotiating at this time. Inakuso explained that according to protocol, they would meet with the acting prime minister to request support, but then they would go directly to the Emoto Guild headquarters. Hoon-sung asked quietly about the compensation conditions. Inakuso revealed that if they could reclaim the Kusu area, Japan plans to transfer ownership of some of the dungeons there. Hearing about the dungeon ownership transfer, Hoon-sung's eyes flickered with calculation. "Oh, I see." At the Emoto Guild headquarters, the Japanese delegation has officially arrived to begin the meeting. Standing in the office, Hoon-sung turned to the gang leader and said, "Gang leader Kang San-yang, please give me full authority to decide on this matter." Kang San-yang nodded decisively. "Of course, I will do exactly that," he added in a deep voice. "In reality, even if I make the decision this time, if the advisor refuses, wouldn't everything just end?" Hoon-sung looked directly at the other person and asserted, "I have no intention of refusing. I said I would do it, so no need to talk about it." Kang Shan-wai nodded in approval, saying, "That is a wise choice. Are we here?" Receiving the confirmation, "Yes, please go straight in," he decisively pushed open the door and entered the luxurious reception room where the Japanese delegation was waiting. Hoon-sung smiled politely and took the initiative to speak. "Nice to meet you all. I am Choi Hoon-sung, currently serving as the chairman of the Emoto Guild Advisory Committee." The introduction left the Japanese official with a scar on his face stunned, and his accompanying subordinates hurriedly bowed in respect. "It is truly an honor to meet you, player Choi Hoon-sung." Suddenly, the official knelt down and performed the Duya ritual, earnestly begging for help to save Japan. "I sincerely beg you like this." Seeing the scene before his eyes, Hoon-sung silently thought, "Are these guys planning to use old tricks to take advantage of me?" Although Thua knew their intentions, he remained calm and replied, "I will help, so please stand up." This response made the official overjoyed, as if he had found gold. He hurriedly asked again to be sure, "Is that really true?" Then kept thanking him profusely. "I truly thank you very much." He started to praise him lavishly, saying that Lord Choi Hoon-sung is truly a celestial being sent from heaven. "You will surely be celebrated as a hero of Kusu." Hoon-sung slowly sipped his tea, then suddenly smiled and poured a bucket of cold water. "However, since I have some urgent matters to attend to, I probably can't go to Japan immediately." Surprised, he calmly suggested maybe in about 3 months. "What do you think?" The Japanese official earnestly begged, "Can't you expedite the schedule a little more? The Japanese people are longing to restore Kyu Island every hour, every minute. Please understand their feelings." Hearing those words, Hoy-sung narrowed his eyes in contempt and thought to himself, "These damn people used to stall for time for Kovo, and now they're pretending to talk like that? It's just like a clown show, guys." I coldly replied, "I want to do that too, but right now I'm caught up in something extremely important." Seeing the official's curiosity about the matter, Hoon-sung calmly revealed that it was a huge deal, which would be finished in 3 months, so he didn't need to worry. The official immediately smiled triumphantly and assured him that if it was about money, he didn't need to concern himself. "Japan will compensate for all the damages incurred during your assistance to us, whatever it takes." "Hey, that's a huge number, bro. It's an insanely big amount. Maybe you'll have to hand over the entire Kusu dungeon to me." This statement left the official stunned, sweating profusely as he couldn't understand what was happening. "What does that mean? What kind of thing requires such an enormous compensation?" Hoon-sung coldly interrupted and said, "I can't reveal that it's a personal matter of mine." He suddenly smiled with a knowing look and offered, "After the job is done, in 3 months, I will help you completely free of charge." While the official was struggling with whether to reveal the Hoshu invasion now or not, Brother Jung poured cold water on him.
"By the way, I will never help Japan for free."
Faced with the opponent's confusion, he firmly stated that if the country had an urgent matter, they should pay for expedited service to resolve it rather than relying on psychological tactics or appeals for sympathy. Seeing the coldness in the protagonist's eyes, the Japanese official was stunned to realize a bitter truth, that he already knew everything. The Japanese official bitterly admitted that he had known about the Hokusu incident all along. Standing behind, the sunglasses-wearing bodyguard looked displeased and said in a harsh tone that this action was too much, taking advantage of another country's pain for profit. But Huin-sung still pretends not to understand what's happening. I give up. Seeing that innocent look, the official secretly thinks the other side is pretending not to know, so he has no choice but to back down. Fine, I will give you the prisons. But demanding all the prisons in the Kusu area is really too much. He set the final limit. I will grant you ownership of 30 dungeons. This is the maximum the Japanese government can concede. Given this bargaining, Huin-sung's eyes turn cold. He sighs softly and says, "Ha, I was considerate enough not to demand compensation for personal damages. But it seems you're crossing the line now. Peanut, how could this be possible? Should I make this notebook public? If this gets out, I'm sure no one will blame me for refusing to help Japan anymore. Since you have dismissed my kindness yourself, owning only the Kusu prison is not enough. Please transfer the ownership of the dungeons on Shikoku Island as well. I will help you immediately after that." With no way out, the Japanese official had to bow before the humiliated person and trembled as he agreed to the ownership of the dungeons on Kyosu and Shikoku Islands. "I will hand over everything. Please help us." At the Hiroshima base in Japan, In-Out, the president of the Japan Player Association, announced that the monster extermination campaign would begin as soon as the UN coalition forces are fully assembled. He estimated the process would take about 3 days and asked everyone to rest temporarily at the base. Hearing that, the male lead couldn't help but be surprised and asked, "3 days?" and confirmed that because this is a large-scale campaign involving around 100,000 high-level players, the deployment is being slightly delayed. Meanwhile, under the quiet night sky, a giant entity begins to spread its wings and soar through the sky. That is the Golden Eagle. It is leading the monster bird army with blazing eyes as it descends into the residential area, with these creatures rampaging and devouring the strange green energy to increase their power. The screeching of the bird creatures tearing through the silent air signals a brutal attack, and immediately the alarm siren blares throughout the base, startling the protagonist awake. "What's happening now?" I rushed to the command room and asked urgently what exactly is going on. In, with a worried face, reports that Golden Eagle is gathering the entire bird tribe and heading straight toward Hiroshima. The protagonist quickly asks, "Has the evacuation of civilians been completed?" In-Out hesitated to admit that the situation was dire as the retreat order had been officially issued. Hearing the word retreat, he couldn't help but be surprised. Ano explains that with their current strength, they cannot stop them, so the higher-ups have ordered a quick retreat to preserve their forces. The roar of helicopters signals the start of the evacuation. Inakuso stepped forward urgently. "Master, you should also hurry and get away. No matter what, I always put others' safety first." He quietly looked at his loyal subordinate Inakuso. "Yes, my lord." The protagonist suddenly makes a proposal. Is this time the moment he wants to try becoming a hero of Japan? Inakuso asked in shock. "The hero of Japan? What do you mean?" The main character calmly replies that the title of Osaka hero no longer holds much value. He looked directly at his subordinate and suggested a higher position. What about the title of the hero who saved the Japanese archipelago? This statement leaves Inakuso stunned, his eyes showing clear shock at his master's grand ambition. In response to the weighty proposal, Inakuso immediately stood at attention with great respect. "Say the word and I will obey." "Yes, my lord." "Nice job. That was a pretty good choice." He walks away and states that in order to carry out his future orders effectively, Inakuso must at least reach the position of Minister of the Japanese Spacegate Management. For now, he demands his subordinate to join him in directly stopping the tribe's rampage. "Are we really just the two of us fighting alone?" The hero nodded and outlined a plan to lure the monsters to a different area. Then the two of them will use the space teleportation skill to escape safely. He takes out a glowing item and hands it to his subordinate. "Hey, take this first." As soon as he received it, Inakuso was stunned and amazed to see the system information pop up. That is a legendary level shadow cloak that increases the power of stealth and assassination skills by 10, and allows the wearer to freely move between shadows by consuming magic energy. It will be useful for you, especially since you naturally like to get good gear. Inakuso was deeply moved, clutching the precious gift and bowing his head in sincere gratitude. "Thank you for your great kindness, my lord. I will surely repay it with unwavering loyalty." He secretly thought that the protagonist truly intended to favor him for greater plans. But suddenly, the protagonist turned back and asked a strange question. "Oh. And by the way, among your subordinates, is there anyone foolish but full of righteousness?" Inakuso confirms there is such a person. Because he opposed his superior's withdrawal order, he is now chained up and held captive in a dark dungeon. He is a burly man with a rough appearance, wrapped in heavy chains. The protagonist orders to immediately bring that guy out because he believes live streaming will greatly boost his reputation. He hands Inakuso a stabilizer and instructs him to let that person handle filming for this campaign. The protagonist specifically emphasizes that his face must not be covered so that everyone can recognize him clearly, thereby building fame and public trust. Inakuso immediately issues the order, declaring that the only task for the big guy now is to film. This information leaves him stunned and amazed. He stammers to explain that although he is a heller, he still has enough strength to fight directly on the front lines. But Inakuso coldly looked straight into his opponent's eyes and confirmed that he could recover and film at the same time, no matter the circumstances, always keeping a cool head. Inakuso ordered him to start the live broadcast immediately to expose all the corruption and irresponsibility of the Japanese government to the public. Hunsung remained thoughtful, noting that there were over 10,000 hero-level monsters ahead. Standing amidst the encirclement, Inakuso confidently informs the cameraman that he and player Choi Hui-sung will personally step forward to lure them in another direction. Witnessing this brave act, the burly hunter can't help but feel moved. He secretly admired their selfless sacrifice to protect the Japanese people. Hunsung coldly gave the order. "Let's get started," Inakuso immediately replied. "I understand." The cameraman also quickly activated the device and shouted loudly, "Okay, let's get started quickly. I'll begin right away." All three rush like lightning towards the blazing battlefield. On the live stream, the cameraman shouts out in furious anger, "The Japanese government abandoned Hiroshima, but with only one Korean player and one Japanese player, they did not abandon this place." Inakuso's face shows clear determination amidst the smoke and dust as the rallying cry echoes across the broadcast. Please urgently pray for the safe return of the two heroes. The fierce birdmen across from them, with glowing eyes, are already preparing to block their advance. Hunsung's eyes flash with a deadly red light as he roars a deafening cry, unleashing a massive burst of purple energy that crushes his enemies and makes the monsters tremble in terror. Immediately, he raises his hand high, gathering a gigantic fireball that lit up the night sky. The birdmen looked up in utter despair as the massive fireball descended like a meteor, engulfing the entire horde of monsters in a sea of blazing fire. Piercing screams echo non-stop as the creatures are completely burned by the intense heat. Hunsung charges through the wall of fire, swinging his sword in brutal strikes that bring about instant deadly consequences for his enemies. Seeing the destructive power unfolding before his eyes, the cameraman couldn't help but be stunned and exclaim, "Oh my god, this is so terrifying." Amidst the battlefield of flames covering the sky, Hunsung realized his skills were more powerful than he expected. "This is way better than I thought." Immediately, a system notification appeared, recognizing your hero achievement for single-handedly defeating 5,000 high-level bird monsters and awarding you the Slaughterer of Bird Monsters title, revealing that this devastating power was due to a resonance. It spreads through magic power, so it only takes a moment. Hunsung looked at the survivors in the distance and coldly remarked that those little flies are quite lucky. Yao watched the furious enemy charge at him. Hunsung mockingly said, "So you're planning to bite me? Put on a muzzle then?" A creature with overwhelming power suddenly appears, wielding a long spear and launching a powerful attack directly at him. They clash in a breathless confrontation in midair, creating dazzling sparks that tear through the night. Hunsung quickly stepped back to reassess the opponent and realized something was off. The fire demon seal no longer works. He tightens his weapon, his eyes full of determination. "Let's try again." Suddenly, powerful lightning bolts from the opponent strike directly at him, causing pain and making him cry out, "Ugh!" Hunsung grits his teeth, unable to hide his amazement at the enemy's strength. Is this guy really that powerful? The giant bird monster with glowing eyes charged like a tornado, ready to crush with its attack, while the blazing golden lightning struck fiercely, injuring Hunsung and forcing him to retreat in pain. From above, the giant bird demon observes its prey with its massive wings spread wide, bearing sharp teeth and glowing blue eyes full of murderous intent as it gathers enormous lightning energy around its body. Unfazed, Hunsung roared thunderously, a surge of dark purple magic erupting fiercely around him. A massive energy explosion burst out, shaking the entire space and engulfing everything in blinding light. The protagonist rushes like a lightning bolt, his sword clashing fiercely with the enemy's weapon, with such a terrifying speed that the cameraman nearby breaks out in a cold sweat. He stared at his phone screen, trembling uncontrollably at the unbelievable scene unfolding before his eyes. The live broadcast exploded with over 12 million viewers simultaneously. A series of amazed comments flood in. "Oh my god, did he really take down all those monsters by himself?" They're evenly matched with the boss, so fast you can't even see it. Everyone couldn't believe their eyes when they saw such a power beyond human limits. At that moment, a bird human suddenly swooped down from above, causing the cameraman to scream in terror. "Oh my god, what is that?" But Inakuso quickly appeared behind, swung his sword to finish off the enemy and keep the live stream going. Behind the rock, the bulky hunter is hiding and trembling, holding the camera, trying to record every terrifying moment unfolding. "What was that just now? Who is that? Run quickly. That crazy guy. The cameraman there really isn't normal at all." This is the team leader Inakuso. The cameraman's scream echoed throughout the broadcast as he refused his superior's order to retreat and stayed behind to fight, being the only remaining Japanese player still holding out here. Inakuso rages through the monsters, turning those in his way into helpless corpses. The cameraman shouts proudly, "That's how our last pride should be." The massacre continues as Inakuso relentlessly unleashes brutal attacks, wiping out the birdman in a single breath. Japanese public opinion is completely outraged by this heroic act. A series of praises flood in one after another. The association has abandoned the people, so wake up. Inakuso is Japan's hero. He has protected our dignity. Long live Inkuzo. Amidst the blinding flashes of battle, Choi Hu-young also officially appears with a cold, piercing gaze. He clenched his sword, crackling with purple lightning, and was ready to crush any resistance from the enemy. In the emergency classroom, Prime Minister Akunab slammed the table in furious rage. "Didn't you all say that player Choi Hu-young's troops had already evacuated?" The sweating subordinate stammered as he reported that he only received that information from previous reports. The Prime Minister pointed directly at the large screen showing the battle scene and shouted loudly, "What is this?" I ask again. "What the hell is this?" The high-ranking officials could only bow their heads in utter shame as the Prime Minister roared wildly, "That scene is being broadcast live to the whole world. Other countries will see how useless our Japanese government really is. Contact the chairman of the In-Out Association immediately. I will order the destruction of the bird tribe." Faced with a life-and-death situation, Prime Minister Akinab calmly inquired about Inukuso's current position. When he learned that he was only the head of the information team, he decisively ordered Inukuso to be appointed as the president of the Player Association as soon as the battle ended. Faced with his subordinates' surprise, Akunabe insisted that Inukuso was the only brave Japanese who stayed to fight, and he had to praise him as a national hero at all costs. He wanted to steer public opinion that Hu-young and Inukuso's appearance was the result of an agreement with the government, and that they voluntarily refused further assistance. Akunab even hesitated to request that it be announced that the players who fled were actually risking their lives to protect the city elsewhere while the political drama was unfolding. The battle on the front lines reaching its climax. Hunsung directly confronts the tribal leader of the bird people, causing thunderous lightning explosions. He secretly recognizes that his opponent is truly powerful, as they continuously launch powerful attacks, forcing him to retreat and look for an opening. A catastrophic explosion erupts among the 7 birdmen. Immediately, the system announces that Hunsung has achieved a legendary level achievement by defeating 10,000 monsters alone. Receiving the legendary bird slaughterer title, now the real battle begins. Hunsung quickly prepares support potions, his blazing eyes filled with murderous intent as his health drops below 10%, activating his legendary berserk passive skill. Immediately, all his strength, agility, magic, and spirit stats surged by 40%, although it came at the cost of a 50% reduction in physical and magical resistance. The Golden Eagle was no less formidable, emanating an overwhelming pressure. His blazing blue eyes gathered deadly lightning before roaring loudly and charging forward at a terrifying speed. 2 streams of fiery energy collide. Brother X-Dung grits his teeth, pushing back with all his might, wondering how stubborn he can be and how long he can hold on against the heavens. He quietly realizes that if another passive skill activates, it would be a big problem. He quickly takes advantage of the opening. The monster let out a desperate scream as a massive energy explosion erupted from the intense collision, blasting everything around. Hunsung flips through the air and lands perfectly, showing he's the real boss. On the other side, the Golden Eagle is now badly wounded. It stared at Hunsung with a face full of hatred and ferocity. "It's so frustrating, but he's too strong for me to fight back." Hunsung assessed that the opponent has quite high intelligence, so his judgment is very quick. He gathers his strength, his eyes blazing with fierce energy, and firmly declares he will not let this monster escape. A blazing red aura surrounds his body as he gathers speed and shoots down from above, like an arrow. Before the Golden Eagle can react, Hunsung immediately activates Brain to close in. He suddenly appeared and delivered a deadly strike through the opponent's body. A massive energy explosion erupted, completely destroying the legendary being before the astonished eyes of Inukuso and the cameraman. The body of Golden Eagle falls and disappears into the thick dust and smoke. Hunsung lands on the ground, gasping for breath after the deadly battle. After this fight, I might need to sleep for several days straight to recover my strength. On the live stream, millions of viewers erupted in joy. They kept leaving comments praising the hero's unbelievable strength. Inukuso calmly announced that the R event had officially ended and called for the broadcast to stop, despite the audience's protests and desire to interview the main character. He didn't forget to call on everyone to give the loudest applause to the 2 heroes who saved Japan. After the live stream ended, Inukuso turned to encourage cameraman Kimura for doing a great job. Meanwhile, Hunsung slowly approached the wreckage site, quietly noting that the feeling of defeating this monster was completely different from when he faced the Hydra before. Suddenly, he notices a remaining weapon and softly exclaims upon discovering that the opponent's spear is actually a hero-ranked item. Hunsung picks up a cloak from the wreckage, and immediately the system notification confirms it as the Cloak of the Lord of Birdmen, a legendary grade item. This item not only significantly boosts resistance to physical, magical, and lightning attacks, but also allows the user to freely fly through the air with just a small amount of mana. Seeing the impressive stats of this treasure, Hunsung smiles with satisfaction. Well, why not? Immediately, Hunsung put on the Lord of the Birdmen's cloak and soared into the sky to test it out. Feeling the incredible agility, he quietly noted that mana consumption was almost 0. After being satisfied with his new movement ability, he thought to himself, now it's time for the skill book. A system notification appears for the legendary Thunder God skill, an active ability that grants lightning power to all actions and instantly paralyzes enemies without a cooldown. However, upon closer inspection, he subtly sighs and assesses. It feels like a lower level version of the Black Dragon's breath. Still, he decided to fuse these two skills together. Next, Huin Sung pulls out the armor book of the only legendary Thunder King. This is a very powerful passive skill that greatly increases resistance to physical, magic, and lightning attacks, and can be upgraded by absorbing skills or defensive items. Huin Sung couldn't hide his excitement when he saw the item's rank. Oh my god, that's enough. The only legendary rank item is always powerful. Immediately, he uses the new skill to absorb multiple old passive skills like Tough Body, Stone Skin, and Steel Skin to maximize his defensive strength. After gathering all the spoils of war, Inukuso approached and bowed respectfully. Thank you for your hard work, my lord. Brother Shung smiled and replied, You've worked hard too. Amidst the wreckage, the sudden roar of helicopter blades from afar makes him halt cautiously. From the shadows, a group of mysterious people in black suits, led by a man with long hair and an eye patch, slowly approached them. The group bowed respectfully and shouted in unison, Player Choi Huin Sung is the hero who saved Japan. Thank you very much. But the hero only coldly replied, Your thanks are not only for me, right? You're truly excellent, Inukuso. You have protected the pride of Japanese players. Immediately after, a series of subordinates also bowed respectfully. You are truly great, Captain Inukuso. Inukuso remained calm and humble in the face of praise. I am just doing what I should. At this moment, the roar of helicopter engines echoed in the sky as a convoy began to land at the scene. Huin Sung softly exclaimed, as he saw a middle-aged man with gray hair and a well-groomed mustache step out of the plane. He immediately recognized that Prime Minister Akunab was accompanied by a media team with cameras and reporters preparing to work. Huin narrowed his eyes suspiciously, wondering if he was planning to play dirty behind their backs. You really came all the way here, huh? Suddenly, the Prime Minister kneels on the ground and sincerely thanks the two of them. Thanks to your efforts, Japan can remain safe and sound. This act leaves the male lead in shock. Behind the Prime Minister, officials also knelt and shouted in unison, sincerely thanking you on behalf of the people. You are the heroes who saved Japan. Witnessing this elaborate setup, Huin Dung secretly sneered to herself. So you're just here to put on a show? He subtly nods to his subordinates. There's a good chance for you to act a little bit. I'll also publicly reveal my handsome face on camera at the same time. Inukuso immediately stepped forward, took the Prime Minister's hands and firmly stated, I only do what I am naturally supposed to do. Prime Minister Akanab, moved and tearful. Thanks player Inukuso for accepting and risking everything to carry out this dangerous mission. Thank you so much. Hearing the Prime Minister mention the word campaign, Hui Sung frowned slightly in suspicion. He cursed inwardly, what the hell is this? Planning to stage a hero's act to deceive the people? Maybe I should just destroy this farce altogether. Seeing the cameras and reporters surrounding, he told himself to stay calm. No, let's just cooperate with them for now and see what they plan to do. Huin Sung subtly signals to his subordinates, just follow their lead and watch what tricks they have up their sleeves. Upon receiving the order, Inukuso immediately changed his attitude and humbly responded to the Prime Minister's praise in front of the camera. I am only doing my duty. Prime Minister Akanab smiled brightly and respectfully waved his hand. No, that's not how it is. He continued rambling on to the media. While we were rushing to prepare for the defense of Hiroshima, you agreed to carry out an extremely dangerous mission to lure the birdmen away without a single complaint. I truly appreciate that. Inukuso stood there, sweat gently rolling down his forehead as he forced himself to play this role. Prime Minister Akunab grew more and more excited. Moreover, I truly never expected that you not only lured the enemy, but also completely wiped out that tribe. This surpasses even my wildest dreams. Watching this perfect performance, Huin Sung's eyes turned cold. He quietly calculated, this looks good. I might be able to make a big profit from this. Immediately afterward, a grand ceremony was held in the heart of the city under the clear blue sky. The resounding sound of the marching band's trumpets created a very solemn atmosphere. Prime Minister Akunab stands on a luxurious black limousine, smiling and waving to the cheering crowd holding flags and banners, while Huin Sung and Inukuso sit quietly observing everything from behind. The cheers of Long Live echoed through the streets. The Japanese people seemed to have fully bought into the heroic act the government just staged. The parade passed through bustling skyscrapers, marking a new milestone in Akanabe's political career. After the ceremony's noise died down in a private room, Prime Minister Akanab suddenly bowed humbly before Hui Sung. He trembled as he said, I sincerely thank you once again for saving Japan. Hyun Sung looked coldly down at the top of the Prime Minister's head and replied with sarcasm, Oh my, of course you had to do that. He sneered slightly, his eyes clearly threatening. I've been holding back my dignity for you in front of the public all this time. Akanab forced a smile. Haha, on that note, I must sincerely thank you once again. Hyun Sung replied with a smile, his face becoming more serious and sharp than ever. Let me open my eyes quickly to see what trick you're planning next. Try raising your voice to hear what you'll say. Zung looks directly at the opponent and coldly exposes the truth. As per the Japanese government's request, the two of us have faced off alone against the bird tribe. So you want me to say that and keep secret the truth that you were planning to destroy Hiroshima, right? You want me to keep this secret for you, huh? The Japanese official nodded slightly, sweating profusely, and admitted yes, that's correct. Hun Sung calmly asked back, "If I do that, what will you give me?" The official's face became confused. He stammered, explaining that since Japan had decided to transfer ownership of the prison on both islands, there was nothing more he could do at the moment. Immediately, Hun Sung's eyes turned cold. "I don't like that idea. How about I go outside right now and do an interview with the reporters instead?" The direct threat made the official pale, and he quickly closed his eyes, pleading for mercy. "What do you want? Whatever it is, I will fulfill it." Hun Sung smiled faintly and appeared generous. "I don't intend to make any unreasonable demands." He calmly states the first condition. "Regarding the profits from the dungeons on those 2 islands, make sure I am completely exempt from taxes. Don't even think about pulling a stunt with special laws or something." Seeing the official so stunned, he broke out in a sweat. Hun Dung sneered mockingly at that reaction. "So you really plan to stab me in the back?" Caught off guard, he frantically explained that it's not about the profit generated. "I will ensure complete tax exemption in writing for you." Hun Sung silently scolds himself for being so foolish. He continues to observe the wreckage through the window in a low voice. "And like Kyushu Island, isn't it already turned into a pile of ruins?" The official nodded in confirmation. "That's right." Smiling brightly, but with a calculating look, Hun Sung confidently made his final demand. "I want to be granted that piece of land for free. Even though the area around the dungeon is always dangerous, the land prices there are still extremely high. The reason is that hunters always need equipment shops, restaurants, and accommodations. Even in Japan, entertainment venues are popping up like mushrooms to serve players' leisure needs." Returning to the negotiation, the Japanese official stammered in confusion at the main character's land request. After some consideration, he finally bowed and agreed. "I understand." However, Hun Sung still has no intention of stopping. He pondered for a moment and said, "Yes, I have also thought this through carefully." The protagonist looked directly at the other person and expressed that all the rewards should belong to me alone, which seems a bit unfair. This statement left the official stunned in surprise. "Wait, what do you mean?" Hun Sung warned. "Isn't Inukuso the hero who risked his life fighting the bird tribe?" The old man simply nodded in agreement and said, "Yes, you are right." With a knowing smile, the protagonist asked, "So what kind of reward is the Japanese government planning to give Inukuso?" The official confidently announced, "We intend to appoint him as the chairman of the player association." He insisted that Inukuso, as a model example, would surely receive the best treatment. But Brother Shung seemed dissatisfied, asking, "Is that all you're offering?" Seeing the other person look confused, he decisively made his request. Let him also serve as the Minister of Spacegate Management. Then he planned to be his father figure forever. This proposal makes the official's veins bulge with anger from the pressure. The protagonist coldly adds, "Compared to the current minister, someone who doesn't even know how to assess the situation, Inukuso will definitely do 100 times better." Seeing the old man hesitate, Hun Sung pressed him, "Do you not like it?" The official hurriedly explained that the minister position wasn't something he could decide on alone and required thorough discussion with cabinet officials. But the main character immediately cut him off and sneered. "Are you planning to put someone who knows nothing into the minister's seat again?" He looked directly at the opponent and finished with a cold tone. "Isn't it because of ridiculous appointments like these that Japan has fallen into such a dire situation?" Under the pressure of Choi Hun-sung's tough demands, the Japanese official could only sweat in silence. He closed his eyes in helplessness and tremblingly gave his final answer. "I will consider it as positively as I can." The next day, Choi Hun-sung officially concluded his trip to Japan and headed back home, strolling through the International Arrivals Hall at Korea Airport with a smug look on his face. Thinking about the huge benefits he just gained, he slightly smirked with self-satisfaction. Not bad, but the joy was short-lived. As soon as he stepped out of the security gate, he was overwhelmed by a forest of camera lenses and waiting reporters. The sound of the camera shutter going off repeatedly and the blinding flash of lights made Hun-sung gasp in surprise. Seeing the crowd frantically blocking the way, he started to feel annoyed and muttered, "What's with all these people?" He quietly worries about how to escape this encirclement as the sound of heavy footsteps and rolling suitcase wheels echo loudly through the chaotic atmosphere. The crowd of reporters started to panic when they recognized Choi Hui-sung despite his full disguise with a cap, sunglasses, and a mask, but he still became the center of attention. Camera flashes kept flashing around him non-stop. He secretly sneers inside, hiding his face even now. Why are they all so eager to chase after him while he's struggling to find a way out? He suddenly stopped in his tracks when he saw a group of elegantly dressed men in black suits walking straight toward him. He narrowed his eyes, instantly recognizing the familiar faces that often appeared on TV. Aren't they the presidential candidates? He silently judges the fearlessness of these old politicians for daring to appear here openly and exploit his reputation. One of them quickly steps forward, warmly shakes his hand, and flatters him. "You've already struggled a lot abroad." Hun-sung could only respond reluctantly. Yes, amidst the crowd of cameras and reporters, the presidential candidates all smiled brightly, repeatedly waving and showing warm interest in the hero who just returned from overseas. Hun-sung clenched his teeth in an anger as he realized he was being used by the politicians as a pawn to promote their policies. These bastards, why are they using me as a shield to promote their policies? It's so annoying. He coldly announced, "That's enough for today. I'm leaving now." The candidates, though disappointed, forced a smile in response. "Of course, we've taken up too much of your time, But the reporters still wouldn't let go. They swarmed wildly and kept bombarding questions. Please tell me which candidate you support and whose policies you agree with. Leaving behind the chaos of the crowd and the flashing lights, Hui-sung quickly escapes the encirclement and steps into the waiting car. The car door slammed shut, completely cutting off the noisy world outside. He tiredly removed his disguise and let out a sigh of relief. I'm exhausted. Sitting in the driver's seat, Shin-jun-ae gently smiles and teases. Oh wow. You must be having a hard time, huh? Since Hui-sung is such a famous person. Brother Shung gently smiles in gratitude. Thank you for your thoughtful concern. Jun-ae calmly replied, It's nothing. The car glided along the quiet highway toward the city center. Jun-ae suddenly spoke, unable to hide her surprise. Actually, I was quite surprised too. When did you level up so quickly, Brother Jung casually explained that he was just diligent in hunting. Curious about the recent shocking battle, Jun-ae suggested that when he defeated Golden Eagle, he should tell her the details of what happened. Hui-sung began to excitedly wave his hands and tell her about his victory. But contrary to his excitement, her trembling face suddenly turned serious, and worried she suddenly snapped, You almost got free smoke! When the car stopped at the red light, Jun-ae turned and shouted angrily with furious eyes. Why did you do something so dangerous? Her sudden change in attitude left Hui-sung stunned in shock, and he could only stammer in confusion. Oh, it's not just you. It seems news of your recklessness in Japan has driven everyone close to you crazy with worry. Hui-sung just faintly smiled with a knowing look, feeling everyone's concern for him. Are you deaf or something? Are you listening to me? When the traffic light turned green and I saw you still smirking, I asked annoyed why you kept smiling like that. Brother Sung calmly replied, I just feel happy that Jun-ae cares so much about me. This made Jun-ah blush and feel flustered. She quickly denied it, saying no way. Who would worry about that lazy guy like him? Even though she insisted she wasn't worried, she hesitated and admitted she wasn't entirely free of concern, making him look at her with a teasing smile. Both of them returned to the Emoto Guild headquarters, and as soon as they saw guild leader Kang San-yang, he greeted them warmly. You really managed to achieve a great feat and come back. The boss asked excitedly if running the guild now makes you feel a bit more comfortable. Hui-sung smiled and confirmed that everything was fine except for the reporters tailing him, which was a bit troublesome, but he was willing to accept that trade-off. Kang San-wai nodded in agreement, and then seriously announced that there are currently many offers to invest in our guild. Without hesitation, Hui-sung decisively ordered, Reject them all! Kang San-yang confirmed that he had already carried out the order exactly as he wished. He continued reporting that the personnel situation was booming, and requests to join the guild were pouring in like a flood. Not only domestic players, but also a large number of Janker and high-level players from around the world are eager to join Emoto. Faced with this great potential, Hui-sung issued a decisive order. Bring them all in. He even made a bold decision. But for this opportunity, let's establish branches abroad right away. San-yang hesitated and spoke up, appearing quite reluctant. I also want to do that, but you're worried that expanding internationally immediately will require a huge amount of capital that the guild can't meet right now. But Hui-sung just looked straight ahead and replied coldly, Leave that to me. You guys just sit tight and watch your CEO handle it smoothly. China? Is that really true? He was very puzzled because this was a country with deep-seated conflicts with Choi Hu-young, and the two sides had never even met officially. So how could they accept to invest such an enormous and seemingly unreasonable amount of money? In the meeting room, an expert began presenting detailed information and explained that the person currently holding real power in China is Ma Bun-seo. Although his official title is vice chairman, in the context where the current chairman is just a figurehead, he is actually the key figure holding the fate of the nation. Under Mount's leadership, China officially apologized for the kidnapping and assassination attempt against Choi Hui-sung and his family. Immediately afterward, a colossal fund of 30 trillion stone dollars was transferred directly into the international investment company founded by Choi Hu-young. If this is just compensation for damages, then this amount is truly staggering and far beyond normal standards. The subordinate confirmed that from this mysterious source of funds, Choi Hu-young built the powerful Emoto gang as it is today. I'm starting to sense that something's not right. What's remarkable is that the entire transaction process and the truth behind the money are kept absolutely secret by all parties involved. Could it be that among the legendary Slayer-level beings there exists a special empathy that outsiders cannot understand? Another official with a beard and conical hat said that this hypothesis seems too forced and sudden. He proposed another possibility that perhaps China had already recognized Choi Hu-young's true potential and had voluntarily submitted to avoid a disastrous outcome. As the debate grew more heated, the president slammed the table and demanded silence. He emphasized that dissecting the past now is pointless. The most important thing is for the United States to find every way to build a genuine and close relationship with Choi Hui-sung. He pressed for a way to uncover the true secret pact between Britain and China. But his subordinates could only bow their heads and report that CIA agents in Northeast Asia had tried their best, but still had not gathered any new clues. Interfering in this relationship may not be easy, but since it is based on money, subordinates believe there are still many gaps to exploit. The president nodded in confirmation that China has invested without any conditions. Then he coldly ordered, first to come up with the figure of 100 trillion stone dollars. Spending billions like that already shows how wealthy they are. He continued to affirm that if the other side wanted cash, the United States was ready to invest a full $1,000 billion. But he emphasized that the price received must also be commensurate with that enormous amount. However, he emphasized that the price to be paid must be commensurate with that enormous sum. At the Emoto Guild headquarters, a special guest came to meet Choi Hun-sung. He introduced himself as the U.S. ambassador to Korea, here to convey President Wilson's will. Ha Eun-ung was taken aback when he heard the identity of the person behind this unexpected meeting. The ambassador said he had heard about the difficulties, especially the financial struggles the guild was facing while expanding globally. Ha Eun-sung calmly acknowledged this. I can handle these small matters myself. I asked if the Americans intended to invest, and I received a positive and sincere nod from the ambassador. Ha Eun-ung quietly thought that more money wouldn't be a bad thing, so he asked curiously about the specific amount. The ambassador smiled and revealed a staggering figure of 100 trillion stone dollars. Hun-sung was so stunned he couldn't believe his ears, and was even more amazed when the other party confirmed they could pay immediately with $100 billion in cash. Oh my god, it was like a thunderbolt hitting him out of nowhere. Hun-sung silently admired the US side's boldness and willing to increase their investment if he felt it wasn't enough. Truly a reputation that lives up to its name. They are truly throwing billions without blinking. His gaze turns cold as he gets straight to the point. What are the conditions? The ambassador smiled and requested that he stay in the US as long as possible, hoping he would personally participate in the red raids if legendary monsters appeared. Ha Eun-ung calmly replied that he could go to the US for tourism or relaxation, but he had no intention of settling there permanently. However, it seemed the US had anticipated this, so the ambassador assured him they had prepared a perfect countermeasure. Out of his curiosity, he revealed that in America there is a player named Sarah, who possesses a unique hero-level skill called long-distance space teleportation. Ha Eun-ung slightly narrowed his eyes in surprise upon hearing about this ability. Anything that seems too good to be true is always unsafe, so it's best to be cautious. The ambassador further explained that Sarah can freely move between the designated locations. With her ability, traveling between Korea and the US would only take a moment. Hun-sung quietly thought to himself that this was no different from a long-distance teleportation scroll coming to life. A hero-grade item worth up to 10 billion points per use. The US pledged to send Sarah to assist at the Emoto Guild whenever any issues arise. Seeing how convenient this is, Hun-sung decisively agreed. That's perfect, I agree right away. However, he also remembered to turn the tables by declaring he still had one more condition. The ambassador eagerly confirmed he would meet all of his demands. No matter what it is, instead of accepting the usual $2 stone dollars, Hun-sung coldly demands, I want to receive the skill books. In front of the surprised ambassador, he firmly demanded the skill books worth $1 trillion covering recovery, defense, lightning, and fire magic. The ambassador hesitated, reminding him that the amount promised by the US federal government was ultimately just an investment. Hey Hun, squinting with a calculating look. As long as my relationship with America doesn't crack, I don't think there will be any request to recover the investment. But am I mistaken? The ambassador broke into a nervous sweat, hurriedly forced a smile, and asserted that if the friendship between the two sides was eternal, there would never be a request from the US to recover that capital. A knowing smile appeared on the protagonist's face. Look at this. He's going all in this time. The official handshake between Hun-sung and the American ambassador marks the signing of the historic investment contract for the IMO Guild. This shocking news quickly spread across all the media outlets with the headline, U.S. invests $1 trillion in the IMO or Guild. The world's attention is focused on the trillion-dollar player Han-sung, causing the media to constantly follow his every move. Back at the office, a series of system notifications keep popping up. The passive skills of Immortal Chi-Thu and the armor of the Heavenly Thunder King are gradually leveling up. While the active skill Black Dragon Breath has also made significant progress, Ha Eun-ung still felt discouraged looking at the pile of documents as high as a mountain, wondering if they were really leveling up or not. He stretched wearily and thought to himself that in 3 days a new skill book would be sent. Hun-sung coldly confirmed that if the quality wasn't good enough, he would have to compensate with quantity. This is only the beginning now. He immediately vanished into the purple smoke to start a new hunt. Hun-sung sent a message asking Lucia to meet at the entrance of the Minoto dungeon in Law and decisively tore apart the space teleportation scroll to set off immediately. Hun-sung, clad in formidable battle armor, strides toward the dungeon. Lucia was already waiting and greeted politely. It's been a long time. Master, he replied with a smile. It's been a while since we went hunting together, hasn't it, Lucia? Both quickly moved toward the blazing green energy vortex and entered the dungeon. 3 months later, in the Three Dark Dungeon, the giant men roared thunderously. Hee-eun charged forward with wind-breaking speed, delivering brutal slashes that tore through the tough hide of the monster before he could even say a word. Ma'am, looking at the devastated scene, Lucia quietly observes that hunting in groups is really not easy at all. Since they are solitary creatures, we have no other choice, my lord. He sighed quietly, wondering how much time he had wasted on these guys. Sensing it was time, Lucia suggested, let's head back. Today is the last day to collect the skill books. Ha Eun-ung nodded slightly in agreement. I understand. The two of them leave the dungeon and head back to the Emoto Guild headquarters. In the office, Hun Shung stood in front of the huge piles of boxes and muttered to himself, "So, these are the last ones, huh?" He gazed thoughtfully at the pile of documents and quietly calculated. Finishing this stack of skill books worth $100 billion has to start now. Only hard work will bring in the rewards. In front of him are towering stacks of skill books ready to be absorbed into the system, with a series of system notifications constantly appearing accompanied by resonant chimes. The only legendary immortal passive skill has absorbed natural recovery at a rare level. Han Shung watched the level up process intently and muttered softly, "Take it easy, don't rush, it's almost done." Suddenly, a shocking notification appears, making him stop in his tracks. The only legendary level immortal passive skill has been upgraded to the unique demigod level. Han Shung was stunned and exclaimed in amazement, "Huh? Semi-divine?" Immediately, an unprecedented legendary level achievement was recorded. Congratulations on being the first to possess a semi-divine skill. The achievement reward, the title of the first person to touch the semi-divine rank skill. And it doesn't stop there. The final announcement confirms that he is officially the first in the world to possess a semi-divine rank skill. Wow, this is so amazing! Hun Shung exclaimed in amazement as all his stats suddenly increased by 80 points thanks to the achievement he just earned. He carefully examined the status board of the immortality scroll. Although he had reached the unique demigod rank, he still couldn't help but wonder what exactly this title of demigod meant. After reading the description carefully, he realizes that he is now almost at the brink of immortality. His body will never die unless completely destroyed, and all wounds will heal at an astonishing speed. Hun Sung quietly realized that everything was becoming simpler as he continued leveling up his other skills. The system notification kept ringing out, confirming that the Black Dragon Breath skill had officially been upgraded from legendary to the rare semi-divine rank. He pondered whether simply absorbing low-level skill books would prevent him from ever reaching the complete mythic rank. With this new skill, he could not only convert magic power into the shadow attribute to boost his strength, but also possess a terrifying ability to seize control of lightning-based skills from opponents. Hun Sung wondered what it truly meant to seize control of a skill as he exhausted his brain trying to think. While meanwhile, in a high-level government office, an official was signing the final lines and asking his subordinate if this was really the last time they would have to do this. Receiving a firm confirmation from his subordinate, the man with gray hair and a majestic beard still pondered whether this was the right decision for the country. Another official with blonde hair expressed his concern when looking at Choi Hyung's strength report. He couldn't believe he possessed as many as 4 growth level skills. Meanwhile, Joseph, who holds the #1 rank in America, only has 2 of these skills. Interestingly, even those 2 skills are still at the hero level, which is a huge gap compared to the main character's current strength. The official's gaze darkened as he began to think that it would be better to accept sacrifice and defeat the monsters himself than to keep relying on an increasingly uncontrollable entity like this. Korea doesn't just have Choi Hyun-sung, but also many others with legendary level skills. While we in the United States don't have anyone at all, it really makes you want to sneer. Huh, brother, hoo-hoo. The blonde official clasped his hands tightly with a troubled expression, realizing that if they kept relying on external help to hunt legendary monsters, America wouldn't gain any real spoils. This feeling is like drinking a poison. Amidst the heavy atmosphere filling the room, the man with the map at the edge spoke urgently. Please trust the American players a little more. An immediate decision was made to allocate a huge budget to focus on training the players. The blonde official ordered an immediate secret search for people with growth-type skills and firmly confirmed when asked if they intended to focus on nurturing them. That's right, he warned that although legendary-level monsters are currently the strongest, no one knows how long that will last. Remember the chaos when hero-level monsters first appeared. Then, let me do it. I will do my utmost to persuade the senators and representatives. The official DIMEP affirmed firmly, and another member also pledged that the Democratic Party would definitely cooperate actively on this matter. The blonde official nodded in agreement, but he also didn't forget to assign an even more secret mission. Find any way to bring Choi Hun to our side. Meanwhile, Choi Hun-sung was sitting leisurely at his desk and thinking to himself, maybe I should check the reviews for the products I bought. He browsed through comments on the TV and DVD player set being sold for nearly 400 million points. These angry customers are shouting and cursing. Isn't the seller's behavior way too unreasonable? How long are you going to keep selling the TV and DVD combo? Just sell the DVD player alone. Some people even complain that they bought up to 30 sets and just want to return the excess TVS. Seeing the chaotic scene on the screen, Hun-sung could only exclaim, "What bad luck, this is really a mess." But I still smile with satisfaction and pride. As long as it's selling so well, how could I possibly stop selling? Hun-sung gently smiled at the customers' complaints, telling himself that no matter how much they curse, he wouldn't sell those items separately. The TV and DVD player product line is still in high demand, with nearly 600 million points, but below are urgent comments begging him to sell more Korean foods like instant noodles, fried chicken, or even alcohol. Seeing the increasing number of pleas for tteokbokki and sanggayo, Hun-sung pondered how to handle this situation properly. Currently, he has 5,000 item registrations, while Lucia also has 2,000, a figure more than enough to expand the product range. Watching Lucia happily enjoy her bread, Hoon-sung suddenly asked her opinion on whether they should start a food business or not. How can her mind jump so quickly? Lucia paused for a moment before giving a practical suggestion. She believed they should focus on processed foods for now to test the market. Hoon-sung nodded in agreement and suggested items like instant noodles or frozen foods. Lucia smiled in agreement, knowing that selling those items could also bring extra profit from selling microwave ovens together. Seeing this as a great plan, Hoon-sung decided to implement it immediately. In a distant palace, a female master with silver gray hair was stunned upon receiving news of a new item just registered. Her eyes widened in amazement as she saw the instant noodle cup appear on the trading floor, with a price close to 10 million points. Unable to hide her excitement, she cheered happily when she saw the item listed. A bunch of colorful instant noodle boxes quickly appeared in front of her after the transaction. The times are changing and there's no stopping them now. And she kept spending money to buy more cold beers and fragrant fried chicken bags, humming a cheerful tune as she eagerly prepared for a real bird party. But just as she was about to grab a piece of fried chicken, she suddenly froze in surprise, staring at the cold bag and realizing a harsh truth. She could only eat if she had a microwave. The female expert with the silver gray hair softly exclaimed in excitement, "I found it! It's the microwave from Brand 20 that Hoon-sung himself is selling on the system." Although the price reached nearly 200 million points, she hesitated not and immediately pressed to confirm the purchase. As soon as the item appeared, she quickly plugged it in and put the bag of fried chicken inside to start reheating. A moment later, she opened a cold beer to prepare for her party. The fried chicken was now steaming hot, emitting an irresistible aroma that made her inhale deeply with delight. She picks up a piece with chopsticks, tastes it, then happily chugs the entire can of beer in one go and slams the can down on the table. She quietly judges this to be an incredibly unique flavor. However, there was one thing that made her feel regretful. The appearance of this piece of chicken looked completely different from what she had seen on the DVD. Looking at the soft, limp chicken in front of her, she clearly remembered that the man in the movie had created a sensation of crispiness when eating. Not like this. Meanwhile, Hun's system kept alerting that all the newly listed food items had been sold out. He silently marveled at how quickly they were selling and was sure this would be a huge boost in revenue for the guild. While busy checking the warehouse with Lucia, he suddenly froze in surprise when he received a new request from a customer. What is this? Do they want us to sell live chickens directly through that platform? Hoon-sung quickly opens the food delivery app on his phone. He came up with a new business idea and thought to himself, a little bold, huh? Let's see if we can set the prices really high. Immediately, the delivery bikes start spreading out across the city to gather the hottest dishes as he requested. At the warehouse, delivery staff continuously bring large food bags to where Hoon-sung is waiting to receive them. Lucia quickly takes the bags from the delivery staff. Both of them arranged a series of BBC fried chicken boxes along with pizza and side dishes on the table to prepare for sale. The hot, crispy fried chicken pieces and freshly baked fragrant pizzas promise to be highly attractive items on the trading system. Holding the golden crispy chicken in hand, the VVIP customer from the other world is extremely satisfied as they enjoy the crunchy and savory flavor. Immediately, system notifications keep popping up, indicating that all the recently listed items have been sold out in an instant. Hey! Hoon-sung looked at the phone screen and couldn't help but be amazed. How much does this mountain of tea cost? Hoon-sung thought that although the main customer base was just a small group, their spending ability was truly astonishing. Seeing Lucia also enjoying her fried chicken, he mused that as long as he could meet the needs of this VVIP group, the profits would be enormous. He decided that from now on he would need to monitor customer reviews and feedback more carefully to optimize the service. Suddenly, a system notification appeared, making him stop in surprise. So, what's next? His mercenary rank notification window suddenly upgraded from rare to hero. Hoon-sung was stunned and wondered, is it that sudden? What exactly are the promotion criteria? He wondered if there was some secret battle power measuring device secretly working. Then a detailed notification panel appeared. Choi Hoon-sung is confirmed to be a hero-class mercenary with balanced stats, capable of handling all roles from tank to melee assassin, mage, and healer thanks to his strong physique and enduring combat ability. Looking at the public status board displaying his personal information, Hoon-sung sighed softly. Publicly revealing others' information so blatantly is really something. He quietly observes the support mercenary message appearing on the screen. Seeing that, Lucia explains that legendary level mercenaries might come directly to recruit the owner. However, she also noted that usually only legendary level mercenaries would hire owners to work for them. Hoon-sung replied calmly, "What do you think? That's all there is to it." He pondered for a moment, then decided, it seems trying to support mercenaries isn't a bad idea after all. The statement left Lucia stunned and she exclaimed, "Yes." She quickly regained her composure and explained that this mercenary system operates very reasonably. Lucia emphasized that even after being hired, if it's a mission the owner doesn't want to undertake, he can refuse at any time without any trouble. Lucia added that supporting the mercenaries gives the owner a chance to interact with players at much higher levels. Hun still had some doubts. Does that really mean so much? Lucia smiled and explained, if you can build a close relationship with those experts, even if you're not high enough level to buy items, you can ask them to help purchase extremely rare mythic items. That would be great. Hearing this, Hoon-sung immediately recognized the enormous potential. that's the case, not only can I get my hands on legendary level elixirs, but even the ultimate skill books are within reach. Lucia nodded in confirmation, though the prerequisite was to meet the right person and build trust with them. But she was confident it wasn't an impossible task. He then turned to thank her. He turned back to focus on the system screen to prepare for the next steps. Suddenly, a system notification appeared. Pagia, the owner, had sent a request to hire mercenaries for Hun Sung. Do you agree? Hun Sung softly said, Wait, I don't understand this part yet. Then turned to Lucia and said, Lucia, I've just been hired. Then please go immediately, sir, master. He nodded. All right. Then he immediately vanished into a cloud of black smoke. In an instant, Hai Unung had crossed space and arrived at a majestic ancient castle. As soon as he arrived, he was struck by the chaotic scene of long-horned monsters rampaging and inflicting serious injuries on humans. Hyun Shung observed thoughtfully, How bizarre. A girl with pink hair and a maid outfit rushes over and pleads desperately to protect the castle. Seeing the new master, he decisively replies, I understand, sir. Immediately, Hyun Shung charged into the battle. A monster roared and lunged, but he quickly gathered a massive purple energy sphere in his hand. A cataclysmic explosion erupts. Purple beams tear through the sky, destroying monsters and turning the battlefield into a desolate wasteland in an instant. The system continuously announces incredible achievements as he single-handedly defeats 300 high-level evil monsters, earning the title of Serpent Hunter. It seems that Hyun Shung is a hero-level monster. Glancing at the skill books scattered among the corpses, he sighs softly. What kind of clever move is that? Am I not the one losing out here? When Patricia approached, Hai Unung coldly asked, Is this enough? Seeing him about to leave, Patricia burst into tears and shouted, I will give you all the loot from the monsters you have hunted. She begged tearfully, So please don't go. Moved by her sincerity, Hun Sung sweat slightly and replied, I understand, my lady. He silently thought to himself, I feel like a villain. The fierce monsters continue their mad rampage, their fiery red hair roaring like thunder. To prevent them from running rampant, the hero immediately unleashes powerful streams of purple energy, causing a series of devastating explosions that shake the entire castle. The monsters are thrown back by the immense magical pressure, leaving the scene shrouded in thick smoke and dust. Amidst the blazing battlefield, the hero roars with mighty force. Flowers! The raging lightning strikes make the monsters tremble in fear and scream in agony. Watching them struggle to get up under the gunfire, he silently realizes he's met his nemesis. Their skill resistance is pretty high. Seems like a defensive-type monster. From above, observing the whole scene with a cold gaze, he coldly declares, Then I will cut down each and every one. Immediately, the protagonist charged into the swarm of monsters like a deadly tornado. Patricia was also fighting desperately, her face showing extreme tension as she faced the massive creatures. With terrifying speed, he unleashes brutal slashes that tear through the enemy's defenses, bringing about a tragic end in a single breath. The protagonist strides confidently among the disintegrating corpses turned into dust, despite the enemy's weapons falling all around him. Witnessing the overwhelming power beyond imagination, Patricia was stunned in amazement. The protagonist quickly closed in on a demon trying to growl with desperate, choked sounds. The customer sneered. With a terrifyingly calm face, he decisively swung his sword straight into the monster's head, ending it instantly. At this point, everyone is on equal footing. The main character stands tall before the giant corpse of the last high-level demon monster, just defeated. Immediately, a system notification flashes, recognizing the legendary achievement of single-handedly killing 10,000 high-level monsters, with the reward being the title of Legendary Massacre Demon. Behind the guards witnessing the scene, everyone cheered loudly in extreme excitement. Hyun Shung wiped the sweat from his forehead. He quietly concluded that although he had achieved his goal, he probably shouldn't expect anything more. At that moment, Patricia stepped forward and sincerely expressed herself. I truly thank you very much. She kept praising without stopping. The hero-ranked mercenaries are truly in a completely different league. Hai Unung looked at her curiously and asked if the owner was also a rare-ranked mercenary. Patia nodded softly in confirmation and added that she had only awakened for just 30 years, so she still had many shortcomings to learn. Seeing the hesitant demeanor of the other person, Hun secretly thought she seemed even weaker than Lucia. Patia sadly explains that since she realized rare-ranked mercenaries couldn't handle the situation, she had to use all her remaining points to hire a hero-class mercenary like him, and she let out a relieved breath. Thanks to you, I was able to keep this fragile life. At that moment, a system notification appeared warning that only 10 seconds remained for the rental period. Patia bowed deeply in gratitude. I truly thank you today. Hyun Sung smiled and replied, Don't be polite. Just call me next time. Patia gently smiled and wished she could do the same. Immediately after, Hunung's body began to dissolve into black smoke as she returned to the real world, leaving the girl with a look of regret. System notifications continued to appear, confirming the mercenary mission was successfully completed. All the rental costs have been paid and your credit points have officially increased. Hyun Sung reappeared right in front of the HY Mart supermarket building. Looking at the notification board after completing the mission, Hai Unung slightly smirked with satisfaction. Seems like I got a pretty good deal. He quietly lists everything he's gained. from new achievements to a pile of skill books and precious magic stones, sitting leisurely on the sofa and muttering to himself about earning even more points. In the end, I haven't used the mercenary support system for anything all this time, but a strange message on the screen makes me squint in curiosity. But what exactly is at a credit point? He immediately picked up the phone and called Lucia. She quickly picked up the phone on the other end. Yes. Hi, Hung-si. I smile and announce, Lucia, I am back. Where are you right now? I'm out shopping with your mother at the supermarket. I see, so that's the case. I told her to take her time and that we would talk in more detail after she gets home. Lucia respectfully replied, I understand, and as night fell over the luxurious villa, Hunung was waiting at the gate to help his mother and Lucia carry the large shopping bags into the house. Inside the cozy kitchen, as my mother hurriedly tidied up the food, Lucia approached and smiled to congratulate. Congratulations on the safe return of the host. She's the perfect wife for the nation. Hai Unung smiled brightly and agreed. It really was an easy trip as if it was a gift. Suddenly remembering the earlier question, he asked immediately, by the way, do you know what a credit score is? Lucia nodded in confirmation and said, I know. That's a kind of rating. She explained further that depending on whether the rating is high or low, different information will be displayed in the mercenary window. Hun Chung exclaimed with excitement. So if I get good reviews, my chances of being hired again will increase, right? Lucia agrees. Yeah, I also think that probability is very high, but suddenly her face fell with a look of longing. She admitted in a low voice, I think a big part of the reason my hiring rate is so low is also due to these reviews. On the screen, the system now displayed Lucia's profile with extremely harsh comments. She is a traitor and a failure. For now, I should continue supporting the mercenaries because if my ratings improve, maybe legendary or hero level mercenaries will come to me. As Hun finished speaking, a notification sounded. The system displayed that the owner of G-Spirit had sent a request to hire mercenaries for Hai Sung. Say that again, G-Spirit. But then, another complaint notification suddenly appeared, making him stop in his tracks. What now? The notice clearly states that all 20 items purchased by G-Spirit are under complaint, leading to your store being temporarily suspended for 3 days. If not resolved within 4 days, the penalty will increase to a 3-month suspension. Hai Unung was sweating bullets, confused about what was happening. Seeing that, Lucia asked curiously, Who is G-Spirit? He speaks in a low voice, explaining that he is our VIP guest, and a powerful demonic entity appears in his mind. Lucia concluded that if it was that person, they must be a legendary or even mythic level mercenary. Hun Sheng nodded in agreement, saying maybe so. Lucia advised him to accept the request. I think you should agree, because no matter how strong the opponent is, they won't harm their master. Hearing that made sense, Hun Sheng decided, alright, I'll personally go for a reconnaissance. He quickly put on his combat armor and prepared to move. Lucia wishes him success. Hun Sheng decisively presses the accept request button. In the blink of an eye, he crossed space and arrived at a dark, majestic palace. Observing his surroundings, he quietly concluded that this was definitely not a combat situation. In front of him, a beautiful woman with black horns and long hair, lazily resting her chin, observes him. She asks, When did you start supporting mercenaries? Hai Unung calmly replied, It's been less than a few hours. G-Spirit smirked, looking quite confident. Looks like you're pretty famous too. Just now, I saw you were still in the middle of being hired. Oh. Actually, this is the first time I've been hired. Seeing your expression, the girl gently smiled with amusement and said, I called you here because I have something to ask. The main character calmly replied, Feel free to ask anything. But G-Spirit's question left him completely stunned. So, when will the second part of Transformers be released? Seeing your puzzled look, she pressed further. The second part of Terminator is already out, so why is that other film still nowhere to be seen? I still have many questions to ask. Get Spirit continued to inquire about the sequels of other blockbuster movies like X-Men or Underworld. The male lead, sweating and flustered, explained that because the first parts were still selling very well, the sequels had not been released yet. G-Spirit's eyes turn cold. She narrows her voice and asks, So it hasn't been released yet? Hai Hun-sung hurriedly explained that some series already have sequels while others are still in production. G-Spirit's anger suddenly erupted, and she growled, of course, if they existed, they would have been released immediately. The overwhelming pressure makes the male lead tremble. He is stunned and wonders, what is going on? Clearly, the system states that the owner is not allowed to harm the mercenaries. To ease the situation, he explained that these items are so popular that there were some issues with the supply chain and promised to deliver them as soon as possible. Hearing that, G-Spirit gradually calmed down and showed understanding. She mused, That's true, your world doesn't have monarchs, so everything must be difficult, right? Faced with Hunji Spirit's confusion, she mentioned the democratic system. She knew that in the modern world there are no kings or emperors holding life and death powers, but instead the ruling power lies in the hands of elected officials, like presidents or prime ministers. Yes, that's correct. Sitting proudly on the throne, G-Spirit continued that she had learned all about it and marveled that his world really has too many complicated constraints, but that makes it more fascinating. Hun Sung secretly marveled at her quick grasp of information. Curious, he asked, Jest Spirit Nim, are you the ruler of this world? The heavy footsteps echoing with authority as G-Spirit rises, she confidently confirms, I am one of the demon kings ruling the demon realm. Her enormous black wings spreading wide as all her subordinates, from butlers and maids to skeletal soldiers, bowed deeply in reverence before the supreme ruler. G-Spirit turned to look at Hoon-Shung and said, I have a place I want to show you. Please follow me. The two of them strolled through hallways decorated with artful paintings and stopped in front of a large room with a checkered stone floor. G-Spirit pushed this door open and asked, How do you like this place, huh? In front of Hun-Sung was a special display room showcasing all kinds of modern technology devices he had sold her, from phones and sunglasses to Nintendo Switch consoles. She even equipped large backup charging stations to ensure the devices always stay powered. Hun couldn't help but be impressed. This is truly a wonderful space. G-Spirit is satisfied as he looks at his items and affirms that he always brings her new things, while also asking him to continue doing so in the future. Hun-Sung smiled confidently and said, Of course, yes. In his heart, he silently affirmed that Lord of Darkness G-Spirit was not only his first client, but also his most excellent VIP. Yet Spirit suddenly turned and asked, Do you know how to play games? The main character modestly replied, Just a little, I only know the basics. Immediately, the Demon King challenged, Let's have a match and see how you do. Although accepting as an honor, Hunung remained confident because the player's reflexes are far beyond what ordinary people can imagine. G-Spirit proudly declared himself the #1 master in Demon King City and warned him to get ready. Approaching the Street Fighter II arcade machine, the main character thought that no matter how good his reflexes were, the limits of the machine could not be changed. It's been a long time since he last touched the joystick at the entertainment center, so he's worried about whether he can still perform well. As soon as the loading bar appears, the match officially begins. But Hai-Unung quickly realized the harsh truth when he saw the opponent moving with obvious mistakes. He silently wondered what kind of trick this was. Is she really that clueless? While G-Spirit is completely focused and excited, the main character feels confused because the opponent only throws out basic combos to the point of being ridiculous. He keeps launching attacks, forcing the Demon King's character to just endure and be unable to fight back. G-Spirit's health bar runs out in shock. Her face becomes tense and fierce, and without giving the opponent time to recover, Hun's hands swiftly move across the buttons, unleashing a powerful finishing combo. The words appear with the shining glow, signaling the end of the battle. Looking at the screen, the main character breaks out in a cold sweat as he realizes he accidentally secured an absolute victory over a powerful demon lord. G-Spirit shouted in shock, What is this? She glared and shouted loudly, What the hell did you just do, you bastard? Hai-Unung still calmly sits in front of the game console and replies, I just used a combo chain. G-Spirit looks confused and repeats. The combo made him nod in confirmation. He wouldn't give up. The Demon King immediately moved in close to carefully observe the opponent's skills. G-Spirit watched intently over Hanung's shoulder, eyes fixed on the screen. Both of them began a tense competition, their hands rapidly pressing the buttons. The quiet space of the palace was now only filled with the clicking of the game console as the Demon King and the mercenary focused entirely on the match. Get. Spirit clearly shows her competitive spirit as she tries to turn the tide of the game. The match lasted for 8 hours straight, and Han Sheng's eyes began to show signs of fatigue. He muttered to himself, I guess I'm really hungry. Just then, my stomach started protesting with growling noises. Meanwhile, the glowing text on the screen signals that G-Spirit has won. She exclaims excitedly, Well done. Seeing the other side so happy, Hun hesitated before speaking. Hey G-Spirit Nim, she turned back to ask. Hai-Unung stood up and asked for permission. I think I should go back right now. G-Spirit looked surprised. What's going on? Why are you leaving so early? After receiving his confirmation, she sighed regretfully. Well, that's a shame. All right, I'll call you again when I have time. Just as she was about to leave, Hai-Unung suddenly paused. Oh, but I have one question. G-Spirit calmly allows it. Just tell me. Hai-Unung looked directly at her and pressed for answers. In G-Spirit Nim's world, do space gates appear? The Demon Lord thinks he's too curious, but she firmly confirms that of course they do. However, her eyes suddenly grew deep as she issued a mysterious warning, but unfortunately, I cannot reveal to you what is about to happen in the world you are living in. Huh? G-Spirit coldly asserts that the world he lives in still cannot escape that vicious cycle. He further explains that even if both sides are allies, direct intervention or providing information about events in a different dimension that cannot break free from its chains is a serious violation of the signed agreement. Hai-Unung ponders deeply over the mysterious warnings from the Demon King, muttering with suspicion. The agreement? Hanung's eyes turned cold as he looked directly at G-Spirit and asked firmly, So who exactly did you sign that agreement with? Standing in the grand hall of the palace, G-Spirit sighed softly with regret. She said that although she truly wanted to tell him the truth, at this moment, she absolutely could not reveal anything more. Refusing to give up, Hun-Sheng continued to press. Will I be able to learn the whole truth if I escape that vicious cycle? About why monsters suddenly appeared and also the reason why players were born. Seeing the determined look in the male lead's eyes, G-Spirit calmly replied that when the time comes, he would naturally understand everything and asked him to be patient instead of trying to find answers now. Hoon-sung gritted his teeth and said, "Okay, I understand." He quietly realized that G-Spirit's attitude towards him was genuinely friendly, and she even confirmed that they were allies. He understood that the player's spatial dimension was connected through a unique skill and that the world he was living in was not an enemy relationship at all. "Hey Spirit, I have a small request. Do you think you could listen and help me out?" G-Spirit casually agrees. "Just try asking and see." "Hey Unung, can you help me buy a legendary skill book?" G-Spirit slightly smirked and asked back if he really knew what the price was. When I received no answer from the male lead, she casually revealed that even the cheapest skill book would cost hundreds of trillions of points. This huge number makes Hun-sung sweat bullets. Hundreds of trillions of points? Just hearing this number makes me want to go crazy and scream. G-Spirit explains that owning it means having a part of the power of the gods. She insists that to truly acquire a legendary skill, you will need hundreds of trillions of points. Hai Unung trembles and asks if the cheap skill books she's talking about are referring to the demigod rank. Get. Spirit was surprised to realize he knew about their existence and was sure he owned one. After hearing Hoonung admit it, she couldn't help but be amazed. "That's awesome, bro. Really impressive." G-Spirit believes that thanks to you, the chances of this world breaking free from its chains will increase. Hun focused his attention on the new target. "G-Spirit, can I find out the price of a legendary potion?" She calmly replied that it's quite cheap. Only about 6 billion points to buy it. The male lead secretly rejoiced because this amount was well within his reach and he could totally afford it. "Can you help me buy the mythic great elixir instead of me?" G-Spirit confirms she can, but coldly questions why she should grant him that special privilege when she has already helped him so much. Yunsung promises I will pay a worthy price. G-Spirit smiles mischievously with a challenging look. "In points? To make me satisfied, that price should be at least in the trillions of points, right?" Hun confidently asserts I will pay a different price instead of points. Fearing G-Spirit's curiosity about the item, he asks back, "Do you know about short-range telecommunication networks?" Seeing the rotor appear, the Demon King still didn't understand what it was. Hun explained that this is not a single-player or two-player game, but a system that allows many people to enjoy the game simultaneously, reminding anyone of their school days when they used LAN networks in the computer room to play with friends. Even without the internet, short-range wireless communication makes it entirely possible to connect people together. Hearing about the possibility of playing games simultaneously with many others, G-Spirit shows clear interest and curiosity. Hoonung confirms that this is an exclusive product not yet on sale, a system that allows dozens or even hundreds of people to communicate and play games together. G-Spirit decisively orders, "Very well, first bring me that item to see, then I will make a decision." Although it feels a bit early, Hun still agrees and asks Hanko to hire him 3 days later. The Demon King approves and orders him to retreat. As soon as he teleported back, Hoon-shung looked at the notification board and couldn't help but be amazed. It's just playing a game, and I've already earned nearly 1 trillion points. He takes off his armor and tells himself he must prioritize buying new equipment immediately. When he enters the living room, he finds Lucia waiting for him already. She smiled and remarked, "You stayed there quite a while." Then she kindly asked if the master had achieved his goal. "Hey, why is Miss Hong sleeping? Are you waiting for me to come back?" Lucia gently confirms. "Yes, I understand. From now on, don't wait and waste your effort. Just go to sleep." In response to that concern, Lucia smiled and said she was still fine since she wasn't feeling sleepy anyway, and she mentioned that she was also considering products for the next sales campaign. Hyun smirked teasingly. "But I didn't ask anything, did I?" The remark suddenly made Lucia feel shy, and she could only mumble in response. To change the subject, she quickly asked, "How did the trip turn out?" Hai Unung takes a sip of tea and quietly responds that although everything is still quite unclear, he firmly believes success is highly likely. He silently gazes into his cup, his mind constantly pondering the King of Demons' words full of hidden meaning. Hai Unung muttered, "Shang Si Sao?" He admitted to Lucia that he himself couldn't fully understand the true meaning of that phrase. But he quickly pushed aside his vague thoughts. For now, there's no other choice but to focus on increasing his strength. The next morning, at a modern office building with the H-game sign, new plans were underway, and Hai Unsung, dressed formally, was there to meet an important partner. The bespectacled man smiled warmly and shook his hand sincerely in front of the guards. Then immediately, a large number of generators were gathered at the HT Supermarket's warehouse area, ready according to plan. Hun stands beside the massive machines, carefully checking the system's data on the screen to prepare for the cargo transfer. Suddenly, a system notification appears. The owner of G-Spirit has sent a request to hire mercenaries for Hansung. Do you agree? He immediately pressed accept and teleported back to the Dark Palace. G-Spirit sat majestically on the throne, looking straight at him and asking, "Are you all set now?" "Oh, of course it's all good. Always confident." G-Spirit gives the order. "Then try installing them and see how it goes. Upon receiving the order, I will start deploying the equipment right in the hall." In just a moment, rows of computers and chairs were neatly arranged into a line of displays. Hunung also installed a massive server system to ensure smooth operation. After finishing, he stepped back to report. "It's all done. G-Spirit stood before the strange machinery and softly exclaimed with curiosity. Hun began the introduction. First, I would like to introduce the games that become incredibly exciting when played with many people. He sequentially showcases the legendary titles. First is the epic strategy game Saint, then comes the magical world of Liss. Finally, the screen lights up with haunting images from the game Dix. Hun shows G-Spirit how to connect to the local network, just press the short-range wireless network to connect. Hearing the Demon King wonder, is there always a trap? He then explained that through this device, he built a system that allows thousands of people to enjoy the game at the same time, planning it as an online addiction camp. G-Spirit still harbored some doubts about whether playing with many people together was truly fun, but Hai Hun just smiled confidently and said, let's try it first. Hai Hun Sheng added a cunning proposal. Once you are satisfied, it won't be too late for you to accept my request. G-Spirit slightly smirked in agreement. I will do that and then order you to return to your own world. A week later, G-Spirit strolled down the corridor and nodded in agreement, truly realizing that playing with many people together brings a completely different flavor. However, she also couldn't help but ask why such a valuable item only now was you willing to sell it. Hun Sung calmly explained that because this device is too bulky and consumes a lot of fuel, he had to delay selling it until now. He also mentioned that the preparations are not fully complete yet. G-Spirit curiously pressed for more details about the business strategy. So, when you officially start selling, how do you plan to price the fuel? Hun Sung scratched his head and smiled pragmatically. I plan to set the price slightly higher than the large capacity batteries used for camping. Noticing the opponent's ambition, G-Spirit sneers. Oh my god. Are you planning to hoard all the points in the world? Then she decisively throws a bag of items at him and orders. Here, take this first. G-Spirit generously hands over a bag and declares, I'm giving you 500 doses of this legendary elixir as a gift. The protagonist was amazed as he took it, realizing that even the storage bag was a legendary item with an extremely convenient virtual space function. Inside were 500 doses of ultimate stat-boosting elixirs, worth at least 3 trillion points if converted into points. Given the Demon Lord's unexpected generosity, he secretly admired her boldness and asked if he could buy a few more. G-Spirit smiled and confirmed, no problem at all, as long as you pay the corresponding points, I will gladly buy as many as you want. Oh, wait. No one gives anything for free. Of course, I have a condition too. Hello Unung quickly responded. Please go ahead. The Demon King pointed at the star screen and suggested, let's have a match with that this time. Seeing this as a good opportunity, the main character quietly planned to teach her a few professional tactics to win over this VIP. His face shows a confident expression. Back at his villa, Hun lies down contemplating his new business plans. He believes that selling DVDs of top-level gaming matches will surely bring huge profits. To make that happen, he tells himself, he needs to acquire a game development company to control the supply. Looking at the pouch of divine elixir on the table, he decided to see first. I need to increase my stats. Hun then took the legendary magic power elixir in his hand. According to the system information, each dose increases 1 magic power point but only works on players with below 500 stats. Remembering that it used to cost up to 6 billion points just to restore 1 stat point, he reminded himself to be extremely careful when using these precious consumables from now on. Then he handed a handful of elixirs to Lucia. She asked brightly, has the master succeeded? He simply replied with a firm word, yes. Lucia took the elixir and bowed her head in thanks. Thank you, master, but she was determined to return the points spent to acquire them. Hai On Sung smiled and waved his hand, saying it's not worth being so formal and to just consider it my gift. Lucia still refused, so he explained that he also intended to give UIN something for free, so it wouldn't be fair if he took points from her. He emphasized, just consider this a reward from the ruler. Only if you become stronger can you help me more. Lucia finally bowed her head in agreement. I understand, master. Immediately after, the father and UIN's younger brother returned with their belongings on their shoulders. Hey. Unung stepped forward and announced, Dad, now you can start adding the unallocated stat points. The father was stunned and asked, really? Yes, because the use of the spirit elixir has now concluded. Hi, Hun Sung turned to ask his younger brother if he knew how to check the status board. And UIN quickly replied, yes, sir. You kindly guided your younger brother. Listen, you need to press here and here. Uwan did it in a hesitant way like this. Seeing his younger brother do it correctly, Hun Sung praised him without holding back. That's right. You're quick to learn. Yuan cheered excitedly, I did it. Meanwhile, the father couldn't hide his joy at his son's progress. The story shifts to a modern office building, where Hai Hun sits at his desk, deep in thought, flipping through a stack of documents and muttering to himself. Since things in America are almost settled now, let's go to Canada. His eyes sparkled with determination as he made the final decision. First, we must complete the acquisition of the companies. Hun begins executing his expansion plan by acquiring a series of leading technology and entertainment companies, strategic partnerships, and the successful purchase of ND Soft, along with shares in K Entertainment, have caused a media frenzy with headlines announcing the rise of a new player. Everyone is questioning the true purpose behind the bold demonic deals of the Emoto Guild, while Hun Sung continues to maintain his relationship with the demon, King G Spirit, by personally introducing the latest entertainment products. He also doesn't hesitate to share skill book secrets with his close allies. But when he returns to the office and observes the market, Hunung quietly thinks that upgrading skills will have to be put on hold for a while. He realized a harsh truth that skill book prices were skyrocketing wildly, both in the real world and on the system. As he scrolled through the item list looking for something useful, he suddenly stopped at the pet section. The exchange is displaying a Redrake hero-grade egg priced at nearly 300 billion points. Hunung muttered, "Oh, right, there are also pets." But then his attention was drawn to another item, a low-level legendary humanoid golem priced at nearly 300 billion points. He couldn't help but be amazed and muttered, According to the description, this is a golem that looks exactly like a human, uses magic stones as energy, and has self-healing abilities with a fixed level of 300. Why is Hun Shung so shocked? This system is even more ruthless than capitalism. He concluded that having a fixed level means they can no longer grow, but the system still allows him to buy high-level golems at level 600, even though their price reaches 30 trillion points. After some consideration, Hun Shung smiled with satisfaction. This is the perfect choice to be a bodyguard for his mother and sister. After all, family comes first. He thought to himself that a level 400 intermediate golem costing 3 trillion points was nothing compared to his budget. A system notification appeared asking if he wanted to purchase a legendary humanoid intermediate golem. Hun Shung decisively chose yes, believing that the more protection he had, the better. Immediately, a mysterious black and blue energy sphere appeared right in the middle of the room. What the hell is this? Curious, he reached out and touched the glowing sphere. System notifications repeatedly confirmed that Hunung had officially registered as the golem's owner. The legendary humanoid golem startup process begins, and the system asks him to set its appearance. Hyun Sung observes thoughtfully and softly utters with delight, "Oh wow!" Hun decided to start customizing Golem's appearance based on his mother's image. The dark green energy sphere begins to stretch and glow brightly, gradually forming into a woman with flowing long blue hair. Dressed in a neat suit, the humanoid golem kneels before its master to show absolute loyalty. Seeing the newly appeared entity, Hun Shung quietly marvels that it feels just like looking at a real android robot. He curiously asks if it can understand what he is saying. With her sharp blue eyes, Golem calmly replied that language interpretation had already been integrated as a basic feature in this body. Hun Shung was amazed, wide-eyed with excitement, and asked if she could learn new languages. Golem confirmed that with enough information, she could master the language of a new dimension in just one day. This amazed him, and he continued to ask if she could change her voice. Upon receiving the confirmation, Golem asked the owner what kind of voice they wanted her to imitate. Hun Sung judged that a middle-aged woman's voice would be the most suitable, but Golem insisted on having a specific voice sample to replicate. Immediately, he opened a classic clip on his phone where a noble woman hands over money and coldly says, "I have given a considerable amount of money, so take this and break up with my son." "I didn't give a small amount of money. So take this and break up with my son right now." "Oh no, this is bad because his mother is forcing him to break up with me. Hurry up." Golem gently asked, "Did I say it like this?" Hi, Hun Sung couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Then he curiously asked if her appearance could also be changed. Golem firmly replied that as long as enough magic stones are provided, anything is possible. "Oh, I see, so that's how it is." Then he decisively took out a bright purple magic stone to start the transformation process. Hun Shung took out his phone, browsing images of a beautiful girl, and handed it to Golem. "This one here." Instantly, a blue magical aura surrounds the Golem, turning its hair from blue to a vibrant pink. The transformation is complete. Standing before him now is an incredibly alluring girl with flowing pink hair and fashionable attire. If you buy Golem from any shop, the bears will run out quickly. "Hey!" Unung looked at the phone screen, then turned to Golem, unable to hide his shock, and exclaiming, "This is totally a doppelganger." Unung's gaze grew deep and intense. He silently decided it was time to create an identity for her. After some consideration, he decided that Monsieur would be safer than Inukuso. He immediately called Monsieur to ask for help with the identification documents. The passports of the Republic of Korea are quickly prepared to legitimize the presence of the golems in the human world. Observing the golems in their new forms handling tasks from housework to office work, Hunung quietly assesses that although they lack some creativity, their combat skills and adaptability are very good, much better than Doppelganger's soul. Just as he was satisfied with his new bodyguards, the phone suddenly rang, signaling a call from Inukuso. Hyun-sung answered and asked, "Hello? What's the matter now?" On the other end, Inukuso reports with a serious face, the Japanese government has already begun their scheme. Hun narrows his eyes suspiciously. "A conspiracy?" Inukuso explained further. Along with rumors that the price he has to pay is too high, they have played the card of leaking national assets to put pressure on him. Hearing the report on the latest developments, Hun frowned in displeasure. "Are these guys planning to mess with me?" Inukuso said that the monster elimination on Kyushu Island is almost in the final stage, and the entrance fee for the Sigok Island dungeon has been fully paid to his investment company. Hun asked in a deep voice about the public reaction in Japan. Inukuso reports that the current supporting forces remain strong. However, if these media attacks continue, the boss's position in Japan will surely be shaken. "Still, I won't give it back to the Japanese government. This guy's meal won't be so easy to take." Inakuso believes that the Japanese government actually has no intention of reclaiming it immediately. In his opinion, this is just a preliminary step to manipulate public opinion for long-term plans ahead. Hunshung's gaze turns cold. He muttered to himself, "It seems I have to use it sooner than I planned. This is what you guys brought upon yourselves." An immediate shocking announcement was made, with the Emoto Committee pledging to invest all profits from the tunnels on Kusu and Sikuk Islands into the local communities. According to the plan, they will prioritize starting construction of welfare facilities like schools, hospitals, and residential areas. This move has caused a public outcry in Japan. A series of praise comments appeared. He has bestowed great kindness upon Japan. To repay this kindness, even offering the entire country would not be enough. Some even claim that without you, those dungeons would just be useless. The Emoto Guild branch was officially established amid a warm welcome, with the representative announcing that the Japan branch is being rebuilt from ruins, based in Kusu, and will grow together with the local community. To attract talented players, Emoto announced it will issue special business cards to members, allowing them to get up to 30% off entrance fees at dungeons managed by the guild. The attractive policy has driven thousands of local players to rush and sign up. In just 1 week since its founding, the Japanese branch officially surpassed 10,000 members. Hunshung casually scrolls through his phone, a faint smile forming as he sees the prey has completely fallen into the trap.
You've added another target to your list. I believe that although there are significant losses now, investing is not an act of charity.
His ultimate goal is to seize ownership of the dungeon and the players, because only then can he create an enormous, unimaginable fortune. Meanwhile, in Japan, an elderly official angrily slams the table and roars in fury at his subordinates. What kind of stubbornness is this? He scolded them for being fools, not realizing that this is not help, but actually the nation's territory being stolen right before their eyes. Another subordinate, with a condescending look, argued that the people are inherently very stupid, because they tend to act on emotion rather than reason. He believes that if they are not explained thoroughly, those people won't even be able to distinguish right from wrong. The old official calmly demanded a detailed report on the amount of land and shares that Choi Han-sung has acquired. An aide reports that most of the prime land has fallen into his hands, and the current rate of acquisition is still terrifying. Although major corporations are still trying to hold on, over 50% of small and medium-sized businesses on Kyushu and Shikoku Islands are now owned by Choi Han-sung. When asked about the state of the warriors, a young man with red hair reported an even more shocking fact. Over 70% of the players active in this area have officially joined the Emoto Guild. The remaining players who haven't joined are mostly members of large or medium-sized guilds. This information drove the old official crazy. He gritted his teeth and cursed them as filthy traitors. Another official admitted that Choi Han-sung's strategy was just too perfect. Heh, of course. Bak Ngui Kwang is considered perfect? With a 30% reduction in dungeon entrance fees, players who don't join Emoto are even mocked by public opinion as fools. Even among the major and mid-sized guilds, signs of those trying to defect have already become quite clear. The helpless old official shouted. He doesn't understand why those people don't see through this obvious trap. The situation has truly become a dilemma for the Japanese authorities. The subordinates just blame the stupidity of the people and the selfishness of the players. What kind of game is this? Bah, stop blaming others like that. But amidst the tense atmosphere, the red-haired young man subtly smirked with a calculating look in his eyes. Looking at the smartwatch on his wrist, he secretly felt pleased because he was sure his master would be very happy to hear this news. At the guild headquarters, a sudden system notification appeared. The owner of the call signs has sent a request to hire mercenaries for Hyun Shung. Do you agree? Sitting quietly in the office, Hai Unung softly muttered the names of the guilds and thought to himself, I think I've seen this name somewhere before. Without hesitation, he made a firm decision. Let's go see what it's about first. He immediately agreed and disappeared into a cloud of black smoke to teleport, reappearing in a majestic combat armor within a palace courtyard decorated with ancient Eastern architecture, hanging lanterns, and a vibrant lotus pond. Observing the peaceful surroundings, he quietly deduces this isn't a combat situation. Suddenly, a giant entity with long horns and powerful tattoos on its chest appears. He stared at him and asked sharply, Are you the Choi Hun who is selling the DVDs? Hai Unung calmly confirmed, Yes, that's me, sir. May I ask what brings you here? Why is that? Why didn't you sell the DVDs separately? So this is the VIP customer who left harsh complaints on the system. Faced with the unreasonable anger of the opponent, Hun-sung could only stand frozen in complete silence. Looking at the top-rated purchase review displayed on the screen, Hai Unung suddenly realized, Ah, so you are the one who wrote this review. The giant roared proudly. Yes, it's me. He narrowed his eyes suspiciously upon hearing the confession, then roared in fury when he saw Hu Hon-sung still able to wear a bright smile. Do you still dare to laugh? The fury in his eyes burns brightly as he confronts the calm demeanor of the protagonist. Tao hết lên trong giận dữ, mấy dạng giữa tao vậy hả? Tap Talk points straight at the main character and shouts, Do you think earning a few points makes you invincible? In the face of that fury, Hai Hun-sung just slightly smirks, a mocking smile on his face. This action is like pouring oil on the fire, causing the taps to scream in madness. Do you dare mock me? A blazing red fire pillar erupts around his body, threateningly. Hai Ung remains calm and reminds him, Oh, you know you're not allowed to attack the mercenaries, right? Are you planning to break the rules? The warning made the Tap growl in anger, their hands trembling with rage, and though they tried to hold back their fury, they couldn't hide their frustration as they pressed on, asking, "Why don't you sell the DVDs separately?" "So, what is the real reason?" Yun-Sheng replied with a clever smile. "That is because of the circumstances of the world I live in, so I cannot tell you." "Sir," the guards growled suspiciously. "Come on, stop blaming the circumstances, you're just trying to gouge the price a little," Yun-Sheng calmly asserted. "It's not true, please believe me." The Tapatko crossed their arms and warned seriously. "If you keep running your business like this, you'll eventually run into serious trouble. I will keep the owner's advice in my heart." But the Tapatko still refused to give up, glaring and pressing for answers. Okay. So when do you plan to start selling the DVD separately?" Hai Un-hun-sheng calmly replied, "Even I wouldn't know about that." Hearing this, the others suddenly changed their attitude, showing a look of distress and beginning to plead. "Please don't be like that. Selling products without getting scolded, isn't that better?" He also worriedly reminded him to be careful with complaints, because if the business suddenly got suspended, it would be very troublesome. Hai Hun-sheng smiled politely and thanked him for his concern. "From now on, I will remember the owner's advice carefully." His clever response left the VIP guest only able to sigh in helplessness. The two of them clasped their hands sincerely, proposing to live peacefully and cooperate for mutual benefit. But the male lead immediately interrupted and said he had a different proposal to make. Faced with the giant guest's curiosity, Hai Hun-sheng smiled and suggested, "Do you want to install a short-range telecommunications network?" The monks looked puzzled and asked, "What is that?" Hai Hun-sheng began patiently explaining the benefits of the LAN network. Both of them sat down to discuss, but after hearing it, the Demon Lord's face suddenly darkened with suspicion. He slammed his hand on the table and roared in anger, "Stop fooling me! I absolutely won't do that!" Seeing the other party's fierce opposition, the protagonist simply calmly bowed his head. "I understand, master." He looks at the system clock and politely asks if there is anything else he needs to do. Tap Q still refused to abandon his old idea and demanded in a stern voice, "Sell the DVDs separately." But Hun's response remained as firm as before. "That's impossible." Sensing the tense atmosphere, the protagonist politely asked if he had any other requests. Tapsko could only sigh helplessly and shake his head in frustration at the other's stubbornness. Seeing that, Hai Unung smiled and bade farewell. "Then I kindly ask to return to my own dimension now." Immediately, the Tapko widened their eyes and shouted, "The minimum rental time is not over yet." He glared arrogantly and ordered him to stay put, but the main character calmly asked back, "Didn't he just admit earlier that there was nothing left for him to assign?" Hai Unung calmly announced that even if the mercenaries voluntarily cancel the contract, the minimum rental fee will still be fully paid. This information left Tap Q stunned in shock. "What?" The protagonist gently smiles and says goodbye. "Then I will take my leave now." Mr. Longthong walks away, not forgetting to kindly ask the VIP guest to continue supporting his products enthusiastically in the future. Hun Xiong disappears into the black smoke, leaving the Keu sitting dejectedly by the tea table with a look of frustration. The Keu grits their teeth in anger, sweat pouring down as they feel they have just been painfully deceived. Looking at the transaction history, he roared in fury. Damn these three bastards who set the fire. He immediately sent another rental request to force him to come back, but a notification sounded indicating the request was outright rejected. The system message clearly showed that Lin, the hero-ranked mercenary hired by Hun Sheng, had refused the request from the owner of the Topsku. Returning to his villa as night falls, Hai Unung leisurely lies down to rest on his bed. Seeing his account balance soaring, he smiles contentedly. Getting free points like this is pretty sweet. Just then, a notification sounded again. "Owner, Fu Bitch 2 just sent a request to hire a new mercenary." Hun Sung quietly exclaims with interest, "Oh, a long collapse," then decisively clicks agree to continue the journey. He appears in a dark dungeon, facing a knight in majestic silver-purple armor. After completing the mission and returning to his room, Hun Sheng removed his disguise and sighed with boredom. He wondered to himself, why are their personalities all so fiery and impatient? Although it was a bit troublesome, he quickly brushed it off since it didn't concern him at all. Yun Sheng lay down on the bed, his eyes fixed on the system screen to monitor the stats. He pondered quietly, wondering when his accumulated points would finally surpass 1 trillion. His gaze settled on a new item called the Spirit Crystal. Yun Sheng squints and examines the details. Spirit Stone? The success rate for summoning isn't 100%. Even though the cost is nearly 300 billion points, an extremely expensive amount, he decided to try his luck since he just scored a good deal. Unsung decisively clicks on the purchase option. A confirmation message appears asking if he is sure he wants to buy this non-refundable item. Without hesitation, he chose yes. The chime rang out, confirming he officially owned the legendary Spirit Stone. Hun Sung gazes at the rough, glowing Spirit Stone with ancient characters on his hand. Although he tells himself he's not someone who bets on luck, he still decides, well, taking one more risk probably won't kill me, right? As soon as he pressed yes on the system screen, he decisively crushed the precious gem. A silence envelops the room as Hun Sung stares blankly at his empty hands and wonders, Is this really all there is? A feeling of disappointment overwhelmed him as he sank onto the bed, blaming himself for taking such a reckless gamble. But suddenly bright blue sparks shot out fiercely right behind him. Hai Ung-sung gasped in surprise. Huh? As a chubby yellow cat suddenly appeared amidst the blazing lightning. The system immediately announced the successful summoning of the lightning spirit. Hai Ung sat in a daze, observing the newly appeared entity gently stroking the soft golden fur of the monarch. But upon closer inspection of its necklace, he was stunned to see the name Dung Yi clearly engraved. Hai Honung was stunned and exclaimed, "Is this not Dung Wai?" The small yellow cat growled fiercely, sparks of electricity crackling around as it spun around, and immediately a system notification appeared before Honung. The electric spirit demands to form a contract with the player for Han Sung. Do you agree? He looked confused and asked what? Oh my god! While the little cat gazed at him with shining eyes and let out a meow that sounded inviting. Without wasting any more time, Han Sung decisively presses the accept button on the screen. As soon as the contract is established, the small cat emits a brilliant blue lightning that shoots straight into Han Sung's chest. Feeling the surge of new energy, he was amazed to realize it was merging with his magic, as mysterious black smoke enveloped his body during the fusion. A system notification then appeared confirming that you have acquired the active spirit technique skill, legendary rank, and the bonding process was complete. Hai Unung sits listlessly on the floor as the yellow cat skillfully leaps onto his shoulder. Hai Han Sung affectionately pats his new friend's head and declares, "From now on, your name will be Dung Wai." The little cat gently blinks in response with a sweet Nyang sound. Seeing this adorable expression, he feels secretly moved, as if Dung Yi has truly come back to life. Hai Han Sung smiled and said, "From now on, I'll rely on you," and received an excited Nyang call from his shoulder. To test his new power, Hai Unung immediately entered a dark dungeon with Dung Wei. In the cold stone corridor, a sword infused with a deadly purple-black magic aura tore through the body of a giant green orc. The horde of monsters roared in fury, rushing wildly to surround the intruder. Not letting them get close, the cat Dung Wei suddenly leapt into the air. Its eyes shone with a powerful blue lightning, and its whole body radiated crackling bolts of threat. A massive electric explosion charged the monsters, making them scream in pain as they witnessed the devastating destruction. Hai Unung in his battle armor slightly smirks in satisfaction. This coordination seems to be quite effective. Suddenly, a system notification unexpectedly interrupts his thoughts. Patia's owner just sent a request to hire mercenaries for Hai Sung. Do you agree? He exclaimed in surprise. Huh, Patia? The image of the pink-haired maid comes to mind. He realizes this isn't the first time someone has hired him. With Dong Yi resting on his shoulder, Hun Sheng silently hopes that this time the monsters will be as numerous as before. Patia screamed through her tears, "Please don't go. You can take all the magic stones and items, just please protect me and the other players." In response to that urgent plea, Cho Hun Sheng calmly replied, "I understand, my lord." Standing amidst the ruined scene with his imposing black armor, he was ready to face the imminent danger. Looking around the pile of wreckage where the knights are being slaughtered by the demon lizard monsters, he quietly remarks, "Wow, this is really a mess." The corpses lie scattered on the ground, while the monsters with sharp teeth continue their frantic screams. Surrounded by the lizard demons wielding tridents, Hun Sheng's eyes flash with a fierce red light. He coldly orders, "Stop!" Immediately, a massive burst of dark purple energy exploded, crushing the monsters with screams of agony. Hai Hun Sheng swung his sword, creating dark slashes that tore through the tough scales of the enemies, condemning them to a tragic end in an instant. He loudly calls out Dung Wei, and immediately the chubby yellow cat leaps into the air with an excited cry, ready to support its master. Hai Hun Sheng commands his spirit clearly. "Anyone who dares step foot into this castle, I will risk everything to burn them all down." The brave cat responds with a powerful cry to affirm its loyalty. Standing amidst the encirclement of the serpent gods wielding weapons, Hai Hun Sheng squints and observes, silently concluding that they look like monsters of the dragon race. No matter how you see it, let's check it out. Let Hyun decisively charge into the Naruku monsters, his sharp sword tearing through their flesh, causing dark green blood to spray everywhere. Surrounded by thick black aura, he coldly activates the Blood Dragon Claw skill. Watching the sword continuously absorb power from the enemy, he silently marvels that it's been a long time since the Blood Dragon Sword had such a satisfying feast. Immediately afterward, Hyun Sheng continued to activate the Dragon Blood Armor, unleashing a catastrophic dark explosion that shattered everything in sight and left the enemy in a tragic defeat. The system keeps announcing incredible achievements as he single-handedly defeats 300 high-level Naruku monsters, earning the title of Naruku Hunter. Hyun Sung smiles with a calculating look. "This is awesome. This time I will definitely land a huge blow. This time I'll really shake things up." Dong Wai also eagerly unleashes streams of blazing blue lightning, causing the demon lizards to lose their ability to resist. But suddenly, a terrifying roar echoed, causing the space to freeze. Immediately, a series of system notifications appeared warning that Hun Sung had been hit by a fear-induced mind control skill, paralyzing his body for 10 seconds. However, the passive skills of Indomitable Spirit and Unbreakable Faith activated simultaneously, helping him resist the effect and reduce the paralysis time to just 1 second. Hun Sung was stunned and exclaimed, "What the hell is that?" In front of him now stands a colossal being with blazing red eyes filled with hostility, glaring directly at him, as the scene suddenly becomes extremely tense with continuous deafening tremors coming from the rows of buildings. Observing the situation, the protagonist frowns seriously. This is getting serious. Standing before him now is a giant divine warrior with bulging muscles, clad in heavy armor and wielding a sharp trident. Feeling the suffocating pressure from the enemy's blazing red eyes, he even briefly wondered whether he should run. But looking at the lightning spirit crackling with sparks on his shoulder, he regains his determination. Let's try once.
Dongyi, go now.
The yellow cat immediately charged forward with a mighty roar, transforming into a blazing blue lightning bolt, closing in on the target at terrifying speed. Its eyes crackle with lightning as it charges a thunderbolt straight into the monster's armored chest. The giant lizard glares back with furious eyes. It roars loudly, standing firm despite the surprise attack. It clenched the trident tightly while Dongyi continued to move skillfully to find the next opening. A massive lightning explosion erupted right on the monster's face, causing it immense pain. Standing amidst the wreckage, the male protagonist quietly wonders if at this point he won't be affected by mental attacks anymore. He coldly observes the battle and questions whether his current strength is enough to end everything. Meanwhile, the small cat continues to unleash lightning strikes that shatter the enemy's defenses. The giant lizard roars wildly, swinging its trident and attacking fiercely, aiming straight at the main character. Immediately, a system notification appeared warning that he had been hit by Pia's mind control skill, causing his body to become completely paralyzed for 10 seconds. But another notification quickly appeared confirming that he had fully resisted this effect. He slightly smirked in satisfaction, just as he expected. He stared directly at the monster and silently lamented that if he got hit by the skill this time, there would truly be no way to recover. It seems that the 3,000 billion spent on skill books has really paid off. You get what you pay for, brothers. Hun roared loudly, his eyes blazing with fierce intent as he stared down the frenzied Naruku horde charging at him. The giant monster glares fiercely, opening its foul-smelling mouth wide before thrusting its trident straight at the target.
Under the pressure of 1,000 pounds, Hai Unung remained expressionless and immediately activated his Dragon Blood armor skill. A blazing red lightning surrounded his commanding body.
He charged into the monsters like a flash of red lightning, but his attack only left a small scratch on its skin. What kind of tank is this, so tough? In an instant, it counterattacked and hit you with a painful blow. Amidst the pile of dusty debris, Hai Hun struggled to get up and silently whispered to himself, "Thanks to my Dragon Blood armor, I managed to survive." Before I could recover, a sharp trident tore through space and charged straight at me. Hai Unung swiftly dodges and immediately counterattacks with a brutal slash aimed directly at the monster's neck. But its armor is too tough to penetrate. The powerful clashes create dazzling sparks that tear through the night. Feeling the 1,000-pound pressure from the opponent, he silently acknowledged that it was really tough. A sharp trident cut through the wind and plunged straight into the ground right next to his foot. Amidst the dust and smoke, Hai Unung stands tall with a blazing red aura surrounding his body. His eyes turn cold with a challenging smile. He coldly declares, "Watch and see who wins." The monster roars loudly in fury. A catastrophic energy explosion erupts at the very center of the confrontation, knocking back everything around. Hai Hun Sheng charges into the encirclement, focusing his power into his sword to break through the enemy's tough armor. The cat also didn't fall behind, unleashing a massive blue lightning bolt. The force of the attack pushed Hun Sheng back. He stomps hard on the ground to steady his stance as another savage Naruku squad begins to arrive for support. But Hai Hun Sheng only sneers contemptuously. A blazing fire pillar envelops his hands, then erupts into a devastating explosion of flames, engulfing all enemies in a sea of fire. The anguished screams echo throughout the space as the monsters are completely burned to ashes. Standing amidst the burning scene, he calmly assesses that their magic power levels are low, so using fire is more than enough. The leader of the lizard demons clenched his trident tighter, preparing for a crazier attack. Hun's eyes sparkled with lightning. "I am fully focused and tell myself I can handle this." The monster roared and swung its weapon fiercely, but he swiftly transformed into a streak of red lightning to dodge and counter with overwhelming force. The relentless slashes tore through scales and caused the enemy's armor to crack. Hun Sung unleashes all his strength for the final blow, decisively stabbing his sword deep into the monster's chest. The lead Naruku suddenly erupts with a threatening dark purple energy. It roared thunderously, its eyes blazing with deadly intent as a spear thrust tore through space, forcing Hun Sung to struggle to defend himself. "Huh?" he whispered in amazement at this sudden change. "What is this?" The protagonist grits his teeth against the 1,000-pound pressure. He can't believe his eyes. The closer it gets to the end, the stronger it becomes. This is just too much. The situation becomes even more tense as his healing items are running out, and the monster roars amidst the blazing fire, emanating an overwhelming pressure. Even the cat now is exhausted, breathing heavily, and no longer able to assist in the fight. Hai Unung decisively decided to fight fast and win fast. At this moment, the system notification sounded, indicating his health had dropped below 10%, activating the legendary Raj passive skill. "I have been waiting for this moment for a long time." He slightly smirked as his agility, magic power, and spirit stats all surged by 40%. Although his defense is severely weakened, the main character remains confident he can withstand all attacks using the Dragon Blood armor skill. Hun Sung's gaze turns cold and determined. He quietly assesses that even the intense external shocks, if they penetrate inside, are nothing to worry about because he has the immortality skill to heal all wounds instantly. Who is Jesser and what is Tram I Chin? Both of them start focusing their strength. This battle is truly intense, guys. In a flash, he pierced through its skin, causing the monster to scream in pain, but then he moved around to the back, ready to finish off his opponent. But the lizard quickly became alert, blocking with its trident. However, with stats boosted like a game hack, he kept assaulting it relentlessly. Finally, a smooth slash sends it back to its comrades. The winner is Hun Sung, who's already winning here, everyone. Make sure to give the bear a like before you go.